Chapter 1. Logging into the game ahead of time. The Empress had just finished her bath, and at this moment, she was still the second princess. In the 53rd year of Xian, on the first day of March, in a secluded courtyard of the Eastern Marquis mansion in the capital, early spring had arrived. The heavy snow that had blanketed the capital throughout the winter had only just melted, yet the skies still bore the biting chill of the wind. Xia Chen, clad in light garments, persisted in wielding his sword amidst the cold breeze, his brow glistening with sweat. His delicate and handsome visage was flushed, with a vigorous flow of blood and energy surging within him, his gaze emanating a resolute determination. Grasping the long, crimson blade, he sliced through the air, creating ripples as if attempting to cleave the gusts of wind. With each swing, a series of small characters emerged within his line of sight. Successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency, 1 successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency, 1 successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Basic swordsmanship perfected. You have comprehended the advanced sword technique Shuyang, demonic blade. Your vitality has reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Will you break through immediately? As these words appeared, a look of delight spread across Xia Chen's handsome face. At that moment, the crimson longsword in his hand transformed as the energy within him boiled violently. Tendrils of vitality streamed through his body, coalescing behind him into a radiant crimson sun. This sun resembled the primordial light that opened the heavens, slicing through the chaos and darkness, imbued with life and fervor. Empowered by this celestial orb, Xia Chen trembled violently, his entire being akin to molten lava, with his vitality reaching its zenith, as if ready to scald rivers and boil seas. This state did not endure for long. Xia Chen's sharp gaze, combined with the youthful seriousness etched upon his features, culminated in a single strike that transformed the courtyard from the chill of winter to the warmth of early summer. With one slash, the world was altered. Simultaneously, a resounding crack echoed from within Xia Chen, as if an invisible shackle had shattered. The surging vitality found its outlet, racing forth like the Yangtze River rushing to the sea, and in that instant, Xia Chen's momentum peaked. He had attained the 8th rank of the essence refinement realm. Slowly, Xia Chen opened his eyes, their brilliance flickering. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though 2 eyes had merged into one, resembling a double pupil. However, this phenomenon vanished almost instantly, and Xia Chen returned to a state of tranquility, his aura retracting, transforming him into an ordinary youth. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world. I have finally broken through to the 8th rank. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. 2 months prior, he had discovered that he had entered an early version of that mysterious game ahead of time. In his previous life, it had suddenly appeared on Earth, its origins unknown, with only a select few fortunate souls chosen to enter this seemingly real world. At this moment, it was the era of the great martial literary emperor. Xia Chen was not well acquainted with this period, as he had entered the game early, while the game's official opening would occur during the empress reign. Currently, it is the time of the 2nd dragon vying for the throne. In 5 years, the 3rd prince will stage a coup, leading troops into the capital, breaching the White Tiger Gate, and storming the palace, resulting in the crown prince's demise. The 3rd prince will be driven to madness, slaughtering all royal bloodlines. Yet in the end, he will not be the ultimate victor. Xia Chen sought to clarify the timeline, recalling the events of this tumultuous period. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had only entered this world during the first public beta, by which time the empress had already been on the throne for 6 years. Thus, he possessed only a vague understanding of these past events. This period appeared to be a contest between the 2 dragons for the throne, yet an unseen hidden dragon lurked in the shadows. 5 years hence, during the coup, the 2nd princess would descend unexpectedly, wielding the sword of the ancestor, leading cavalry into the White Tiger Gate. That night, the palace would echo with cries of battle, blood dyeing the falling snow, and ultimately, the 2nd princess would quell all insurrections. However, the literary emperor, the crown prince, the 3rd prince, and all direct male descendants of the royal family would fall victim to the massacre in this coup, perishing on the spot. In the end, the great martial empire would welcome its first empress, heralding the dawn of a glorious era. Is it because of this jade seal that I am able to enter this world 11 years ahead of time? Xia Chen opened his palm, revealing a jade seal imprinted upon his hand, resembling a totem visible only to him. The seal was intricately carved with 9 dragons, exhaling chaotic energy, surrounded by primordial purple mist. In the periphery, Xia Chen could faintly see the sun, moon, and stars encircling the jade seal, with the sun, moon, and purple microstar at its center. Xia Chen wished to gaze further, but the jade seal dimmed entirely, becoming inscrutable. He withdrew his gaze and exhaled a breath of turbid air, seeking to calm his heart. Regardless of the seal's mysteries, enhancing his strength and influence was of paramount importance. In the current era of the literary emperor, the political landscape was tumultuous, with banditry rampant. Although it remained relatively stable overall, the realm had devolved into a state of fragmentation. This represented his opportunity amidst chaos. Heroes are forged. Only in times of turmoil could one rise to prominence. I must seize the moment. Once the Empress ascends the throne, quelling the 8 Kings' rebellion and consolidating the power of the great martial empire, we will enter an era of unification. Xia Chen felt the urgency to lay the groundwork ahead of time. While the era of unification promised greater safety, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing, it would also diminish opportunities. By then, the great martial dynasty would stand as the singular hegemon, dominating the seas and controlling the lands, compelling all sects, be they Buddhist, Taoist, or those self-styled players, to bow before the Empress. Only later, when the era of spiritual revival commences, would the realms converge, transforming this world into a reality. The pinnacle of martial prowess would ascend, the Empress would vanish, the great martial dynasty would fragment, and the era of immortal and martial conflict would unfold, presenting new opportunities. As Xia Chen pondered, he filled a basin with water, taking up a towel to wipe away the sweat that had drenched his body. In this life, his circumstances were relatively favorable, having been born into the Eastern Marquis mansion. The great martial empire had existed for 800 years. 637 years prior, the Spirit Emperor had favored eunuchs and relied heavily on the maternal relatives of the imperial family, leading to a rebellion among the feudal lords and the fall of the capital. The Spirit Emperor's 8th son, the martial emperor, restored the realm through a northern expedition, returning to the old capital and re-establishing order, ultimately giving rise to the present-day great martial empire with its 19 provinces, reviving its fortunes for 6 centuries. The initial Eastern Marquis, Xia Hao, had followed the martial emperor in the borderlands, rising from a lowly soldier to a renowned general. The martial emperor's northern campaign was divided into 3 routes, with Xia Hao commanding the eastern route. When the other 2 forces faced obstacles and the northern expedition seemed futile, Xia Hao led 5,000 cavalry on a swift march, reaching the capital like a sword piercing the enemy's heart, breaching the city, claiming the enemy leader's head, and dramatically turning the tide of battle, aiding the martial emperor in solidifying his rule. During the award ceremony, the martial emperor proclaimed before all the ministers, strong externally and wise internally, unmatched in the world. Thus, Xia Zhan's accomplishments surpassed all other ministers, earning him the title of Eastern Marquis. There were rumors that his merits could have warranted a princely title, but due to the ancestral decree against granting princely titles to those of different surnames, he was only bestowed the title of Eastern Marquis. Otherwise, he would have been the Eastern King. Now, the title of Eastern Marquis had passed down to the 17th generation, remaining prosperous and never declining. Although still referred to as the Eastern Marquis mansion, it had long since evolved into a lineage of 3 marquises. Although not highly regarded in the Marquis household, this is still a remarkable beginning compared to some others, Xia Chen mused, feeling quite satisfied with his current circumstances. As he knew from his past life, many players who entered during the internal testing were nothing more than nameless individuals, with some even starting as beggars on the streets, a truly hellish initiation. According to the balance of the game, those who entered early typically began with lower status. However, Xia Chen had defied this norm, being born into a noble family of lords and princes. Third young master, a letter from his second master. At that moment, a hurried figure rushed in, a young servant in blue, panting and flushed, whether from the cold wind or the exertion of his sprinting was unclear. The emperor possesses unparalleled wisdom. and in his youth he demonstrated unwavering determination, diligently practicing his martial arts, wielding his sword thousands of times in the courtyard, ultimately achieving remarkable success. One day he created a technique in the courtyard, naming it the Shouyang Demon Breaking Blade. History of Xia, Volume 1, Chronicles of the Great Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 2, Princess Shang. I declare, the protagonist is a sacred body of cultivation, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy. Moreover, the protagonist possesses a system that can enhance experience and proficiency, allowing players to excel without relying on traditional cultivation. In the small courtyard, the great locust tree had begun to sprout tender buds, shimmering vibrantly under the spring sun, full of life. The second master has sent a letter for you, young master. Xia Chen's face bore a hint of joy. The second master had finally remembered his son. If memory served, the last letter had arrived 3 years prior. Xia Chen calmly accepted the letter from Xia Chen's hands, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. He simply inquired with some surprise, has something occurred in the outside world? 3 years without correspondence made this sudden message seem rather unusual. Young master truly has an uncanny foresight. There is great news. The second master has slain a third-grade extraordinary demon in the eastern wilderness, said to be a tyrant of the eastern wilderness mountains. Following this battle, the demons retreated 100 miles, and the calamity in the eastern wilderness has been eradicated, greatly enhancing the prestige of our martial nation. Young Xia Chen, only a year younger than Xia Chen and just over 16, spoke with uncontainable excitement, as if he himself had struck down the third-grade demon. People say that within a year or two, the eastern wilderness may be completely pacified, allowing the second master and second madam to return home. Xia Chen observed with a detached gaze. Despite hearing such news, he felt no elation. He had inherited the memories of the previous Xia Chen entirely. It was a far cry from the mere game login of his past life. He felt as though he was born anew, imbued with all the emotions of the former Xia Chen, as if he had always been Xia Chen, merely awakening memories from 2 months prior. Images of the second master, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father, surfaced in his mind. In Xia Chen's childhood memories, his father had showered him with affection until the age of 3, when a martial arts examination revealed him to be a waste of potential. Xia Yuan fell into a somber silence, but ultimately maintained a resolute gaze. My son may be a waste, but as my eldest, I shall certainly seek great fortune to alter his fate. The very next day, the eastern wilderness demon tide erupted, and Xia Yuan was appointed as the commander to quell the demons, leading an army of 100,000 into the eastern realm. Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a powerful sorceress, accompanied him into battle. The young Xia Chen, oblivious to the implications, longed to follow his parents into the eastern wilderness, but was sternly refused, as it was deemed too perilous. Thus, at the tender age of 3, he was left alone in the Marquis residence, and that departure marked a 14-year separation. For the first 3 months, letters frequently arrived at the Marquis of East Town's estate, bringing demon blood to refine Xia Chen's physique. After 5 months, correspondence dwindled. Young Xia Chen assumed it was due to the chaos wrought by the Eastern Demons' War was unpredictable, consuming focus and leaving little time for letters. A year later, Xia Chen learned from the estate servants that the Marquis of East Town was to welcome another legitimate heir. Upon inquiry, he discovered he had a younger brother. Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, became pregnant shortly after accompanying Xia Yuan into battle. Following the birth of his brother, letters from the Eastern Front turned from monthly to biannual, and after Xia Chen turned 6, they ceased altogether, along with the delivery of medicinal blood and essence. The former Xia Chen clung to the belief that the battlefield in the eastern wilderness was fraught with peril, with numerous formidable demons. His father, as the commander, had no time to spare for him. Eventually, he learned from the estate's servants that his brother, born amidst the turmoil of battle, had been recognized for his extraordinary talent, bearing a heavenly constitution. It was then that Xia Chen realized he had been cast aside. Now accustomed to a life of freedom and ease, even if somewhat inconspicuous within the Marquis household, Xia Chen had not encountered the melodramatic tropes typical of stories such as treacherous servants or disdainful peers. His uncle and aunt treated him with kindness, regarding him as their own son. Yet now, with his parents' return and the prospect of meeting his unmatched younger brother, Xia Hao possessed an extraordinary gift and a rare bone. Within him would his life remain as unencumbered as before, especially since Xia Chen knew that this bone was the legendary supreme bone. Although it could not rival his innate dual pupils, it still promised to shine brilliantly in the forthcoming revival of spiritual energy. Moreover, after 14 years apart, even the servants within the estate possessed more knowledge of the eastern wilderness than he did. Thus, despite their blood ties, Xia Chen felt as though he were among strangers. "You may leave now, and please inform the kitchen to double the meal portions for lunch today." Xia Chen smiled and nodded to Xia Chen, a boy who had been with him since the age of 4, making them companions for 12 years. Indeed, Xia Chen could be considered family, albeit from a distant branch of the clan, having diverged over 200 years ago. Yet, the shared surname of Xia allowed him to be nurtured within the Marquis estate, beside the direct descendant. Xia Chen nodded, aware that his young master had recently been diligent in his studies and martial practice, thus requiring a greater quantity of food. Still, he found it astonishing that the portions would be doubled. Wouldn't that mean one person would consume over 20 servings? Watching Xia Chen depart, Xia Chen lowered his gaze to the yellowing envelope in his hand, adorned with a qilin pattern. After a moment of silence, he extended a finger and gently sliced it with a red blade he held, allowing a drop of warm crimson blood to fall. Instantly, the qilin pattern on the envelope reacted, shimmering brilliantly, as if resonating with a qilin's roar. This phenomenon lasted for a breath or two before the brilliance receded, returning to tranquility. Xia Chen understood that this was a technique of his mother, Su Xiaoxue. Though the revival of spiritual energy had yet to occur, martial prowess flourished. A single individual could rival an army of 10,000, and one sword could cleave a river. Yet, those who attained such might were exceedingly rare in the world, a number that could be counted on one hand. The vast majority, even if formidable, still remains within the realm of the ordinary. The system is rather rudimentary, categorized into warriors and sorcerers. In his previous life, Xia Chen merely regarded this as a mysterious and intriguing game, simplistically classifying these two types as fighters and mages. Beyond this, the world also harbors demons, and Su Xiaoxue is a powerful sorceress. This letter from Su Xiaoxue is expressly meant for Xia Chen, and only his blood can unlock a protective spell designed to prevent outsiders from intercepting and discovering its contents. Such a spell is beyond the grasp of the crude warriors. As Xia Chen opened the envelope, he found fine rice paper, soft and delicate to the touch, but it bore only a few terse words. "Father will return home in no less than 6 months, and no more than 2 years. Furthermore, the Emperor has arranged a marriage for you, my son, with the second princess. Conduct yourself well, and do not tarnish the dignity of our noble house." The brevity of the message struck Xia Chen immediately. The first part of the message did not come as a surprise following the great victory in the eastern wilderness. The world is divided into 9 ranks, encompassing warriors, sorcerers, and demons alike. Demons of the 3rd rank are exceedingly rare. Having slain such a formidable demon, the prolonged conflict in the eastern wilderness, which has lasted 14 years, should finally come to an end. Moreover, Xia Chen had just informed him of this. However, it was the latter part of the message that made Xia Chen's pupils constrict. Was to marry the second princess, or was it the future empress? Chapter 3. Dear younger brother. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, and Xia Chen's heart was far from tranquil. The empress, a formidable presence in the realm of the Great Unification, commanded respect across the land, subjugating the 8 desolations and consolidating the fortune of the world, establishing laws for eternity. With the power of this fortune, she erected temples and boldly proclaimed her grand aspirations to the heavens, transforming the Great Wu dynasty into a dynasty of fortune ahead of its time, where the essence of fortune reigned supreme. Consequently, all who were not subjects of the Great Wu were deemed heretics, their cultivation sluggish, while those holding official titles could harness varying degrees of the dynasty's fortune to expedite their growth. All the heroes of the world fell within this scheme. This situation persisted until the phase of resurgence of spiritual energy and convergence of the heavens, during which the empress vanished, the fortune of the Wu dynasty disintegrated, and the Great Unification fractured, allowing the heroes of the world to break free from the suppression of the Great Wu's national fortune. However, once Pandora's box was opened, there was no returning to the past. Subsequently, every ruler of a dynasty emulated the empress, using fortune to suppress their domains, transforming it into a remedy for cultivation. Higher official ranks meant swifter cultivation, with the rulers reaping the greatest benefits. As Xia Chen meticulously recalled the subsequent plot, he realized that in his previous life, he had merely treated this world as a game, thus neglecting the early stages, merely skimming through. Yet, as the convergence of the heavens version unfolded, this world became the primary realm, and everything felt palpably real. The players no longer possessed immortality, and he began to sense an unsettling disparity. He had never heard of the Empress having a fiancé. Xia Chen shook his head, trying to conjure the current circumstances through the later plot. But regrettably, by the time he entered this world in his previous life, it was already the early phase of the Great Unification. No one knew what the Empress, in her identity as the second princess during the Emperor and Appo's era, had truly experienced. However, during the Great Unification, the Eastern Suppression Marquis continued to flourish, radiating brilliance, with remarkable talents emerging continuously. His dear younger brother, Xia Hao, possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, showcasing astonishing talents. In the era of the Empress, he became a pillar of the empire, the sharpest spear in the Great Wu's territorial expansion, achieving remarkable military exploits. The Empress, with her grand vision, broke ancestral traditions and bestowed upon his dear brother the title of King of Eastern Suppression. Yet, there were whispers in the streets suggesting that Xia Hao's ascension to kingship stemmed from a marriage pact forged during the Empress's time of tribulation with a commoner from the Eastern Marquis. Unfortunately, that young noble perished during the door-seizing incident. After the Empress ascended to the throne, the matter of the marriage pact fell by the wayside. But it was precisely due to this incident that the Empress compensated the Xia family by granting Xia Hao an exceptional elevation to kingship. Xia Chen had always believed these tales to be mere rumors, concocted by those with ill intentions to tarnish the reputations of the Empress and the King of Eastern Suppression. Yet now, it seemed that perhaps all of it was indeed true. The Empress and the Eastern Marquis truly shared a history, and that ordinary young nobleman, whose name never graced the annals of history, was none other than he, Xia Chen. Was his existence merely a dark chapter, an unworthy past that would cast a shadow upon the Empress's illustrious image, rendering him nameless? Xia Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet deep within his gaze, a peculiar phenomenon flickered. His eyes seemed to meld the sun and moon, intertwining as strands of chaos pervaded, glimmering with a chilling brilliance. Thus, it dawned upon him that his narrative would conclude with the door-seizing incident. No wonder he had never heard of a legitimate son named Xia Chen from the Eastern Marquis, nor of the illustrious Xia Hao having an elder brother. Xia Chen and Appo's expression regained its composure, akin to the stillness of the abyss, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. He stepped into the house and donned a splendid attire. Though there had once been a few maidservants in the courtyard, they had all been withdrawn after he turned 12. It was not that the Marquis sought to bully him in his youth. Rather, this was a customary practice among all the scions of the Marquis. Before stepping into the 8th rank, martial practitioners were advised to avoid distractions. As he stepped out of the courtyard, a lovely young woman clad in a flowing green robe approached him gracefully. Baizhu, Xia Chen recognized her. Third young master, the master and mistress request your presence. Baizhu bowed respectfully before him, displaying no arrogance as one might expect from a favored servant, nor looking down upon this somewhat inconspicuous young master within the Marquis. I understand. Xia Chen nodded, following Baizhu, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her graceful figure, causing a rush of blood to surge within him. He quickly averted his eyes, feeling the stirrings of youthful vigor as he had just recently broken through. Baizhu, a maidservant by the side of the matriarch of the Xia family, Cui Mingru, had long been intended to be assigned to Xia Chen and Appo's courtyard to attend to his daily needs once he achieved the 8th rank. As he distracted himself, he began to map out the relationships within the Marquis. With a lineage spanning 600 years, the current direct descendants comprised only 3 branches. The old Marquis, Xia Chen, despite being 86 years old, remained vigorous, though he no longer managed family affairs or court matters, focusing instead on seclusion in hopes of attaining a higher realm. The old Marquis had 3 sons. The eldest, Xia Chen, referred to as the Master by Baizhu. The second son, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen Apos, as biological father, known as the second master within the estate, and the youngest, Xia Hao. Presently, the governance of the Marquisate fell to the eldest, and Wu Ho Xia Chen. Xia Chen followed Baizhu through the winding outer courtyard and entered a hall. Upon entering, he beheld a stern middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, accompanied by a regal-looking woman in her 30s, radiating grace and elegance. Uncle Aunt. Xia Chen approached the hall, bowing respectfully. Chener, we are all family. Such formality is unnecessary. Xia Chen smiled as he gestured for Xia Chen to rise, while the beautiful lady beside him echoed the sentiment. Chun and Apo, sir. It has been a while since you last dined at our table. Have you grown distant from your aunt after hearing your younger sibling is returning? Chui Mingru chided gently, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Chui Mingru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had cared for and raised Xia Chen, regarding him as her own child. Aunt, I have been diligently practicing martial arts, and have thus neglected my visits. Xia Chen replied with a smile, taking a seat beside Chui Mingru, warmth swelling in his heart. Though his biological mother had neglected him over the years, pouring all her affection on her second son, his uncle and aunt treated him with kindness, never looking down on him due to his innate limitations. He had grown up in the Marquisate without suffering much hardship, thanks to the care provided by Xia Chen and Chui Mingru. Upon hearing Xia Chen's mention of his martial training, both Xia Chen and Chui Mingru's expressions darkened, silently lamenting. Though born with limitations, he could still practice martial arts, yet achieving significant accomplishments remained a distant dream, even with 100-fold effort compared to others. The results would still be minimal. Xia Chen and Chui Mingru inquired if Xia Chen lacked anything currently, their conversation filled with warmth and camaraderie, resembling that of a true family. Your father has achieved great merit in the eastern wilderness, and the Emperor has bestowed a marriage pact upon you, promising the second princess to you. Are you aware of this matter? What are your thoughts? After their pleasantries, Xia Chen broached the main topic. I have just learned of it. Xia Chen nodded, his expression turning serious. Is there any room for negotiation on this matter? He did not desire to marry a princess. To outsiders, such a union would be a tremendous honor. Yet for both the Marquisate and himself, it would merely be an embellishment, potentially even a constraint. Particularly since that individual is destined to become the future empress, marriage would be exceedingly perilous. Who can ascertain the circumstances of one's demise in a past life? In his youth, the emperor exhibited a lack of martial prowess, leading to a certain coldness from his parents. They ventured to the battlefield and, having been absent for 14 years, seldom returned home or corresponded, rendering their affection for him rather tepid. At the tender age of 3, the emperor found himself living alone within his clan, fortunate to be cherished by his uncle and aunt, who treated him as their own child, nurturing him with great care until he matured. History of Xia, Volume 1. Annals of Emperor Taizu, Chapter 4. Imperial decree. This ability to endure for 6 centuries stems from a lineage of exceptional individuals, commanders capable of leading vast armies. At present, the realm is divided. The Great Wu faces the Great Feng to the north, the Great Qing to the west, and the rampaging demons of the eastern, whose mountains stretch endlessly. To the south lie the southern, with their potent and enduring witchcraft. Tranquility remains elusive, and with these external threats, they need not solely seek the emperor's favor. Instead, the imperial family frequently seeks to appease the bestowing annual gifts during festivals. The current bestowal is a clear indication of this. Has never been one to remain subservient. Should he enter into a marriage contract with the future empress, the Kudian Amp, Oppos, Tat 5 years hence would be significantly encumbered. You are averse to marrying the? Chui Ming softly inquired, her gaze fluid and the allure of a mature beauty emanating naturally. I am, stated unequivocally, without hesitation. There is no room for reconsideration. By now, the imperial decree should have departed the palace gates and is en route to our, Xia Chen lamented, shaking his head. This matter had been decided long ago. The present discussion merely serves to announce the outcome. Remained silent, fully aware that many matters had been predetermined, and his current status afforded him no say. It was absurd and risible that he, a principal in this marriage, was only informed once everything had been finalized. This marriage was not initially intended for you. His Majesty favored your younger brother. The envoy bearing the decree reached the Eastern, only to be met with a polite refusal from your brother. It was then that you became the intended groom, Shui Meng revealed, divulging the underlying contentions behind the betrothal. Upon further inquiry, learned that the marriage was initially intended for his younger brother, but his parents had declined without hesitation. Citing his youth and the need to focus on martial arts and military strategy, unburdened by marital affairs. They then proactively petitioned the emperor, citing an Amp Oppo's status as the eldest son and his age being closer to that of the second. The emperor, after 3 days of deliberation, issued a decree this morning, granting Xia Yuan and Oppo's request and finalizing the marriage. Shui Meng, observing into Oppo's impassive countenance, felt a pang of compassion. For ordinary individuals, becoming an imperial consort would be a meteoric rise to prominence. However, for scions of meritorious families like theirs, it represented a constraint. 6 centuries ago, the spiritual emperor's reliance on eunuchs and the elevation of maternal relatives led to a rebellion among the feudal lords, nearly toppling the dynasty. Had it not been for Emperor Wu and Oppo's revival, the realm would have changed hands. After securing the throne, Emperor Wu, drawing from experience, decreed that maternal relatives should not meddle in politics nor hold significant positions. While not entirely disenfranchising maternal relatives, their influence was significantly curtailed. Although Emperor Su began to reinstate maternal relatives a century ago to balance the court, the situation they face today, while improved, remains fraught with limitations. An imperial consort is, of course, a type of maternal relative. This is the fundamental reason why Xia Yuan, when faced with the emperor and Oppo's intention to bestow a princess upon his younger son, adamantly refused, even at the risk of offending the emperor. Marrying a princess meant a bleak future. Xia Chen's gaze reflected a sense of regret. His nephew was already beset by misfortune, yet the emperor's decree was irresistible. Someone had to undertake the intermarriage. If Xia Yuan and his wife were unwilling to sacrifice their younger son, then the eldest son would have to bear the burden. While this is unfair, too, he is congenitally weak. Although he has dedicated himself to the study of military strategy, his martial prospects are limited. Becoming an imperial consort, coupled with the support of our, would ensure a life of wealth and ease, perhaps a blessing in disguise, Xia Chen mused internally. Although he had watched this nephew grow up and felt closer to him than to the unfamiliar Xia Hao, he was the head of the family and had to prioritize the interests of the clan. His younger brother's son, Xia Hao, possessed extraordinary talent and might one day achieve the accomplishments of their ancestor, Xia Xuanjun, becoming a leading figure in the family. It would be a disservice to shackle him with the status of an imperial consort. Despite the indignation in his heart, expression remained serene, a smile playing on his lips as he calmly accepted his fate. He was acutely aware of the implications. His own parents, unwilling to jeopardize their younger son and Oppo's future, had remembered their eldest son in the capital, offering him up to defuse the emperor's seemingly conciliatory but actually undermining offensive. His marriage was merely a product of compromise in a power struggle. His own thoughts and opinions were inconsequential. Even the empress, who would one day command the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, was used as a tool for political marriage before ascending to power. Who was he to object? And Oppo's spirit was resilient and remarkably optimistic. Thinking this, his mind became clear. Moreover, the initially chosen groom had declined to marry her, resulting in her return. No wonder this part of Emperor Wen's reign was shrouded in mystery. To be unable to control one's own destiny is truly agonizing. Thought, sighing inwardly. The last sentence was directed both at the Empress and at himself. At this moment, his resolve to seize power grew stronger. In the front hall, Green Pearl entered with hurried yet graceful steps. "Master, madam, an envoy from the palace has arrived, led by Eunuch Yi himself, with a grand retinue." Xia Chen and Shui Ming exchanged glances, both understanding the purpose of the visit. "Accompany us to greet the envoy," silently rose and followed them to meet his destiny. Outside the gates of the saw Eunuch Yi, whom Green Pearl had mentioned. Eunuch Yi and Appo's hair was gray, yet he appeared youthful and radiant. Though a eunuch, he possessed an innate dignity that commanded respect. Yi Wujing, known as Eunuch Yi, has served 3 generations of emperors and survived the coup d'etat unscathed. He continues to guard the palace during the empress's reign, his strength unfathomable. A pillar of the imperial family, a loyal servant of the emperor. These details flashed through his mind. This must be the eldest son of the Marquis of Anong. Indeed, a man of remarkable talent. Eunuch Yi said with a smile, offering his congratulations. Seeing the eunuch who would shine brightly during the coup d'etat, respectfully bowed. Eunuch Yi was taken aback, but quickly recovered, nodding at with a smile. His first impression of the young man being quite favorable. While was the protagonist, the subsequent events were not directly related to him. His presence was merely required. After welcoming Eunuch Yi into the bathed and changed, Eunuch Yi then read the imperial decree and received it, officially confirming the marriage. The entire process left feeling dazed and disoriented. The regulations and etiquette surrounding such a formal imperial decree were extensive. Usually, so-called imperial decrees were mostly oral or informal, lacking such elaborate rituals. However, this was the bestowal of a princess, so the scale had to be grand, both by thee and the palace, to demonstrate the importance attached to both parties. The process continued until the afternoon, and, holding the scroll adorned with dragon patterns and crafted from an unknown material, felt as if he were in a dream. He had truly become the future empress's fiancé. But could he survive the coup d'etat and successfully become the emperor's consort? Was death during the coup d'etat truly an accident? Upon reflecting on these thoughts, he observed his uncle and aunt ahead, no longer hesitating, and quickened his pace to join them. "Uncle, I have achieved a breakthrough to the 8th rank of the refinement realm. I seek a position to serve the nation," Xia Chen declared with conviction, taking a deep breath. In his youth, the founding emperor was known for his calmness and restraint, concealing his brilliance among his peers. Yet, the empress of the Wu dynasty recognized his extraordinary potential at a glance, believing he possessed remarkable talent destined for greatness. At that time, the Empress Yao Guang was still a princess, and the emperor sought a suitable match for her. Yao Guang took the initiative to propose, leading to the engagement between the founding emperor and the empress of the Wu dynasty. Records of Xia, Volume 1, Biographies of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 5, The Shattering Demon Blade of Shouyang. Within the halls of the Marquis and Appo's estate, a winding path paved with blue stones meanders through a breathtaking floral landscape. As spring begins to unfold, exquisite blooms can no longer contain their desire to blossom, competing in a riot of colors. A gentle breeze carries their intoxicating fragrance, filling the air with an enchanting aroma that refreshes the spirit. Xia Chen and Shui Menglu abruptly halt, turning to gaze at Xia Chen, their expressions betraying their astonishment. "You have broken through to the 8th rank?" If it were any other individual achieving such a milestone, they would scarcely bat an eyelid. While the 8th rank is commendable, particularly at the tender age of 17, it does not stand out in the Marquis and Appo's estate, where prodigies abound. Aside from a few exceptional talents among the direct line, there are several astonishingly gifted youths emerging even from the collateral branches. Achieving the 8th rank, therefore, is hardly remarkable. However, the fact that it is Xia Chen who has made this breakthrough is indeed a source of wonder, especially for Xia Chen and his wife, who understand Xia Chen and Appo's potential intimately. Over the years, although Xia Chen and Appo's biological parents have not sent rare materials or treasures from the East Wilderness, Xia Chen has provided him with many valuable resources to refine his physique. Yet, despite the Marquis and Appo's abundant resources, Xia Chen has only managed to progress from the unranked to the 9th rank in body refinement. This has led Xia Chen to lament the notorious reputation of his family's martial prowess. Yet now, Xia Chen has inexplicably ascended to the 8th rank. I felt a surge of inspiration during my practice, and through the foundational sword techniques, I grasped some insights, leading to an unbidden breakthrough, Xia Chen explained, omitting some critical details. He understood the necessity of swiftly obtaining the Marquis and Appo's support to rise further. Show me your technique. Xia Chen and Appo's expression grew serious, filled with a mix of skepticism and anticipation. To achieve enlightenment through foundational sword techniques, the Marquis's foundational sword technique is no ordinary one. It is the result of 6 centuries of refinement, even drawing upon the royal family's most potent 9th rank sword techniques, ultimately evolving into a style best suited for the 9th rank body refiner. It is specifically designed for honing the physique, hence its name, foundational sword technique. This technique had long reached a point of no further improvement. Even Xia Chen practiced it in his youth. Now, Xia Chen claims to have discovered something new within it. In his youth, Xia Chen, too, had harbored lofty ambitions to enhance this technique for the family. Yet even now, at his current level, he has not attempted to alter it. Not only him, but Xia Chen's biological father, Xia Yuan, and the true master of the estate, Marquis, Xia Chutian, have also been unable to accomplish such a feat. Bring me a blade. Xia Chen instructed his attendant. Use this one. Without hesitation, Xia Chen drew a long, dark blade shimmering with an eerie light. At that moment, Xia Chen felt as though a black serpent leapt from the abyss, its cold scales capable of consuming one's heart. This vision was fleeting, and soon the blade returned to calmness. Xia Chen recognized that this was no mere illusion. It was a divine weapon, born from the blood of a 3rd rank great demon, and within its blade lay the soul of a formidable beast. This is one of the estate and Appo's treasures. Gripping the long blade, Xia Chen felt its weight pressing down on his hands. Even though its mystical aura had subsided, its heft was still immense. Had he not just broken through to the 8th rank, he would have struggled to lift it, let alone wield it effectively. The blade itself was a test of his abilities. Seeing Xia Chen steady himself with the blade, Xia Chen nodded in approval. This young man has indeed ascended to the 8th rank. With this thought, Xia Chen felt a surge of hope regarding Xia Chen's claimed enlightenment. As Xia Chen gripped the dark blade, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. His blood and flesh seemed to boil, with threads of vital energy coursing through him, and a radiant sun-like silhouette emerged behind him. The energy in the air began to shift. Cui Menglu and Appo's eyes sparkled, hailing from the renowned Shui family. She was attuned to the energies of the world. A surge of solar energy was drawn into Xia Chen's body, ultimately flowing into the dark blade in his grasp. Shouyang's shattering demon blade, he bellowed, standing in the garden as if facing an army of countless demons, his back turned to the onlookers, his blade poised toward the abyss. His aura reached its zenith, with blood and vitality surging within him, his spirit at its peak. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the heavens. Xia Chen observed as a radiant sun flickered in Xia Chen's palm, a brilliant blade of light that he caught with a single hand. Although it did not pierce the skin on his palm, the joy on Xia Chen and Appo's face was unmistakable, his composure wavering. You have truly enhanced the foundational sword technique. Though he posed it as a question, Xia Chen was already convinced. What he had witnessed was undeniably different from the foundational technique. Yet its essence remained unchanged, an advanced version of the foundational sword technique. Drawing upon the essence of the sun, condensing the energy of slaughter, it repels all evils. It serves not only as a means of vanquishing foes, but also as a fundamental method of refining one's physique. Cui Menglu articulated the core of the Shouyang and Appo's shattering demon blade. To her, vanquishing enemies was secondary. More crucially, this technique could commune with the heavens, drawing upon the sun and Appo's essence to refine the body. Could such a technique truly be wielded by mere martial artists? This swordplay seemed to fuse the strengths of martial artists and sorcerers alike. A remarkable discovery indeed. Though not a sorcerer himself, Xia Chen quickly grasped the technique and oppos as significance. The 8th rank body refining stage, as well as the 7th and 9th ranks, all revolve around the cultivation of the physique. While martial artists lack the ability to commune with the energies of the world, relying instead on arduous effort or rare resources, this new swordplay could actively liaise with the energies of nature to enhance the body, undoubtedly accelerating the journey from 9th to 7th rank. Xia Chen swiftly recognized the value of this technique. Keep your insights about the swordplay confidential. This technique must not be shared with others, he stated seriously, glancing at the attendants and maidservants behind him. Fortunately, these individuals were trustworthy family members. Otherwise, today could have led to dire consequences. This swordplay may be offered to the family. It is entirely at your discretion, uncle, Xia Chen declared without hesitation, fully aware that revealing the technique was a means of securing the resources he sought. Moreover, the family had invested significantly in him over the years. He had no qualms about offering it freely. Very well, Chen and oppos. Your enhancement of the swordplay is a great service to the family. I shall report your achievements to the Merit Hall and inform the clan elders. Additionally, you may visit the Skill Hall to select another technique. Furthermore, regarding your desire to seek employment outside, I will assist you in that endeavor, Xia Chen proclaimed with conviction. The family's enduring prosperity over 6 centuries stems from a well-established merit system that ensures no deserving individual is overlooked. Chapter 6. Who says a woman cannot ascend to the throne? Note, the Empress is virtuous and holds herself to high standards. She is discerning in her affections and maintains both spiritual and physical purity, devoid of any consorts, and will not entertain such in the future. Within the Marquis and Amp, oppos, residence, vibrant flowers bloom in abundance, and Xia Chen beams with a radiant smile. He is indifferent to the opinions of others. His sole desire is to venture out and forge his own destiny. Although the Marquis's estate is splendid, it ultimately does not grant him authority. He can only leverage its influence, not place his entire trust in it. Xia Chen is acutely aware that the Marquis and oppos' estate belongs to the family, not solely to him. His interests do not equate to those of the Marquis. However, at present, he can utilize the resources and prestige of the Marquis's residence to secure a favorable official position. If a shortcut is available, why should one toil through the ranks? Xia Chen has never been one to endure hardship without purpose. Accompanying Xia Chen, he proceeds to the Merit Hall to meet the clan elders, where he will receive accolades and engrave the true essence of the Shouyang demon and amp, oppos, Bane sword. To the east of the palace, an impressive yet somewhat understated mansion stands alongside the main thoroughfare. Its vermilion gates rise majestically, adorned with copper studs that gleam with the passage of time, while stone lions guard either side with an imposing presence. This is the residence of Princess Yaoguang, the second princess who is currently in her prime youth. However, long before this year, she had petitioned for the freedom to enter and exit the palace. Just after the recent spring festival, she independently requested to move out of the palace, an action that is, of course, at odds with propriety. According to protocol, even upon reaching adulthood, a princess is expected to remain within the palace until her marriage to a prince consort, at which point she may relocate to her own residence. The circumstances surrounding this second princess's conversation with the emperor remain a mystery to all, for she somehow secured his consent. Soon, however, it became known among the courtiers that she had been betrothed to the son of the East Town Marquis. In the front hall of the princess and oppos' residence, 3 women and 2 men sit quietly, yet all eyes are irresistibly drawn to the dragon-patterned imperial decree casually placed to the side. At the forefront sits a woman. Her skin is smooth as jade, brows like distant mountains, and eyes that twinkle like stars, radiating profound tranquility. Her delicate nose complements her flowing black hair, which glistens like silk under her lavish attire, enhancing her exquisite beauty. Merely by her presence, all others in the room, regardless of gender, appear overshadowed. The imperial decree lies beside her, signifying her status as the second princess, known as Princess Yaoguang. The princess, who cast Xia Chen into stark insignificance within the Eastern Marquis and Apos' estate, is indeed of noble birth. How could Xia Chen possibly be her match? A woman among the assembly, somewhat indignant, breaks the silence. What can be done about this? The second princess and Apos' gaze remains tranquil, revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. The woman in green and yellow is momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the emperor has decreed the marriage, and it is now a matter beyond resolution. Perhaps we should send someone to assassinate him. I have heard he is not favored in the Marquis and Apos' residence. And the Eastern Marquis has been away at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield for 14 years, sending only a single letter in 3 years, clearly showing little regard for his legitimate son. A man on the left speaks in a hushed tone. Such nonsense. Assassination is a despicable act, not to be taken lightly. If it were a foolproof solution, it might be acceptable. However, whether it succeeds or fails, it would lead to great turmoil. The young man at the forefront on the left shakes his head, admonishing the suggestion. His name is Hua Qiming, a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Though learned, he is not naive. If assassination could truly resolve matters, it would be one thing, but whether successful or not, it would precipitate a calamity. Xia Chen may be perceived as a weakling, overlooked by the Eastern Marquis and the Marquisate, yet he remains the Marquis and Apos' legitimate son. Moreover, this marriage is a decree from the emperor, aimed at courting the favor of the Marquisate and demonstrating imperial grace. The identity of the princess and Apos' betrothed is of little consequence as long as he hails from the Marquisate and Apos' lineage. Hence, even if Xia Chen were to perish, it is highly probable that the second princess would still be promised to another. Su Jun, upon hearing Hua Qiming and Apos' rebuke, feels a surge of anger but manages to suppress it in the presence of the princess. Yaoguang listens quietly to their discourse without interruption. Yet within her depths lies a hint of disappointment in Su Jun. Both he and Hua Qiming are her recent recruits from the Imperial Academy, and it is evident that Hua Qiming possesses greater wisdom. While assassination is not entirely off the table, employing it against the legitimate son of the Marquis is far too frivolous. If all matters in the world were resolved through killing, chaos would have already engulfed the realm. The Eastern Marquis' estate, though not the highest in rank, is replete with talent. The Marquis, Xia Chutian, is revered as a martial deity of the previous generation. 36 years ago, during the Huayang War between the Great Wu and Great Feng, the conflict raged for 3 years. Ultimately, General Xia Chutian led an army of 200,000 to triumph over the renowned General Shao Yu of Great Feng, penetrating deep into enemy territory, coming within 30 miles of the capital. Had it not been for the encroachment of the Great Qing to the west and the myriad of demons from the eastern wilderness, the battle could have resulted in the near annihilation of Great Feng or the acquisition of half its territory. This victory elevated the Eastern Marquis to fame. Thereafter, he voluntarily relinquished military power and retreated to focus on martial cultivation. Due to this action, Emperor Wen came to trust the Eastern Marquis and Apos' estate profoundly, showering it with rewards. The second princess understands well that this voluntary retreat by the Marquis averted her father's suspicions and provided the Xia family's younger generation with an opportunity to shine. Xia Chen and Xia Yuan began to emerge within the military, achieving remarkable feats and becoming leaders among the martial offspring. 21 years ago, the eldest Xia Chen, inheriting one of the 2 Marquis titles, distinguished himself in the war against the southern barbarians. Following in his father's footsteps, he chose to remain low-key, relinquishing military command to return to the capital and manage the Marquisate. Though he has not appeared publicly for years, who could underestimate his capabilities? The second son, Xia Yuan, inherited the title of Eastern Marquis. 14 years ago, he was appointed commander on the Eastern Wilderness battlefield. For the first 13 years, he maintained a steady course, neither achieving great victories nor committing errors, ensuring stability along the eastern frontier. The courtiers felt both joy and relief. Xia Yuan and Apos' Wen,'s ability to stabilize the Eastern Front was indeed commendable. Yet when compared to his father and elder brother, he no longer seemed quite so remarkable. Little did they know, just a month ago, Xia Yuan, having lain in wait for 13 years, suddenly erupted, slaying a third-tier demon and shocking the court. The emergence of 3 commanders from one family is bound to astonish the world and incite royal apprehension. However, amidst the current turmoil, the Great Wu does not stand alone. It cannot afford to suppress the Marquis, but must instead seek to ally with it. In such circumstances, how could one contemplate assassination against the legitimate son of the Marquis? Xia Chen, perceived as an ineffectual individual, poses little threat. It is merely a matter of marriage, already decreed and thus not subject to further discussion. The Eastern Marquis' estate remains loyal to the Emperor, making significant contributions to the state. If I can alleviate my father's worries, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Princess Yaoguang smiles, illuminating the hall with a newfound brightness, though her gaze remains remarkably serene. Deep within her heart lies a grand ambition, one she has never shared with another soul. Her peculiar behavior, refusing to confine herself like other princesses within the palace walls, is driven by this very ambition. Who says women cannot claim the throne? Princess Yaoguang is determined to be the first of her kind in history. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation. Deep within the illustrious residence of the Marquis of Jindong, amidst a 7-story ancient tower exuding a unique aura, the foundational sword technique had indeed been refined. 7 distinguished elders, their hair graying, stood in astonishment, some rising from their seats, others inadvertently tugging at their white beards, and a few spilling their tea, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. The foundational sword technique, as its name implies, is the cornerstone of martial arts, the very essence of combat. A person's combat prowess, future potential, and their foundational techniques are inextricably linked. Thus, the foundational sword technique of the Marquis and Apos' household is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct descendants and exceptionally gifted disciples who have undergone rigorous trials. This technique has been the bedrock of the Xia family's enduring legacy for 600 years. Every martial arts lineage possesses its own unique foundational techniques, all shrouded in secrecy to monopolize knowledge and ensure their lasting prosperity. The Xia family's foundational technique, created by their ancestor Xia Xuanjun, has been meticulously refined over generations by clan leaders and elders who believed it had reached unparalleled perfection, rivaling even the royal foundational techniques. Yet now, they were confronted with an unexpected improvement achieved by a younger member of the family, leaving them utterly astonished. As they gazed at the ground, where a fierce crack emanated palpable energy, they recalled how Xia Chen had just demonstrated it before their eyes. Though they verbally expressed skepticism, their hearts had already accepted the truth. Their reaction stemmed solely from the incredibility of the situation. Indeed, your martial talent may be lacking, yet your comprehension is astonishingly exceptional. In terms of contributions to the family, you surpass your father, Xia Yuan, proclaimed the eldest of the group, a white-haired elder, his tone direct and laughter booming, all the while feeling a profound sense of injustice from the heavens. Blessed with extraordinary insight, yet deprived of martial talent. Had fortune favored him otherwise, the Xia family would have birthed another prodigious genius. His name was Xia Yu, the elder brother of Marquis Xia Chutian and the paternal uncle of Xia Qian and Xia Yuan, making him Xia Chen's granduncle. Among the 8 brothers of Xia Chutian and Apos' generation, he was the third in line. However, due to his exceptional talent and intellect, he was elected as the head of the Xia family and inherited the title of Marquis of Jindong, while the other 7 brothers served in the military during their youth. 36 years ago, the great wars of Wu and Feng erupted into the Battle of Huaiyang, wherein Xia Chutian ascended to legendary status, ultimately returning his military authority and retiring from the army, with the other 7 brothers following suit, returning to the Marquis to assume elder roles, nurturing the next generation and enriching the family's foundation. Your creation far outweighs any military accolades, echoed another elder, Xia Chen's 5th grandfather, Xia Chen. The Marquis had enjoyed 600 years of splendor, producing exceptional talents through the ages. More than 300 years ago, their ancestor was re-awarded the title of Anwu Marquis for significant contributions, and 173 years ago, they were further honored with the title of An'an Marquis, thus establishing 3 marquisates within the Xia family. Consequently, military merit was not lacking for them. However, Xia Chen's refinement of their foundational technique was of monumental significance for the family, ensuring that future generations would be even more exceptional with accelerated cultivation speeds. As Xia Chen departed the Merit Tower, he reflected that it was his first visit to this esteemed place and his first encounter with the elders of his grandfather's generation in 17 years. Their reactions suggested they were aware of his infamous reputation as a waste in martial arts. This newfound recognition would undoubtedly enhance his standing within the Marquis, and the favorable impressions from his 7 elders were a worthwhile exchange for his efforts with the Shoyang-breaking demon blade. Xia Chen mused that regarding his name being recorded in the family's history, allowing him to share in the ancestral legacy alongside many illustrious talents, he felt little concern. His aspirations lay solely in making a name for himself while alive. Posthumous fame was not his current consideration. Navigating through the meandering courtyard and past the training grounds, Xia Chen observed the vibrant scene where children as young as 5 practiced their foundational techniques under the guidance of instructors. While 11 and 12-year-olds wielded long spears with impressive skill, their movements exuding a formidable aura. He also noted a young boy lifting a massive stone, sweat cascading down his brow, yet his eyes radiated determination and tenacity. Brother Chen, at that moment, a boy of around 13 or 14, discarded the boulder in his hands, agilely bounding over to Xia Chen. "Brother Chen, did you come to see me?" The boy, plump and cheerful, grinned widely, displaying an endearing innocence. This boy was Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's 3rd uncle, Xia Hao. Although born into a family of martial prowess, Xia Hao favored the scholarly path over martial arts, naming his son one with high hopes for academic success. However, Xia Wen demonstrated exceptional talent in martial arts from a young age, while his academic pursuits left much to be desired. Given Xia Chen's perceived lack of martial talent, Xia Han often brought him along, imparting lessons in literature and moral integrity, fostering a scholarly disposition. "I'm heading to the Merit Building to select a technique. Thought I'd stop by to see you," Xia Chen replied with a smile. In the Marquis, all children, regardless of gender, began training in martial arts at the age of 5, enduring all weather conditions with unwavering dedication. Yet, due to Xia Chen's perceived shortcomings in martial arts, his uncle Xia Chen had permitted him to abstain from daily training, allowing him to maintain his dignity. In his youth, Xia Chen had fought against this leniency, persistently attending the training grounds. But as he witnessed his peers rapidly progressing while he struggled to even grasp the basics, he gradually ceased his visits. Scanning the training grounds, he realized that many familiar youthful faces had vanished. Most had advanced to the 8th tier of the refining essence realm, preparing to enter military service, a tradition within the Marquis that prioritized cultivation level over age. "Brother Chen," another voice called out, and Xia Chen turned to see a delicate girl around 10 years old, her cheeks flushed from recent exertion, shyly approaching him. She was Xia Qian and Cui Mengru's youngest daughter, named Xia Yushi. Brother Chen, more familiar faces approached. Children from the various branches of the 7 elders, some exceptionally gifted. Hesitant at first, they eventually joined the gathering, acknowledging the presence of a direct descendant. Although Xia Chen had remained somewhat inconspicuous in the Marquis over the years, his reputation loomed large. After all, it was the first time in history that a descendant of the martial lineage had been labeled as talentless. Some greeted him warmly, while others maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement without overtures of friendship, yet none dared to insult him. Despite their youth, they exhibited remarkable maturity and emotional intelligence, aware that offending a direct descendant, even one lacking martial talent, was unwise, especially given that Xia Chen had recently become a prince consort. Moreover, in terms of familial hierarchy, Xia Chen was the elder brother of all present. The Marquis had thrived for 600 years, placing great emphasis on fraternal respect and harmony. Xia Chen greeted each child warmly with a gentle demeanor, evoking a sense of springtime warmth among them. His gaze fell upon the promising youths, his heart heavy with the knowledge that they would undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. Xia Wen, styled Xuanba, is the brother of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor taught him from a young age. Thus Xia Wen holds a deep affection and respect for him. In his youth, the Emperor was like a concealed dragon lurking in the depths, nurturing his brilliance and patiently awaiting the opportune moment, which is why he did not stand out among his peers. Within the imperial family, only Xia Wen remained unaffected by external influences, maintaining a close and profoundly fraternal relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. History of Xia, Volume 1, Third Family. Chapter 8. The Pavilion of Hidden Skills. In the martial arts arena, it was currently a break time. The various martial artists watched as people gathered to chat, not bothering to intervene. Xia Chen's gaze fell upon a seemingly aloof youth of about 12 or 13 years, named Xia Chen. Having exchanged greetings earlier, Xia Chen was familiar with him. He was a distant relative of the Xia family, destined to dominate the world in the future era of Great Unification, commanding the formidable cavalry of the Great Wu and traversing the battlefield of Eastern Wasteland. Yet now, this divine general still bore a youthful innocence. Xia Chen's attention shifted to another young man, Xia Hao, the legitimate grandson of his sixth grandfather, who was equally poised for remarkable achievements in the future. "Brother Chen, are you heading out for training?" exclaimed Xia Wen, his face alight with excitement. Xia Chen candidly shared his intention to visit the Pavilion of Hidden Skills. "I'll be breaking through to the 8th rank soon. I'll come find you then." Xia Wen, with no ill intentions and a straightforward nature, expressed his thoughts without hesitation. Xia Chen was astounded. Xia Wen was only a few months shy of 12, yet was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank. It was indeed true that the talent of the Xia family's brightest stars in the future era of Great Unification was unparalleled. Both within the Xia family and the Great Wu dynasty, the younger generation of prodigies was emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain, heralding the arrival of a golden age. Xia Chen mused in his heart, filled with excitement. The current golden generation had yet to fully mature, and the Xia family's accumulated fortune over 6 centuries was poised to be unleashed, propelling them to new heights. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. The Pavilion of Hidden Skills. The building comprised 7 stories in total. Xia Chen had only visited once before, during his study of basic sword techniques. This time, due to his significant merits, he was granted access to all floors below the 6th. Rather than hastily ascending to the 5th floor, he entered the 1st floor, approached the bookshelf on the right, and picked up a book to read. The Storm Sword Technique. Xia Chen swiftly scanned the text, though his thoughts were not focused on the sword technique itself. Recording martial arts. He calmly declared within. Recording martial arts in progress. 125. 100. A virtual panel appeared in Xia Chen and Oppo's vision. Although he had entered this world ahead of time and was no longer a player, the auxiliary system remained intact, granting him full access. For instance, it aided in understanding advanced sword techniques, as well as the current recording function. Initial players only possessed the most basic functionality to enhance their proficiency, simple and rudimentary. However, his auxiliary system had long since evolved to the spiritual awakening version. Thus, even when players from the Empress era arrived, Xia Chen could easily outperform them due to his advanced capabilities. Xia Chen meandered through the 1st floor, efficiently recording the various martial arts within the pavilion. However, the vast accumulation of knowledge within the mansion, even after filtering out the ordinary techniques unworthy of the pavilion, remained overwhelming. He focused on recording several key techniques before abandoning the 1st floor and proceeding to the 2nd. The 2nd floor primarily contained techniques suitable for the 8th rank refining essence realm, encompassing sword, saber, spear, halberd techniques, as well as body tempering and breathing methods. There are also various military formations, and Xia Chen even encountered some techniques employed by sorcerers. The Xia family was founded on martial prowess. Yet their 600 years of accumulation had allowed them to absorb techniques from sorcerer factions they had previously quelled. Xia Chen concentrated on recording the military formations. In this world, the martial artists and sorcerers were formidable, yet soldiers forming formations, honing their unique murderous aura, were capable of overcoming martial artists and sorcerers. However, upon inspection, Xia Chen realized that most of these formations were basic, consisting of small groups of 3 to 5, with only a few capable of forming a 7-person formation. Xia Chen was not overly disappointed. Such military formations were closely guarded secrets, the foundation of noble military families. The more advanced formations capable of commanding tens of thousands of troops, allowing generals to consolidate the power of the entire army and fight beyond their rank, were exceedingly rare even within the Xia family. Not everyone could learn them. Xia Chen estimated that such high-level techniques were likely stored on the 5th floor or higher. Moreover, in the entire Great Wu, there are no more than a handful of military families with formations commanding over 10,000 troops. Deep within the pavilion of hidden skills, Xia Huang and Xia Hong exchanged glances, having already noticed Xia Chen and Appo's peculiar behavior on the 2nd floor. They were Xia Chen and Appo's 4th and 6th grandfathers, respectively. Earlier, Xia Chen's impressive improvement of the basic sword techniques had left a lasting impression on them. What is he doing just wandering about? Xia Hong pondered aloud, his 70 years of experience unable to decipher Xia Chen's actions. Who should I ask? Xia Huang retorted, equally perplexed. This young man possesses exceptional comprehension, yet he is still too young. His resolve seems unsteady at this moment. His martial talent is somewhat lacking. He requires proper guidance. Should he develop a restless heart, it may limit his future achievements. Xia Hong observed thoughtfully, shaking his head as he critiqued Xia Chen's actions. In martial arts, one must determine their goal without hesitation, charging forth like a tempest. Yet Xia Chen appears indecisive, hastily picking up and discarding techniques without thorough examination. This mindset is detrimental to achieving greatness. What a pity! It's no wonder Xia Yuan neglects this child, pouring all his thoughts into his younger son, Xia Hao. Xia Hong sighed, withdrawing his gaze and choosing not to dwell further. Oblivious to the scrutiny and commentary on his every move, Xia Chen remained undeterred. Though outwardly calm, his heart brimmed with delight. Observing the system panel progress, each completed 100 brought a smile to his lips. This time, he intended to clear the entire vast repository of the pavilion of hidden skills. After a while, having spent an hour, he swiftly recorded several unique techniques on the 2nd floor before ascending to the 3rd. The 3rd floor featured fewer techniques than the first 2, yet their quality was markedly superior. Xia Chen even spotted some practices from Taoism and Buddhism, particularly placed in a designated area. To his surprise, the mansion housed such techniques. In the spiritual awakening version, both Buddhism and Taoism flourished, and their practices were far from ordinary. Some texts that appeared mundane now held the potential to unleash profound truths in the forthcoming era. Individuals had gleaned insights from the Arhat Sutra to develop the Arhat breathing technique, while others envisioned celestial palaces from the Peace Sutra, propelling themselves into the extraordinary. Xia Chen regarded the writings of these two schools with utmost seriousness and prioritized their recording. Chapter 9. The Red Sun Body Refining Technique. In the 3rd and 4th levels, Xia Chen did not overlook a single one, meticulously recording them all. He then ventured into the 5th level. The 5th level was vast, yet it housed only 100 volumes of techniques. Xia Chen continued his methodical approach, sensing that the time required to absorb the techniques varied across levels. For instance, the 1st level typically took 2 to 3 seconds, while the 5th level demanded at least 1 to 2 minutes. Xia Chen patiently awaited his turn, discovering techniques for commanding a 1,000-man formation that could summon the strength of the entire army to bolster oneself. There were 10 volumes in total, specially placed in one region. Another area contained Buddhist and Taoist spells, while yet another corner displayed Confucian calligraphy and artwork, each piece imbued with a unique Taoist essence, suffused with vast true qi, greatly benefiting scholars following the Confucian path. Engraving. Xia Chen approached these artworks and began the engraving process. Observing the progress bar on his interface, Xia Chen smiled. After completing the engraving of all techniques on the 5th floor, he picked up a volume titled Red Sun Body Refining Technique and pretended to study it earnestly. Yet internally, he proclaimed, Initiate deduction and infusion, system deducing, 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the interface. Infusing the true essence of Red Sun body, refining technique. Progress 5, progress 35, progress 78. The entire transmission process lasted 3 minutes. Xia Chen felt his skin grow feverishly warm, as if his flesh and bones were being tempered by molten lava, each piece of flesh being hammered by a divine craftsman, expelling impurities. In Xia Chen's eyes, a great sun rose, merging the insights of the first sun demon-slaying blade with the profundities of the Red Sun body refining technique. Every drop of blood thickened, containing the essence of supreme yang. The atmosphere of the 5th floor became sweltering, reminiscent of midsummer. Xia Chen resembled freshly forged steel, just emerged from a high-temperature furnace. Elders Xia Hong and Xia Huang instantly appeared in the 5th level space, their expressions grave as they observed Xia Chen's transformation. Has he comprehended the Red Sun body refining technique? To grasp its essence so swiftly? They exclaimed in unison, disbelief flashing in their eyes. They were aware of the technique and Appo's significance, knowing it greatly benefited martial practitioners, even those at the 4th rank, thus justifying its placement in the 5th level of the technique repository. Initially, they had paid little attention to Xia Chen and Appo's casual exploration of the techniques, but now they were baffled by his sudden mastery of the Red Sun body refining technique. Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, the great sun within retreating, the surging qi and blood gradually subsiding, and his skin returning to its normal hue. Grandfather Si, Grandfather Liu, what brings you here? Xia Chen feigned curiosity, fully aware that such an important location as the technique repository would undoubtedly have guardians. How did you comprehend the Red Sun body refining technique so quickly? Xia Hong, ever impatient, was the first to inquire. I'm not entirely sure. I was just looking, and suddenly felt a sense of understanding. Xia Chen scratched his head, adopting an endearingly naive expression, reminiscent of an advanced version of Xiaowen. Xia Hong was momentarily speechless, confronted with a barrage of questions. Not sure? Just a sudden feeling? Is it truly that simple? Xia Huang stepped forward, clasping Xia Chen and Appo's hand. A surge of true qi entering Xia Chen and Appo's body as he began to investigate. He harbored suspicions about his grandson. However, as he traversed Xia Chen and Appo's meridians, he found no issues, only a sense of robust vitality and profound foundational strength. While his innate talent for martial arts seemed ordinary, his potential was undeniably deep. Xia Huang, puzzled, pondered, with so many techniques available, why did you choose this one? And what were you doing earlier? I heard that ancient sages extensively studied various texts, integrating myriad truths to create remarkable techniques. So I, lacking in self-awareness, wished to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen rubbed his hands together, slightly embarrassed. As for why he chose this one, he felt it resonated with the insights he had previously gained from the first sun demon-slaying blade, prompting his selection. Xia Huang chuckled, then burst into hearty laughter. You wish to emulate the sages? How amusing. It has been years since I've heard something so entertaining. But he quickly realized that such an unrestrained laugh might discourage the young lad. So he tempered his tone with advice. You are still quite young, with limited experience. Moreover, your realm is too low. Delving into numerous texts is premature. What you need now is focused dedication. Follow a single path. Even with outstanding talent, you should only choose a supplementary route. Do not study too broadly, lest it harm your realm and mindset. Xia Chen nodded vigorously. While your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is exceptional. Perhaps you might achieve great feats in the future, Xia Hong encouraged. Indeed, Xia Chen conversed further with Xia Hong and Xia Huang as the two elders patiently imparted various cultivation insights before he took his leave. Watching Xia Chen and Appo's departing figure from the technique repository, Xia Hong sighed. What a pity for this child. His comprehension is nothing short of monstrous. Yet he is burdened by a frail body. How unfair is fate. Why do we not encourage him to pursue the Confucian path? Wasn't it said that he followed third Uncle Xia Han closely in his youth? Why was he not allowed to continue down that road? With such remarkable comprehension, Nurturing his righteous qi through Confucianism could have led our Xia family to produce a great scholar. Xia Huang echoed his sentiments, lamenting the squandered potential. Their family had endured 6 centuries, predominantly comprising rough martial practitioners who were often looked down upon and suppressed by scholars in the court. If Xia Chen were to become a great scholar, perhaps the Xia family might finally cultivate a literary lineage, achieving a balance of yin and yang. Xia Hong fell silent. Eventually speaking softly, I heard, "Years ago, second uncle returned from the Eastern Wilderness battlefield with a letter to third uncle, stating that his child should practice martial arts. Even if he is a waste, he should wield a sword on the battlefield rather than a pen." The technique repository fell into a prolonged silence. After a long while, a voice finally broke the stillness. Alas, second Uncle Xia Yuan was a remarkable man, an exceptional general, possessing extraordinary intelligence and talent. He never brought shame to our family, yet he lacked in fatherhood. Xia Huang shook his head, recalling Xia Yuan's attitude towards Xia Chen, sighing deeply. In his youth, the heavenly emperor was seldom close to his parents, receiving little care, growing up alone within the clan. The elders of the clan did not regard the heavenly emperor and Appo's martial talent favorably, yet he was steadfast, resilient, diligent in study, and well-versed in various texts, with extraordinary comprehension. One day, while in the repository of scriptures, he suddenly comprehended a technique, shocking the clan elders. History of Xia, Volume 1, Records of the Great Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 10, Official Appointment. Having returned to his abode, Xia Chen found the night had already enshrouded the land. The radiant moon, suspended high above, cast ethereal beams of light upon his fingertips, as if celestial sprites were dancing there. This day, stretching from morn till eve, had been more eventful than the past 2 months combined. "Young master," Xia Chen exclaimed with delight, rushing out upon hearing his arrival. "Rumor has it that His Majesty intends to bestow the second imperial princess upon you in matrimony. The news has spread throughout the estate, and each courtyard has sent tokens of felicitation. Very well, see to their safekeeping." Xia Chen nodded, uninterested in dwelling on the matter. For the subsequent 2 days, Xia Chen prudently remained within his courtyard, diligently honing his skills. As the proficiency levels on the system panel incrementally increased, Xia Chen sensed a rapid augmentation in his abilities. The pure yang qi within his body grew more concentrated, rendering his combat prowess incomparable to what it once was. He wielded the first sun demon-breaking blade to channel the extreme yang energy between heaven and earth, methodically fortifying his flesh and blood. Simultaneously, he practiced the Scarlet Sun body-tempering art to cultivate his internal qi and strengthen his bones. Although these 2 methods bore some resemblance, they proved to be complementary, catalyzing a qualitative transformation in Xia Chen and Appo's physique. This tranquility was shattered on the 3rd day. A retainer who had long attended the patriarch, Xia Chen, rapped upon the gate of Xia Chen and Appo's humble courtyard. "Third young master, the master requests your presence." Among the direct descendants of his generation, Xia Chen ranked 3rd, thus earning him the appellation of third young master within the estate. "Uncle Dong, why have you come in person? You could have simply dispatched a servant to summon me." Xia Chen, who was bare-chested and in the midst of his training, hastily ushered the middle-aged man inside. Xia Dong, a capable aide to Xia Qian and also a member of the Xia family through a branch that had diverged 156 years prior, possessed a relatively close blood relation. Having served Xia Qian since childhood, he was akin to a study companion, accompanying him in martial arts training, military strategy studies, and even later, in his ventures to the military camp. 21 years ago, he had rendered meritorious service alongside Xia Qian on the southern frontier, earning the imperial court and Appo's commendation as a general. However, upon Xia Qian's withdrawal from the military, he too relinquished his official position, attending Xia Qian as a simple retainer. Concerning the young master's affairs, "It is best that I come in person," Xia Dong said with a smile, standing in the courtyard and observing Xia Chen's skin, which resembled refined iron, gradually receding from its crimson hue. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. "We are all family. There is no need for such formality. Uncle Dong, please take a seat. I shall freshen up and be with you shortly, Xia Chen said with a smile, drawing Xia Dong to a seat in the courtyard. Although Xia Dong styled himself as a servant, no one truly regarded him as such. Xia Dong smiled amiably, his impression of the somewhat inconspicuous third young master improving. Compared to his visits to the courtyards of other young masters, this third young master showed him far more respect. Xia Chen swiftly washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes. Though inwardly elated, his gait remained steady, conveying an air of unwavering composure. He had already surmised the reason for Xia Chen and Appo's summons. The matter of the official appointment had undoubtedly come to fruition. The Marquis and Appo's estate was vast, and unable to traverse it at full speed, Xia Chen could only stroll leisurely. Over 20 minutes later, he finally arrived at Xia Chen and Appo's residence. Uncle, no need for such ceremony. The understated reception hall contained several chairs. Xia Chen took a seat, and a maidservant immediately poured him tea before promptly withdrawing. Chinner, the matter of your desire to venture out for experience has been resolved. There are currently 3 positions available, all of which are quite promising, Xia Chen said unhurriedly. Taking a sip of tea, Xia Chen beamed. With the Marquis and Appo's house as his backing, matters were indeed proceeding smoothly. In his previous life, it had taken him over half a year in the game to attain an official rank, and even then, it was only the lowest 9th grade position. Now, he had 3 official positions to choose from. Although he was yet unaware of their grades, he was certain that the Marquis and Appo's house would not offer anything of low rank. The first is in the Imperial Guards and Appo's Feathered Forest Army, the second is in the Azure Province Garrison, and the third is in the Southern Frontier Army. All are 7th grade positions. Xia Chen and Appo's eyes gleamed. As a family of hereditary nobles, the Xia family and Appo's descendants were entitled to enter the imperial court as officials through hereditary privilege, and at a considerable rank. This was precisely why Xia Chen had sought Xia Chen and Appo's assistance. There is no need to start from the bottom as a mere soldier to prove his ability when he could be directly parachuted into a higher position. Was it not possible to demonstrate his capabilities after starting from a more elevated vantage point? The Imperial Guards and Appo's Feathered Forest Army, I presume. Xia Chen inhaled deeply and made his decision expeditiously. The Imperial Guards were the Emperor and Appo's personal troops, tasked with safeguarding the palace and the capital. Their duties included patrolling the capital day and night, maintaining public order, managing access control, and possessing the authority to investigate and enforce the law against illegal and criminal activities within the capital. What Xia Chen coveted was precisely the last aspect, the right to enforce the law. Although the capital teemed with influential figures, and one might inadvertently offend a member of the imperial family, he believed that he could leverage this responsibility to wield considerable power. More crucially, the Imperial Guards played a pivotal role in the coup of the seizing the gate 5 years hence. Perhaps I can begin laying my groundwork within them in advance. A glimmer of light flashed in Xia Chen and Appo's eyes. He had immediately dismissed the garrison troops. And while the Southern Frontier Army could hone his skills and rapidly accumulate military merits, it was of no use to Xia Chen at present. He had the system to aid his cultivation speed, eliminating any need for concern. Although military merits were advantageous for quick promotion, Xia Chen felt that remaining in the capital center of power might offer more opportunities. Are you certain? Xia Chen asked earnestly. Uncle, I am certain. It shall be the Imperial Guards and Appo's Feathered Forest Army, Xia Chen affirmed without hesitation. Very well, await my tidings, Xia Chen said with a smile, waving his hand. Xia Chen also smiled as he turned to take his leave, his spirits soaring. After 2 months, am I finally about to leave the novice village? The capital. Here I come. In his previous life, while his initial identity in the game was merely that of a commoner, he had soon experienced the capital and Appo's opulence. This time, although his initial identity was supremely noble, the Marquis and Appo's house imposed numerous restrictions, preventing him from freely leaving the estate until he reached the 8th grade realm. Speaking of which, Why do I still retain memories of the various schools of thought, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, poetry, and odes from my previous world? Xia Chen suddenly realized a crucial point. In his previous life, although the players had descended into this world, they could only recall their loved ones and daily lives from their other world. All cultural aspects, ideologies, classical works, and Buddhist and Taoist scriptures were blocked, making them impossible to recall upon entering this world, as if this world forbade their existence. It was not until the Convergence of Realms version was launched that this restriction was lifted. Xia Chen had speculated that it might involve supreme principles and doctrines, with certain scriptures and ideologies not permitted to descend prematurely. Have I become the one who was overlooked? Xia Chen inhaled deeply, gazing once more at his hand and the illusory image of the 9 dragons jade seal that only he could perceive. What exactly is your origin? Not only did you bring me into this world ahead of time, but you also retained my auxiliary system and lifted the blockade on me. Xia Chen murmured to himself. As he questioned, the jade seal emitted a hazy, precious light, as if it were about to awaken or respond. Chapter 11. The Celestial Realm. As Xia Chen beheld this extraordinary transformation, his pupils contracted. For the past 2 months, he had endeavored to awaken the jade seal, yet it had remained utterly unresponsive. To his astonishment, today, ethereal strands of light began to diffuse from it. Hastening his pace, Xia Chen traversed the vast estate, entered his chamber, and firmly closed the door behind him. He felt a searing heat emanating from his palm, as if something were striving to emerge from his very flesh. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a profound connection with the jade seal, as if they were intertwined, sharing a common origin. Waves of chaotic energy wafted from the seal, and in a moment of reverie, Xia Chen appeared to witness the intertwining of Tao and principle, as divine chains of order surged forth. Mysterious runes materialized upon the surface of the jade seal, and he beheld countless beings prostrating themselves, engulfed in celestial flames. At the heart of an expansive realm, a towering altar constructed from 5-colored chaotic stones stood in solemnity. It was a mysterious and ancient rite of worship. Xia Chen heard a sacrificial chant that seemed destined to resonate across the heavens. Were they calling for me? He felt dizzy, the sound ringing in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, the once illusory jade seal began to solidify into reality, as if it were about to descend from an unknown realm into this world. Unable to resist, Xia Chen approached the seal, which hovered in his chamber, exuding threads of violet aura. In an instant, he vanished from his room, drawn into the jade seal. Outside his chamber, the tranquil and formidable East Town Marquis remained oblivious. Despite its reputation for formidable individuals, Xia Chen quickly steadied his mind, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself in a strange world. This realm lay frozen, steeped in an eerie silence, save for the faint vitality surrounding him, a remnant of normalcy. He discovered himself standing upon a grand 5-colored altar, adorned with various offerings. Among them lay an ancient beast, larger than mountains, its fresh blood still dripping, as if it had been slain not long ago. There was also a piece of chaotic jade, radiating chaotic energy, alongside a divine golden phoenix. Was that a phoenix egg? As he scrutinized these objects, he realized it was his first encounter with them, yet information about them surged into his mind unbidden. In the distance, he glimpsed another egg suspended in the void, pulsating with vitality as if undergoing a rebirth. His heart trembled. Not far from the pure-blood phoenix egg, another egg shimmered, seemingly resonating with the phoenix egg. A dragon egg. Xia Chen struggled to contain his excitement. Both phoenixes and true dragons had long been extinct. The appearance of a pure-blood phoenix and a pure-blood true dragon, the most exalted of divine beasts, would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed. In the era of spiritual resurgence, some had risen swiftly upon acquiring mere drops of phoenix essence or dragon blood. Yet here, a phoenix egg and a dragon egg appeared to be alive. This was astonishing, offering ancient beasts and rare treasures as tributes. To whom were they being sacrificed? To the heavens? No, that cannot be. A storm raged within Xia Chen, who was worthy of such offerings. Instinctively, he felt it was a tribute to the heavens, But upon surveying his surroundings, he quickly dismissed the notion. He stood above the heavens, perched upon the ninth tier. Before him lay a vast palace complex constructed from stars, spanning millions of miles, seemingly suppressing the cosmos. At that moment, Xia Chen felt as if he had transformed into a deity of this realm, perceiving the world within his purview and gaining insight into its mysteries. He desired to approach the offerings, yet an unseen barrier impeded his advance. After numerous attempts, he ultimately conceded. It appeared all access remained barred to him. Was it a lack of recognition, or perhaps insufficient conditions to unlock this realm? Xia Chen speculated quietly, but soon let go of his concerns. Continuing to explore this enigmatic world, was this the celestial realm, once thriving and dominating the heavens, now fallen into a frozen dormancy? He observed the celestial soldiers encased in ice and read the names inscribed upon the palatial edifices: Lingxiao Palace, Ministry of War, Medicine Hall, Hamlin Academy. Various academies of philosophical schools, the demon-slaying platform, the deification platform, the archive of merits, the transcendence pool. An array of departments brimming with individuals radiating terrifying auras, all encased in ice. Their lives appeared dimmed, yet within them resided crystalline stones exuding a unique Tao rhythm, brimming with the essence of great principles. As Xia Chen peered into the distance, a resounding roar reverberated in his ears. His pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a golden divine dragon bursting forth from the Lingxiao Palace, spanning an unknown expanse. The dragon was elusive, its form shrouded in mystery, yet appeared gravely weakened, its golden sheen dimmed, as if on the brink of vanishing from existence. The Dragon of Fortune. The origins of this dragon suddenly dawned upon Xia Chen. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, and upon noticing Xia Chen's presence, a look of profound joy illuminated its gaze. In the blink of an eye, it materialized above Xia Chen and Appo's head, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, it plunged into his forehead, merging with him. Xia Chen felt as though his very being were on the verge of explosion. A torrent of energy surged within him, causing his meridians to shatter instantaneously. Yet, this energy was imbued with immense vitality, and what had once been a fading corporeal form began a rapid rebirth. Destruction and vitality intertwined, merging in a cycle of opposition and unity. Xia Chen's body transformed into a vessel, achieving an extraordinary equilibrium. Simultaneously, his eyes were subjected to intense stimulation, and the previously faint dual pupils began to manifest fully. His black-gold eyes underwent a metamorphosis. Within the radiant orbs, two distinct pupils emerged, one yin, one yang, evoking the union of the sun and moon, suffused with purple-gold energy as the Dragon of Fortune flickered past, seemingly merging with his gaze. The dual pupils, an ancient phenomenon, were said to be the exclusive hallmark of revered emperors and sages. It was rumored that those possessing dual pupils were destined for supremacy. As long as they did not perish prematurely, they would ascend to dominion over the heavens. Now, the dual pupils within Xia Chen began to awaken. The duration of this transformation remained unknown, but when Xia Chen finally regained consciousness, he discovered his physique had been forged as if from adamantine, his very essence altered. The golden divine dragon had coalesced the remnants of this shattered, celestial realm's fortune, yet now it resided within him. Xia Chen's countenance turned grave. The dynasty of fortune could harness the essence of the world, bestowing titles upon divine officials, who could then cultivate through the dynasty's power. This was the fundamental reason behind the later conflict of the celestial dynasties. The world was rife with strife, all vying for the force of fortune. Only the sovereign of a dynasty could bear the golden dragon of national fortune, yet now it seemed as though he had absorbed that very golden dragon. Chapter 12. The Supremacy of the Imperial Path. Xia Chen meticulously examined his body, yet the golden dragon of fortune had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. During this exploration, he felt his vitality, spirit, and energy reach an unprecedented pinnacle. His condition was remarkably exceptional. It seemed as though his foundational bones had been reformed, and his strength had astonishingly surged to the 7th rank of the refining spirit realm. Xia Chen murmured to himself. Although he possessed an auxiliary system that allowed him to enhance his prowess merely by improving his proficiency, the remolding of his foundation, no longer being a waste body, was evidently of great significance. As for the elevation of his own strength, Xia Chen felt only a modicum of surprise. A colossal surge of energy had been injected into his body, and at that moment, he sensed his physical form teetering on the brink of annihilation. Yet unexpectedly, within that energy lay a rich essence of vitality, enabling his body to undergo a rebirth. Calming himself at the center of the altar, Xia Chen began to advance forward. The Lingxiao Palace lay ahead. He was uncertain how long he had been walking. In this place, time seemed to have come to a halt. A day, a month, a year, perhaps even 10 or 100 years. The distance that appeared so near felt as though it spanned an infinite expanse. Ultimately, he entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Before him stood imposing deities, their forms larger than mountains, their gazes capable of piercing the depths of the netherworld. Their presence alone could shatter the very landscape. Yet, at this moment, they were all still, bowing their heads in reverence, as if having exhausted all their life force. Within their rib cages, a mysterious crystal emanated a potent aura. Xia Chen was astounded by the sight before him. The jade seal of the 9 dragons in his palm seemed to bear a significance beyond his imagination, as if a dilapidated ancient heavenly court had been encapsulated within it. Unable to restrain himself, Xia Chen gazed toward the multitude of deities bowing, where a towering figure stood. Surrounded by celestial stars, 9 true dragons floated like ornaments upon his arms, exuding an overwhelming imperial presence. The aura of the supreme emperor spread forth. The imperial path stands supreme, and all paths yield in submission. The moment Xia Chen's gaze fell upon this figure, he was jolted by an immense shock. The boundless chaos that obscured the emperor and Appo's visage slowly dissipated. At the first glance, he was captivated by the man's eyes. He possessed innate dual pupils. At that instant, Xia Chen's own dual pupils seemed to resonate, awakening to connect with those of the emperor, as if they were calling to one another. Sensing a kinship, a beam of purple-golden light shot forth from the emperor's dual pupils. Yet again, instinctively, Xia Chen wanted to retreat, recalling the earlier golden dragon of fortune that had abruptly entered his body. However, he found himself incapable of movement. The entire realm seemed to awaken. A cacophony of myriad paths resounded as purple-golden light surged directly into his mind. A torrent of information erupted in his consciousness. Xia Chen grunted, his vision darkened, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he observed the distant horizon glowing faintly, as the blackness enveloping the capital city gradually receded, and light returned to the world. He glanced at the clock produced by the Taoist master's residence. Had only a night passed? Checking his body, he discovered that apart from a slight fatigue in his spirit, his physical vitality had reached its zenith. His realm had ascended to the 7th rank of the refining spirit realm. What he experienced was not a dream. Opening his palm, he noticed the jade seal and Appo's totem slowly materializing before his eyes, radiating a soft, luminous glow as if celebrating its liberation from dust. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a special connection to this jade seal. As he meticulously recalled everything that transpired in the shattered heavenly court the previous night, a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind, as if pricked by needles. The Taichu Imperial Path's heavenly scriptures? A new scripture had manifested in his consciousness. Xia Chen yearned to peruse this text, yet it appeared shrouded in chaotic fog, as if it had not yet come into existence. This was an Imperial Path scripture imparted to him by the master of the heavenly court. Yet why could he not access it? Was it because the stage of spiritual energy revival had not yet arrived? Or was it due to his lack of an established fortune dynasty, preventing him from perceiving its essence? Xia Chen formed various conjectures, but ultimately abandoned them, believing that when the time was right, the profound meanings would reveal themselves naturally. He sat cross-legged on his bed, endeavoring to restore his vitality. Though his strength had significantly increased, it seemed that the acceptance of the inheritance had exhausted a vast amount of his spirit and energy, leading to his fainting. Xia Chen believed that perhaps it was his own weakness. Both his physical form and spirit lacked the capacity to bear such power, let alone cultivate further. Xia Chen continued his training until the afternoon, finally opening his eyes, his complexion radiant, with vitality and blood energy restored to their peak. He stepped into the courtyard to practice his punches, the wind from his strikes howling, reverberating through the air. The distinction between the 7th and 8th ranks of strength was indeed profound. At this stage, the 7th rank was already commendable, even within the military. One could serve as a captain, commanding 1,000 men. In the martial world, such strength would undoubtedly mark one as a master. Young master, your official documents have arrived, along with your armor. The Imperial Guard has also sent a message, announced Xia Chen, entering the courtyard with documents and armor in hand. Xia Chen halted his practice and took the documents, beginning to read. This was an appointment letter issued directly by the Ministry of War. Thus, Xia Chen formally stepped into the officialdom. His starting point was the 7th rank lieutenant, and the status of a noble heir proved to be advantageous. Xia Chen smiled, recalling how he had toiled endlessly in his past life to ascend to the 7th rank, expending immeasurable time and energy. Yet now, it had been effortlessly achieved. The illustrious legacy of the Marquis family spanning 6 centuries, countless military achievements, and the sacrifices of fallen ancestors had culminated in this moment. Young master, when will you assume your position? Tomorrow, Xia Chen replied calmly. He had awaited this moment for 2 months. So soon? Young master, I wish to accompany you. Xia Chen and Appo's eyes sparkled. Having grown up within the Marquis and Appo's estate, he longed to see the world outside. He had a commendable talent, having broken through to the 8th rank of the refining essence realm just a month prior. Very well. Prepare your things and accompany me tomorrow. Xia Chen nodded. It was customary for scions of military families to bring their retainers, a regulation in the contemporary Dawu dynasty. This practice ensured that descendants of military achievements could swiftly manage military affairs and prevent troublemakers from causing discord. Additionally, it was for safety, as many scions of military families were often not merely gilding their names, but were expected to face the battlefield and engage in genuine combat. This was also why the civil officials of the Dawu dynasty had no objections. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xia Chen arose early. Today marked his day of appointment. Chapter 13. The Imperial Guard. Xia Chen donned his military uniform and stepped out of the courtyard. Xia Chen was already waiting at the door, accompanied by 3 robust men exuding vigor. A single glance was enough for Xia Chen to discern that these 3 were not ordinary individuals. An aura of fierce energy surrounded them, emanating a palpable sense of bravado. Young master, the 4 spoke in unison. Xia Chen was not surprised to see these men. They were the guards of the Marquis and Appo's as residents. Every heir of the Marquis was assigned several guards, who served not only as protectors, but also as a foundation to assist the heirs in quickly mastering military affairs. Let us proceed. Xia Chen nodded, refraining from unnecessary words as the 5 of them quietly traversed the Marquis and Appo's estate and exited through a side gate. The Marquis's residence stood majestically in the heart of the capital, in close proximity to the Imperial Palace. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves on the Central Avenue, a thoroughfare established 800 years ago during the founding of the nation. Though referred to as a street, it resembled a vast plaza capable of accommodating 12 carriages simultaneously, showcasing its impressive width. Despite the early hour, the street was alive with activity, vendors lining the sides as they engaged in their trades. The thoroughfare bustled with pedestrians and carriages, and as dawn broke, the grand capital began to operate like a well-oiled machine. Xia Chen and Xia Chen stopped for a casual breakfast by the roadside before heading directly to the Imperial Guard in Appo's office. The Imperial Guard was responsible for the capital and Appo's safety, often serving as royal escorts during the royal family and Appo's excursions. Thus, they had established a fixed office within the inner city rather than stationed outside. Halt! Who goes there? As Xia Chen approached a stately office near the palace, he was intercepted. Fully armored soldiers advanced with a courteous demeanor. I am Xia Chen, here to assume my post today. Xia Chen stated plainly, avoiding unnecessary embellishments or attempts at deception. He was there to fulfill a duty. Lieutenant Xia. The soldiers immediately stood at attention, saluting with respect. Word had already spread that a new lieutenant had been dispatched to the Imperial Guard, and this lieutenant and Appo's lineage was remarkable. He was the legitimate son of the Eastern Marquis. Xia Chen nodded, his expression serious, exuding an air that discouraged familiarity. Lieutenant, allow me to escort you inside. A junior officer stepped forward, bowing respectfully with a beaming smile, personally guiding Xia Chen into the office. As Xia Chen's figure disappeared through the entrance, the remaining soldiers exhaled deeply, whispering amongst themselves. Goodness, when did our superior ever wear such a smile? His face is practically creased with joy. The Imperial Guard selection process was notoriously rigorous. Most members were hereditary, or the offspring of distinguished warriors, with only a select few exceptionally fierce individuals allowed in. Moreover, as the Emperor's personal guard, they held a certain confidence. Typically, even when a lieutenant was appointed, they would be courteous but never so obsequious. But this time is indeed different, one soldier remarked. Just look at who it is. Although he may be known as a mere figurehead, his status speaks volumes. This new addition to our ranks could be either a blessing or a curse. Another laughed. The Imperial Guard is filled with hidden talents, and although he is merely a Marquis scion, we can only observe the unfolding drama. Lieutenant, this is the barracks. Li Shi led Xia Chen into the rear courtyard, which, despite its designation as the back, was expansive, resembling a true military encampment. In the courtyard, troops were currently engaged in drills. Where is my contingent? Xia Chen inquired calmly, aware that he needed guidance in this unfamiliar environment. The junior officer beside him displayed remarkable perceptiveness. Lieutenant, they're over there, but at the moment. Li Shi azitata, revealing un sartaini. Xia Chen frowned, but Li Shi remained reticent. Lieutenant, you and Appo's, find out soon enough. Without pressing further, Xia Chen lifted his leg and ventured deeper into the barracks. As he approached the rear, right side of the camp, he overheard boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, I and Appo's, V1 again. I and Appo's. Treat the brothers to drinks at the Shun Lu this afternoon. Standing outside a tent, Xia Chen heard the unmistakable sounds of card games and uproarious laughter, indicating that a group was engaged in gambling, a strictly forbidden activity within the military, especially involving money. Yet, his expression remained inscrutable, causing Li Shi, who observed silently, to feel a twinge of apprehension. The newly arrived lieutenant was proving difficult to read. Li Shi was well aware of the situation and had initially intended to enjoy the spectacle, but witnessing the lieutenant's calm demeanor sparked curiosity rather than outrage. Perhaps this lieutenant was not as hot-blooded as he seemed. He merely came from a privileged background. Ein Appo's. Go call them. Xia Chen, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, incensed that while other squads were training, this group brazenly played cards. Allow me, Xia Chen interjected, his gaze piercing through the thick tent fabric to observe the scene within. Upon awakening that morning, he had noticed a peculiar change in his vision, allowing him to perceive certain details with clarity. This ability to see through objects came effortlessly to him. He boldly lifted the tent flap, a gust of cold air startling the two soldiers stationed at the entrance, who shivered in outrage. Upon noticing a stranger entering, they shouted, "Who are you to intrude upon the military camp?" Having just awakened from drowsiness, their minds were still foggy, and since they had encountered figures from the Imperial Guard before, they dared to raise their voices. The soldiers and Appo's shouts quickly drew the attention of others within the tent, prompting those gathered around the card game to rise. Xia Chen, he declared, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued. Who is in charge here? An immediate silence enveloped the camp. Some recognized him instantly, their expressions tensing as they hastily concealed their cards within their armor. Others, however, remained nonchalant, sporting smiles devoid of reverence. Oh, it and Appo's. Young Master Xia. How eager he is, arriving on the very day of his appointment. A sarcastic voice emerged from within the tent, unperturbed by Xia Chen and Appo's presence. Chapter 14. The first day in office. Within the military tent, a robust young man arose. brandishing a token and a smile playing on his lips, regarding Xia Chen with unveiled defiance. This was Zhao Yu, a battalion commander in the Imperial Guards and the third son of Marquis Jinwu, a direct subordinate of Xia Chen. Xia Chen had familiarized himself with the backgrounds of his officers. The Marquis and Appo's residents had furnished him with their dossiers the day prior, with particular emphasis on Zhao Yu. Xia Chen understood the source of Zhao Yu and Appo's animosity. Xia Chen had usurped his position. Had Xia Chen not been parachuted in as Commandant, Zhao Yu, by virtue of his lineage as the son of Marquis Jinwu, would have undoubtedly secured the role. Zhao Yu had already boasted to his subordinates that he would treat them all once the military appointment was official. Yet, a mere 3 days later, the situation had drastically altered with Xia Chen and Appo's unceremonious arrival. This naturally incensed Zhao Yu, who had been instigating trouble since the previous day, leading his men to forego drills under the guise of entertainment within the camp. The intent was to deliver a baptism of fire to Xia Chen. He had anticipated a longer wait, but Xia Chen had arrived on his very second day. Zhao Yu glared at Xia Chen, his eyes blazing with resentment. The military attire that should have been his was now donned by this infamous good-for-nothing. "Are you cognizant of the penalty for gambling within the military?" Xia Chen inquired, dismissing Zhao Yu and Appo's gaze. He may have been an outsider, but Zhao Yu was hardly superior. Had Zhao Yu not also been directly appointed as battalion commander upon entering the Imperial Guards? Everyone despises privilege, yet envies its possession. His privilege was earned by his ancestors through generations of sacrifice and bloodshed. Had the Xia family not given countless lives for the nation over the past 6 centuries? This was merely a case of the Zhao family being outmatched by the Xia family, leading to his appointment. There are no current assignments, so we were merely indulging in some leisure activities. Does young Master Xia object? Zhao Yu retorted, still defiant. Address me by my rank during duty hours. Xia Chen and Appo's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yu. Furthermore, I am addressing you. Xia Chen and Appo's tone was measured. Yet Zhao Yu felt an inexplicable surge of pressure, a sensation he had only experienced in the presence of his father or influential court figures. This flushed his face with embarrassment, as he felt humiliated by being intimidated by a mere utterance from this reputed wastrel of the Xia family. What? Is Commandant Xia intending to assert his authority by making an example of me on his first day? Zhao Yu and Appo's eyes flashed with ferocity. His family had cautioned him to behave for the time being and avoid causing trouble, but he remained defiant. They were all scions of noble houses, and while Xia Chen was the eldest son, he had 2 elder brothers. Moreover, he was well aware that Xia Chen was held in low regard within the East Town Marquis and Appo's residence. The Duke of Andong's indifference towards his eldest son was common knowledge in the capital. Furthermore, Xia Chen was a notorious invalid, an embarrassment to the martial nobility. Therefore, he did not believe his standing was inferior to Xia Chen and Appo's, and he was determined to contend with Xia Chen, disregarding his family and Appo's advice. He would publicly humiliate him and undermine his authority. Once he had created this precedent and set an example for others, how could Xia Chen possibly establish himself within the Imperial Guards? Zhao Yu and Appo's plan was simple: to utterly crush Xia Chen and Appo's reputation on his first day in office. Outside the military tent, numerous soldiers were eavesdropping, their ears pressed against the canvas. From the moment Xia Chen entered the camp, they had anticipated a spectacle. The crowd of onlookers grew, with virtually everyone not engaged in drills flocking to the scene. In the heart of the camp, 2 middle-aged men were sipping tea. Should we intervene? Let us feign ignorance and continue our tea. There is no need for us to meddle in a conflict between 2 scions of noble houses. But Xia Chen is, after all, the eldest son of the East Town Marquis and the imperial consort and Appo's husband. We're the Emperor and Appo's personal guard, and if we allow Zhao Yu to continue his antics, it may be difficult to resolve. A square-faced general said with concern, taking a sip of tea. There is no need to rush. Precisely because of his unique status, we should refrain from interfering. Today is his first day in office, and if he cannot even control his own subordinates, it may disappoint certain individuals. The general, dressed as a civilian but with a fierce demeanor, sitting in the chief and Amp, Oppo's, seat, spoke in a deep voice. General, are you suggesting that someone is observing Xia Chen? Is it his mages? The square-faced man was startled, suddenly realizing something. As he was about to utter those two words, the general seated at the guard post abruptly turned his gaze towards him. He immediately stopped speaking and remained silent. We are the Emperor and Oppo's personal guard. While it is customary for martial nobles to enter our ranks, who enters and how they enter is of utmost importance. Without His Majesty's approval, even the East Town Marquis residents would find it difficult to place someone, Li Wenzhong said pensively, raising his head as if his gaze could penetrate the camp and see the distant strife. The square-faced, middle-aged general, named Qin Mu, nodded, understanding his meaning. Disrespecting superiors, instigating trouble, gambling in the military. Are you aware of the penalties for these 3 offenses? Xia Chen and Oppo's voice reverberated throughout the military tent, carrying far enough for all those eavesdropping outside to hear. Zhao Yu frowned. Xia Chen's unwavering composure and tone made him profoundly uncomfortable, as if he were being looked down upon by a lofty figure. Does he truly believe himself to be a personage of importance? Zhao Yu scoffed inwardly, growing increasingly defiant. After all this talk, what could Xia Chen possibly do to him? Commandant, you would and Oppo's actually punish me, would you? On what grounds? Zhao Yu laughed boisterously, and as he did so, a number of soldiers gradually moved closer to him, standing behind him and creating an atmosphere of intimidation. Xia Chen and the other 3 instantly released their auras, no longer suppressing their own vitality. For these 3 offenses combined, according to military law, you shall receive 100 strokes of the military baton and be expelled from the camp. Anyone who interferes will be considered an accomplice. Xia Chen remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the shift in atmosphere. But as soon as he finished speaking, his aura instantly transformed. His blood thickened, his body grew feverish, and scorching vitality coalesced into a great sun behind him. He drew his crimson blade and, in a single motion, slashed at Zhao Yu. The strike was like a sun streaking across the void, causing Zhao Yu and Oppo's hair to stand on end and his body to feel a sense of laceration, as he sensed a life-or-death crisis. Open. Zhao Yu instantly drew his military saber, channeling his inner energy into it in an attempt to block Xia Chen and Oppo's attack. He had not anticipated that this infamous good-for-nothing from the capital would dare to draw his blade against him in broad daylight. Why did this strike feel so terrifying? Violent sparks erupted on Zhao Yu and Oppo's blade. Upon the first clash, Zhao Yu and Oppo's expression changed drastically. He felt an immense force transmitted through the blade, and with a grunt, his face turned crimson before he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, crashing into the tent, and bursting through it, landing atop a soldier who had been eavesdropping outside, sending both of them tumbling onto the open ground. Instantly, the entire camp fell silent, everyone frozen in place. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the military camp. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Was it truly permissible to resort to violence so brazenly? It was not until they beheld Zhao Yu, his arms hanging limply and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, that they snapped out of their daze. "Commander!" A voice cried out from within the military tent, and someone rushed to the entrance to assist Zhao Yu. Who would have thought that this seemingly refined lieutenant harbored such a fiery temper? Wasn't he reputed to be a notorious wastrel? Yet his prowess was undeniable. Zhao, the commander, was at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Quite domineering indeed. In the military camp, whispers of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Some noted the remarkable strength of Xia Chen, who had vanquished Zhao Yu with but a single strike. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Yu hailed from a noble family and practiced extraordinary martial arts, often capable of exchanging blows with several 7th-rank masters within the military. Although Zhao had been caught off guard, his defeat was remarkably decisive. Li Shi, who had escorted Xia Chen into the camp, wore an expression of disbelief. He anticipated a clash, but never imagined that the local bully, Xiao Yu, would suffer such a crushing defeat right from the outset. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift, as this reputed wastrel from the noble house appeared to possess genuine skills. Not only was Li Shi astonished, but even those accompanying Xia Chen, including Xia Chen, exhibited signs of surprise. Xia Chen sensed that his master had undergone significant changes recently. Not only were his thoughts inscrutable, but his strength seemed to have surged as well. After defeating Xiao Yu with a single move, Xia Chen and Appo's expression remained unchanged. He slowly sheathed his crimson blade and lifted the tent flap, sunlight cascading over him, enveloping him in a golden glow, exuding an air of sanctity and authority. What a handsome visage! This was the immediate reaction of all who beheld Xia Chen's face. Despite his armor, devoid of any ostentatious attire befitting a wealthy scion, his appearance and demeanor were strikingly exceptional. Xia Chen approached Zhao Yu, who appeared pale and dejected. As Zhao attempted to raise his arms, he was thwarted by the pain of his shattered limbs. The three soldiers behind him quickly stood in defense. These are the guards of the Zhao family. Zhao Yu sneered. You have already taken down the Zhao heir. Where is the discipline of the military? Xia Chen ignored the soldiers' inquiries and simply surveyed his surroundings. His voice, though soft, rippled through the camp like a stone cast into water. The soldiers exchanged glances, and soon, those who had hesitated began to assemble in the open space. Observing their companions gather and glancing at the bleeding Zhao Yu, they gritted their teeth and joined the ranks. In a matter of breaths, the soldiers of Ajazi camp had formed an orderly line. Where is the disciplinary team? Xia Chen and Appo's voice resonated with authority. From within the camp, 5 individuals emerged with efficiency. This airborne lieutenant showed no regard for the Zhao family, striking with impunity, and now, filled with burgeoning authority, he commanded respect. Drag him away. 100 military strikes, then summoned the Jinwu Marquis to collect him. From this day forth, he is expelled from the Imperial Guard. Xia Chen cast a glance at the fallen Zhao Yu and then at the disciplinary team, his emotionless voice sending shivers through many. Expelled from the Imperial Guard? The captain of the disciplinary team, Li Zheng, stammered in disbelief. Is my command unclear? Shall I reiterate? Xia Chen's gaze bore down on Li Zheng, who felt as though he was being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this new lieutenant's presence was more formidable than the pressures exerted by any minister in the court. I understand. Li Zheng quickly nodded. What right do you have to expel me from the Imperial Guard? Zhao Yu, though weakened, gathered his strength. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, he felt a surge of anger and spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with fury. Being expelled from the Imperial Guard would not only obliterate his reputation, but would also render him a laughingstock in the capital, a source of ridicule among the nobility. Xia Chen paid Zhao Yu no heed. The man was a fool, openly gambling in the military camp and daring to provoke him so brazenly. The military valued humility above all. Was this not akin to handing him a knife to slay a chicken and establish authority? The Jinwu Marquis was exceedingly wise. How could he have sired such a simpleton? Xia Chen even began to doubt whether Zhao Yu was truly of the Marquis' lineage, as he seemed to have inherited none of his father's acumen. What are you waiting for? Execute the punishment. Xia Chen glared at Li Zheng, who trembled at the command. No longer hesitating, he led his 4 subordinates toward Zhao Yu. As they approached, the Zhao family soldiers attempted to intervene, but Xia Chen and his companions swiftly disarmed them. They had come to bolster Xia Chen's reputation, yet they had not been given the opportunity to act, as Xia Chen easily seized control of the situation. Within the camp, all eyes were fixed on Zhao Yu as he was dragged away. Moments later, piercing screams echoed from afar, sending chills down spines. Zhao Yu, the scion of the Jinwu Marquis, was met with no restraint from the heir of the Jindong Marquis, who seemed utterly unfazed by Zhao's status. The onlookers, whose positions and backgrounds paled in comparison to Zhao Yu's, now dared not underestimate Xia Chen. He had fully assumed command of the situation. Xia Chen's actions were executed with remarkable precision, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. He capitalized on the prevailing conditions, striking swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly. thereby establishing his authority and solidifying his position. In the center of the camp, the square-faced Qin Mu nodded slowly, a hint of admiration in his expression. Although Zhao Yu and Appo's methods were somewhat crude, relying on his noble heritage, he had presumed Xia Chen would exercise caution. Little did he expect Xia Chen to act with such audacity, shattering all constraints with sheer force, instilling fear within the ranks. It seemed this young man had studied military strategy at the East Town Marquis estate. Li Wenzhong, a commander within the Yuan army, sipped his tea with a calm demeanor. He is your subordinate. Once he has established his authority and fully grasped control, bring him to meet me. To enter the Yuan Guard without first seeking my audience and instead head straight to the military camp is utterly lacking in decorum, Li Wenzhong remarked with irritation, then quickly added a more respectful note upon seeing Qin Mu and Appo's serious expression. Maintain a respectful demeanor. Yes, Qin Mu replied respectfully. Li Wenzhong sighed deeply. Alas, our Yuan army is somewhat diminutive, and this newly appointed lieutenant is not only the direct descendant of the East Town Marquis, but also a son-in-law of the imperial family, making his status exceedingly unique. He cannot be treated as an ordinary subordinate. Who knows what the increasingly inscrutable emperor might think of Xia Chen? Should he be placed within the imperial guard, it could very well be part of a grander scheme. And perhaps the emperor's gaze has been fixed upon this matter all along. Chapter 16. The Advantages of the Son-in-Law's Status. Xia Chen followed closely behind Qin Mu, gradually traversing the military camp towards the tent of the lieutenant general. The Imperial Guard, a segment of the elite troops, comprised 3,000 men, under the supreme command of the lieutenant general, a fourth-rank official. Beneath the lieutenant general were 3 captains, each commanding 1,000 Imperial Guards, with Qin Mu being one of them, thus Xia Chen's direct superior. Below the captains were the lieutenants, who oversaw 2 battalions, totaling 200 men. Beneath the lieutenants were the brigade leaders, with the previous battalion being under Zhao Yu's command. And it was indeed the soldiers from that battalion who were playing cards inside the tent. Xia Chen was already acquainted with Qin Mu, and to his surprise, despite being his superior, Qin Mu exhibited a rather courteous demeanor. Xia Chen quickly deduced the reason for this. Captain, may I inquire the reason for the lieutenant general's summons? He whispered as he approached Qin Mu. I do not know. You shall find out upon entering. Qin Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, it is likely not a significant matter. As you have just assumed your position today, protocol dictates that you ought to visit the lieutenant general first. Qin Mu observed Xia Chen, who appeared gentle and composed, lacking the ferocity he had shown toward Zhao Yu, prompting him to speak further. Xia Chen pondered this, realizing he had indeed overlooked it. Previously, he had been escorted in by the guards, assuming he was to meet the lieutenant general, only to be directed to the tent directly. His eyes narrowed slightly, comprehending that this entire situation had been meticulously orchestrated. Lost in thought, a soldier emerged from the expansive military tent. Captain, the general requests your presence inside. Xia Chen nodded, maintaining his poise, and confidently entered the tent. Upon his entrance, he beheld a middle-aged general seated within. I pay my respects to the general. Xia Chen immediately clasped his fists together, performing a respectful military salute. In the military, hierarchy was paramount. Even discussions of background were reserved for private matters. Subordinates were expected to show utmost respect to their superiors, a fundamental principle. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, should a subordinate dare to offend a superior, it would be deemed a grievous offense in the military. This was the very foundation that allowed Xia Chen to expel Zhao Yu from the Imperial Guard without fear. Even if the situation escalated, Zhao Yu would be in the wrong. Do not be overly formal. Li Wenzhong chuckled, gesturing for Xia Chen to take a seat while personally pouring him a cup of tea. I summoned you not for any particular matter, but rather to meet and get acquainted. Ha. Li Wenzhong exhibited no airs of superiority, continuing, we are both descendants of martial merit, akin to family. Furthermore, I possess substantial ties with the Duke of Zhendong's household. 2 centuries ago, my ancestors accompanied that generation's Duke of Zhendong into battle, achieving remarkable military feats and ultimately earning a Marquis title for my family. Although this Marquis title is not hereditary, It has nonetheless woven our family into the fabric of military distinction, allowing me to occupy this position of Lieutenant General today. Therefore, if you do not mind, you may address me as Uncle." Li Wenzhong gazed at Xia Chen, proactively bridging their rapport. "Uncle," Xia Chen responded without hesitation, smiling warmly. Yet simultaneously, he felt a calmness within. Swiftly analyzing the information presented by his uncle Xia Chen the previous day, which included a detailed account of Li Wenzhong. Though the Li family was indeed a member of the martial merit group, the fortunes of a nation had fluctuated over 8 centuries, with countless martial families emerging throughout the Great Wu dynasty. 8 centuries had transformed the landscape significantly, and of the founding martial families, only 3 had endured. The martial sovereign emperor and Appo's reclamation of the realm could justly be labeled as the foundation of the nation, as numerous meritorious subjects were rewarded during that time. Yet now, only 6 families remained, while the others had long since faded into obscurity. Presently, the core strength of the martial merit group largely comprised families awarded titles for military accomplishments over the past 1 or 2 centuries, with the Li family being among them. However, the Li family's marquis status had long since diminished. From Li Wenzhong's father's generation onward, the Li family began to decline. Initially, their fate seemed destined to follow the path of many martial families, gradually fading until disappearing from history. Yet, just as the Li family appeared on the brink of collapse, a sudden resurgence occurred with Li Wenzhong's rapid ascent through the ranks of the Imperial Guard, ultimately becoming the commander of the Imperial Guard. This revitalization allowed the Li family to regain their vitality, granting them a voice within the martial merit group. He is a man of the Emperor. Although Xia Chen and Appo's report did not explicitly state this, Xia Chen swiftly reached this conclusion. Such rapid advancement within the Imperial Guard could only imply the Emperor and Appo's favor. Otherwise, such a pivotal position as the commander of the Imperial Guard would not be entrusted to just anyone, given their favorable treatment towards him. Xia Chen realized that his identity as the son-in-law was not as disadvantageous as he had initially perceived, particularly within the Imperial Guard, where the status proved to be exceptionally advantageous. As he pieced together this information, Xia Chen understood why both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong treated him so favorably. While his lineage from the Duke of Zhendong's household played a role, the fundamental reason was likely his status as a son-in-law. If the royal family were likened to a household, the Imperial Guard could be seen as the royal family and Appo's household troops, and as a son-in-law, he was, in a sense, half a master. Until the royal family's stance became clear, the subordinates would naturally refrain from any negligence towards him. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen and Appo's demeanor grew progressively more composed. In the presence of Li Wenzhong, he neither acted disrespectfully nor did he display any subservience. As they sipped tea and conversed, their rapport deepened, and soon they were addressing each other as uncle and virtuous nephew with ease. As Xia Chen exited Li Wenzhong's tent, a smile graced his face. This beginning surpassed his expectations. The influence he could wield within the Imperial Guard might indeed exceed his initial assumptions. Upon returning to his own camp, Xia Chen hurried over. "Young master, generally did not give you any trouble, did he? Within the military, titles should be used. Refrain from calling me young master." Xia Chen waved his hand, continuing, "No, I had a pleasant conversation with General Li." Xia Chen briefly recounted the situation to Xia Chen and the 3 family soldiers accompanying him. The 3 soldiers, named Xia Hui, Xia Hao, and Xia Kong, were all seasoned veterans of the battlefield, with Xia Hui even having achieved the 7th rank in the refining spirit realm. In the military, he could undoubtedly serve as a lieutenant or even a captain. As Xia Chen conversed with the 4, a voice resounded from outside the tent. Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the captain. Inside the tent, Xia Chen received another brigade leader, Qian Nan. Upon entering, Qian Nan respectfully performed a military salute, subsequently expressing his loyalty, evidently already aware of Zhao Yu's fate. To be honest, he was already sweating profusely at the thought. Zhao Yu had approached him the day before, proposing they join forces to give the newly appointed captain a hard time. Thankfully, he had taken his troops out for patrol this morning, avoiding a confrontation. Otherwise, he feared he too would have been expelled from the Imperial Guard. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 17. Duke Jin Wuho. Inside the military tent, Xia Chen scrutinized Qiannan, who remained silent for a prolonged moment, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Qiannan and Appo's forehead. Just as fear gripped Qiannan and Appo's heart, a calm voice broke the silence. "Rise, Master Xia." A wave of relief washed over Qiannan as the oppressive atmosphere around him dissipated. In that brief moment, time had seemed to stretch endlessly. He perceived that the newly appointed officer exuded a commanding presence far more formidable than even the esteemed military generals. Is this the demeanor of a direct descendant from the Duke of Shandong? Truly exceptional. Qiannan mused inwardly. "How went the patrol?" Xia Chen inquired. "All is well. We encountered a theft incident midway, but the thief has been apprehended and taken to the prison," Qiannan promptly replied with respect. Xia Chen continued to ask various questions, primarily regarding the duties of the Yulin Guard and certain precautions, most of which Qiannan was already familiar with. He sought clarification on finer details. Recently, the capital has been somewhat unsettled, with spies from the Great Qing beginning to emerge. We, the Yulin Guard, have been ordered to assist the lantern-bearers in swiftly identifying these spies. Qiannan mentioned a matter that piqued Xia Chen and Appo's interest. The lantern-bearers were an organization unique to the Dai dynasty, operating independently of the cabinet or the six ministries, reporting solely to the emperor. They bore a resemblance to the Jinyui from the Ming dynasty in Xia Chen's recollection. Xia Chen nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. Though the Imperial Guard wielded considerable power, it was not as formidable during peacetime as one might presume. In fact, when incidents or enemy spies arose, the Emperor and Appo's first thought would be of the lantern-bearers, followed by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, with the Yulin Guard primarily assisting or intervening only once the dust had settled, aiding in arrests and searches. At noon, Xia Chen invited his colleagues and subordinates to dine at Tongfu Tower in the capital, where they showed their respect by attending in droves, as long as they were not on duty. Eventually, even Li Wenzhong and Qin Mu arrived, inducing a sense of awe among Xia Chen and Appo's colleagues, who understood what this gathering signified. Consequently, they treated Xia Chen with increasing reverence, frequently toasting him warmly. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Jin Wuho residence in the capital. Young master, what has happened?" A guard at the grand entrance spotted Zhao Yu being escorted back by the family soldiers. Zhao Yu appeared utterly wretched, his arms hanging limply, and his back a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. He had long since lost consciousness. Upon seeing this, the guard's expression shifted dramatically. Given the severity of Zhao Yu and Appo's injuries, had it not been for his martial prowess, he might have succumbed long ago. The once tranquil Jin Wuho residence buzzed with activity as servants and maids scurried about. Someone hastily departed for the eastern city to summon the finest physician from the Xuanji Medical Hall. My son, Zhao Yu's mother, the lady of Jin Wuho, rushed into the chamber, finding her son sprawled on the bed, unconscious. Who did this? Such cruelty, showing no regard for our Jin Wuho residents. Lady Zhao chided the family soldiers who had accompanied Zhao Yu. Yet, as her tears began to flow, she lamented how well he had been just this morning before returning in such a state. Could it be the spies from an enemy nation? Madam, several soldiers hastily knelt to apologize, recounting the events with complete honesty. This young man has acted with such malice against his colleagues. Our Jin Wuho residence is a family of martial prowess. How could he disregard kinship so? Lady Zhao and Appo's eyes gleamed with fury as she recounted how Zhao Yu had his arms broken and had been struck with 100 military blows, even being expelled from the Imperial Guard. Is there no justice in this world? Enough. A middle-aged man entered the room, casting a disapproving glance at his wife. My dear, you must advocate for our son, Lady Zhao implored, pulling Zhao Yu to her son's bedside, pointing at Zhao Yu with tears in her eyes. Zhao Yu's expression hardened at the sight of his son's condition, though he maintained his composure. He brought this upon himself. Just yesterday, I brought him into my study to explain the intricate dynamics of his position, advising him against provoking that Xia family brat, who is now his direct superior. It would be child's play for them to manipulate him. I even promised to help him secure a position as a school officer soon. Yet, this fool chose to confront them directly, and his methods were appallingly crude. He is utterly lacking in sense. Zhao Yu's gaze burned with anger. Compared to his two elder sons, this youngest child's intellect and capability were severely lacking, almost as if he were not of the Zhao lineage. At over 20 years of age, how could he still be floundering in such a minor role? Lady Zhao, taken aback by Zhao Yu's outburst, turned pale but retorted admittedly. "You was the instigator, yet we are a family of martial honor, sharing the same faction. Is it not reasonable to consider ourselves kin, even amidst conflict? Should we not sit down and discuss matters rather than resorting to such brutality? If you had not reached the 8th grade realm, 100 military blows could have genuinely killed him." Upon hearing his wife's words, a flicker of ferocity flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes. The reason quickly regained its hold. Military affairs cannot be equated with ordinary matters. He has just assumed his position, and making an example of him is crucial for maintaining authority. If he does not establish his standing immediately, how can he expect to navigate the Imperial Guard thereafter? From the moment this fool chose to stir trouble, the matter could not simply be resolved amicably. Does that mean we let this slide? He has been expelled from the Imperial Guard by a mere school officer. Does he possess such authority? Lady Zhao exclaimed indignantly. "Enough! I have my own plans. While he lacks that authority, your son is too foolish. He has provided them with ample justification for his punishment. If this matter escalates, the outcome will remain unchanged. For now, remain discreet and do not send anyone to confront him. His situation is peculiar. Perhaps the Emperor's gaze is upon him. Do you understand?" Zhao Yu warned his wife with a serious expression. "Why, yes, I understand," Lady Zhao replied, her reluctance evident. Sighing, Zhao Yu pondered the disparity in intellect among his children. His eldest and second sons had inherited his cleverness, but this youngest child seemed to have inherited none of his wisdom. Chapter 18. The Astonished Second Princess. The Princess Yao Wang's residence. In the rear garden, a stunning silhouette gazes towards a pond. The central pond ripples gently, adorned with sprawling lotus leaves and elegant pink and white lotus flowers, resembling shy maidens gracefully dancing atop emerald waters. Golden fish frolic in the water, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets, infusing this serene scene with a touch of vivacity. All of this beauty resembles a picturesque scroll. However, the tranquility is abruptly disrupted by a woman in yellow, whose hurried footsteps intrude upon this poetic tableau. "Princess, news regarding Xia Chen has just arrived. Would you like to hear it? He has taken office." The second princess does not turn around, continuing to quietly admire the lotus blossoms in the pond. How does the princess know? The woman in yellow, named Li Wei, is one of the second princess's personal attendants, appears astonished, as the princess seems to already be aware without her uttering a word. Li Wei, with her striking beauty, has a penchant for candied hawthorns and is a prodigy in swordsmanship. For 25 years under the Empress, she ventured alone to Sword City to seek the Sword Saint, defeating 3 swordsmen and astonishing the world. Xia Chen has typically remained at the Duke of Zhendong's residence, where news of his supposed martial arts disability has been scarce. Recently, however, the Duke's residence has been assisting him in securing a position, rumored to be within the Imperial Guard, which likely pertains to this matter. The second princess and amp, Appo's voice is cool and composed, deducing the situation with ease. The princess is truly remarkable. Li genuinely admires her, wondering why she herself could not have thought of it. You should learn more from Ziyue. Reading enriches one's wisdom. The second princess shakes her head, acknowledging her attendant's strengths, yet noting a lack of sharpness in her reasoning. Reading makes me sleepy. Ziyue enjoys it, but I much prefer delicious food. How delightful it is. Li Wei chuckles, playfully rushing to the side of the second princess, as they have grown up together, allowing for a relaxed camaraderie. "Princess, would you like to hear about him? After all, he is your future husband." Li Wei approaches Yao Wang, her cheeks slightly flushed, as both she and Ziyue are to serve the princess after her marriage to the prince. "I'm not interested." The second princess shakes her head at Li Wei's eager demeanor, though her eyes twinkle with amusement. She wishes to tease Li Wei, but genuinely harbors no curiosity about her future husband. Why are you like this? I shall tell you anyway. Li Wei pouts adorably, wrapping her arms around the second princess and hurriedly recounting everything about Xia Chen and Appo's recent encounters in the Imperial Guard. After Li Wei finishes, the previously calm second princess's eyes shimmer with emotion. He incapacitated Zhao Yu with a single strike? Indeed, they say Xia Chen was fierce, facing an entire battalion alone, and the others did not dare to move, completely intimidated. Li Wei nods earnestly, confirming the tale. Did he act with his family soldiers? No. The second princess ponders further, her eyes reflecting contemplation. What troubles you, princess? Is something amiss? Despite her cleverness, Li Wei notices her mistress and Appo's unusual demeanor and inquires. For 6 centuries, the Duke of Jindong and Appo's residence has mandated that only those who reach the 8th rank of refinement may enter the military. Xia Chen and Appo's emergence suggests he has achieved this rank. But isn't he a martial arts waste? Initially, the second princess believed that he had only reached the 8th rank through expensive elixirs. Yet now it seems I may have misjudged. His combat prowess must have reached the 7th rank of refinement. Though one can augment rank with elixirs, true combat capability is determined by various factors. The second princess speaks slowly, her expression tinged with confusion. Could he have consumed a miraculous elixir? Li Wei's eyes brighten. Such elixirs do not exist in this world. Xia family, have you concealed a secret? The second princess frowns, recalling that all news of Xia Chen and Appo's disability has originated from the Xia family, with no outside contact having occurred. Thus, this information may have been deliberately disseminated by them. What could their motive be? To obscure the existence of an ordinary genius? Historically, the Xia family has produced extraordinary talents. Even in this generation, several prodigies have emerged. So, why conceal just Xia Chen? The ever-wise second princess finds herself perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Continue to observe Xia Chen and report any developments to me. The second princess gazes at Li Wei, who, unbeknownst to her, has pulled out a candied hawthorn and is licking it with delight, prompting the princess to chuckle and shake her head. Very well, I shall keep a watchful eye. After saying this, Li Wei produces another candied hawthorn from her sleeve. Princess, would you like one? There are so many delicious treats outside. Life beyond the palace is far more enjoyable. Li Wei smiles, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor that bursts on her palate, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. I shall not partake. Just one. I have bought plenty. Li Wei insists, pressing a skewer of candied hawthorns into the second princess's hand. 15 minutes later, the second princess holds a skewer of candied hawthorns, savoring the flowers while licking at the treat. To her surprise, the candied hawthorn is indeed quite sweet, and a faint smile graces the lips of the typically aloof second princess. Afternoon. With no pressing matters at hand, Xia Chen, feeling somewhat idle, summons the personnel from both his camps to familiarize himself with their names. By the end of the afternoon, he has acquainted himself with nearly 200 individuals. This may seem a trivial task, yet it holds significant importance. Among them, he appoints his family soldier, Xia Hui, to temporarily lead the Cheesy camp as its commander. Xia Hui possesses the 7th rank of refinement, and upon learning this, Xia Chen discovers that he held the position of deputy commander in the border troops, managing over 1,000 men. Therefore, overseeing 100 men is a mere trifle for him. Appointing him as a minor battalion commander would be a disservice to his talents. Although Xia Chen and Appo's appointment may be somewhat irregular and procedurally incorrect, upon reporting this to the middle general, Li Wenzhong, he faces no hesitation and swiftly completes the necessary paperwork. In principle, this is certainly improper, yet that remains merely a theoretical concern. Li Wenzhong is more than willing to grant this favor. Moreover, as Xia Hui's appointment is temporary, should Xia Chen leave the Imperial Guard or transfer elsewhere, Xia Hui will undoubtedly follow. He had not been attached to his previous position as deputy commander. Thus, it is unlikely he would cling to a minor battalion command now. Chapter 19. Case Analysis. It was evening when Xia Chen returned home. Originally, he was scheduled to patrol the streets for the curfew, but upon inquiry, he he discovered that the curfew assignments for the 2 battalions under his command had already been completed 2 days prior. Thus, he had no duties tonight, and, unable to indulge in the delights of the tea houses, he decided to return home instead. Young master. Not long after Xia Chen entered his chamber, the voice of Xia Chen echoed from outside. Concubine, young master, the information you requested regarding the undercover agents of the Qing is arriving. Xia Chen entered with a stack of documents. This was internal information from the Yulin Wei, and, as a school officer, Xia Chen was qualified to access it. In recent weeks, the political climate in the capital had been somewhat turbulent, reportedly reaching the Emperor and Appo's ears and inciting his wrath. The lantern bearers have been deployed, resulting in numerous arrests throughout the city, causing great anxiety among the populace. The military defense map of the Northwest had been stolen. As Xia Chen perused the documents, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The northwest border of the Wu Kingdom shares territory with the Qing and Dafeng, housing an army of 200,000 troops. The theft of such a vital military map was indeed a serious matter, explaining the Emperor and Appo's furious response and the subsequent actions of the lantern bearers. It was astonishing that such a critical military document had been taken directly from the Ministry of War without alerting anyone. It seemed that there must be a mole within the ministry. Xia Chen muttered to himself as he examined the files. For decades, the Wu and the Qing had been embroiled in relentless conflict. Yet aside from the major battle at Huayang 36 years ago, there had been no significant large-scale wars, merely minor skirmishes along the borders. Now, with the military defense map stolen, a substantial upheaval was likely on the horizon. After 36 years, Dafeng had surely regained its strength, and since the Huayang battle, the 2 kingdoms had drawn closer, appearing to form an alliance against the Wu. As he continued reading, the documents revealed that the military map had been pilfered by a minor clerk from the ministry, who subsequently handed it over to a blacksmith in the western district of the capital. When the lantern bearers acted upon this information, they discovered that both men had already committed suicide. The trail ended there. Days had passed, and the military map had undoubtedly been disseminated. It appeared that the situation in the northwest would undergo significant change. Xia Chen pondered whether or not they could apprehend the undercover agents of the Qing. The military map was certainly lost. It was possible that it had already been transmitted back to the capital of the Qing. There had to be at least one intermediary between the clerk and the blacksmith. Yet this intermediary was not mentioned in the documents. Was it an oversight or a deliberate concealment? Xia Chen quickly noticed an anomaly in the records. The clerk had access to the Ministry of War, enabling him to steal the military map from its very core, which he could not have accomplished alone. Furthermore, Xia Chen observed that the clerk resided in the inner city, while the blacksmith lived on the outskirts of the western district. The direct distance between them exceeded 20 miles, making it implausible for the clerk to have personally delivered the military map to the blacksmith. During curfew hours, both the inner and outer city were under strict lockdown, and without a special pass, no one could traverse the streets. Curiously, the military map had gone missing during the night. Lying in bed, Xia Chen reflected on these thoughts. The only individuals permitted to roam freely at night were the imperial guards and the lantern bearers, suggesting that both parties were under suspicion, or more gravely, that both had been infiltrated. As he unraveled the threads of this intricate case, he realized he was limited by the scant information at his disposal. He suspected that the case files were not complete. The lantern bearers certainly possessed more intelligence. Their expertise in investigation was undisputed. Regrettably, he lacked the authority to request case files from them. Even if he were to approach them, the Yulin Wei was merely viewed as an auxiliary force in their eyes, akin to mere enforcers. The Yulin Wei was not known for their investigative prowess, a fact widely acknowledged. They rarely concerned themselves with such matters. They typically awaited the conclusions drawn by the higher-ups, only to assist in arrests and raids afterward. Thus, neither the lantern bearers nor the Ministry of Justice would divulge much to the Yulin Wei. With these thoughts weighing on him, Xia Chen gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Xia Chen arrived early at the Yulin Wei headquarters. "Boss, good morning." As he stepped into the courtyard of the military camp, he spotted Li Shi, who had escorted him in the previous day. Li Shi approached with a beaming smile, eagerly waving a bag in his hand. "Boss, would you like a bun? I specially bought these from the Quan Buli bun shop. Their buns are the best in the capital. Give them a try. Xia Chen regarded the boy, who appeared to be in his 20s but looked much older with narrowed eyes. It remained uncertain whether this lad intended to play a trick on him or merely wished to observe the spectacle. Boss, they're truly delicious, a unique flavor. The buns from Quanbu Li are hard to come by. You must make a reservation in advance. Li Shi continued, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen's shifting demeanor, his grin unwavering. The fragrant buns were nearly thrust into Xia Chen's hands. Glancing at Li Shi and then the enticing buns, Xia Chen mused on the rather unappealing name of the establishment. Why must such delightful buns have such a dreadful name? Dogs are our loyal companions and would never betray us. If they did, it would be akin to turning them into meat buns. Xia Chen examined the bun in his hand, noting the generous filling and delightful taste. It was no wonder that the esteemed figures of the capital favored this shop. As he savored the bun, he casually remarked, "These are quite good. Be sure to bring me one every day from now on." At that moment, Li Shi, feeling a wave of anxiety, heard Xia Chen's voice and looked up, only to see Xia Chen walking away. Realizing the significance of his statement, Li Shi's face lit up with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, boss. I'll bring you breakfast every day," Li Shi exclaimed excitedly. Xia Chen had intended to step into the military tent, but halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "What do you mean by bringing breakfast every day? Anyone hearing this might think you are pursuing me." He glanced again at the appetizing bun in his hand, pondering. Indeed, the name Quanbu Li is rather unfortunate. Chapter 20. Recreational Activities. At noon, Li Shi approached once more, his radiant smile adorned with comical wrinkles that added to his charm. "Chief, after the evening parade, I invite you to a delightful place." Li Shi leaned closer to Xia Chen, his expression cloaked in mystery and a rather mischievous grin. His audacity was commendable. Though merely a minor officer, he addressed Xia Chen, a captain, with an informal familiarity, closing the gap between their ranks. Xia Chen regarded him with a peculiar expression, wondering if the lad intended to lead him to some brothel or entertainment house. In this world, recreational options were scarce, especially at night, which typically consisted of drinking, listening to music, and engaging in intimate exchanges with women. Thus, the industry of such exchanges thrived, with brothels being the most prestigious venues, akin to high-end clubs, where the ladies were exceedingly beautiful. However, the costs were exorbitant. A single night could consume over half a year's income for an average family, and the price escalated dramatically if one sought to spend time with a courtesan. Consequently, lesser establishments flourished, as their affordability made them accessible to the common folk. To be frank, Xia Chen harbored a considerable yearning for these venues. Although he prided himself on being virtuous, one must partake in life and oppose, as pleasures. Embracing this philosophy, Xia Chen readily acquiesced to Li Shi and Appo's invitation. With no obligations that evening, he thought it would be amusing to accompany the lad, who was clearly excited. "All right, let us see what you have in store for me tonight." Xia Chen clapped Li Shi on the shoulder, acknowledging the young man as potential. Li Shi, beaming with joy, departed from Xia Chen's tent to prepare for the evening's activities. The perks of leadership were evident. Entertainment and relaxation were arranged for him, sparing him the trouble of counting coins or worrying about logistics. Yet, he mused on whether this constituted an unconventional form of indulgence. Xia Chen, with an academic curiosity, pondered the intensity of cultural collisions between two worlds that awaited him. As night fell, the day had unfolded without incident. Earlier, Xia Chen had accompanied his subordinates on a stroll through the bustling capital, where the sights dazzled his companion, Xia Chen. Along the way, they passed the Princess Yaoguang's residence, glancing briefly at the imposing lions that had weathered the passage of time at its gates. Xia Chen soon diverted his gaze, not lingering unnecessarily. He had familiarized himself with several brothels, but not for personal indulgence. He was a paragon of virtue, a scholar of morality. Later that evening, the virtuous scholar, accompanied by Li Shi and stealthily followed by Xia Chen, slipped out of the Yulin compound and ventured into a narrow alley. As they walked, Xia Chen grew increasingly uneasy. The route seemed to diverge from the brothels he had studied earlier in the day. "Hey, Chief, it's going to be fun, music and dance." Li Shi finally revealed, his face breaking into an exuberant smile. I know you hail from the East Town Marquis household, where strict regulations prevail. Before reaching the 8th rank, one must not venture out freely, let alone spend the night away. I suspect you've never visited such places, so tonight, I'll treat you to a taste of our capital's nightlife. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen's complexion flushed as he inquired why the young Master Wu Ti returned to the Marquis' estate tonight, realizing they were heading to such a place. He too had never been, though he had heard whispers from the kitchen staff that these venues were unparalleled in their allure, leaving one enchanted after just one visit. Isn't this leading us to Suyu Street, where most brothels congregate? Xia Chen questioned calmly, his instincts on high alert. What if this were a trap? Was the Zhao family plotting revenge, luring him into this dark alley for retribution? Li Shi, sensing Xia Chen's apprehension, quickly reassured him. Entertainment houses are rather lowbrow and unworthy of your status. Brothels are decent, but given your unique position, those places are crowded and prone to gossip. It could tarnish your reputation. Therefore, I specifically chose a venue called Xia Cottage, where one can enjoy music and dance in a discreet setting, with everyone wearing masks to ensure privacy. Li Shi spoke with a hint of pride, aware that the news of Xia Chen's engagement to the second princess had spread throughout the capital. Xia Chen regarded him with a curious expression. Perhaps the lad was indeed astute. In the Great Wu dynasty, frequenting such establishments was commonplace, even celebrated among scholars. It was a mark of disgrace for a young scholar not to have visited such places by their 20s. Xia Chen reflected on the brazen nature of scholars who took pride in their indulgences, understanding why the empress later sought to suppress the industry of intimate exchanges. Consequently, when Xia Chen and others entered this world, they lamented the loss of the vibrant past they had barely experienced. Some players even contemplated rebelling against the empress to restore a bygone era of male indulgence, though one individual was swiftly silenced by her hand. I thought you were taking me to the music office, Xia Chen jested. How could I afford that? Just entering costs 5 taels of silver, and enjoying music and drinks would be an additional expense. To spend the night, one would need at least 10 taels. Li Shi shook his head, his eyes reflecting a yearning for the music office, where the women were said to be extraordinarily beautiful. Moreover, many were daughters of officials, making the prospect of spending time with them particularly enticing, as such encounters carried an allure that money could not buy. The music office represented the pinnacle of leisure and entertainment in this realm, a distinction unmatched by brothels or other establishments. Throughout the journey, Xia Chen remained silent, absorbing Li Shi's advice and forming a clear understanding of the nature of such venues. These establishments were not merely about physical transactions. They had evolved to include music and poetic pursuits, appealing to the cultured elite. The more refined the experience, the more coveted it became. The Xia Cottage that Li Shi intended to visit was a prime example of such a venue, although the primary service of overnight stays was also available. For who would venture out at night merely to enjoy music and poetry without further engagement? Before long, the trio arrived at a discreet courtyard, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding residences, marked only by the simple inscription, Xia Cottage. To an unknowing passerby, it appeared to be an ordinary home. In his youth, Emperor Taizu was wholeheartedly devoted to the path of martial arts, serving in the Imperial Guard. When colleagues invited him to indulge in revelry at pleasure quarters, he firmly declined, stating, "In my youth, I must dedicate myself to the pursuit of martial prowess, and cannot squander my time in such frivolities or be ensnared by the allure of women." Consequently, he resolutely rejected their invitation. As a result, Emperor Taizu's mastery of martial arts advanced significantly, far surpassing that of his peers. Records of Xia, Volume 1. Annals of Emperor Taizu, Chapter 21. The elegant abode. The name elegant abode is indeed pleasant to the ear. Xia Chen marveled at its sophistication. Yet who could have anticipated that it served as a venue for soulful exchanges? Li Shi, with keen insight, approached the door and, as he did, began to elucidate to Xia Chen. The owner of the courtyard, known as the Elegant Maiden, enjoys a modest yet notable reputation in the capital, garnering admiration from literati. It is said that even some officials from the court occasionally grace this place with their presence. Upon entering the courtyard, One must not only pay an entrance fee and the cost of drinks, but must also prove their worth through talent to gain the opportunity to stay overnight. Even if the elegant maiden does not take a liking to a visitor, one may still choose from among the maidservants available. The elegant maiden is renowned for her beauty and intellect. Xia Chen found himself intrigued by her business acumen. The elegant abode resembled a high-end private club. Leveraging her personal brand, she has cultivated a reputation, distinguishing herself from other establishments through a unique, mutually enjoyable experience, thus enhancing her competitive edge. This intriguing model, cloaked in the allure of mutual consent, undoubtedly captivates the curiosity of scholarly individuals. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Scholars have discerning tastes and often believe themselves to be superior to others. The allure of the unattainable only heightens desire. If one cannot stay overnight on their first visit, they will return for a second, a third. The tantalizing sensation of something visible yet out of reach stirs the heart, thereby increasing the likelihood of return visits. Truly remarkable. Xia Chen nodded, piqued by curiosity about the elegant maiden, wondering if she was indeed the head of this establishment or if another figure reigned supreme. Just then, a small head peeked out from behind the door, sporting round cheeks and a charmingly delicate visage. Li Shi promptly handed over the invitation, and soon the door swung open. Xia Chen had already donned the mask prepared by Li Shi, and upon entering, he was greeted by a waft of fragrant cosmetics. The round-faced maid led the trio into the courtyard, which was already bustling with around 20 to 30 individuals, all donned in scholarly attire. As they entered, the guests merely glanced up before returning their attention to their own conversations. Xia Chen took a seat at the end of the table and began to observe intently. The courtyard was alive with the sound of maidens dancing gracefully, while others engaged in drinking games and poetic exchanges. Xia Chen's gaze soon drifted to the center of the courtyard, where a dancer captivated the audience with her movements. Aside from her somewhat revealing attire, the dancer exuded an air of elegance and refinement, reminiscent of a noble woman. It was no wonder this seemingly humble abode attracted such admiration. Truly, it was a place of grace and distinction, yet the true appearance of the elegant maiden remained a mystery. One could only assume her beauty surpassed the others, as her reputation was so grand. As Xia Chen pondered, a melodious sound of the guqin filled the air, causing a stir among the guests. The elegant maiden was about to make her entrance. Xia Chen listened intently to the enchanting strains until the music faded, at which point he heard Li Shi and Appo's voice. The elegant maiden is well-versed in poetry, music, and the arts, particularly excelling in the guqin, which has been praised as unparalleled. Some have even declared that her skills rival those of the courtesans in the esteemed music halls. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Chen and Appo's gaze shifted toward the inner chamber, where a graceful figure emerged, illuminated by candlelight, casting a delicate silhouette against the screen. "Esteemed gentlemen, I apologize for the wait." A melodious and enchanting voice resonated as a beautiful lady stepped forth from behind the screen, a smile gracing her face. Instantly, the eyes of all present, even those masked, sparkled with intrigue. What a refined lady! Upon witnessing the true visage of the elegant maiden, Xia Chen couldn't help but smile. Was this a play on contrasts? How amusing! "You jest, elegant maiden. We are merely here to indulge in libations. The night has only just begun, so it is hardly a lengthy wait," exclaimed a man seated in the front row, his voice booming with enthusiasm. He was adorned in finery, his gaze fervently fixed upon the elegant maiden. "Indeed, a beautiful maiden is always worth the wait," chimed in another portly gentleman. The elegant maiden, upon hearing this, giggled softly, delicately concealing half her face with a handkerchief, exuding a shy allure that stirred a desire to embrace her gently. With her entrance, the elegant maiden eclipsed the radiance of all the maidservants, casting a shadow over them, causing the guests to focus solely on her. The atmosphere in the courtyard reached a new zenith, as the earlier calm gave way to a flurry of conversation, each guest vying for her attention, hoping to elicit a smile from the enchanting lady and secure their place as the evening's favorite companion. The elegant maiden surveyed the crowd, her gaze sweeping over each masked face. When her eyes lingered momentarily on Xia Chen, it seemed as though she wished to penetrate his disguise and discern his true identity. The other guests, noticing this detail, began to scrutinize Xia Chen closely. Despite his mask, he exuded an air of nonchalance while sipping his drink, his presence undeniably striking. Some individuals are simply born to be the focal point of attention. Could he be a scion of noble lineage? The guests speculated internally, yet they remained composed, understanding that they were all patrons in this shared experience, and with their masks donned, it was a level playing field devoid of hierarchy. Gentlemen, shall we commence with a round of the poetic game? Flying flowers? The elegant maiden suggested with a smile. This game, favored by scholars, involved participants reciting verses containing a designated keyword, with a loser facing a drinking penalty, thus requiring a certain level of poetic knowledge. The guests nodded in agreement. Brimming with confidence, Xia Chen participated in a few rounds, offering responses without seeking to draw undue attention, thus remaining somewhat inconspicuous among the crowd. Although he hailed from a prestigious military family, he had been educated in the ways of literature from a young age, ensuring he possessed a solid foundation in the arts. As time leisurely passed, various games unfolded, including flowing water and wine and drum and flower, culminating in a poetic competition. The courtyard, neither too large nor too small, buzzed with fervor. Xia Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. The elegant maiden was indeed a talented individual, skillfully orchestrating the flow and rhythm of the evening, elevating the ambience to its zenith. Throughout the proceedings, several scholars distinguished themselves with their impressive poetry, the quality of which even Xia Chen found commendable. Esteemed gentlemen, I must excuse myself for a moment. I shall retire to rest. May you all enjoy the festivities. The elegant maiden rose gracefully, performing a courteous bow, her demeanor exuding warmth and elegance, unmistakably embodying the essence of a noble lady. The guests nodded in acknowledgement, yet a palpable tension hung in the air, as they understood the main event was approaching. Who among them would be fortunate enough to capture the attention of the elegant maiden and secure a place by her side this evening? Among those who had excelled in the festivities, several scholars stood up, their eyes gleaming with confidence, each believing they would be the one chosen to remain. Chapter 22. An overnight stay in the courtyard. Most of the patrons were no longer engrossed in the game. However, a small number of individuals, aware of their slim chances of being chosen by Xia, began to fix their gaze on the maidens present. Shall we select a maid, or shall we head back tonight? Li Shi whispered, as the hour approached the late-night curfew. The three of them had not stood out in any significant manner, and Xia had scarcely paid attention to them throughout the evening, prompting Li Shi and Appo's inquiry. Xia Chen, blushing from behind, felt utterly out of place. This was his first visit to such an establishment, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Let us wait a bit longer, Xia Chen said calmly. Li Shi pondered this, choosing not to press further. Logically, he assumed that his superior must also be a novice in such places, yet he exuded an air of familiarity and ease, as if he were an old hand at this sort of affair, displaying an unflappable demeanor that belied his apparent inexperience. Inside the room, behind the screen, steam rose and mist enveloped the air. A graceful figure slipped into a wooden tub, the warm water embracing her delicate, fair skin. Petals of various flowers floated atop the water, their fragrance intoxicating. Xia's exquisite shoulders and collarbone were exposed to the air, her hair damp, and her stunningly beautiful face bore a hint of melancholy, rendering her even more endearing and deserving of affection. In this moment, her expression was devoid of the radiant smile she wore earlier, instead exuding an aura of purity akin to a celestial being from the heavens. Had Xia Chen been present to witness Xia in this state, he would surely have marveled at her multifaceted charisma, perfectly suited for the art of role-playing. A thrilling prospect indeed. At this moment, a maid, dressed in a servant and Appo's attire, inquired while replenishing the water, "Miss, will you be keeping anyone tonight?" Xia and Appo's establishment did offer overnight stays, if she did not accommodate guests every night, typically only once or twice a week. Such exclusivity heightened her allure. In fact, A wealthy gentleman had once offered 1,000 taels for a single night with her, which she had declined, further enhancing her burgeoning reputation. Upon hearing this, Xia furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by a thought that ignited her eyes. Invite the gentleman in the white mask, the one of remarkable demeanor. Let him stay the night. The maid hesitated, perplexed. He appeared rather unremarkable tonight. Several others displayed far more distinction. Keeping him overnight may provoke discontent among the others, tarnishing our establishment and Oppo's reputation for fairness. Let him stay. The troubles we've encountered in recent days might find resolution through him, Xia replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful expression. This man possesses a unique identity? The maid, Xiao Yen, brightened at the revelation. She herself was quite striking, but still felt overshadowed by Xia's presence. Indeed, he is Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Jindong, betrothed to the second princess of Dawu. He currently serves as a lieutenant in the Imperial Guard and reportedly expelled the son of the East Town Marquis from the guard yesterday, solidifying his standing. Xia's smile turned sweet, her demeanor versatile. Xiao Yin was taken aback, aware of her mistress and Oppo's unique ability to see through the mask and Oppo's as concealment. Very well, I shall fetch him. Xiao Yin exited the room without further hesitation. Xia sighed, rising from the tub, her flawless figure akin to a work of art revealed to the air. Glimmering droplets cascaded down her silky skin, shimmering in the light. A sight regrettably unseen by any appreciative eyes. Outside the courtyard, while Xia Chen and his companions quietly enjoyed their drinks and observed the dance, a young man donned in a white mask approached. My father is Li Gang, a minister in the Ministry of Revenue. I noticed your distinguished demeanor from afar. It appears this is your first visit to Xia's establishment. The young man introduced himself with a smile. I am Li Kui, courtesy name Deshan. Li Kui, a scholar by appearance, bowed respectfully to Xia Chen, then confidently unfurled his fan. Upon hearing Li Kui and Oppo's name, Xia Chen and Oppo's lips twitched slightly, wondering if behind the mask was a burly man with a beard who would greet him as brother. Do you have a brother? Xia Chen could not resist asking. Why do you say that? I am the only son in my family, Li Kui replied, fanning himself, seemingly to showcase his distinctiveness. Oh, just a moment of curiosity. My name is Yang Shi. No courtesy name. Simply call me by my name. Xia Chen quipped, but when he noticed the lack of understanding in their expressions, he felt the humor dissipate and continued earnestly. One must adopt an alias when venturing out, especially for leisure. It is unwise to use one's true name. Ah, so you are young Master Yang. Li Kui bowed again, while his mind raced to identify any prominent families with the surname Yang in the capital. Yet he found none that he could connect with. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he be a scion of the esteemed Yang family? However, he dismissed it, knowing that the Yang family was known for their strict upbringing, and it was unlikely their offspring would frequent such places. Unaware of Li Kui and Oppo's speculations regarding his lineage, Xia Chen remained indifferent. After all, a mere minister was not someone of significance in the capital, and he did not feel compelled to care. Noticing Xia Chen and Oppo's lack of enthusiasm, Li Kui felt uncertain about his background but assumed he must come from a well-off family, given his undeniable poise. Young Master Yang, it seems your chances of staying with Xia tonight are slim. Why not join me at Suyu Street? It's lively there, and I know a fine establishment where the ladies are truly beautiful. Let us enjoy a drink and spend the night there. It's on me, Li Kui declared with a hearty laugh. There's a saying, a man and Oppo's four great bonds of brotherhood are forged through shared experiences, studying together, facing challenges, sharing spoils, and indulging in pleasures. Li Kui prided himself on his discerning eye, confident that this Yang she must hail from a distinguished family in the capital, as there were several notable families with the surname Yang. If he guessed correctly, it would be a lucrative gain for him. Li Shi, standing behind Xia Chen, grew wary upon hearing the suggestion. What is this fellow attempting? He wants to lure my superior away from the establishment I brought him to, suggesting we go to another brothel instead. Is he implying that my arrangements for the evening are lacking? In an instant, Li Shi's perception of Li Kuei shifted dramatically. Chapter 23. The second princess is at a discount. Li Kuei remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently offended someone. Just as he was feeling somewhat confident, a woman emerged from within. It was Miss Xiaoyan. The crowd, which had been preparing to withdraw, instantly brightened with excitement. Although they had no opportunity to host Miss Qingya for the night, the prospect of spending the evening with Miss Xiaoyan was equally enticing. Li Guidou felt a rush of exhilaration. He gazed dreamily at Xiaoyan, whose beauty could rival that of any renowned courtesan. If he could spend the night with her, then his visit would not be in vain. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he noticed Xiaoyan greeting the crowd before striding directly toward him. His heart raced. Had he truly been chosen? Was it possible that this enchanting woman had recognized his exceptional demeanor and, perhaps knowing of his father and Appo's esteemed position, intended to keep him as her companion for the night? Lost in his fantasies, he suddenly saw Xiaoyan glide past him to where Yangshi stood, calling out, "Young master, my lady requests your presence." Her voice was bright and clear, and as she bowed to Xia Chen, her pristine attire clung to her form, accentuating her graceful curves. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Yet, there was also a sense of bewilderment. What was happening? Was Miss Qingya indeed keeping someone for the night? And it was this person? The crowd recalled that Miss Qingya had lingered on Yangshi for just a fleeting moment earlier. However, she had not cast her gaze upon him since. And Yangshi's own demeanor had been rather unremarkable, leading everyone to lose interest. Several previously impressive scholars stood up, their expressions filled with indignation. Why should newcomers surpass them? Was it because they had been too passive? The matter at hand was not trivial. It concerned their chances of engaging deeply with Miss Qingya that night, and none were willing to relinquish this opportunity. Miss Xiaoyan, this hardly seems fair. This person has been rather unremarkable tonight. Someone boldly questioned. Meanwhile, Li Kuei, standing beside Yangshi, was utterly petrified. Just moments ago, he had declared that Miss Qingya would not keep anyone overnight, and now he was contemplating finding a brothel to indulge himself, only to have Yangshi chosen instead. Why should this be? All were masked, rendering it impossible to discern beauty from plainness. Was it merely due to Yangshi's slightly superior demeanor? As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, the scene teetered on the brink of chaos. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and flashed another smile. "Gentlemen, whether one may stay at Qingya Pavilion tonight ultimately depends on my lady and Appo's wishes. She has made her choice for this evening, so please come again another day." After speaking, she turned to Yangshi. "Young master, please proceed. You may take your leave now." Yangshi rose and addressed his companions, Xia Chen and Li Shi. Xia Chen was about to speak, but Li Shi, with a broad smile, interjected, "All right, chief, but be sure to rise early tomorrow. There and Appo's a task awaiting us in the camp, likely involving the lantern bearers." He whispered to Yangshi, casting him a knowing glance. Yangshi paid little heed to Li Shi, following Xiaoyan, but as they passed Li Kuei, the latter seized Yangshi's arm, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Brother Yang, is there some secret to your success? How did you manage to capture Miss Qingya's attention?" Li Kuei hesitated momentarily, suppressing the urge to mention any underhanded tactics. He, too, was eager to know how to navigate such backdoor dealings. The thought of enjoying Miss Qingya's company was undeniably enticing. Yang Sablas pondered briefly, then patted Li Kuei's shoulder and replied softly, "Perhaps it is simply that I am more handsome than the rest of you." With that, he departed without a moment's hesitation, leaving the others with an enigmatic silhouette. The scholars, especially those who had previously shone brightly, looked anxious, fearing that Yangshi had indeed gained an undue advantage with Miss Qingya. They contemplated pursuing him, but just then, two burly men who had been lingering in the shadows stepped forward, blocking their path. The scholars exchanged glances with the imposing figures, then silently retreated, resuming their seats as if nothing had transpired. After all, a scholar must know when to bend and when to stand firm. Upon entering the room, Yangshi discovered a realm of wonder. The courtyard was unexpectedly vast, and he quietly followed Xiaoyan, absorbing the sights along their path. "Young master, we have arrived," Xiaoyan announced as they reached a room in the inner courtyard. Pausing to let Yang Xi enter on his own. Standing at the doorway, Xi hesitated, contemplating the delicate figure beyond the paper screen. Ultimately, he dispelled his doubts and pushed the door open. As he stepped inside, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, an intriguing blend of floral essence and feminine allure. Within, Xia sat at her vanity, absorbed in her grooming, seemingly indifferent to Xi's presence. The copper mirror reflected her exquisite visage, droplets of water cascading from her hair like scattered jade. She gently lifted a silk cloth, wiping away the moisture with movements as tender as petals touched by spring breezes. Then, she took a wooden comb and meticulously groomed her flowing tresses, each stroke releasing a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Her long, dark locks shimmered under the flickering candlelight, exuding a lustrous sheen. Clad in only her undergarments, not an inch of excess skin was revealed, her cheeks flushed with a radiant glow, embodying the grace of a refined lady. The scene became increasingly alluring, hinting at the possibilities that lay ahead. Xi observed this enchanting moment in silence, choosing not to interrupt, but rather to appreciate the beauty before him. You truly possess remarkable patience. Xia's cool voice suddenly pierced the stillness as she turned her head, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. Such beauty, if marred, would only reflect poorly on me. Yang seblas cuklet likli, adopting aroguis demianar. You are right. I would not wish to spoil such a lovely sight. Now that you are in my chamber, why not remove your mask? Xia and Appo's gaze was laden with a hint of yearning, her approach slow and deliberate. I thought wearing a mask might add an element of intrigue. Shi replied with a playful smile, leaving Xia momentarily puzzled as she struggled to comprehend how a mask could enhance the excitement of their encounter. Yet, being astute, she quickly grasped that he spoke of a deeper connection, leading her to scoff inwardly. Men, it seems, are all merely captivated by a woman's form. Yang Sabalas, taking the initiative, seated himself at the table, casting a glance at Xia and Appo's graceful silhouette, particularly her ample bosom, which seemed ready to unleash a tempestuous allure. The moon is beautiful, and the night stretches long. If you desire to behold, we should indeed be more candid with one another. He smiled and removed his mask. Revealed was a handsome visage, with deep, bright eyes, a nose as proud as a mountain peak, and lips that curled into a faint smile. His skin was as fair as jade, exuding an enchanting glow in the interplay of light and shadow. Though Xia had previously caught only a fleeting glimpse of Xi and Appo's face through a unique technique, this was a close encounter, and she found herself momentarily transfixed, unable to tear her gaze away from his striking features. Chapter 24. The Four Great Beauties of the Capital. What a strikingly handsome face. Xia could not help but marvel inwardly. It was her first encounter with a young man possessing such unparalleled beauty. She instinctively recalled the second princess of the Great Wu. How fortunate she was, with a future husband bearing such a visage. Her days in the boudoir would surely be filled with delight. Upon this thought, Xia felt her cheeks flush. How could she entertain such notions? She quickly averted her gaze. Xia was puzzled as to why such chaotic thoughts had surfaced in her mind. She swiftly composed herself and regained her poise. Young master, your appearance is truly remarkable. You could certainly contend for the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Xia smiled. There were some good-hearted individuals in the capital who had compiled a list ranking the most attractive men and women, dubbing them the Four Great Beauties and Four Great Handsome Men of the capital. While the title may seem somewhat cliché, the 8 individuals on the list, regardless of gender, possessed faces and temperaments that were far from ordinary. Thus, Xia had indeed encountered the so-called Four Great Handsome Men of the capital. Xia Chen poured himself a cup of tea, displaying a remarkable confidence, almost as if he were the host. I have had the fortune to meet one. But compared to you, he pales in comparison, Xia remarked, settling beside Xia Chen with an alluring fragrance. Her words were not mere flattery. They were sincere. Moreover, according to her intelligence from the imperial city, Xia Chen was merely 17 years old this year. In a year or two, as he matured, his beauty would likely reach its zenith. Xia Chen chuckled at her words. Am I to become the male version of Yang Guifei? He mused. A natural beauty cannot be hidden, nurtured in a secluded chamber, yet suddenly astonishes the world upon emerging. This poetic line abruptly resonated in his mind. For the past 17 years, he had rarely ventured beyond and few knew of his existence. He then recalled his betrothed, who was destined to become an empress. It seemed he truly had a chance to embody an otherworldly version of Yang Guifei. Wait, my chosen alias also bears the surname Yang. Everything aligns perfectly. Xia Chen found himself momentarily lost in thought, pondering the serendipitous connection of his chosen name. What occupies your thoughts, young master? Xingya inquired, observing Xia Chen and Appo's distant gaze. Had she not merely praised his appearance from a heart? Why was he so distracted? Nothing. Xia Chen quickly regained his composure, sitting upright, prompting a smile from Xingya across the table. Surely, this young man is not experiencing such a scene for the first time. Young master, the night is long, and sipping tea can be rather dull. Here we have fine wine. Xingya and Appo's bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she poured a cup of exquisite wine for Xia Chen. Pray tell, how beautiful are the four great beauties you speak of? Xia Chen sought to change the subject, as he was quite ignorant of such gossip in the capital. You are unaware of this? Xingya was taken aback. Isn and Appo's. It customary for men to be most intrigued by such matters? Yet, her professional demeanor quickly quelled her curiosity. These four great beauties all hail from distinguished backgrounds, and their allure is far more convincing than that of the so-called four great handsome men. Without a shadow of a doubt, one is a direct disciple of the contemporary celestial master of the celestial master's house, while another is the current Buddhist maiden of the heavenly dragon temple. The remaining two are from the secular world. One is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and the other is the second daughter of the current emperor, Princess Yaowang. By the way, I heard recently that Princess Yaowang has been promised to someone. It appears to be a legitimate son from the Duke of Zhendong and Appo's household. As Xingya spoke of the second princess, she purposefully elaborated, observing Xia Chen and Appo's expression. To her disappointment, there was no flicker of emotion on his face, as if the noble son of the Duke were a stranger to him. Did the celestial master's house and the heavenly dragon temple also participate in the selection? Xia Chen inquired, intrigued. The celestial master's house and the heavenly dragon temple were sacred sites of Taoism and Buddhism in the Great Wu dynasty, even considered among the world and Appo's spiritual sanctuaries. The celestial master and the abbot of the heavenly dragon temple were the epitome of excellence, yet neither engaged in worldly affairs. These two establishments stood at opposite ends of the capital, as if in a perpetual standoff. They did not participate. However, some curious souls included them in the rankings. Xingya spoke softly, her voice imbued with a touch of Jiangnan charm. And how does your beauty compare to these four? How could I possibly measure up to them? Xingya replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head and chuckling softly. Young master, do not jest at my expense, in terms of status, appearance, and grace. I am worlds apart from them, and unworthy of comparison. She spoke with gentle self-mockery, rising slowly. Young master, it is getting late. Do you truly wish to spend the entire night conversing with me at this table? Xingya seemed reluctant to dwell on the matter further, and she gracefully approached the bed, lifting her delicate foot to step onto the mattress. Her demeanor transformed instantly, shifting from that of a refined lady to the most enchanting temptress of the realm. With sultry eyes that radiated allure, the atmosphere in the room became charged with intimacy. Xia Chen smiled, his steps light as he approached the bed. It seems Xingya can no longer contain her impatience. Xia Chen teased, taking a seat on the bed, gazing at the beauty before him. Is it that you are too cold-hearted, young master? Amidst such a beautiful evening, you only wish to engage in conversation while neglecting to indulge in some playful flirtation with me. Xingya and Appo's gaze held a hint of melancholy, amplifying the contrast of her earlier demeanor. Xia Chen chuckled, and as he leaned in to envelop the striking lady in his embrace, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, collapsing onto the bed and drifting into a deep slumber. Truly, men are all the same. Having just become engaged, he hastens to such places. Little Lotus entered from outside, a disdainful snort escaping her lips, resembling a small lioness. She had been stationed at the door, aware of Xia Chen and Appo's identity, and had overheard Xia and Appo's earlier conversation about the second princess and Appo's betrothal. I never expected him to come here, but it offers me an opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage his influence to provide some information to the lantern bearer. Their inquiries have been too intense lately, causing us significant losses in the capital and Appo's underground network. If this continues, we may face grave consequences. Xia sighed, casting a glance at the now slumbering Xia Chen before gracefully descending from the bed, her demeanor once again restoring its dignified elegance, with the earlier allure vanishing entirely. She appeared cold and ethereal. Beside her, little Lotus fumed, those despicable subjects of the Great Foam. Had we not intervened back then, they would have long been obliterated by the Great Wu. Yet now, having regained their strength, they dare to ensnare us, stealing military maps and framing us for their misdeeds. Little Lotus expressed her indignation, noting that many of their members had recently been captured, although most were peripheral members. It was only a matter of time before the net closed in on them. More critically, the dark agents of the Feng National Inspection Bureau had leaked information about their Imperial City's dark network to the lantern bearer, resulting in severe losses for them. Chapter 25, The Imperial City Department. It is certain that there is an undercover agent from the Inspection Institute within our ranks. Otherwise, we would not have been defeated so utterly this time. Our identities have become compromised, and it is time for us to assume new ones. Xia spoke coldly, her demeanor grave, a sentiment echoed by Xiaolian, who nodded in agreement. After exchanging a glance at the unconscious Xia Chen, Xiaolian could no longer contain her curiosity. Miss, what shall we do next? Should we directly use illusionary arts to provide him with some clues? But even if he becomes aware of these hints, will he take the initiative to investigate? Xiaolian expressed her concerns. The responsibilities of espionage primarily fall under the lantern bearers. While Xia Chen is merely a captain of the Imperial Guards, will he truly be of any assistance? Individuals of their merit typically enter the officialdom with aspirations for great accomplishments. According to the records, Xia Chen's enlistment in the Imperial Guards was not merely to pass the time. Regardless of potential outcomes, we must take the initiative and not allow the Inspection Institute to lead us by the nose. Xia asserted as she approached the bedside, her gaze shimmering like rippling water. Imbued with an extraordinary energy, I shall first draw him into a dream, subtly influencing him within that realm, prompting him to visit the Chunhua Tower tomorrow, where he will uncover certain clues. He will perceive these discoveries as the result of his own brilliance, unaware that he has become a tool in our hands. A smile flickered across Xia's face. Were it not for the necessity of gathering intelligence, she would never permit this insufferable man into her chamber, let alone allow him to touch her. No matter who entered her room, they would invariably be ensnared in her dreamscape, an illusion so vivid that it could easily blur the lines between reality and fantasy, capable of influencing one's thoughts and perceptions. A radiant glow enveloped Xia, particularly in her eyes, where mystical light danced. Two ethereal butterflies emerged from her gaze, drifting into Xia Chen's form. Yet, as soon as they entered, Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Within her field of vision, she suddenly beheld a pair of eyes gazing down upon her, cold and devoid of emotion, like a deity surveying mortals. This pair of eyes possessed 4 pupils, seemingly embodying the essence of the Tao and the ultimate truths of existence. Transformed into a butterfly, Xia felt her very soul tremble, frozen in place. In the next moment, the 2 azure butterflies that had infiltrated Xia Chen and Appo's consciousness shattered, dissolving into ephemeral illusions. Xia opened her eyes, her complexion pale, a glimmer of terror lingering in her gaze. Just as she contemplated retreating, a strong hand grasped her delicate, jade-like arm, an overwhelming force coursing through her, causing her to stumble and fall onto the bed. When Xia regained her bearings, she found herself cradled in Xia Chen's embrace, his expression a mixture of amusement and intrigue as he regarded her. In that fleeting moment, Xia seemed to perceive that within Xia Chen's eyes, two pupils had merged into one, their depths akin to a black hole capable of consuming one's very essence. "Release my lady." The sudden turn of events unfolded too swiftly for Xiaolian to process, only to discover that her mistress and Appo's neck was ensnared in another and Appo's grip. Yet, confusion clouded her mind. Had Xia Chen not succumbed to the illusion and fallen into slumber? In his arms, the beauty was exquisite, her skin soft as jade, and the atmosphere should have been fraught with tension, yet neither of the two seemed inclined to pursue further intimacy. To her astonishment, the renowned Xia was indeed a formidable sorceress, adept at forcibly drawing others into her illusions. Could she perhaps even wield the power to kill within dreams? Xia Chen, intrigued, inquired, gently lifting Xia's flawless chin, much like a wealthy youth playfully teasing a virtuous woman, bringing her exquisite features into focus as he gazed into her sapphire-like, glowing eyes. Their bodies were intimately close, their breaths mingling in the air, brushing against one another's cheeks. In an instant, Xia's skin prickled with sensation, goosebumps rising as her cheeks flushed, resembling someone who had indulged too freely. Within the room, Xiaolian observed Xia Chen's disregard for her presence, his attention solely fixated on her lady. Panic surged within her. She unleashed her aura, her vitality surging like a torrent, her body taut as she prepared to spring into action like a fierce little beast. A sorceress, a seventh-tier martial artist within the Imperial City Department. Who would have thought that such depth lay hidden within this seemingly modest abode of Xia? Xia Chen remained unperturbed, boldly tracing his fingers along Xia's flawless visage, the contact igniting a warmth that spread through her body, an experience unlike any she had encountered before. "You have been fully conscious throughout, listening to our exchange. Impossible. You clearly drank the tea and wine. I ensured it was laced with sedatives." Xia, nestled in Xia Chen and Appo's embrace, struggled to regain her composure. The situation had spiraled beyond her control, and fear gripped her heart at the prospect of her purity being tarnished by this man. She hurriedly sought to divert his attention. "Tonight, to ensure absolute certainty, I even added a physical agent to the drinks, incorporating a colorless sedative developed by our department. Coupled with my ocular arts, it should have rendered you powerless. Perhaps I am simply more robust than you anticipated. The dosage must have been insufficient," Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly, for he possessed a system that scanned any foreign substance entering his body. If harmful, it would be neutralized. His body was quite literally impervious to toxins. Xia was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense was this? Insufficient dosage? The courtyard is filled with our people. You cannot escape. Be wise and release my lady, or else. Or else what? Do you believe you can subdue me in an instant under these circumstances? With your seventh-tier strength? Xia Chen raised his gaze, appraising Xiaolian, a mere maid who appeared quite youthful, yet possessed the seventh-tier cultivation of the spirit refinement realm. It seemed that Xia's background was far more significant than he had presumed. Even in the Imperial City, her disappearance was likely not without consequence. This evening, he had likely ensnared a substantial catch. He continued, "You may attempt to act, or you could summon those in the courtyard. There may be sixth-tier or even fifth-tier experts among them capable of subduing me. However, I must remind you of two things. First, those individuals are likely also from the Imperial City Department, not your household servants. If they witness your lady in such a compromising position with me, the consequences will be dire. Second, it is already curfew. Lantern bearers and Imperial guards are patrolling nearby. Should combat erupt here, do you think the experts among the lantern bearers and guards will not sense it immediately?" Xia Chen's laughter resonated with a hint of audacity as he playfully pinched Xia's delicate, silken cheek. His confidence in his abilities and the security of the capital allowed him to leave Xia Chen and Li Shi behind without concern. Chapter 26. A pall of silence descended upon the chamber, punctuated only by Xia Chen's laughter. The sight of him embracing a beautiful woman evoked the image of a villainous figure preying upon an innocent maiden. Xiaolian gnashed her teeth, her face flushed with indignation. Yet she remained impotent. As Xia Chen had astutely observed, any conflict here would undoubtedly attract the attention of the capital and Appo's, as formidable experts, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Young master, Xia began, her composure regained. Now that you are cognizant of our identities, perhaps you would consider releasing me, and we can engage in a productive discourse. Her luminous eyes fixed intently on Xia Chen, sensing a concealed depth within the seemingly unremarkable air of the East Town Marquis, a stark contrast to the imperial authority and Emperor Wen's assessment. Must our discourse be confined to the bedchamber? Xia Chen and Emperor Wen's fingers traced a delicate path across Xia and Emperor Wen's back, sending a cascade of goose flesh rippling across her skin. Her complexion flushed crimson as an electrifying sensation coursed through her, a peculiar and unfamiliar feeling stirring within her heart. Xia Chen and Emperor Wen's gestures serve as a stark reminder of her captivity, shattering any illusions of control or initiative. Young master, Xia continued, since you have overheard our conversation, I shall be candid. The military defense map was not pilfered by us, but rather a contrivance orchestrated by the Grand Feng Inspectorate, using us as a shield. Why should I lend credence to your words? Xia Chen countered. The identity of the map's purloiner remains unknown to me, yet your affiliation with the imperial authority is irrefutable. Moreover, your rank within the organization appears to be substantial. My apprehension of you and the dismantling of your cell constitute a significant accomplishment. Xia Chen smiled wryly. Regardless of the map's true thief, delivering any of them would be a great achievement. Why look any further? Xia and Xiao Lian fell into a contemplative silence, unable to refute his logic. For Xia Chen, the capture of either imperial authority agents or inspectorate operatives would be a triumph. However, there exists an alternative proposition. Xia Chen's voice resonated once more, igniting a spark of hope within Xia and Xiao Lian, whose spirits had been momentarily extinguished by his previous pronouncements. Given the Grand Feng Inspectorate and Emperor Wen's ability to infiltrate your imperial authority, it is reasonable to assume a reciprocal arrangement. Provide me with the Inspectorate and Emperor Wen's network distribution within the capital, along with irrefutable evidence exonerating your faction from the map and Emperor Wen's theft, and I shall grant you your freedom. Xia fixed her gaze upon the young man, whose proximity allowed her to perceive even the faintest nuances of his breath. His ambition, she surmised, far surpassed his outward appearance. Xia Chen's eyes gleamed with calculation. While apprehending the imperial authority was undoubtedly a significant feat, it was not enough. Should the military defense map indeed be untainted by the imperial authority's involvement, the Lantern Bear's investigation would inevitably uncover this truth, diminishing Xia Chen's credit for capturing the imperial authority's clandestine agents. However, if he could preemptively unveil this deception and cripple the Grand Feng Inspectorate's clandestine network within the capital, or at least inflict substantial damage, it might draw the Emperor's attention. Xia Chen pondered, his aspirations extending far beyond the mere destruction of an imperial authority cell. He sought to leverage this operation to catapult himself to prominence. Success, while potentially inciting the Lantern Bearers and Emperor's ire and attracting unwanted attention, would ultimately yield greater benefits. With a mere 5 years at his disposal, and his current status as a humble 7th-rank commandant, he had to ascend swiftly. What assurance do I have of your trustworthiness? Xia challenged. If I divulge the Inspectorate and Emperor Wen's intelligence, only for you to turn around and apprehend us, my defeat would be absolute. I offer no guarantee, save for my integrity, Xia Chen responded, his fingers tightening around Xia and Emperor Wen's smooth chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His seemingly nonchalant words carried an undercurrent of dominance. You may choose to reject this gamble. A subtle, enigmatic ripple seemed to emanate from Xia Chen and Emperor Wen's eyes, subtly influencing Xia and Emperor Wen's judgment. She momentarily glimpsed the colossal, almost divine gaze that had confronted her during her previous intrusion into Xia Chen's consciousness. For a fleeting moment, her thoughts seemed to suspend. After an extended silence, a voice emerged from Xia's sensuous lips. Very well, I shall provide you with the Inspectorate's clandestine agent data. The sun's nascent rays poured into the chamber, bathing the room in a golden glow. Upon the bed, Xia's eyes fluttered open, her body and mind fatigued. Her lower back ached, her legs were numb, and her knees felt as if they had been subjected to prolonged kneeling, marked by bruises. As consciousness returned, she recalled the events of the previous night. Her eyes darted to her side, confirming the presence of a man asleep beside her, his arm draped possessively around her waist. Sensing her movement, his warm hand tightened its grip, drawing her gently into his embrace. Xingya's cheeks flushed crimson as she felt the warmth of his chest. She glanced down at her attire, relieved to find her clothing intact, though somewhat disheveled. "Good morning," Xia Chen murmured, his eyes remaining closed, feigning sleep. "Release me," Xingya requested, striving to maintain her composure. Despite her use of special identity to gather information, she had never allowed any man to touch her. She had remained chaste. While the previous night had not resulted in any explicit violation, the mere fact of spending the night in the company of a man on the same bed, with physical contact, was enough. Xingya pursed her lips, her gaze complex as she regarded Xia Chen. Though the ultimate act had not transpired, her purity had been compromised in the hands of the great Wu consort. "Not yet," Xia Chen replied, his eyes still closed, yet seemingly aware of everything. "Your people surround this courtyard. Should I release you, they would undoubtedly tear me limb from limb. Last night, it was late and there was a curfew, so he naturally stayed overnight. Have you prepared the information I requested?" "Xiaolian," Xingya called out to someone outside, her gaze fixed on the warm hand on her waist. She took a deep breath to calm herself. The door burst open, and Xiaolian stormed in, her eyes bloodshot, brandishing a long blade. "Miss, did this scoundrel do anything to you last night?" Chapter 27, Compliance Testing. Xiaolian remained vigil outside the courtyard, having spent the entire night sleeplessly standing guard. Initially, she had intended to remain within the confines of her chamber, but Xia Chen had, regrettably, expelled her. "I am unharmed," Xingya reassured, though her countenance betrayed a certain unease. While Xia Chen had indeed refrained from excessive physical contact the previous night, she had, in the latter hours, sensed his slumber and attempted to breach the door, seeking to liberate herself from his grasp. Yet, the moment she initiated her actions and sought to unleash her inner energy, Xia Chen, as if endowed with an omniscient perspective, preemptively awoke and subdued her once more. Xia Chen's retribution for this disobedient beauty involved compelling her to kneel in a position of utter humiliation, resulting in bruises upon her alabaster knees. Only when she was utterly spent did Xia Chen permit her to lie down and rest, an experience that dissuaded her from any further attempts at subterfuge. "This young man is rather uncanny," Xiaolian thought, observing the disquietude in her mistress and Appo's demeanor. Despite the absence of any significant commotion emanating from the room the previous night, the mere fact that her mistress had spent the night in such close quarters with this man filled her with apprehension as to what he might have subjected her to. "Hand over the information. It is growing late, and I must attend to my duties." Xia Chen beckoned Xiaolian, his manner reminiscent of one summoning a personal servant. Further infuriating the young woman, Xia Chen glanced at the sky, realizing that his tardiness might lead Xia Qian and Li Shi to erroneously conclude that his nocturnal exploits had left him enfeebled. He was loath to have his virility questioned over such trivial matters. "Give him the documents," Xingya implored, though uncertain of the precise nature of Xia Chen and Appo's duties. She was desperate to extricate herself from his presence. Their interactions the previous night had yielded her no advantage whatsoever. Xiaolian reluctantly withdrew, returning shortly with a stack of documents, which she grudgingly handed to Xia Chen. Xia Chen reclined languidly upon the bed, accepting the documents with one hand while releasing Xingya with the other. Xingya felt a wave of relief as the warmth of his hand, which had been resting on her shoulder, dissipated. Her attire, disheveled from the previous night and Appo's ordeal, left one shoulder partially exposed, creating a situation where there was virtually no barrier between them. Despite Xia Chen and Appo's release and his undivided attention to the documents, Xingya dared not stir. Having witnessed the young man and Appo's unsettling abilities the previous night, she was certain that he had been asleep, yet he had somehow anticipated her actions and preemptively neutralized her. Such prowess was unnerving. It explained why he had dared to allow her to sleep beside him, even after their confrontation. He was simply unafraid of any surreptitious attacks in his sleep. Intriguing. It appears your Imperial City Guard has planted numerous operatives within the censorate, Xia Chen remarked with a subtle smile as he perused the detailed documents. As the preeminent triumvirate of clandestine organizations in this world, the Emperor's Blades, be they the lantern-bearers of Great Wu, the Imperial City Guard of Great Qing, or the censorate of Great Feng, were all engaged in mutual infiltration. The most fiercely contested battlegrounds were the capitals of the three nations. The capital of Great Wu was the lantern-bearer's domain, yet it harbored agents of the Imperial City Guard and the censorate, a tacitly acknowledged secret among the court officials and commoners alike. This situation was not the result of the lantern-bearers condoning such presence, but rather their profound understanding that even if they were to eradicate all the Imperial City Guard and censorate agents in the capital, a new contingent would promptly arrive to take their place. Neither Great Qing nor Great Feng would willingly relinquish their presence in the political heart of the nation. The circumstances were similar in the capitals of Great Qing and Great Feng, where various clandestine operatives lurked. This is the lantern-bearers and oppos domain. Ordinarily, we in the censorate would align, if not to assist one another, then at least to refrain from backstabbing. However, since the censorate has chosen to use us as pawns, they can hardly fault us for retaliating, Xia declared coldly. Xia Chen, having finished reviewing the documents, paused in contemplation before raising his hand and piercing his fingertip. A peculiar energy seemed to emanate from the crimson blood as he calmly instructed, "Open your mouth." Xia hesitated, taken aback. However, as a sorceress, she instinctively sensed something unusual about the blood. She knew that certain sorcerers could employ their own blood as a catalyst to perform arcane rituals. Seeing her hesitation, Xia Chen wasted no time. He seized Qing Ya's face, forcibly pried open her mouth, and thrust his bleeding finger inside. Cough, cough. Qing Ya coughed, struggling for breath as she covered her mouth. What have you done? This is a technique unique to my Marquis, one that martial artists can also employ. My essence now flows within you, allowing me to sense your presence wherever you may go. Therefore, I trust that this information is accurate. Furthermore, it may be time for you to assume a new identity. If you are compliant, we may have opportunities for future collaboration, Xia Chen said with a smile, gently caressing Qing Ya's flushed cheek before rising from the bed, his demeanor akin to that of a demon. It is growing late. Attend to my ablutions and attire, Xia Chen commanded, treating the place as his own and displaying an air of unreserved authority, his tone both gentle and domineering. Qing Ya, reclining on the bed, pursed her lips, her gaze complex. Ultimately, she rose and began to tend to Xia Chen and Oppos, as hair and garments. It was her first time attending to someone in such a manner, and her movements were clumsy and unfamiliar. The entire process was fraught with mishaps, but Xia Chen remained patient, showing no inclination to seek assistance elsewhere. The entire process was akin to a taming ritual. Had any players descended upon the scene at this moment, they would have understood precisely what Xia Chen was doing. In their world, such behavior was known by a specific term, compliance testing. Xia Chen strode into the yamen, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Young master, Xia Chen, who had been waiting at the yamen, rushed forward upon seeing Xia Chen. Boss, how did it go last night? Li Shi inquired, his eyes gleaming with a knowing smile that only men could truly understand. What else could it be but delightful? Xia Chen responded with a grin, patting Li Shi on the shoulder. Glad to hear you enjoyed yourself, boss. Li Shi chuckled foolishly. Are all the brothers at the yamen? Xia Chen asked, glancing around before turning his attention to the matter at hand. Almost all of them are here. Good. Have the Jia and E companies assemble. Xia Chen's smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Xia Chen was taken aback, unsure why such an assembly was being called, but he refrained from questioning. Li Shi, on the other hand, remained impassive. Soon, the 200 men under Xia Chen's command sprang into action, quickly assembling in the training grounds. Chapter 28. Should there be any resistance, execute them immediately. Within the camp, the expressions of the soldiers from the various battalions were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Battalions A and B exhibited such a formidable demeanor so early in the day, as if preparing for a grand confrontation. Xia Chen beckoned Xia Hui to the side and whispered a few crucial matters into his ear. As Xia Hui listened, his gaze grew increasingly serious, until he finally heard Xia Chen declare, "We shall divide our forces into two paths. We must act swiftly. Should anyone dare to resist, they are to be shot on sight. However, the core individuals must be captured and brought back." "Understood, sir." In the military camp, Xia Hui addressed Xia Chen by his title, refraining from the term young master. Xia Chen then addressed all the soldiers, proclaiming, "Battalion A, follow Commander Xia. Battalion B, accompany me." Beyond this, Xia Chen uttered nothing else. The 200 elite soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered, yet none dared to inquire about their mission. They understood that their sole duty was to obey orders, particularly when tasked with the assault on the imperial palace. Fully armed, Xia Chen and his contingent of 100 elite soldiers swiftly surged out of the Yulin Guard headquarters and made their way towards East Street. "Young master, what exactly are we going to do?" At this moment, Xia Chen quietly approached Xia Chen, inquiring softly. "Do not ask too many questions. You will know shortly." Xia Chen shrank his head, understanding that his master's demeanor signaled that significant events were about to unfold. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at East Jung Street. This street was renowned for its concentration of tea houses and theaters, essentially serving as the cultural hub of the capital. Each year, various popular operas and storytelling performances first gained traction here before spreading throughout the realm. In front of the illustrious Baiwa Tower, Xia Chen halted. "Surround this theater. Not a single fly shall escape. Anyone who disregards this warning and attempts to break through will be shot on sight." Xia Chen's voice was grave and unyielding, sending chills down the spines of the elite soldiers behind him. The capital was home to many dignitaries, particularly at Baiwa Tower, which held great renown. It was rumored that even members of the royal family frequented this establishment to enjoy performances. The potential consequences of harming someone of significant status could lead to dire repercussions. Yet, considering their leader and Appo's as formidable background, the soldiers exhibited no hesitation and swiftly encircled the entire Baiwa Tower. Inside the Baiwa Tower, a grand and opulent stage showcased an array of performers. Recently, a play entitled The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks had captured the hearts of the capital's elite. This production, originating from Baiwa Tower, was performed at least 3 times daily to satisfy the incessant demand of the nobility. The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks narrates a love story between a noble heir and a princess from the eastern wilderness fox tribe. Initially frowned upon by society, the star-crossed lovers ultimately overcame numerous obstacles to pledge their love for one another. This was meant to be a joyous tale. However, what set this play apart was the playwright's innovative twist. Just as the audience believed the fox princess would find happiness with the noble heir, she met an untimely demise, leaving the audience in shock. Never before had they witnessed such a tragic turn. Subsequently, the male lead descended into darkness, embarking on a path of vengeance to avenge his beloved. This captivating premise was unprecedented for the audience, instantly drawing their attention, making tickets to the Tale of the Mandarin Ducks exceedingly difficult to procure. A calamity. The officials have surrounded Baiwa Tower. Just as the plot reached its climax, frantic servants from various households rushed into the theater, some entering the private boxes, their expressions betraying alarm. The doors of Baiwa Tower were forcefully pushed open, and armed elite soldiers poured in. Instantly, chaos erupted within the theater, as patrons were left bewildered by the unfolding events. "The elite soldiers are here. Do not move. Remain where you are, or face immediate execution." Just as the theater teetered on the brink of pandemonium, a booming voice rang out, momentarily stunning everyone present. Xia Chen stood at the forefront, flanked by over 10 elite soldiers who drew their blades in unison. To his side, crossbows and firearms were aimed at the audience, ready to unleash a volley at the slightest hint of movement. Such weaponry, when unleashed simultaneously, would render even the most skilled individuals vulnerable, turning them into mere targets. Initially displeased by the interruption, the dignitaries' expressions froze as they contemplated questioning the soldiers' intentions, but the words died on their lips. They sat down obediently. Xia Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, swiftly locking onto a striking young actor at the center of the stage. portraying the male lead in the tale of the Mandarin ducks. At that moment, the young actor also scrutinized Xia Chen, their eyes colliding. How handsome, yet not impressive. The initial thought from the young actor was a subconscious reaction upon seeing Xia Chen, while Xia Chen himself regarded the actor's appearance as unremarkable. Sees him. Without a moment in oppose. Hesitation, Xia Chen pointed at the actor, his voice cold and commanding. Instantly, 5 elite soldiers unsheathed their long blades, moving with the swiftness of a tiger among sheep as they advanced towards the actor. The actor and Oppo's expression turned grave. He had sensed something amiss the moment the soldiers entered. Now, as they advanced towards him, it was clear they were targeting him specifically. This was no accident. They had come for him. Behind the actor, a martial actress stepped forward, blocking his path without a moment, and Oppo's hesitation, her hands readying concealed weapons. The 5 elite soldiers quickly raised their blades to defend against her, while 3 more advanced from behind the actor. At once, the stage erupted into chaos. The audience below stood aghast as some concealed weaponry whizzed perilously close, sending shivers down their spines. They had never anticipated that these performers possessed such formidable martial prowess and would dare confront the elite soldiers. The realization that they were spectators to a scene of violence made their hearts tremble. Advance! Xia Chen, calm and composed amidst the turmoil, commanded as 10 more skilled fighters surged forward. Meanwhile, more elite soldiers flooded through the entrance. Standing in the center of the stage, the actor's heart sank further. His identity was now exposed, and he feared he would not escape this day alive. Even if he managed to flee Baiwa Tower, he would undoubtedly alert the patrolling soldiers and the hidden watchers in the shadows. There was no retreat left for him. Yet, the actor was resolute. He would not surrender easily. Within his sleeves lay various paper figures, some wielding great swords, others brandishing long blades. These paper figures rapidly enlarged in the air, as if animated. Soon, these paper figures exhibited remarkable offensive capabilities, engaging the elite soldiers in battle. Chapter 29. The Azura Officer. Inside the White Moon Tower, echoes of alarm and panic reverberated intermittently. The flashing blades intimidated the audience in the hall, rendering some pale with fright. Fortunately, the venue was filled with the Imperial Guards, which provided some comfort to the onlookers. Xia Chen squinted slightly. The situation had dragged on longer than he anticipated. He desired a swift strike, catching the inspectors off guard. However, they were now mired in delay. Let us attack together and take them down swiftly. With that command, Xia Chen swiftly drew his crimson long blade. As his vitality surged, the blade radiated a searing heat. His aura skyrocketed, embodying unyielding strength and dominance. He aimed directly at a paper figure, cleaving it in two, igniting it in a blaze of flames. A figure capable of withstanding 2 or 3 Imperial Guards was annihilated in an instant. Leading the charge, Xia Chen moved like a tiger among sheep, dispatching one paper figure after another. Behind him, Xia Chen led the Imperial Guards in a fierce onslaught. While slaying the paper figures, Xia Chen's focus remained on the actor. The information provided by Qingyu revealed that this actor was a mid to senior level official in the Inspection Institute, orchestrating many of the Institute's activities in the capital. This actor was deeply involved in the theft of the military defense plans. The actor's expression was grave. Even in this critical juncture, he remained composed, quickly scanning his surroundings for an escape route. Break through, he commanded coldly, sending forth more paper figures. However, maintaining these figures seemed to drain his energy, rendering his face pale. You go first. I'll hold them off. The first to engage, a martial artist, brandished a large blade before the actor. Just as Xia Chen closed in, with a thunderous shout, the martial artist lifted his weapon, aiming to cleave Xia Chen in two. Xia Chen, seemingly foreseeing the attack, unleashed his strike as the martial artist raised his blade. In that moment, all present beheld a radiant sun emerging from the arc of Xia Chen's blade, illuminating the ground. When they opened their eyes, they saw a gaping wound appear in the center of the martial artist's body, and in a horrified flurry, his form was split asunder, blood staining the stage. The scene was gruesomely bloody. In the private boxes on the 2nd and 3rd floors, noble ladies and young maidens turned ashen, Their gazes no longer filled with infatuation for the striking youth, but rather with fear and terror. A living being had been brutally dismembered before them. Regardless of whom the Imperial Guards were apprehending, any sane individual would be terrified by such a spectacle. Drops of blood splattered across Xia Chen's face, casting him as a formidable figure of hellish wrath. After dispatching the foe in his path, Xia Chen had no time to linger and charged toward the actor. "You are Xia Chen, the so-called waste of the Eastern Town Marquis estate. It seems everyone has been misled and deceived. To slay an 8th-tier martial artist in a single stroke, your concealment runs deep." The actor retreated, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Xia Chen. The Inspection Institute possessed records on Xia Chen, but it now appeared those records were flawed. A 17-year-old 7th-tier martial artist was indeed a prodigy, even within the ranks of the Eastern Town Marquis estate. Xia Chen, however, had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the actor. His singular focus was on eliminating the leader. He was determined to cut through to the core, indifferent to the others attempting to shield the actor. During his charge, Xia Chen activated the Crimson Sun body refinement technique, channeling his vitality outward, enveloping himself like armor. His speed was blinding, and as his dual pupils reemerged, the movement of those around him slowed, as if time itself had been altered. The actor, spotting the nearby window, prepared to leap for escape, but suddenly a figure, akin to a demonic deity, materialized behind him. A hand reached out. The actor felt the air around him being sucked away. In the next instant, pain shot through his neck as Xia Chen lifted him effortlessly, as one would a chick. As a sorcerer, the actor possessed various abilities, but facing a martial artist in close quarters was perilous, especially against Xia Chen. With the actor captured, order swiftly returned to the White Moon Tower. Several performers who had attacked the Imperial Guards were executed on the spot by crossbow fire, while the rest were apprehended. The entire operation, though intricate, unfolded rapidly, culminating in the capture of their target within mere minutes. "Take all of them back to the Yamen. Until I return, no one is to allow them to be taken." Xia Chen instructed Xia Chen, assigning him to personally escort 30 men to ensure the captives were secured. "Boss, let me accompany Brother Xia Chen. With so many people from the White Moon Tower, it would be safer if I helped escort them." Li Shi interjecta, eager to alleviate Xia Chen's burden. Xia Chen glanced at him before nodding in agreement. Within the White Moon Tower, Imperial Guards tended to the battlefield, administering blood-sealing needles to the apprehended inspectors. These needles, a disposable artifact developed by the Celestial Master's Bureau, severely restricted martial artists, making it difficult for them to mobilize their vital energy once implanted. Xia Chen cast a glance at the actor in his grasp, who glared at him with a chilling intensity, as though wishing to devour him whole. "You're coming straight for me. It seems you have grasped our information. You seek to usurp achievements from the Lantern Bearer. Your ambitions run deep, having hidden yourself so well for so many years." The actor glared fiercely at Xia Chen, having anticipated the Lantern Bearer's arrival, but never imagined he would fall into the hands of the Imperial Guards, and particularly to Xia Chen, whom he had dismissed. Xia Chen remained silent, delivering a decisive blow to the back of the actor's head, knocking him unconscious. His methods were brutally direct, yet remarkably effective. He held the actor in his palm, opting not to hand him over to Xia Chen or Li Shi. He intended to supervise the captive personally. "Gather some men. We're heading to the next location." Xia Chen led a group of dozens swiftly away from the White Moon Tower, moving with urgency, intent on catching the Inspection Institute off guard with a blitzkrieg. "Boss, where are we going now? Are there more spies?" Li Shi inquired with keen interest, patting Xia Chen and Oppo's arm. "Unknown." Xia Chen shook his head, refraining from elaboration as he turned to manage the aftermath at the White Moon Tower. The audience who had come to view the performance sighed in relief, whispering amongst themselves as they witnessed the capture of all the spies. Were they from the Royal City Department or the Inspection Institute? Who would have thought the White Moon Tower was their stronghold? One person remarked in fear. In his youth, the Grand Ancestor served within the Imperial Guards, displaying exceptional wit and intelligence. When the capital faced the sudden theft of military defense plans, the Grand Ancestor discerned the enemy's scheme, leading the Imperial Guards with decisiveness and vigor, successfully capturing the enemy's spies. Thus, the military defense case was resolved. For this feat, the Grand Ancestor earned the title of the Jade-Faced Gentleman. Xia Shu, Volume 3, Chronicles of the Grand Ancestor, Chapter 30, The Third Prince. Who was that ruthless leader? Although Xia Chen swiftly ended the battle, he left a profound impression on everyone. Throughout the encounter, he uttered not a single word. His actions spoke volumes. So domineering and cold-blooded, that captain was remarkably handsome. It is astonishing that such a striking figure exists in the capital. In a loft, a number of beautiful women gazed with sparkling eyes. Though the scene had been bloody moments ago, it had now concluded. Xia Chen's appearance captivated them anew. They inquired about his lineage and whether he was betrothed. One young lady gazed dreamily, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. On the third floor of Baiwei Tower, in a private room with the best view, a young man of extraordinary bearing sat with a charmingly graceful woman, sipping tea. Even amidst the chaos, these two remained composed, as if they were merely spectators at a grand performance, while everyone beneath them played the role of mere actors. Su Buliu, how formidable was that captain? The distinguished young man inquired with a light chuckle, not turning his head towards a swordsman silently standing in the shadows. This individual, in both aura and mastery of his own vitality, was nothing short of perfection. With a single stroke, all his strength coalesced at the blade's tip. Having already grasped the essence of the sword, his intent as strong and righteous as the sun. Few, if any, in the 7th rank could rival him. Beyond that, little could be discerned. It was uncertain whether he concealed further strength. Standing in the shadows, Su Buliu appeared to be around 27 or 28. His eyes flickering as he commented on Xia Chen. If you were in the same realm, you might prevail. The young man, intrigued by Su Buliu's words, asked how so. One must engage in combat to truly know. Su Buliu Zipli. Ah, you are the renowned genius swordsman of the capital, and yet you lack confidence in victory. The young man expressed surprise. I am currently at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, soon to advance to the 4th. Should I suppress my power to the 7th rank? Defeating him would be effortless. However, in my former 7th rank, I would still need to engage in battle to ascertain the outcome. Su Buliu spoke sparingly, yet patiently explained when prompted by the young man. Hearing this, the young man and Appo's curiosity regarding Xia Chen intensified. Fascinating. Investigate who he is and bring him before me. I wish to meet him. I did not expect such talent to emerge from the Imperial Guards. The young man smiled as he commanded some servants behind him. Su Buliu was well known in the capital as a genius of swordsmanship, often hailed as someone with the potential to ascend to the 3rd rank in a decade or two. Now, another individual had surfaced who could rival him in skill. Would it not be amusing to recruit such a prodigy? There is no need for further inquiries. If I am not mistaken, this person should be somewhat connected to us. At this moment, the beautiful woman, who had remained silent, turned her head, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she sat serenely, emanating an enchanting charm. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in simple attire, yet exuding an air of nobility. Ah, my dear aunt knows his identity. The young man was taken aback. But recalling his aunt's insatiable ambition and her involvement in court politics, it was no surprise that she had gathered considerable intelligence. He must be the legitimate son of the Duke of Anong, the one recently betrothed to Yao Wang. My sources say he is extraordinarily handsome, rivaling the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. Upon seeing him today, he surpasses even them. The woman smiled, reminiscing about Xia Chen's visage, her eyes glimmering with springtime warmth. Princess Pingyang, mature and alluring, was passionate about power, having never married, filled with loneliness yet unwilling to settle, yearning for love. My niece is indeed fortunate. Princess Pingyang sighed, for she was the youngest sister of Emperor Wen, raised by him, though not of the same bloodline. For over 50 years since Emperor Wen ascended the throne, he had treated this sister as a daughter. Upon reaching adulthood, Princess Pingyang displayed a keen interest in politics. And remarkably, the emperor did not impede her aspirations, allowing her to engage in political affairs. Thus, she held a unique position within the royal family. The 3rd prince was now even more astonished, realizing that the seemingly insignificant captain of the Imperial Guards was actually connected to him in such a manner? Could my aunt and Appo's information be accurate? I recall that Xia Chen was notorious for being a wastrel. The Duke of Anong has neglected him for years. Why has he become so formidable now? Recently, the Xia family had secured a position for him as a captain of the Yulin Guards, his status and appearance matching perfectly. As for his cultivation, it was indeed surprising. Princess Pingyang pondered, resting her delicate chin in contemplation, lost in thought. Xia Chen remained oblivious to the fact that Princess Pingyang and the third prince had been observing the entire scene of his capture from Baiwa Tower. He was now hastily making his way to another location, a certain inn. This inn served as an intelligence hub for the Inspection Institute in the capital, and it was likely where the military defense map had been disseminated. Despite some resistance during the capture, the fully armed Imperial Guards swiftly apprehended the innkeeper. Thoroughly search the premises. Leave no detail unchecked. Take everything, Xia Chen commanded. He then immediately led his companions to the next location, a shelter for the elderly and orphans in the northern district. However, upon arrival, he found the place deserted, with only a few children and some incapacitated elderly remaining. Sir, there is no one here, and we found nothing, one of his subordinates reported quietly. Xia Chen fell into silence, scrutinizing the tattered sign that read Shanyang Tang. From Yulin Guards and Appo's headquarters to Baiwa Tower, then to the inn, and finally here, no more than an hour had passed. Yet, it was already empty. It seemed the subsequent locations had also been evacuated. The news travels swiftly. Xia Chen's gaze flickered. Sir, where to next? Someone whispered, as throughout the entire operation, Xia Chen had communicated little with them. Until now, they remained unaware of which faction they had captured. Back to the headquarters. Xia Chen waved his hand, realizing he had already stirred the hornet's nest. Further searches were futile. Returning to the Yulin Guards headquarters, Xia Chen was greeted at the entrance by Qin Mu. Seeing Xia Chen enter, Qin Mu hurried over. I heard you took 200 men out this morning. What is the matter? Have you captured so many people? Qin Mu was still in a state of confusion. Although the Imperial Guards had the authority to apprehend, such a large-scale operation without prior notice had undoubtedly spread throughout the capital. They are all from the Inspection Institute. The situation was urgent this morning, and I did not have time to seek your permission. I shall personally explain to the general shortly. Xia Chen recognized he had overstepped by not seeking approval before leading such a large force to apprehend suspects. Had he been an ordinary person, Qin Mu would likely have summoned others to detain him the moment he entered. Chapter 31. Dividing the Cake. Qin Mu's expression grew solemn, and the reprimands he intended to voice remained unspoken. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and whispered, My lord, I understand the procedures may have been somewhat amiss. But rest assured, when the general learns of this matter, he will be overjoyed. Not only will he not hold you accountable, but this achievement may also elevate your standing. A smile adorned Xia Chen's face, completely dispelling the frosty demeanor he had exhibited earlier. Though Qin Mu held the rank of a deputy, he was nonetheless Xia Chen's superior. Xia Chen, well versed in the teachings of the Venerable Mao, had the wisdom of the old sage etched into his heart. In the realm of politics, it had always been imperative to amass friends and minimize enemies, uniting all who could be united. At critical junctures, there would undoubtedly be those who would spontaneously elevate you to the highest echelons. Upon hearing Xia Chen and Appo's words, Qin Mu and Appo's eyes brightened, and just as he was about to respond, Xia Chen's voice resonated once more. The captives have already been secured, and time is no longer of the essence. Why don't we proceed to inform the general together? Xia Chen's smile was radiant. What? Are you suggesting that the military defense plans were actually pilfered by spies from the Inspection Institute? General Li Wenzhong sprang from his seat, spilling tea all over himself in shock at Xia Chen's revelation. Qin Mu, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He was well aware of the recent upheaval in the capital regarding the theft of the military defense plans, and their unit had been tasked with assisting the lantern bearers in a thorough investigation. It was widely accepted that the military defense plans had been stolen by the Royal City Division. Even the lantern bearers held this belief. Yet, Xia Chen now presented an entirely different narrative. According to the intel I have gathered, the military defense plans were orchestrated by the very individuals I apprehended today. The culprits are already in custody, and the truth will emerge during the interrogation. Furthermore, even if the military defense plans are not directly linked to these individuals, their identity as spies from the Inspection Institute is indisputable. Regardless, we have accomplished a significant feat, Xia Chen reported respectfully. Li Wenzhong sat back down, regaining his composure. But the smile on his face could not be contained. If it were indeed the case that the military defense plans were stolen by the spies from the Inspection Institute, it would represent an extraordinary achievement. On the other hand, even if Xia Chen's assertion proved erroneous, capturing genuine spies would still warrant considerable acclaim. However, there was a concern. Would this endeavor provoke the lantern bearers, and could the general withstand the ensuing pressure? Before Li Wenzhong could voice his thoughts, Xia Chen interjected. The lantern bearers operate independently of the court and wield tremendous power. The loss of the military defense plans already reflects poorly on them. Should it be confirmed that the Inspection Institute was behind the theft, it would signify a grave dereliction of duty on their part. Our monumental achievement would, in effect, be built upon their failure. Fear not, for our feathered guard is close to the Emperor. The lantern bearers have no authority here. Moreover, we have every right to intervene in this matter, and it is indeed justified. Li Wenzhong hesitated only briefly before his resolve solidified. The opportunity for glory was within his grasp, and to shy away now would be an act of cowardice. The lantern bearers may wield immense power, but did he, Li Wenzhong, lack influence? Let us keep this matter under wraps for the time being. We must pry open the mouths of those we have captured and gather all evidence. I shall then petition the Emperor in the palace to commend our efforts. As Li Wenzhong uttered the final words, his gaze settled on Xia Chen. This young noble from the Marquis and Appo's household exhibited a level of maturity that surpassed his initial assumptions, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with youthful inexperience. His approach was remarkably astute. Xia Chen displayed a smile in response, bowing respectfully. I shall defer to the general and Appo's. As command. A seasoned politician must understand the art of sharing rewards, ensuring the welfare of subordinates, while also feeding those above. It is essential that one does not indulge in solitary gains. History serves as a cautionary tale. Those who seek to monopolize success have often met with dismal fates. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this principle. Moreover, he recognized his own relatively weak position. A direct confrontation with the lantern bearers would not yield favorable outcomes. It was far wiser to allocate a portion of the credit to Li Wenzhong, allowing him to charge forth into battle while Xia Chen remained behind to bide his time and develop further. The ensuing conflict with the lantern bearers was beyond his current station. Qin Mu stood by, observing Xia Chen engage naturally in discussions with Li Wenzhong, and a sense of disorientation washed over him. He couldn't help but recall a saying, "When I was 35, I stood as a mere pawn." Wait, was he not in a superior position to Xia Chen? Why were his subordinate and superiors so engrossed in their fervent discussions, while he felt like an outsider, unable to interject a single word? Yet, Qin Mu soon realized he bore no burdens. He could simply recline and reap the rewards, which was undeniably satisfying. He resigned himself to playing the supportive role. Just as Xia Chen exited Li Wenzhong's tent, he encountered Xia Hui entering with a group of men. How did things fare on your end? My lord, I dismantled 3 strongholds and apprehended all key figures, but when we arrived at the 4th stronghold, it was already deserted. Reflecting on Xia Hui and Appo's words, Xia Chen fell into contemplation. He had only secured 2 strongholds, while Xia Hui's associates from the Inspection Institute had evidently received the news too late. Bring them in, Xia Chen commanded, not elaborating further. The most crucial players had been captured, rendering the endeavor a success regardless. Noon arrived, and the atmosphere among the soldiers of the Feather Guard felt distinctly off, as if a tension had enveloped the ranks from top to bottom. The general, who had previously remained secluded in his quarters, emerged several times, personally visiting the small prison cells located at the rear of the Feathered Guard's headquarters, his face beaming with uncontainable joy upon his return. This was likely connected to the individual Xia Chen had apprehended that morning. Many speculated as much. Xia Chen remained composed within the military tent, only accompanying Li Wenzhong to interrogate the captured actors. Though referred to as a prison, it was merely a few airless rooms. In the entire court, Only the Ministry of Justice and the Lantern Bearers possessed independent prisons. To expedite the extraction of valuable information, Xia Chen had imparted several memory recovery techniques to aid the actors in swiftly recalling the events surrounding the theft of the military defense plans. He refrained from intervening further in the process, knowing that after teaching the techniques, the small prison was filled with the sounds of anguished cries, causing many of those who overheard to shudder involuntarily. Some of those executing the memory recovery techniques began to regard Xia Chen with a newfound reverence. This newly appointed officer was undoubtedly formidable. The capacity to conceive such extreme punishments was alarming. Even spies who had undergone specialized training would likely struggle to endure such ordeal. Chapter 32. The Value of Swift Action. Afternoon. The Lantern Bearers have arrived. Neither Xia Chen nor Li Wenzhong was particularly surprised. This morning, the Yulin Guards had made a substantial move, capturing numerous individuals. Such news could hardly be contained and had already spread throughout the capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the Lantern Bearers possibly be unaware of this? Initially, they paid little heed, but as further intelligence trickled in, their expressions grew grave. Realizing that significant matters were afoot, Captain Kai Ming of the Lantern Bearers, acting under the orders of our commanding officer, has come to apprehend individuals. Kai Ming, accompanied by a dozen men, presented his badge with a courteous tone, yet his demeanor was resolute, immediately demanding the individuals in question. Captain Kai, you must be mistaken. This is the Yulin Guards. What individuals are you referring to? Qin Mu, personally leading a contingent, blocked Kai Ming at the entrance and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Do not feign ignorance, Captain Qin. This morning, I heard that the Yulin Guards mobilized and apprehended a group of spies. The matter of spies has always fallen under the jurisdiction of the Lantern Bearers. The Imperial Guards are responsible for the safety of the city. Now that these individuals have been captured, they must naturally be handed over to us for detention. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu laughed, unfazed. Indeed, we did apprehend a group this morning, but they are not spies. We received reports from the citizens indicating that these were criminals planning to conspire against the safety of the capital. The duty of the Yulin Guards is to protect the safety of the city, and we are currently investigating to prevent any accomplices. Once our examination is complete, we will, of course, hand them over to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched, incredulous that they would attempt to deceive the Lantern Bearers. Captain Qin, I have no time to engage in further disputes with you. Regardless of whether the individuals apprehended this morning were spies or mere criminals, hand them over to the Lantern Bearers. We will take responsibility for the subsequent matters, and any merits will certainly be acknowledged for the Imperial Guards as well. Kai Ming and oppose, as tone was firm, and he attempted to proceed inside with his men. Qin Mu and oppose. S expression darkened as he stepped forward. This is the headquarters of the Imperial Guards. Even as Lantern Bearers, you have no right to intrude at will. With that, soldiers behind him formed a barrier, preventing any further entry. Kai Ming's face turned ashen as he regarded the resolute Qin Mu, his expression shifting between anger and contemplation. After several tense moments, he regained his composure and said coldly, "Very well, I shall report this to the commanding officer. The Imperial Guards have no authority to detain prisoners. We, the Lantern Bearers, will hold you accountable for this." With that harsh declaration, Kai Ming turned and led his men away. They were resolute in not releasing the individuals, and he could not afford to force his way in. Moreover, it was evident that someone was benefiting from this situation. Otherwise, a mere captain would not dare to adopt such a defiant stance. "What shall we do next, Captain?" One subordinate inquired. "What else can we do?" "Report back to the commanding officer. As a mere captain, I cannot stir up trouble on their turf." Kai Ming cursed angrily, kicking at the ground in frustration, though his eyes remained calm. The Yulin Guards would rather offend us than hand over those individuals. Is it because they hold significant merit that they fear we might claim the credit? Or is there another reason? Kai Ming's mind raced, quickly connecting the dots regarding the military defense diagram. The only matter that could prompt such a staunch attitude from the Yulin Guards was indeed this very issue. Kai Ming harbored an ominous premonition. They had received confirmed intelligence that the individuals captured by the Yulin Guards this morning were from the Investigation Institute. However, the specific reasons remained unclear, as Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong had already sealed the information. Few were privy to the entire truth, and those interrogating the captured individuals were strictly prohibited from leaving the prison to prevent any leaks. Although the Lantern Bearers were an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guards were uniquely positioned. Unless commanded by the Emperor, the insertion of spies within the Yulin Guards would lead to dire consequences. Thus, even to this day, the Lantern Bearers remained unaware of the precise events unfolding. Upon relaying his suspicions, Kai Ming garnered immediate attention. The Lantern Bearers, mobilizing with purpose, could be quite formidable, especially when driven by a specific objective. Evening, the Lantern Bearers, acting upon the Yulin Guards and Oppos, morning actions, captured a group from the Investigation Institute who had received advance warning and fled their stronghold. Under intense interrogation, they uncovered the specific details of the situation. Late at night, the military defense diagram was stolen by individuals from the Investigation Institute. Commander Liu Li of the Lantern Bearers spoke in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the subordinate reporting the news. The subordinate stammered. The results of the investigation indicate as such. Liu Li sank back into his seat, taking a deep breath as he realized the gravity of the situation. The Lantern Bearers had committed an egregious error. They'd spent days investigating only to misidentify their targets. If the Emperor were to discover this, what would he think? Would he question Liu Li's capabilities? It was no wonder that, despite days of investigation, no critical results had emerged. They had strayed from the true path. Summon Shun Fong to me at once. How could he make such a blunder? Liu Li seethed in anger, but quickly regained his composure. Bring me my clothes. I must go out. It was already late at night, and he had been resting at home, initially enjoying the company of a beautiful concubine who he had unceremoniously awakened. Now he was wide awake, realizing the urgency to reach the Yulin Guards and retrieve the key individuals, while also conferring with Li Wenzhong. This incident needed to be recast as a joint discovery by both the Lantern Bearers and the Yulin Guards, leading to an in-depth investigation and the eventual apprehension of the Investigation Institute's members. In doing so, not only would they avoid blame, but they would also earn credit for their diligence. However, just as he finished dressing and entered the main hall, his steward rushed in, breathless. "Sir, someone has arrived from the palace." Liu Li's expression shifted dramatically as he understood the implications. It was too late. The Yulin Guards had already made their move. Xia Chen awoke feeling refreshed, having enjoyed a restful night. The previous evening, he had remained at the Yulin Guards headquarters, ensuring that all evidence confirming the Investigation Institute's theft of the military defense diagram was meticulously prepared before he departed. He recognized that the subsequent developments were now largely beyond his control. The intricacies of their power struggles were still beyond his reach. As Xia Chen practiced his punches in the courtyard, preparing to head out to clock in at the office, a family soldier appeared at the entrance. "Third young master, the head of the family requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you." "Very well." Xia Chen nodded, redirecting his steps toward the inner courtyard. He understood that the discussion would likely revolve around the military defense diagram, as both he and Li Wenzhong believed that swift action was essential. Before any party could react, they sought to bring the matter to a resolution. Thus, last night, Li Wenzhong had entered the Imperial Palace to finalize the details. Chapter 33, Emperor Wen, Mingda Courtyard. This courtyard is the residence of Xia Chen, bathed in the gentle light of spring, adorned with blooming flowers. With a history spanning 4 centuries, every generation of the family head has called this place home, leaving behind traces of time throughout Mingda Courtyard. Second brother. As Xia Chen arrived, he noticed a young man emerging from the courtyard, handsome and likely in his early 20s. Xiao Chen, the young man, named Xia Xian, is the second son of Xia Chen and currently serves in the Dragon Guard of the Imperial Army, having risen to the rank of deputy commander in just a few short years, marking him as one of the prominent figures among the younger generation in the military. Xia Xian nodded at Xia Chen, his gaze shifting as he recalled their father Xia Qian's earlier words. His perception of Xia Chen subtly altered. The Imperial Army has never experienced such a power grab before, and the pivotal figure is none other than his third brother before him. "You may enter first. Father is awaiting you." The two exchanged little pleasantry. Xia Xian nodded and turned to leave. Xia Chen was not surprised by this. Xia Xian had always possessed a somewhat indifferent demeanor, devoid of malice. In their youth, they had shared a decent relationship. But after Xia Chen moved to a separate courtyard as he matured, their bond had grown distant. Chener, upon entering the courtyard, Xia Chen spotted Xia Chen seated there, seemingly awaiting his arrival. After greeting him, Xia Chen wasted no time and sat down. A maid poured tea for him before retreating to a distance. Xia Chen picked up a pastry from the table and began to eat. It was quite delectable, perfectly suited for breakfast. In truth, he was well acquainted with this courtyard, recognizing every blade of grass and every maid. Until the age of 12, he had spent most of his time here. However, as he grew older and developed a sense of pride, he had opted to move out of Mingda courtyard, generally residing in his own quarters except during festive occasions. Xia Chen observed Xia Chen as he ate, his gaze contemplative, before he finally spoke. The military defense plan is your design. With no outsiders present, Xia Chen was candid. This morning, just before dawn, he had received news of a significant event that transpired in the palace last night. Indeed, but I have shared the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to take the lead. Xia Chen swallowed a piece of pastry and washed it down with tea, responding calmly. You have acted wisely. After all, you are still merely a junior officer, and being too conspicuous at this stage is unwise. Xia Chen nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Xia Chen now imbued with approval. Are you aware of what transpired last night? Xia Chen's tone shifted, becoming serious. After General Li entered the palace last night, I returned and did not involve myself further. Xia Chen replied, shaking his head, feeling no need to pry into matters beyond his reach. Lu Li has fallen. Xia Chen and Appo's tranquil words carried the weight of a revelation. Lu Li had overseen the lantern bearers for 26 years, having been promoted by Emperor Wen himself, serving as a veritable king of darkness, managing all of De Wu's clandestine activities. Now, such a figure had been toppled, indicating that De Wu's political landscape would undoubtedly undergo seismic shifts. With numerous so-called important figures facing downfall during the impending reshuffle. Is this due to the military defense plan? Xia Chen inquired. To some extent. The theft of the defense plan falls under Lu Li's dereliction of duty, and he has made grave mistakes twice now. Last night, he was directly stripped of his command position within the palace. Xia Chen sighed, his mood evidently subdued as he pondered deeper matters. Xia Chen fell silent, grappling with the fact that he had inadvertently brought down Lu Li, a figure commanding significant power within De Wu's political sphere. This incident seemed merely a catalyst. Lu Li had held his position for 26 years and had committed numerous unspeakable acts, thus incurring the ire of many. His downfall, ostensibly due to professional negligence, was likely the result of various factions seeking to strike him down. Surveying his surroundings, Xia Chen took a sip of tea before calmly stating, "You must understand the Emperor, while exceedingly intelligent, is also profoundly self-serving. Throughout his reign, he has consistently incited conflict between the civil officials and our military elite to maintain balance in the court. Moreover, he has utilized both Lu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim a portion of authority, placing them in the spotlight while he remains in the shadows." Observing from his lofty perch, Lu Li and Appo's hands are stained with blood, yet he has been the one orchestrating significant events behind the scenes. The rewards have been his. While the blame rests solely upon Lu Li's shoulders, the Emperor's political acumen is truly remarkable. Having taken the time to understand the court's dynamics, Xia Chen found the current Emperor reminiscent of the Jiajing Emperor from his own world, self-serving yet extraordinarily gifted, ruling for over 50 years with unparalleled mastery over power. What further insights do you have? To Xia Chen's surprise, Xia Chen displayed no offense at his audacious remarks, instead pressing for further exploration. Chapter 34. Significant Events in the Capital. In the courtyard, Xia Chen gazed at his uncle, a smile gracing his lips as everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. The illustrious Hou family, with its 600 years of grandeur, could not have maintained its brilliance through the tumultuous power shifts of the past 6 centuries solely on the principle of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. While the town and Appo's East Hou family may not be mistaken in their patriotism, the question of their loyalty to the emperor remains open to debate. For many years, Both the old towns, Eastern Ho and Xia Chen, had remained discreetly within the confines of the Ho mansion, avoiding contact with the outside world. This was a consequence of Emperor Wen's suspicions. For the safety of the Ho family and the future opportunities of the younger generation, they had little choice but to act thus. Recently, Xia Chen's father, Xia Yuan, had achieved remarkable success in the eastern wilderness. Soon, he would likely return to the capital, and the outcome was all too clear. Surrender military power and refrain from political affairs, perhaps only to await another outbreak of war for any chance of emergence. This situation called for political acumen, and emotions were undoubtedly involved. The fall of Lu Li must have brought great joy to the civil officials. Xia Chen spoke solemnly. Indeed, this time, it was Elder Li who took the initiative, and perhaps there lay a deeper reason behind the Emperor and Appo's abandonment of Lu Li. Xia Chen nodded, acknowledging that although the Lantern Bearers and Appo's organization was intended to balance the civil and military factions, it primarily focused on suppressing the civil officials, whose influence had grown rapidly over the years and now posed a significant threat to the imperial authority. It was commendable that you could deduce so much. While on the surface, it appeared that Li Wanzhong was leading the charge, he had remained impartial and was not particularly adept at handling cases. He would not risk so much to seize credit from the Lantern Bearers. From the information I have received, you reported to Li Wanzhong only after detaining individuals with your own men yesterday, did you not? Xia Chen maintained his gaze on the distant scenery, responding calmly. Xia Chen was taken aback, realizing that Xia Chen was aware of the incident. This was something I could guess, and others could as well. The capital is not devoid of clever minds. Xia Chen gazed deeply at Xia Chen, advising him to keep a low profile during this time, assuring him that he would assist in managing certain matters. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chen bowed respectfully, embodying the demeanor of a modest gentleman, which pleased Xia Chen, who nodded in approval. You may leave now. Xia Chen gestured for Xia Chen to depart. Wise individuals require no further words. In the following days, the political landscape in the capital experienced upheaval. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards mobilized, and the downfall of a prominent figure thrilled many. Positions above were limited, and only when those at the top fell could others ascend. In the unseen world, the Lantern Bearers sprang into action, launching a fervent assault on the Great Feng and Appo's Inspection Bureau. Numerous covert agents concealed in the capital were captured or even executed on the spot. Meanwhile, in the far northwest frontier, military forces began large-scale mobilizations, imposing martial law in preparation for potential conflict. Wary of both the western kingdom of Qing and the northern Great Feng, the entire martial faction summoned several representatives to the imperial palace for military discussions. And even the cabinet convened to deliberate on who should lead the campaign should war erupt in the northwest. Amidst this atmosphere thick with tension, Marquis Anwu Xia Chen was summoned to the palace multiple times. Xia Chen learned through whispers that the emperor intended to employ Xia Chen and might even appoint the reclusive old town's Eastern Ho, Xia Chutian. 36 years ago, Xia Chutian had nearly obliterated the Great Feng in the Battle of Huaiyang. His return to the battlefield would instill great confidence throughout the court. Your grandfather will likely not be called upon. His military achievements in the Battle of Huaiyang were too resounding. Should war arise again and victory be attained, he might indeed be conferred a title. However, this is improbable, and thus neither the emperor nor the cabinet would allow such a scenario to unfold. In the garden, Xia Chen and Xia Chen strolled and conversed. Since that day, Xia Chen had frequently summoned Xia Chen, sharing intelligence and seeking his insights, which both surprised and honored Xia Chen. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen, who walked half a step behind, with a complex gaze. Who would have thought that recent significant court events were intertwined with this humble Imperial Guard lieutenant? Thus, if the Kingdom of Qing truly intends to wage war again, the only individuals capable of leading the charge would be you and the Grand Marshal. Xia Chen remarked with a smile. In this age of great martial prowess, few possess the capability to command large military operations, and among those, only the old town's Eastern Ho Xia Chutian and Xia Chen, who had shown in the Southern Frontier Campaign over 20 years ago, along with the current Grand Marshal Ouyang Jing, stood a chance against the Kingdom of Qing. Notably, two of these three men hailed from the Xia family, elucidating why both generations of the Xia family had remained exceedingly discreet, willingly relinquishing military power after each conflict. Any emperor would surely harbor suspicions. The emperor had issued orders for Xia Yuan to swiftly conclude the conflict in the eastern wilderness. Two-front warfare imposed too great a burden. Should delays occur, the kingdom of Qing would undoubtedly intervene, posing a perilous threat. Moreover, the emperor would not permit both Xia Chen and his brother to simultaneously command troops. Currently, Xia Yuan commanded over 100,000 troops in the eastern wilderness. Should war break out with the Great Foam, at least 300,000 troops would need to be mobilized. The Xia family thus controlled over 400,000 troops, wielding considerable military might. In such circumstances, no one dared to gamble. Xia Chen remained silent, realizing that his estranged parents would soon return from the eastern wilderness. Xia Chen observed Xia Chen's unperturbed demeanor, sighing inwardly. As tensions escalated, the Lantern Bearers' covert operatives confirmed troop movements within the Great Fang's territory, prompting the cabinet to convene several late-night meetings. In addition to this matter, another significant event unfolded in the capital. The Lantern Bearers welcomed a new commander, Ma Song. His ascendance took everyone in the capital by surprise. For Ma Song had previously been inconspicuous, even regarded as the least powerful among the 8 divisions of the Lantern Bearers. Yet, he not only survived the downfall of Lu Li, but emerged victorious, seizing the ultimate prize, much to the contemplation of many. Xia Chen, having gleaned some information about this development, chose not to dwell on it further, as his ties to the Lantern Bearers were tenuous. He awaited promotion, anticipating that as military defense matters settled, he would soon reap the rewards of victory. A smile crept across his face as he considered the timing, which indicated that an upward shift in his position could occur within days. Additionally, Xia Chen noted another event of interest. The Qingyao Pavilion had caught fire on the night following his departure, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. All who had visited the Qingyao Pavilion mourned the loss of their beloved goddess, for they would never again behold the enchanting lady of Qingyao. Chapter 35. The Shift of Power. Alas, the young maiden Qingyao, who has departed from this world at such a tender age. Xia Chen lamented, following closely behind Xia Chen, one hand clutching a fried dough stick and the other a cup of soybean milk. As one of the 3 who accompanied Xia Chen to Qingyao's abode that day, she had met Qingyan. Upon learning of her demise, she cooed and opposed. He help but feel a pang of regret. Without turning back, Xia Chen took a bite of the bun in his hand, the savory oil bursting upon his palate. This dog-ignoring bun is indeed delicious, yet to be honest, Xia Chen preferred rice noodles for breakfast. The delicate broth, the perfectly cooked rice noodles, complemented by a medley of ingredients, created a culinary masterpiece. Regrettably, such delights are scarce in the capital. He had visited several establishments in recent days, but none quite captured the essence he sought. Shaking his head at this thought, Xia Chen swallowed the bun and spoke. Every individual has their own destiny. Some may have perished, yet continue to live on in spirit, while others who breathe may have already succumbed to death. Xia Chen scratched her head, evidently perplexed by Xia Chen and Appo's philosophically profound remark. A smile tugged at the corners of Xia Chen and Appo's mouth, and he chose not to elaborate. He did not believe Qingyao was truly dead. Despite suffering a significant setback at his hands, she was undoubtedly a clever individual. Such a monumental event in the capital, leading even the powerful minister Lu Li to fall from grace, was ignited by Xia Chen. This would naturally draw many gazes towards him. How did he come to know of the hidden identity of the secret agents lurking within the capital? Though Xia Chen and Appo's group had remained discreet, the capital was rife with those possessing remarkable abilities, and the Qingyao residents could easily be discovered. Qingyao would not dare take such risks. Thus, a great fire had obliterated her identity. Such audacity to remain concealed within the capital. Xia Chen silently observed a small red dot marked on the system panel, signifying Qingyao's presence. That day, he had deceived her. His blood bore no tracking capabilities. He was merely a martial artist, devoid of any mystical powers or skills. However, simplicity is the essence of the grand path. Xia Chen possessed a system with mapping functionality, and over the past few days, he had traversed the vast capital, completing 95 of the system map, save for the Imperial Palace. That morning, he had marked Xia within the system, as long as she remained within his mapped territory. She could not escape his grasp. Thus, Xia Chen planned to seek out Xia under the veil of night to surprise her. At the Yulin Guard headquarters, as soon as Xia Chen entered his military tent, Qin Mu approached him with an air of mystery. "What brings you here in person, my lord?" Xia Chen chuckled, remaining seated. "Please, just call me Lao Qin if it pleases you." Lao Qin's face beamed with joy, a stark contrast to the stern demeanor he had displayed when first meeting Xia Chen. He took a seat beside Xia Chen and poured himself a cup of tea. Clearly, their relationship had grown much closer following recent events. "After this, you might find yourself promoted to the rank of captain. Then we will be equals," Qin Mu mused, sipping his tea and exhaling a sigh of contemplation. At 35, he found it remarkable that a mere 17-year-old could achieve such stature. Xia Chen and Emperor's future undoubtedly held limitless potential. "Is there news regarding the military defense map?" Xia Chen promptly understood. The matter had reached its conclusion, and it was time to reap the rewards. Otherwise, Qin Mu wouldn't be so animated. Though recent military affairs in the Northwest have taken precedence, the officials have not forgotten about the military defense map. Our Yulin Guard's resolution of this case will be deemed a significant achievement, and rewards should be forthcoming. Qin Mu managed to suppress his excitement, striving for calmness. "Congratulations are in order." Xia Chen smiled, raising his cup in a toast to Qin Mu. "Haha, you were the one who made this possible. The middle general has already reported this matter, and after this, you will surely be promoted to captain." Qin Mu expressed, reflecting on how, were it not for Xia Chen's youth, his accomplishments in uncovering the military defense map and dismantling the dark network of the Great Fang's inspection agency in the capital would have earned him far more than a mere captaincy. Indeed, a 17-year-old captain in the 800 years of the Great Wu's history is a rare phenomenon. Xia Chen smiled, choosing not to continue the conversation. "It seems the middle general may be appointed to the Dragon Guard as the Grand General. I might follow him there, which could create a shift in your position." Qin Mu continued, his spirits lifted. Though the Yulin Guard and the Dragon Guard each formed distinct military factions, their real powers diverged significantly. The Yulin Guard comprised only 3,000 men, tasked solely with maintaining order in the capital, while the Dragon Guard boasted 6,000 elite soldiers responsible for safeguarding the inner city and accompanying the Emperor. Although the Grand General of the Dragon Guard held only a third-rank title, his power was immense, with only the Emperor above him. Should Li Wenzhong indeed ascend to the position of Grand General, he would have secured a place within the Emperor's inner circle, becoming a pivotal figure in the power dynamics of the Great Wu. "Is the news credible?" Xia Chen inquired, his mind racing with thoughts of impending political shifts. Although the formal decree has yet to be issued, the middle general has entered the palace twice in recent days. It seems unlikely there will be any unforeseen events. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen and Emperor's mindward, recognizing that such changes in positions would inevitably lead to a reshuffling of power. To be appointed as Grand General indicated Li Wenzhong's close ties to the Emperor, affirming Xia Chen's previous judgment that Li Wenzhong was indeed supported by the Emperor. The former Grand General of the Dragon Guard had become too close to the Crown Prince. Thus, suddenly, Qin Mu glanced around and leaned closer to Xia Chen, whispering. His words trailed off, but Xia Chen grasped the implication. The Grand General of the Dragon Guard effectively served as the Emperor's bodyguard, and now this bodyguard had grown too familiar with the heir to the empire, a signal most unacceptable to a sovereign. The relationship between an emperor and a crown prince has always been intricate, embodying both legacy and rivalry, as the crown prince is the only one who can overtly threaten the emperor's power. Xia Chen swiftly recorded this information in his mind, seeking out useful insights. The emperor harbored doubts about the crown prince, prompting him to support the third prince for balance, instigating a rivalry between the two. Such a strategy was not without merit. It had ultimately sowed the seeds for the third prince's coup 5 years hence. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Xia Chen's eyes. The political arena was vibrant and dazzling, and he too yearned to take the stage and dance. Chapter 36. The Art of War. In the afternoon, Xia Chen remained in the military camp. Unlike his usual routine of patrolling the streets, news from various sources hinted that a promotion was imminent. He held a military treatise in his hands, engrossed in its study. This particular work was authored by a renowned strategist of this world. Nearly every scholar of military strategy had perused its pages. Though Xia Chen was not a novice in its teachings, he had to concede that some concepts within this treatise held considerable merit. "Sir!" At that moment, a voice called from outside. "Enter." Without lifting his gaze, Xia Chen continued to focus on the book. Li Shi entered, his eyes drawn to the figure seated at the desk. He couldn't oppose. He helped but feel somewhat entranced. What a striking gentleman, his appearance truly unparalleled. At this moment, Xia Chen held the military text in his hands, having shed his armor for a simple yet elegant outfit. His long, dark hair was casually pinned up, exuding a natural charm akin to a celestial being. "What is it?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, his face betraying no emotion. "The military commander wishes to see you." "It should be good news." Li Shi lowered his head, unable to gaze too long, feeling that the young officer before him possessed an ethereal quality, as if he were destined to ascend beyond this mortal realm. "Understood, you may leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, maintaining his composed demeanor. As the critical moment approached, he found his thoughts remarkably tranquil, free from distractions. Once Li Shi exited the tent, Xia Chen stood up to adjust his attire. He then proceeded at a measured pace toward the military commander and Appo's tent. Upon entering, he found Li Wenzhong seated at his desk, coincidentally reading the same military treatise. "The Art of War," the treatise states, "a commander must clear his heart to devise strategies and cultivate morale to govern the troops." Before Xia Chen could speak, Li Wenzhong posed a question. "A commander must maintain a serene and clear mind to formulate strategies and bolster the spirit of the army." Xia Chen answered without hesitation, recalling the opening line of the treatise. "A commander, regardless of circumstances, be it great joy or profound sorrow, must maintain absolute rationality, avoiding excessive emotional fluctuations. You exhibit remarkable composure, befitting the descendants of the illustrious Xia family." Li Wenzhong set down the treatise, a smile gracing his features as he praised him. Despite the tumultuous happenings in the capital, Xia Chen had never sought him out to inquire about developments or his potential rewards. Such demeanor was not typical for a 17-year-old, but rather reminiscent of a seasoned statesman. "I have faith in you, sir. Since the matter has been entrusted to you, it is best to await the outcome with patience." Xia Chen replied with a smile, radiating confidence and poise. "It has been said that when alone, you may privately address me as an amp. Appo's, Uncle Sure and amp. Appo's." Li Wenzhong gestured for Xia Chen to take a seat. "Are you curious about your reward?" This morning, Captain Qin mentioned the possibility of a promotion, likely to take his place as a captain. "While he will accompany you to the Dragon Guard," Xia Chen stated calmly. "That was the initial plan, but circumstances have changed." Li Wendeng va Appo's, et badao fudao, sugetstinan un foden komlikotin. As he pondered this, Li Wenzhong continued, "Qin Mu and I have confirmed the transfer to the Dragon Guard, primarily for you." "Me?" Xia Chen looked at Li Wenzhong, slightly taken aback. He had assumed the issue pertained to Li Wenzhong's appointment as the general of the Dragon Guard, not his own. "Indeed, you were to be promoted to captain, but..." The Emperor intervened. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen with a serious expression. "The Emperor?" A glimmer of realization sparked in Xia Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated the Emperor's direct involvement in his promotion. "Do not be overly concerned. The Emperor did not dismiss your appointment. He merely suggested that you should not rush into your promotion, as a young man should endure more trials." Li Wenzhong sipped his tea, chuckling, pleased to see a flicker of emotion on the young man's face, a stark contrast to his usual stoic demeanor. This is indeed a good sign. Countless officials exist in the court, yet only a few capture the Emperor's attention. Li Wenzhong patted Xia Chen's shoulder. "Prepare yourself. We shall enter the palace shortly." "Into the palace?" "The Emperor wishes to see you personally." Li Wenzhong's expression turned grave. In recent years, the Emperor had rarely attended court, and many officials could only glimpse his visage during the annual court assembly. Most matters were settled through discussions with the council, subsequently executed by the cabinet. The fact that the emperor sought to summon Xia Chen personally conveyed a particular message to the outside world, hinting at his potential significance. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chen steadied himself. Entering the palace was merely a formality, given his past contributions and his status as a royal son-in-law. Surely, the emperor would not act against him. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen boarded a carriage, which made its way slowly toward the city center. The emperor had ruled for over 50 years, spending much of that time shunning worldly pleasures. The first 20 years were devoted to Buddhist practice, followed by a decade of Taoist pursuits, until ministers advised him that a dynasty could not thrive without heirs, leading to the birth of the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince. With heirs now in place, the emperor's demeanor softened, yet in the past decade, he had become increasingly inscrutable, eluding any attempts to discern his thoughts. Therefore, during the audience, one should refrain from harboring too many personal notions. Do you understand? In the carriage, Li Wenzhong quietly cautioned, outlining the protocols for entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a more accurate image of the emperor in his mind. Success or failure often hinges on the same factors. Over the past 50 years, under the emperor and Appo's leadership, the Dahu kingdom had grown ever stronger, achieving numerous victories in foreign wars. For instance, 36 years ago, during the Huaiyang War, they nearly annihilated the Great Foe. More than 20 years ago, they triumphed in the Southern Border War, pushing their borders southward by several hundred miles. Presently, the conflict with the Eastern Wilderness and the Demon tribes was also nearing resolution. The Dahu kingdom now stood as a formidable power, instilling fear in both foreign nations and the Eastern Demon tribes, as well as the Southern barbarians. However, the persistent military campaigns had led to oppression among the common people, and domestic tensions had reached a critical point. Although the Dahu kingdom now reigned supreme, it teetered on the brink of collapse. Without the emergence of a female emperor in the near future, the kingdom could very well disintegrate in the upheaval anticipated in 5 years. Within the carriage, Xia Chen continually analyzed both the present and future circumstances. Soon enough, the carriage came to a halt before a towering, majestic city wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes simultaneously. They had arrived at the palace. Chapter 37. The first audience in the palace outside the city walls. Sharp-armored soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing Li Wenzhong and Appo's carriage, 2 soldiers approached. Please disembark. The carriage cannot enter. Li Wenzhong was the first to alight, with Xia Chen following closely behind. Sir, the soldiers saluted upon recognizing Li Wenzhong, members of the Longwu Guard. News had spread among them in recent days that their general might soon be replaced, and the new appointment was none other than Li Wenzhong himself. Very well. Proceed with the inspection. I wish to enter the palace. Li Wenzhong nodded, extending his arms for the search. Even as the head of the cabinet, protocol dictated that he must be checked before entering. Rules were not to be altered for anyone. My lord, His Majesty's decree has arrived. You may enter directly. The soldiers conducted a casual check on Li Wenzhong and quickly made way for him. He nodded in acknowledgement, while Xia Chen remained silent, observing keenly. If his memory served him right, the inscription White Tiger Gate on the city wall would herald a coup d'etat 5 years hence. The third prince would lead his army through the White Tiger Gate, flooding the palace with blood. The towering walls were formidable, fortified with arcane defenses, manned by crossbowmen in battered armor. It would take a multitude of lives to breach such fortifications. Xia Chen memorized the layout of the White Tiger Gate. Outside the capital lay 3 main camps, totaling 50,000 soldiers, collaborating with the Imperial Guard to safeguard the city. These camps could only be summoned by the emperor's command, and under no circumstances could this 50,000-strong army enter the capital. Thus, it was clear that the only way to open the White Tiger Gate would be from within, necessitating an internal breach. The third prince had surely bribed the commander stationed at the White Tiger Gate, or perhaps that individual was already aligned with him. Xia Chen pondered, recognizing that some within the Longwu Guard had sided with the third prince. This was critical intelligence. As Xia Chen contemplated, Li Wenzhong followed a leading eunuch through the palace's intricate corridors. Xia Chen ceased his musings, allowing his gaze to wander across the palace. The glazed tiles shimmered in the sunlight like stars upon the rooftops. Intricate beams and painted columns told tales of ancient splendor and legend. Palace lanterns flickered, casting shifting shadows in the corridors, creating an ethereal ambience. Auspicious creatures perched upon the eaves, seemingly guarding this majestic realm, exuding imperial majesty and opulence. 8 centuries of history lingered in every brick and tile, instilling a sense of reverence that forbade any thought of disrespect. General Li, you may enter with the prince. The leading eunuch, beaming with a smile, displayed no arrogance as one might expect from a servant, but rather appeared as an ordinary attendant. Very well, Li Wenzhong nodded, refraining from excessive politeness. He was soon to be the general of the Longwu Guard, aside from a few influential eunuchs who managed the 12 supervisory offices. He had little need to concern himself with others. Thank you for your hard work, Eunuch Ma. Xia Chen retrieved a silver coin from his sleeve, placing it in Eunuch Ma's hand. The eunuch's eyes brightened momentarily before he quickly waved his hands in refusal. It is merely the duty of a servant. How could I accept the prince's silver? Eunuchs who ran errands for the emperor were shrewd individuals, and Eunuch Ma understood the significance of this young nobleman. Were he an ordinary prince, such courtesy would be unnecessary, but this one hailed from the Xia family, and, more importantly, the emperor had summoned him personally. Over the years, aside from a few cabinet elders and high-ranking officials, he had never witnessed the emperor personally summon anyone. Thus, he dared not accept Xia Chen's silver. Though it is for his majesty and Appo's service you have waited long, and it is but a small token for a jug of wine. Xia Chen smiled, saying no more, and deftly tucked the silver into Eunuch Ma and Appo's belt before waving goodbye as he ventured deeper into the palace. Eunuch Ma, feeling the weight of the coin in his belt, watched Xia Chen's retreating figure, somewhat dazed. Though he served the emperor, he wielded no real power, and none of the high-ranking officials he encountered had ever treated him with such respect or inquired about his weight, let alone offered him silver. The warmth of the coin lingered in his hand, and taking a deep breath, he pocketed it, regaining his composure. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Upon entering the palace and traversing a long corridor, they arrived at a grand hall. Before Xia Chen could take in his surroundings, Li Wenzhong pulled him down to kneel. Rise! A voice, ethereal and indistinct in origin, resonated throughout the hall. It was then that Xia Chen beheld the interior of the palace. At the center, seated upon the ground, was an elderly man in a Taoist robe, adorned with Buddhist beads around his neck. His hair was streaked with gray, and he faced away from them, obscuring his true visage. This was none other than the ruler of the Great Wu Empire, Emperor Wen. This is the Longwu Guard and Appo's token. Take it and assume your duties tomorrow. The emperor remained turned away, exuding an aura that felt contemplative, as if he were in a state of meditation. An inexplicable energy flowed around him, and Xia Chen momentarily glimpsed a shimmering golden dragon, ethereal and seemingly yet to be born, flash past the emperor. Was this the golden dragon of fate? Was its emergence hindered by the timing, the current strength of the Great Wu nation, or perhaps the emperor's own attributes? As Xia Chen mused, Li Wenzhong suddenly knelt, his voice trembling with emotion. I humbly thank your majesty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Depart for now. The emperor waved his hand, akin to a celestial being from the heavens. As Li Wenzhong rose, he exchanged an encouraging glance with Xia Chen, as if to convey a message to remain calm. Once Li Wenzhong exited, only Xia Chen and Emperor Wen remained in the room. The incense curled in the air, and the stillness allowed one to hear their own breath. Xia Chen patiently awaited, refraining from speaking first. Please take a seat. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, until the Emperor and Appo's voice echoed once more. Thank you, your majesty. Xia Chen immediately knelt, expressing his gratitude, and then found a seat beside him. Your demeanor differs from that of the Duke of An'an. The emperor remained turned away, seemingly indifferent to turning around, yet his awareness appeared to encompass everything behind him. I was separated from my father at a young age, thus I possess few memories of him. Over the years, our correspondence has been scant, so I am unfamiliar with his character. However, your majesty and Appo's presence is as formidable as Mount Yu, and your aura resembles that of a deity from the heavens, majestic and unapproachable. Yet for some reason, I sense a certain familiarity which alleviates my nerves and emboldens me. Xia Chen replied respectfully, though his words held a boldness. Upon hearing Xia Chen and Appo's response, the emperor fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of contemplation shining in his gaze, hinting at thoughts yet unvoiced. Chapter 38. A frenzied display of skill. Within the resplendent yet eerily imposing palace, the voice of Emperor Wen resonated like a thunderclap. Devoid of emotion, I have heard that Lord Anwu has neglected you in recent years and has even sired a brother for you in the eastern wilderness. Do you harbor any grievances? Xia Chen and Appo's form trembled slightly, and in an instant his face reflected a tempest of emotions. Initially, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes like a small flame, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a melancholic cloud of sorrow, which he fiercely restrained. The quivering of his lips ultimately transformed into a choked response. Your Majesty, I indeed have grievances. The Emperor and Appo's tone hardened abruptly, akin to a frigid wind sweeping across a frozen lake. Do you know that for 800 years, my great Wu dynasty has governed with filial piety? As your father, how can you express discontent? Xia Chen fell to his knees, his forehead striking the floor with conviction and sincerity. Our great Wu dynasty upholds the principles of rulers and ministers, fathers and sons. As your Majesty is the sovereign father, how could I dare deceive you? At this moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in the Emperor and Appo's eyes, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Xia Chen felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, as if a colossal beast long dormant was awakening. He was astonished. The Emperor is still a sorcerer? His mastery is indeed profound. This formidable presence seemed to transcend the mundane, indicating a master of the third rank, or even the second. Xia Chen could not help but ponder how such a powerful emperor could be slain by the third prince 5 years hence. Even when besieged by an army, the emperor should be able to retreat unscathed unless a coup was executed by someone of equal or greater strength. As thoughts raced through Xia Chen's mind, his expression remained sincere. At that moment, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary. What a splendid notion of rulers and ministers, fathers and sons. If our great Wu dynasty were to have more individuals like you, clear in their understanding of these roles, I would encounter far fewer troubles. The emperor turned, his gaze piercing, scrutinizing the youth kneeling at his feet. Lift your head, let me see you. Upon hearing the command, Xia Chen raised his head, discreetly noting that the emperor often referred to himself as I rather than the regal we. Truly, you possess a fine countenance, worthy of my daughter Yaoguang. The emperor nodded in approval. With deep-set eyes and a youthful visage, he radiated vitality akin to the morning sun. For one so young to articulate the concepts of rulers and ministers, fathers and sons, one could surmise that he had indeed read extensively in the Lord and Appo's estate, surpassing many scholars in the court. Although the emperor often presented a monk-like demeanor, none could deny his exceptional intellect. Though it was merely the first time he had heard such words, the emperor astutely recognized their profound implications for political stability. These words served as a cornerstone, reinforcing the monarch's authority and emphasizing hierarchy, demanding that all subjects submit unconditionally to the sovereign. The emperor was evidently pleased with this sentiment. Did someone teach you this? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, this is my own thought. Xia Chen replied succinctly. Well. It has been said that the Anwu Lord and Appo's estate thrives in martial arts. Yet who would have thought that this generation would yield such a scholarly seed, rivaling the greatest scholars? The emperor rarely displayed such a smile, causing the attendants and eunuchs lurking in the palace corners to exchange astonished glances. They had served the emperor for many years without witnessing such emotional fluctuations, even during meetings with high-ranking officials. Do you know why I summoned you today? The emperor shifted the conversation. Your Majesty, I do not know. Xia Chen replied respectfully, acutely aware that he had gained some measure of the emperor and Appo's trust. The notion of rulers and ministers, fathers and sons, was his gambit. I have heard that you unraveled the conspiracy involving the military defense map and apprehended numerous spies from the inspection agency in the capital. With such merit, you could be promoted to the position of commandant. Yet I do not intend to grant you this position. Do you have any grievances? Iridum no grievanzas. The thunder and rain are both the Emperor's grace. I firmly believe that your Majesty's decision to withhold the commandant position must hold deeper significance. Therefore, I shall defer to your Majesty. Xia Chen articulated earnestly. What a profound sentiment, that the thunder and rain are the Emperor and Oppo's grace. If all the courtiers shared your level of awareness, there would be far fewer disputes in the court. Xia Chen's words seemed to strike a chord deep within the Emperor's heart, and the way he regarded Xia Chen transformed entirely. What had initially been a mere idle piece on the chessboard unexpectedly brought forth such delight. Had you pursued the path of scholarship from a young age and entered the Hamlin Academy, you would surely have been a prime minister. The Emperor's calm words echoed through the palace, causing the attendants and eunuchs hidden behind the columns to be taken aback. Were anyone else to proclaim such potential, it might be dismissed as flattery. Yet when these words came from the Emperor, though seemingly casual, who could ascertain the true intent behind them? My life's ambition is to protect my homeland. Should your Majesty have need of me, I am willing to be your sharpest blade, even if it means spilling blood on the battlefield or being wrapped in horsehide. Xia Chen declared with conviction, his performance soaring to such heights that he nearly believed in it himself. Wrapped in horsehide, indeed, the Emperor murmured, as if savoring the tragic and desolate weight of the words. Your martial skills are indeed regrettable. Finally, the Emperor slowly articulated, you are correct. I have great plans for you. With your intellect, remaining in the Imperial Guard is a waste of your talents. I wish to assign you to the Lantern Bearers. The preceding conversation had convinced the Emperor of this young man's unwavering loyalty, as well as the estrangement between him and the Anwu Lord's estate, particularly with his father, Lord Anong, which aligned perfectly with the Emperor and Oppo's desires. The Lantern Bearers? Xia Chen feigned confusion. Do you not wish to go? The Emperor asked. Your Majesty, wherever you send me, I shall eagerly embrace it. Xia Chen and Oppo's face lit up with excitement, embodying the fervor of a youth eager to distinguish himself before his sovereign. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction. The Lantern Bearers are currently lacking a director for one department. You shall temporarily assume this role. Your Majesty, regarding this position, I fear my qualifications are insufficient. Xia Chen hesitated. The director of the Lantern Bearers is a 4th-rank official, while he is merely a 7th-rank officer. The leap from 7th to 4th rank is indeed irregular. I command you, and none shall dare object. Furthermore, it is only a temporary appointment. I am assigning you to the Lantern Bearers for a specific task. The Emperor spoke with authority, yet his tone grew grave at the end. Your Majesty, what is the task? Whether it be traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I vow to fulfill it. Xia Chen's voice surged with fervor. His face flushed. At this moment, his performance was worthy of an Academy Award. Chapter 39. You and I are the same kind. Within the palace, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the walls, reminiscent of silent phantoms. The soft crackling of the burning wax resembled the rustling of a dancer in Oppo's skirt, each flame's flicker stirring the still air. The Emperor sat high above, gazing down upon the prostrate figure of the youth, Xia Chen, and with a slight nod, he revealed a hint of satisfaction. I do not require you to brave scalding waters or fiery trials. Simply demonstrating your ability to unravel the inspection agency's schemes is sufficient to prove your intellect. Today, I command you to join the Lantern Bearers and assist Ma Song in eradicating Lu Li's faction entirely. The Emperor's gaze was intense, fixated on Xia Chen, as if seeking to penetrate his very skin and delve into the depths of his soul, assessing whether he truly embodied unwavering loyalty. After a lengthy silence, Xia Chen finally raised his head. Your Majesty, is that all? His voice was calm, yet laced with curiosity. What more do you believe should be addressed? The voice of Emperor Wen was ethereal, as if it emanated from a distant realm, laced with a hint of amusement in his rhetorical inquiry. Your Majesty has summoned me to the palace, which must indicate a matter of significant importance. Xia Chen boldly replied, meeting the emperor's gaze with unwavering composure. "You are indeed astute. I do have an assignment for you. Please rise." The emperor's tone softened slightly, and in that moment, he appeared as an ordinary elder. Yet the aura of authority surrounding him commanded respect and deterred any hint of impropriety. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Chen stood and gracefully resumed his seat. "Your role as the lantern-bearer entails the urgent task of uncovering hidden spies within the Imperial City's Inspection Bureau." The emperor's words were calm, yet they struck Xia Chen's heart like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating ripples of concern. "The lantern-bearers have indeed been infiltrated?" Xia Chen blurted out, unable to contain his surprise. "While the term infiltrated may be too strong, there is certainly a mole, and their rank is likely considerable. Otherwise, Luli would not have committed such a grave error, mistaking the target of the military defense plans." The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling the intricate web of events. "I shall ascertain the truth within 3 months," Xia Chen vowed earnestly, fists clasped in determination. "Oh, 3 months? You are quite confident." The emperor raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade, gliding over Xia Chen. "In your presence, I utter no idle words." Xia Chen responded without hesitation, resolute in his assertion. "A commendable statement. I shall await your good news after 3 months." With a gentle wave of his right hand, a platinum token floated gracefully before Xia Chen. "You are to take office tomorrow. Given the urgency of the case, you are permitted to select several individuals from the Imperial Guards to accompany you." With that, the emperor dismissed him with a wave. "I take my leave, Your Majesty." Xia Chen performed an elaborate bow, his movements precise and exuding reverence. The emperor couldn't help but cast another glance his way. Within the carriage, Xia Chen sat oppositely and sulked. "Do you not wish to know what His Majesty and I discussed?" Xia Chen broke the silence first. "Since His Majesty has instructed me to avoid the topic, it is clear he has confidential matters to relay to you alone. Thus, I see no reason to pry." Li Wenzhong did not raise his gaze, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, eyes closed in contemplation. "His Majesty has entrusted me with a significant responsibility, assigning me as the director of the Lantern Bearers." Xia Chen's words struck Li Wenzhong like a thunderclap, jolting him awake. "What?" His eyes widened, the spark of realization flickering before dimming gradually. After Lu Li's downfall, 2 directors from the 9 great offices also fell away. However, Lu Li presided over the Lantern Bearers for over 20 years, and many have benefited from his patronage. The number of those loyal to him is incalculable. His Majesty's decision to send you suggests he seeks to assist the new commander, Ma Song, in bringing order back to the Lantern Bearers. A storm of blood and chaos is undoubtedly on the horizon. Li Wenzhong's gaze darkened, his tone filled with nostalgia. For over 2 decades, he had witnessed Lu Li's unassailable glory, and who could have anticipated its sudden collapse, evoking a deep sense of lamentation within him. The Lantern Bearers wielded overwhelming power, existing outside the bounds of courtly decorum, initially serving as a sharp instrument in the emperor's hand. Yet, Lu Li and Appo's recent ascendancy had led him to cultivate numerous confidants within the Lantern Bearers, causing many to forget the emperor in favor of Lu. His downfall was not merely a consequence of the military defense plans. It was a self-inflicted wound. Xia Chen and Appo's gaze remained calm, his tone unruffled. Though Lu Li and Appo's defeat was catalyzed by his actions, the true root lies within the emperor and Appo's intent. The defense plans were merely the spark. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen with renewed depth, silently acknowledging the young man and Appo's clarity and wisdom far surpassed his initial expectations. To serve as a minister is akin to accompanying a tiger. Although being favored by His Majesty is a rare opportunity, it is also fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to an irretrievable abyss. In the past, Lu Li, now I, and Ma Song of the Lantern Bearers, including you, are all ensnared in this whirlpool of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his head resting against the carriage wall as if seeking to pierce through the facade of the world and discern the trajectory of fate. Xia Chen too observed Li Wenzhong, surprised that this traditionally cautious general embodying the virtues of a seasoned military leader, would reveal such heartfelt sentiments before him. Uncle, you are soon to be appointed as the Grand General of the Dragon Guard, a trusted minister of His Majesty. Why speak such words, fearing I might inform the Emperor? Xia Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, half amused, half curious as he regarded the reclining Li Wenzhong. Though our acquaintance is brief, I possess a keen eye for character. I perceive no trepidation in your gaze, whether directed at me or in discussions of the Emperor. I am not as steadfastly loyal as I seem, nor are you. We are kindred spirits on this path. Li Wenzhong's expression remained steady as he turned his focus back to Xia Chen. I hold great expectations for you. As long as you avoid serious mistakes and perform admirably, you may well break the centuries-old convention that prohibits the maternal family from wielding power. Who knows? I might even find myself relying on you, considering this an early investment. A hint of a smile graced Li Wenzhong's face as he raised his cup, gesturing towards Xia Chen before drinking deeply. Xia Chen remained silent for a long moment before finally lifting his cup in return to Li Wenzhong. As the ancients say, great wisdom appears foolish. This truly describes you, uncle. It is widely believed that those in the court are the most astute individuals in the world. Yet I believe if you had pursued a scholarly path, your achievements would rival theirs. It is a pity you chose the military. Xia Chen praised with a smile. Great wisdom appears foolish? I dare not claim such a title. It is merely a matter of navigating the complexities of life. The capital is a treacherous mire, a veritable den of dragons and snakes. The sovereign in the heavens, those soaring in the skies of authority, the sycophants who bully others with their power, the seemingly rash and dull-witted warriors, the cunning politicians, the hidden schemers, and the leaders of the masses. Who among them is not exceptionally clever? In the face of such individuals, how can one not tread carefully as if walking on thin ice? Li Wenzhong shook his head with a sigh, his gaze once again settling on Xia Chen. Yet you, among the younger generation I have encountered, are the most astute. Uncle, let us cease this exchange of flattery. Xia Chen hastily interjected, unwilling to prolong the topic. As the carriage continued its journey, the two men leaned against opposite corners, both lost in their own contemplations. Suddenly, breaking the tranquility, Li Wenzhong's voice pierced the air once more. If there comes a day when I lose my standing, would you protect my family? Why do you speak thus, uncle? Xia Chen's expression turned grave as he regarded the composed Li Wenzhong, a wave of heavy melancholy washing over him. Chapter 40. Each to their own. The gentle spring breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage, enveloping its interior in a profound silence. Why is uncle so pessimistic? Summer Chun gazed at Li Wenzhong, expressing his thoughts. Do you know how many generals of the Dragon Guard have changed over the past 50 years? Li Wenzhong's voice was remarkably calm, yet his gaze was profound. 8 in total, especially in the last 20 years. 5 have been replaced. Upon hearing this figure, Summer Chun fell into silence. It seems that the position of the Dragon Guard general is indeed a perilous one. Over the years, His Majesty has become increasingly enigmatic, his emotions inscrutable, and his suspicions have only intensified. The best Dragon Guard general in recent memory was Zhao Chong, who retired peacefully over 30 years ago, while the others met with disaster. Li Wenzhong's words were tranquil, yet they exuded a chilling aura. This position is filled with prestige, yet fraught with danger. I understand now, uncle. Summer Chin nodded solemnly, refraining from further comment. The carriage continued its slow advance, the wind causing the bells to emit a melodious chime. The breeze in the capital was rather strong. Summer Chun comprehended that Li Wenzhong was not solely placing the stakes on him. He was also considering the power of the East Town Marquis behind him. Given the average tenure of 4 years for the 5 generals over the past 20 years, Li Wenzhong and Appo's confidence in Summer Chun was evident, yet 4 years seemed too brief. It was clear he did not believe that Summer Chun could sway the court or the emperor at that time. His true concern lay with the Xia family. Li Wenzhong appeared to converse with him, yet he was actually addressing the Xia family behind him. By revealing so much, even exposing his own vulnerabilities, he was extending a silent pledge of allegiance. As Summer Chun pondered this, the carriage suddenly came to an abrupt halt. My lord, there is a carriage ahead blocking our way. From the insignia, It appears to belong to the third prince. The Li family's servant whispered. Li Wenzhong furrowed his brow. His predecessor, the Dragon Guard general, had fallen due to close ties with the crown prince. Now, the appearance of the third prince was evidently a dangerous signal for him. Let them pass, Li Wenzhong instructed in a low voice, but the road was too wide to yield. Zhengde Street could easily accommodate 6 carriages side by side, and it was clear that the other party was approaching him intentionally. Indeed, the luxurious carriage halted beside Li Wenzhong and Amp Oppos. Upon hearing that General Li is about to be promoted, I was quite pleased. What a fortuitous meeting. Just ahead is Deshun Tower, where officials celebrate promotions. Why not join me for a drink and celebrate together? The opulent carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing the handsome face of a young man, the third prince, who had previously enjoyed a splendid performance in a private box at Baiwa Tower. Li Wenzhong understood that he could not avoid this encounter any longer. He opened the curtain and replied with a cool tone, Your Highness, I have urgent matters at home and cannot accompany you to Deshun Tower today. Should there be a banquet for my promotion, I will certainly send you an invitation. Li Wenzhong maintained a respectful distance, fully aware of the intense rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince in the court. Given his current sensitive status, he could not afford to be associated with the third prince unless he genuinely wished to abandon the position of Dragon Guard General altogether. General Li, I have long admired you. Moreover, this is a public invitation, not a private gathering. My father is a magnanimous man. He would not harbor suspicions over this matter. The third prince smiled, his demeanor exuding a sense of carefree freedom. Your Highness, I truly have matters to attend to today. Li Wenzhong shook his head. He sensed the third prince and Amp Oppos' ulterior motives. If he genuinely wished to cultivate a connection, discreet discussions would have sufficed, but in the bustling street, who would dare engage in lengthy conversation, let alone dine together? Oh, could it be that one of your concubines is about to give birth today? The third prince asked, feigning curiosity. Li Wenzhong and Amp Oppos' lips twitched, but he replied earnestly, My wife is virtuous, and the Li family has long struggled with progeny. Therefore, my wife has arranged a matchmaking event today to select a concubine. I anticipate that by this time next year, there will indeed be a concubine in labor, and I shall certainly invite your Highness to the celebration. Li Wenzhong clasped his hands together with a serious demeanor. Summer Chen quietly listened to their exchange, his expression peculiar. Li Wenzhong had once again exceeded his expectations. The third prince was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to embarrass Li Wenzhong, but found himself outmatched by his retort. The third prince and Amp Oppos' gaze shifted to the interior of the carriage, landing on Summer Chen. What a surprise to encounter an acquaintance, the young master of the Xia family. Greetings, Your Highness. Summer Chen saluted with a clasped fist, yet he did not disembark from the carriage. You are my second imperial sister and Amp Oppos' husband. We are family. Why such formality? The third prince waved his hand with enthusiasm. Young Master Xia, we are indeed family. General Li is cautious, unwilling to dine with me to avoid suspicion. Why not join me for a few drinks? The third prince invited Summer Chen. Indeed, we are family. No need for such formality. Just call me brother-in-law, and I shall address you as Your Highness. It would be rather awkward to use formal titles. Summer Chen replied with a cheerful smile, extending his hand as if to shake the third prince's hand. The third prince's lips twitched slightly. Both Li Wenzhong and Summer Chen were behaving rather unpredictably today. Particularly, Summer Chen was unabashedly forward. To suggest that he call him brother-in-law was quite a stretch. The third prince was already 20 years old, while Summer Chen was merely 17. How could he possibly utter such a title? Yet, from a familial perspective, it was indeed accurate. Damn it! The third prince cursed inwardly, blaming his unreliable father for placing him at a disadvantage in terms of seniority. As he regarded Summer Chen, whose head was poking out of the window, he couldn't end Amp Oppos' help but feel further irritation at the sight of the young man and Amp Oppos' handsome face. Not only was this individual taking advantage of him, but he was also far more attractive. The third prince reluctantly acknowledged a tinge of jealousy. However, he suppressed his discomfort and maintained a stiff smile as he gazed at the youthful Summer Chen. Brother-in-law, Your Highness. Xia Chen returned the greeting with a radiant smile. Today and Appo's visit to the palace had yielded many rewards. He had unexpectedly gained a rather ambitious brother-in-law, one who might one day dare to instigate a coup, committing fratricide and patricide, a truly formidable character. Chapter 41. The Lonely Third Prince on Jingda Street. The gaze of pedestrians and shopkeepers alike converged upon two carriages occupying the center of the road. One was a magnificent and stately carriage, exuding an air of ancient elegance, unmistakably belonging to two prominent figures. The carriage on the left was the exclusive vehicle of the third prince. From a nearby tavern, someone recognized the third prince's carriage. Who could possibly command a third prince to halt in the street for a conversation? A voice filled with confusion queried. If I am not mistaken, that carriage should belong to General Li. General Li? The very same who recently gained notoriety for the military defense map incident, and is rumored to be on the brink of a significant promotion, ascending to a crucial position in court. Some individuals wore grave expressions, while others gleamed with excitement, eager to relay the news. A subtle undercurrent of tension rippled through Jingda Street. At that moment, the focal point of attention was Li Wenzhong, who wore a solemn countenance, realizing he had been ensnared in a predicament. Regardless of the outcome, both the emperor and the crown prince would likely harbor some suspicion towards him, casting doubt on his reliability. How unfortunate to commence such a challenging start before even assuming office. Your Highness, my brother-in-law, I have matters to attend to at home. However, rest assured, I harbor no intention of taking a concubine nor seeking a match for one. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering, so you need not worry on that front. We shall reconvene another day. Xia Chen spoke with a playful demeanor, clasping his fists in jest before drawing the curtain closed. The carriage set in motion, leaving the third prince's carriage lingering at the heart of Jingda Street. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen are quite audacious, showing no regard for the prince, remarked a beautiful woman seated deep within the spacious carriage, her expression brimming with indignation. One serves the emperor, while the other is the legitimate son of the Xia family. In terms of status, he is still my brother-in-law. I am not the crown prince, so why should they regard me? Inside the carriage, the third prince maintained an impassive visage, betraying no emotion. Yet their insolence is beyond measure, particularly Xia Chen, who dares to take advantage of his highness, exclaimed a yellow-clad maid, who was a favored attendant of the third prince, not a mere common servant. I am aware they will not accept my invitation. Today, I came solely to vex them. Li Wenzhong will undoubtedly not ally with me, so I shall irritate my elder brother, the crown prince, and my father instead. As for Xia Chen, I indeed wish to cultivate a relationship with him. I have heard rumors in the capital, but I did not pay them heed until witnessing his prowess at Baiwei Tower. He is indeed a formidable warrior, and now even my father wishes to utilize him. This is quite intriguing, although he is 3 years my junior, and it is somewhat embarrassing to refer to him as brother-in-law. This connection could facilitate our rapport. He hails from the East Town Marquis. Should I gain their support through him, possessing military power would render the crown prince and Appo's title less significant. The third prince reclined in the embrace of the yellow-clad maid, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke with an unceasing flow of words, while she listened patiently. She cradled his head, occasionally feigning ignorance, for her ability to earn the third prince's trust was not solely reliant on her beauty. She understood his solitude and recognized his need for companionship. At this moment, the third prince seemed to have fully opened his heart, unburdening his thoughts. My father was obsessed with the pursuit of immortality in his early years, delving into both Taoism and Buddhism. He has reigned for over 50 years, and it was only 20 years ago that my elder brother was born, followed by my second sister and me. Though he is infatuated with the notion of eternal life, he cannot relinquish power. I am merely a pawn to him, used to balance and counter the crown prince. I know he has never intended to pass that position to me, regardless of my merits. I am but a tool in his hands. The third prince closed his eyes, his tone gentle yet flat, as if detached from his own narrative, rendering the sorrow within his gaze imperceptible. The yellow-clad maid looked at his handsome face, gently brushing her fingers over his forehead, her eyes filled with compassion. If he wishes to treat me as a mere tool, then so be it. If he seeks to fashion me into a whetstone for the crown prince, I shall comply. Ha ha! He believes he can control everything, that he is a deity in this world. How laughable! Does he truly think himself a god? I shall see if he can indeed master everything. The third prince's voice grew increasingly apathetic, imbued with a chilling coldness. News travels swiftly. We have barely exited the palace when he pursued us. Xia Chen remarked, idly toying with a dagger, his interest piqued. It appears he is targeting me, though his true aim lies with you. Li Wenzhong shot a glance at Xia Chen. He is merely coveting the support of the East Town Marquis behind me, but alas, his calculations are flawed. I am but an overlooked legitimate son within the Marquis. Xia Chen spoke nonchalantly, uncertain if his words were directed at the third prince or Li Wenzhong. Indeed, the Duke of Anong does not value you, but your uncle, Xia Chen, treats you well. Does he not? He is currently the head of the Xia family. Li Wenzhong did not raise his head, his voice drifting to Xia Chen. Xia Chen chuckled, opting not to prolong the conversation on that topic. Li Wenzhong escorted Xia Chen to Winda Street, where the East Town Marquis was situated at the heart of the thoroughfare. Tomorrow, I shall report to the lantern bearers. What my duties within the Imperial Guards? The Emperor did not specify, so it seems you are to concurrently assume the position within the Imperial Guards. Li Wenzhong pondered for a moment before responding. Xia Chen nodded, gracefully dismounting the carriage, waving goodbye as he turned to enter the Marquis. Upon entering the Marquis, Xia Chen did not return to his own quarters, but made a beeline for his uncle Xia Chen and aunt Appo's residence. The Emperor's decision to place him among the lantern bearers under the pretext of investigating cases and uncovering traitors left Xia Chen with a sense of deeper implications. Despite the rift between him and the Xia family due to his father, he still bore the blood of the Xia lineage, which had recently risen to prominence. Commanding military power, did they not fear the Xia family infiltrating the lantern bearers, potentially seizing control of the intelligence network of Dawu? Xia Chen meticulously relayed the situation to Xia Chen. I am aware of this matter. Return for now. I shall send word should anything arise. Xia Chen and Amp Appo's expression turned grave, as even he found it difficult to unravel the complexities of the situation. Xia Chen nodded, returning to his quarters. As night descended, engulfing the capital like a dark behemoth, the nocturnal activities of the affluent and powerful began in earnest. On the street of pleasure houses, the scions of nobility and numerous officials congregated. A piece of news spread among various circles. Have you heard? Today, the Emperor personally summoned the legitimate son of the East Town Marquis, Xia Chen. Is that even possible? Even a few secretaries in the 6 ministries seldom receive a summons from the Emperor. It is true. Do you know what the Emperor said when he summoned Xia Chen? Li brother, do share. Do not keep me in suspense. The Emperor remarked, if Xia Chen pursues the scholarly path from a young age and enters the Hanlin Academy, he shall certainly become the prime minister within 30 years. Ah, Li brother, I heard it was within 20 years. Nonsense. The Emperor clearly stated that this young man possesses the talent for governance and intends to have Xia Chen replace the current Prime Minister Lin Hanpu in 10 years, becoming the pillar of our Dawu. In every social gathering, from pleasure houses to taverns, the conversation revolved around Xia Chen and Amp Appo's summons to the palace, with various versions of the story circulating widely. In the end, it was even proclaimed that Xia Chen possessed extraordinary talent, as if he were destined to traverse the heavens and the earth. Despite his youth, his intellect and wisdom had already surpassed that of the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu. Chapter 42, a name that echoes in the capital, the Cuckoo Tower. This establishment stands among the most renowned pleasure houses in the capital. At this moment, within an elegant room, several young men are seated, each accompanied by a charming lady. Lin, why don't we go teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What extraordinary talent does he possess to boast so arrogantly? A young man clad in a purple robe gestures with his fist toward the youth seated at the head of the table. How dare he belittle the Lin Prime Minister? He must be incredibly bold, a mere child oblivious to his own insignificance. What cultured individual can come from a brutish fighter to shamelessly seek fame in this manner? The atmosphere within the room grows increasingly boisterous. These young men are all notable scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers holding esteemed positions in the court. While the matter concerning the emperor seems credible, it is undoubtedly exaggerated through the retelling of the crowd. The young man clad in blue at the head of the table shakes his head slowly, his mind clear and rational. Moreover, he hails from the Duke of the Eastern Town and Appo's household. Who knows how the situation might unfold when we confront him? Lin Zihan places his wine cup down, his tone nonchalant, yet a flicker of emotion dances in his eyes. However, I am indeed curious about what abilities Xia Chen possesses that warranted his summons by the emperor in public praise. I would relish the opportunity to assess his talents. The others exchange glances, aware that although Lin Zihan remains composed, as the prime minister's legitimate son, he is understandably concerned about his father's reputation. Princess Yaowang has recently been organizing a literary gathering, inviting the most distinguished scholars in the capital. Perhaps we should extend an invitation to Xia Chen as well. It will soon reveal whether he is truly gifted or merely a jester seeking acclaim. Lu Bo unfurls his folding fan, a smile gracing his lips as he speaks casually. This is the first literary gathering hosted by Princess Yaowang. How could we invite a crude fighter? This is a celebration for scholars. Some shook their heads in disapproval. The thought of sharing the event with a boorish warrior tainting the gathering and Appo's prestige. Over the years, the rift between the scholarly officials and the martial heroes has widened, both sides harboring disdain for the other. One group perceives the other as uncultured and brutish, while the latter views the former as mere scribes without practical skills. What a splendid idea! It is worth noting that Princess Yaowang has a significant connection with Xia Chen. A glimmer of excitement sparkles in someone in Appo's eyes, envisioning the spectacle that would ensue. Upon hearing this, the others feel a twinge of discomfort, akin to swallowing a fly. The mere thought that the enchanting Princess Yaowang might be promised to a crude warrior leaves many shaking their heads in silent agreement, hearts heavy with dismay. In another pleasure house not far from the Cuckoo Tower, within a private room, 5 middle-aged men sip on fine wine and savor steamed base, a delicacy that has recently gained popularity in the capital. Each man is accompanied by a young and lovely lady. A bearded man with a commanding presence speaks in a deep voice. Lu, is that statement truly as profound as you claim? A middle-aged man seated next to Lu Yun expresses his confusion, feeling that while the statement holds merit, he cannot quite grasp its significance. Brother Lu studied under the great Confucian scholar Kong Song and was the second highest scorer in our examination. His understanding of scholarship surpasses ours. Chun Zhizhong chuckles, drawing a young lady close, his hand resting casually on her graceful form. This evening, as I passed by the Imperial Academy, I overheard some young scholars discussing this statement. At the time, I paid it little heed. Yet here we are, and it seems to have spread throughout the capital following the events in the palace this afternoon. Do you not find it curious? Lu Hao does not respond immediately, but poses a question to the other 4. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately spreading this information? Chun Zhizhong and Appo's eyes light up as he grasps the crux of the matter, recalling the phrase ruler and subjects, father and son, suddenly recognizing its importance. Who in the capital possesses the influence to disseminate such dialogue from the emperor's court so swiftly that it becomes common knowledge? Lu Hao's expression grows serious as the others fall silent, hesitant to speak further. Only the lantern-bearers possess such capability. Lu Hao sighs, understanding that this matter must have been commanded by the emperor. Otherwise, how could the lantern-bearers act so audaciously? The gathered men, all astute individuals who have passed the imperial examinations, naturally arrive at this conclusion. A monarch must embody the qualities of a ruler. A minister must uphold the demeanor of a servant. A father must act as a father, and a son must fulfill the role of a son. Each member of society has their own duties and standards. This principle could endure through the ages. If this statement truly originated from Xia Chen, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Hao sighs, realizing that with this single phrase, Xia Chen and Appo's name could be etched into history, recited by scholars for generations to come. Even if scholars reject it, future monarchs will undoubtedly enshrine Xia Chen and Appo's legacy in their annals. The expressions of the gathered men shift, astonished by the implications. Only Chen Zhizhong begins to align his thoughts with Liu Hao's, his curiosity about Xia Chen, who hails from the Duke of the Eastern Town's household, growing exponentially. The following day, as dawn breaks, Xia Chen rises with vigor, the covers of his bed propped high, forming a perfect pyramid, akin to a work of art. He throws off the covers and releases the pent-up energy of the night. After freshening up, he retrieves the lantern bearer and Appo's token and steps out of the Duke and Appo's residence. Brother Chen, shall we head directly to the lantern bearers, or do something else first? Xia Chen eagerly inquires from behind, her excitement palpable. Initially expecting to showcase his prowess in the Imperial Guard, she is thrilled by the sudden opportunity to join the elusive lantern bearers, an organization shrouded in mystery. They're an Appo's no rush. First, we will visit the Yulin Guards to arrange matters there, Xia Chen replies, proceeding steadily eastward. While the lantern bearers are significant, he cannot overlook the importance of the Imperial Guard, which played a crucial role during the coup 5 years hence. He had originally intended to lay the groundwork within the Imperial Guard, but the unexpected turn of events has seen him swiftly integrated into the lantern bearers. This disruption does not faze him. However, he maintains control over the situation. Moreover, he finds the lantern bearers intriguing, recalling that several remarkable talents from the Empress's reign are currently imprisoned within the lantern bearer's secretive confines. A smile crosses Xia Chen's face. All strategies lie within his grasp. Chapter 43. The Lantern Bearer and Appo's office. The Imperial Guard and Appo's office. My lord, please take me with you. The Lantern Bearer is unruly, and you will certainly need some trusted allies on this journey. I wish to serve you. In the military tent, Li Shi knelt with clasped fists, his gaze unwavering as he spoke. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Li Shi and replied seriously, "We all serve His Majesty as loyal subjects, striving to alleviate his burdens. Rise, and in light of your daily offerings of buns to me, join me on this venture." With a wave of his hand, Xia Chen helped Li Shi to his feet. "Thank you, my lord," Li Shi exclaimed with fervor. "Prepare yourself, and then depart." After watching Li Shi leave, Xia Chen turned to face the 4 individuals behind him: Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Hao, and Xia Kong. Xia Qian and Xia Hao shall accompany me to the lantern bearer, while Xia Hui, you will lead Xia Kong in the Imperial Guard and Appo's development. You have both earned commendations, and I have already secured your rise through the ranks. My lord, this cannot be. The head of the family has assigned us to serve you. Wherever you go, we must follow to ensure your safety," Xia Kong said, a hint of urgency in his tone. Each young master is allocated a few family guards upon leaving the estate, binding their fates together from that moment onward. Henceforth, they belong solely to Xia Chen, no longer to the Xia family as a whole. I have plans for you here. Trust me. Besides, who dares to assassinate me within the capital? Whether there are 2 more or 2 less makes a little difference. Xia Chen shook his head and turned to Xia Hui, whom he valued highly. He knew that Xia Hui had once commanded troops and possessed considerable military talent. Though he had retired from the army, he had not been idle in the Xia residence, diligently studying military strategy. Even his uncle, Xia Chen, had tested him and personally tutored him in military tactics for some time. It was due to Xia Chen and Appo's departure that Xia Chen had sent Xia Hui to assist him. Over the past few days, Xia Hui had demonstrated impressive capabilities, and Xia Chen believed that appointing him as a mere battalion leader to oversee 100 men would be an underutilization of his talents. "Fear not, my lord. I will manage matters concerning the Imperial Guard. At the very least, the 200 men under your command will always remain loyal to you." Xia Hui smiled, his demeanor earnest as he addressed Xia Chen. The lantern bearer and Appo's office, a magnificent yet ancient building, rich with the passage of time, stood proudly on the central avenue, a mere 100 meters from the white tiger gate of the palace. The lantern bearers walk in the shadows, yet their stronghold resides in the light. Whether noble or commoner, all are aware of the lantern bearer and Appo's office and Appo's precise location, yet none dare approach within 100 paces. Have you heard? Our Eagle Eye division is set to receive a new director today. A new director? Is he like the new director of the Shadow Division? Damn, I despise these parachute officers. They all think they know everything, yet they are nothing. Sigh. Ever since Commander Liu was ousted, our lantern bearers have been in disarray, constantly under the threat of a sword hanging over our heads, ready to strike down upon us at any moment. Shoo! Tread carefully. At a desk, one individual tightly covered his companion in damp. Oppo's mouth, glancing around with palpable anxiety. Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize how tense our internal situation is? Some officials have already been purged. Let us not get entangled in their conflicts. The companion in Oppo's eyes burned with anger, but reason prevailed, and he slumped back into his seat, drained of spirit. Indeed, why should we concern ourselves with the struggles of those in power? We must focus on our own duties. Liwei Siga, acknowledging that he had spoken too freely moments ago. Do you know what kind of background this new director has? Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow. What does it matter to me? I don't know him. Oh, but you do. Remember the person we were tasked to promote in the capital yesterday afternoon? Zhang Jing whispered in Li Wei and Oppo's ear. You mean the young lord of the East Town Marquis? Xia Chen. That in Oppo's him. He is the one parachuting into our Eagle Eye division as director. Zhang Jing shot Li Wei a look that asked if he was surprised. How can it be him? If I recall correctly, he is only 17. That in Oppo's outrageously young. What can be done? Look at his background. Besides, he is the Emperor and Oppo's son-in-law, the husband of the Emperor's daughter. We lantern bearers are the Emperor's hounds. Whether His Majesty grants Xia Chen the director's position or even the commander's role, what can we say about it? Zhang Jing sighed, feeling the weight of unfair fate. As the two conversed, someone burst through the door in a flurry. Everyone, quickly tidy up our desks and clean up. Our new director is about to arrive. Xie Ping gasped for breath and immediately grabbed a broom to sweep up the scattered papers on the floor. The others exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately, under the lead of one, they rose from their seats to assist. No matter how much they resented the situation or lamented their fate, they were merely small players. The power struggles of the influential could easily crush them with a mere ripple, even if they were discontented with the new director. Many believed their sons were older than him. Nevertheless, the reality remained. He was their director, an undeniable fact. They lacked the audacity to confront him. Such is the reality. Damn, what is there to clean? A new kid hasn't Oppo's even arrived yet, and we are expected to put on a show, cleaning up for him. I refuse to partake in this charade. A young man in his 20s kicked a chair beneath the table, revealing a scar that ran from his forehead to his chin, giving him a fearsome appearance. The others shrank back at his rising stance, bowing their heads in submission, yet glowing with understanding. Indeed, how could we forget about this troublemaker? We may be insignificant, but he possesses considerable influence and connections. The current empress is his aunt, and the crown prince is his cousin. He is truly a member of the royal family. I share your disdain. Why does he not remain in the Imperial Guard? Why does he wish to stir up trouble among us lantern bearers? I have heard that Commander Liu and Oppo's downfall was orchestrated by him. It was all part of his scheme. Another person stood, his expression darkening. The crowd's eyes lit up again, recognizing this man as Liu Li's adopted son, anticipating an intriguing spectacle ahead. Chapter 44. One man can penetrate millions of troops. Liu Chun, one of Liu Li and Oppo's adopted sons, stands out as the most capable among them. Although Liu Li placed him among the lantern bearers, he harbored no thoughts of making him his heir. The will of the divine is inscrutable. Having served as a commander for over 20 years, Liu Li feared that if Liu Chan were to succeed him, the lantern bearers might indeed become a family affair. This was one of the reasons behind Liu Li's downfall. The Eagle Eye division comprises 5 factions, with Liu Chun and Duke Yinyang Chui, who each commanding one. At this moment, their voices resonated with the crowd, yet some individuals, with flickering gazes, silently retreated into the shadows, hiding among the throng. The celestial duel among the powerful was of no concern to mere mortals. The atmosphere was lively, but as the crowd cheered, a calm yet penetrating voice pierced through the air, reaching their ears and causing their expressions to shift. Before the figure appeared, they heard the voice. As their gazes turned, The doors were forcefully kicked open. Xia Chen, with a youthful visage now bearing a fierce demeanor, wielded a long blade and strode confidently into the room. Following him were Xia Chen, accompanied by Xia Hao and Li Shi. Xia Chen wore a smile, casually holding a folding fan, exuding an aura of tranquility as if he were merely out for a leisurely excursion. His unparalleled appearance resembled that of a dashing young aristocrat. This is the badge of the Eagle Eye Division and AMP, Oppos, as director. From now on, I shall take on this role, Xia Chen proclaimed with a smile, producing a platinum token from his belt and tossing it into the crowd with a nonchalant grace reminiscent of a dandy. The token landed in Li Wei and Oppos, as hands, leaving him momentarily stunned as the eyes of the crowd turned to him, making him feel as if the token had become too hot to hold. What do you think? Any objections? If not, kindly return it. This was bestowed upon me by His Majesty. Xia Chen continued, his countenance strikingly noble, rendering those present momentarily dazed. As lantern-bearers, they had encountered many influential figures in the capital, yet none among the younger generation matched his poise. Li Wei felt a surge of nervousness, hurriedly presenting the token back to Xia Chen with utmost respect. Initially dismissive and even hostile towards the new director, he found himself awestruck in Xia Chen and AMP, Oppos, as presence, who appeared to be several years his junior, yet commanded an unapproachable grandeur. Was it truly possible for someone to be born with such nobility, to be so elevated and untouchable? Though Xia Chen said nothing, his smile evoked an unsettling sense of trepidation in Li Wei, a feeling that was echoed throughout the assembly. The air around them seemed to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. The entire Eagle Eye Division fell silent. No one dared to raise their voice. Even those who had been the most boisterous moments before now averted their gazes, unable to meet Xia Chen and Oppos' eyes. Xia Chen maintained an air of calmness throughout, yet the crowd found themselves intimidated by his presence. It was an invisible clash of wills. The eastern wind suppressed the western breeze. Beauty may grace the surface, yet it cannot sustain one. We lantern-bearers seek true merit. If you believe that your connections and heritage grant you the right to act with impunity among us, I advise you to return to the Imperial Guard at once. Duke Yunyang Chui, who, observing that Xia Chen and AMP, Oppos' mere words had utterly deflated the morale of the assembly, furrowed his brows, recognizing that if he did not step forward now, all hope would be lost. 17-year-old brat, what qualifies you? Lu Chun rose, his voice low and menacing. And as he stood, more than 10 lantern-bearers behind him followed suit, their silence speaking volumes. The atmosphere became charged with tension once more. Duke Yunyang and Young Lord, if anyone else claimed to rise through connections and status, I would have no objections. But for you two to stand against me is utterly ludicrous, Xia Chen declared, closing the distance at the doorway, folding his fan away as he pointed at Chui, Hu, and Lu Chun, laughing heartily, disregarding them entirely. Those closest to Xia Chen felt their faces pale, sensing that their new superior exuded an eerie aura. This pressure was not merely a display of cultivation, but a deep-seated intimidation that instilled fear and anxiety in anyone who dared to harbor resentment against him. Akin to encountering the current emperor, profound and unfathomable, like divine wrath. Both Lu Chun and Chui, who sensed the weight of this intimidation, their brows furrowing, discomfort evident upon their faces. Xia Chen's eyes gleamed with a strange light, the dual pupils flickering, yet none were aware of this transformation. He understood this peculiarity well. Ever since that fateful night when he activated the Nine-Dragon Imperial Seal and entered the fragmented Celestial Court, whether it was the colossal Fortune Dragon merging with him or the awakening of his dual pupils, he did not know. Whenever he concentrated his energy, he emanated an innate pressure that unsettled the hearts of others, making him feel as though he embodied the very fabric of fate itself. Furthermore, Xia Chen sensed that this commanding presence could be further cultivated. There are no dukes in the lantern bearers, only Master Chui, who trembled under Xia Chen and Oppos' gaze. Though he felt a shiver of fear upon hearing Xia Chen refer to him as Duke Yunyang, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "What is so laughable? What is wrong with us? Why should we not speak against you? Is it not laughable? Surely, our Duke Yunyang must be aware of his lineage. Xia Chen surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Lu Chen before shifting back to Cui Hu. I have said, do not refer to me as Duke Yunyang. Cui Hu replied, his disdain for the title palpable, akin to an enraged lion, his eyes fixed on Xia Chen with the intensity of a predator poised to strike. The title of Duke Yunyang signifies the glory of your ancestors. A man who cannot even face his origins has no right to speak to me in such a manner. Xia Chen taunted, continuing, you are correct. My swift ascent is indeed due to my lineage and background. From the moment I entered the service, I began as a 7th rank officer, a position that remains unattainable for the average person. I fully understand that my rise is a result of my ancestors and Appo's blessings, which I cherish dearly and boldly acknowledge. There is nothing shameful in this. My elevation to the rank of 7th rank officer is a testament to the sacrifices made by my forebears on the battlefield. Their bloodshed in service to the nation has afforded me this privilege. I have nothing to deny, and I take immense pride in it. And you? You bask in the fortunes bestowed by your ancestors while shamefully refusing to acknowledge it. Yet you boast that your current achievements are solely due to your own efforts. Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? Xia Chen and Appo's voice turned cold as he pointed at Cui, who, in response, felt his face flush with indignation, his eyes ablaze, fists clenched, and though he instinctively yearned to retort, he found himself utterly powerless. Chapter 45. The Dark King. The Grand Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. At the entrance, an individual cautiously pressed against the wall, a lantern-bearer from another division, observing the unfolding spectacle. Xia Chen and Appo's words reverberated through the air, seemingly intent on shattering Cui Hu's resolve. You hail from the illustrious Cui clan of Qinghe, born with the title of Duke of Yunyang, with your aunt being the reigning empress. From the moment of your birth, you have borne these imprints of privilege. Do you truly believe that your ascent to this day is solely the result of your own abilities? The vast expanse of our great Wu, with its 19 states, is teeming with exceptional talents, yet countless individuals languish in obscurity. Were it not for the advantages bestowed upon you, were you merely an ordinary individual, you would not have achieved the position of lantern-bearer, let alone the esteemed title of its leader. One must harbor gratitude towards their ancestors and possess an awareness of their own limitations. One should not attribute all accomplishments to personal merit. Our journey to this moment, including the achievements of the courtiers, is contingent upon the confluence of fate, fortune, and alliances. Certain things cannot be attained through mere effort and skill. The pivotal juncture in life is akin to the womb. Being born into a fortunate circumstance is paramount. Xia Chen's proclamation resonated like the resounding tones of a great bell, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Involuntarily, some nodded in agreement, as if awakening to a newfound understanding. Yes, the turning point in life is indeed akin to the womb. While diligence and capability are essential, the fortune of one's birth is of utmost importance. Do not misconstrue my words as directed solely at him. They apply to all of you. Xia Chen gestured towards Cui Hu, slowly surveying the assembly. Though you may perceive yourselves as mere pawns among the lantern-bearers, to the common folk, you are figures of great stature. Each one of you who has entered this realm owes your position to your forebears, does it not? It is only after the passing or aging of your fathers that you can seamlessly assume your roles among the lantern-bearers. Is this not a matter of connections? The difference lies only in the magnitude of your connections and the strength of your backgrounds. Hence you must refer to me as your superior. Essentially, what distinguishes you from me? You all stand upon the platform of your ancestors' glory, a starting point that an ordinary person could scarcely envision. Your indignation toward me stems solely from your dissatisfaction with your lack of my background and status. How utterly laughable! Xia Chen pointed to the crowd, addressing the 100 or so members of the Eagle Eye Division, yet none dared to meet his gaze. For every word Xia Chen spoke was grounded in truth. They were all beneficiaries of connections, and entry into the lantern-bearers and Appo's ranks was not attainable through mere effort. The majority of the lantern bearers and Appos' legacy is inherited, passed from father to son. Chui, who, dejected and resembling a drenched chicken, had lost all spirit. Xia Chen gazed at Xia Chen in admiration, awed by his rhetoric that rendered all present speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi regarded Xia Chen with a peculiar expression, having contemplated various methods to defuse the situation, whether through force or by summoning Commander Ma Song for support. Yet he was astonished to witness Xia Chen seize control of the situation solely through his words. Indeed, my ascent to the position of captain is attributable to my lineage, a fact I acknowledge. However, my selection by His Majesty for a transfer from the Imperial Guard to the Lantern Bearers, thus becoming your superior, is a testament to my personal capability. Xia Chen pressed on, delivering another heavy blow to their pride. If I am not mistaken, the investigation into the military defense map case was primarily conducted by the Eagle Eye Division, was it not? As soon as Xia Chen finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. What do you intend to convey? The previously silent Lu Chun could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a fierce gaze fixed upon Xia Chen. Ah, Lu Chun, if memory serves, you personally led the team to apprehend the individual responsible for the theft of the military defense map, only to discover that you had apprehended the wrong person. If your direction is flawed, how can you possibly reach your destination? Xia Chen regarded Lu Chun, whose complexion darkened. What exactly do you wish to say? Lu Chun ground his teeth, Xia Chen and Amp, Appos, S-words piercing like daggers into his heart, igniting a painful fury within the proud man. I merely sensed your lingering dissatisfaction. You questioned my qualifications and right to be your superior. Forgive me for being somewhat petty and eager to enlighten. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to provide clarity. Xia Chen maintained a serene demeanor, concealing his emotions. Why am I here among the lantern bearers? Why am I your superior? Because I possess greater intelligence than you. Because I am more capable. Because I have solved cases that you could not. Thus I am here. Therefore, I am the chief, while you are merely a hall leader. Do you submit now? Each assertion resonated like the reverberations of a mighty bell, striking the hearts of those present, leaving them pale and speechless. I refuse to submit. Lu Chan and Appos' eyes blazed with crimson rage, recalling how his adoptive father, Lu Li, had been purged due to the very person before him. He clenched his fists, yearning to cleave this man in two. Xia Chen slowly approached Lu Chun, their distance merely a yard apart. Fixing his gaze upon Lu Chen's furious eyes, he spoke softly. If you refuse, you may act. Your long blade lies at your side. Draw it swiftly, and perhaps you could sever me in two. Xia Chen smiled, exuding a sense of madness, instilling a sense of dread in all present. They were acutely aware of Lu Chun and Appos' temperament. In such a fury, he might indeed strike. The atmosphere in the hall froze at that moment. Lu Chun and Appos' gaze sharp as a blade, as if measuring the trajectory of his strike. Li Wei trembled in fear, dreading that the next moment, Xia Chen would be bloodily cleaved in half. Ha 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 ha. Do you take me for that fool, Zhao Yu? On your first day in the Imperial Guard, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu into attacking, then seized the moral high ground, overwhelming him with force. Not only did you beat him soundly, but you also made an example of him, driving him out of the Imperial Guard. Do you think I am similarly brainless? Lu Chun suddenly laughed, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they resembled a still pond, devoid of any emotion. He had nearly succumbed to Xia Chen and Appos' provocation, on the brink of losing his rationality. Regardless of the outcome, whether he could slay Xia Chen or not, the mere act of rebellion would ensure his own demise. Xia Chen remained calm, unperturbed, adapting seamlessly to the situation. He was not surprised by Lu Chun and Appos' restraint. If losing one and Appos' reason were so easy, then this Dark King, who held dominion over the lantern bearers during the era of the Empress, would have certainly disappointed him. Xia Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Though still a youthful and less refined version of the Dark King, his brilliance could not be concealed. Such a person would indeed present a worthy challenge to subdue. Chapter 46. A kind-hearted person. Eagle Eye Division once again descended into silence. Contrary to the initial expectations of a fierce conflict, There was merely a battle of wits. The newly appointed director appeared akin to a grand scholar, deftly silencing all with his eloquence, particularly the instigators, Chui Hu and Lu Chun. The verbal prowess of this newcomer was indeed remarkable, a sentiment echoed by all present. At this moment, the future infamous Dark King, Lu Chun, had already suppressed all expressions, revealing no hint of emotion. He regarded Xia Chen with an almost indifferent tone, slowly articulating, "I have investigated you. Though young, your actions are remarkably seasoned, akin to a mature and astute hunter who prefers to strategize before taking action. Whether during your initial appointment as a military officer or in the apprehension of spies, this has been your modus operandi. Since leaving your residence, you have displayed your formidable martial prowess twice in public, yet the world labels you as a waste. In my view, you are the one who conceals your true capabilities." Lu Chen's words resonated in the ears of the gathered, leaving some lantern bearers astonished. They had presumed Lu Chen refrained from action due to the weight of the sin involved in slaying Xia Chen. To their surprise, the truth was that he lacked the confidence to deliver such a fatal blow. Was this reputed waste truly so formidable? Lu Chen, renowned among them as a prodigy, had once sparred with a sixth-rank martial artist. Since you have studied me and still wish to confront me, that is hardly the action of a wise individual. Xia Chen chuckled before continuing. Lu Chen remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Well then, let us discuss how to conclude this matter. With over 100 of you gathered here, one might assume you are plotting a rebellion against me, Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly, causing many to change their expressions. Such a declaration of insurrection was not something one could easily withstand. The director is jesting. We are gathered here to welcome you on your first day. A middle-aged man in his 40s, beaming with a smile, stepped forth from the crowd, approaching Xia Chen with small, respectful steps and bowing his head in deference. Xia Chen's lips twitched. This old fellow's audacity was quite remarkable. Had he not overheard their earlier fervent discussions about uniting against his son, he might have almost believed him. The other lantern-bearer's eyes brightened. It was no surprise that Zheng Ping had held the position of Hall Master in Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years. His eloquence was commendable. So you're all here to welcome me. I am truly honored." Xia Chen glanced at the middle-aged man with a goatee, whose face radiated obsequiousness, and recalled his background. Zheng Ping, one of the 5 Hall Masters of Eagle Eye Division, had maintained his position for over 20 years, a testament to both fortune and misfortune. Zheng Ping had deep roots among the lantern-bearers, having distinguished himself in his youth, and was of the same generation as the former commander, Lu Li. Rumor had it that they had once competed against each other, yet while Lu Li soared to prominence, Zheng Ping had remained steadfast in his Hall Master position for over 2 decades. Xia Chen and Appos, as thoughts drifted back to the present. "You all welcome me, but I distinctly recall hearing that you two were preparing to instigate trouble." Xia Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on Chui Hu and Lu Chun. "Some misunderstandings. What are you two still doing? Have you not yet paid your respects to the director?" Zheng Ping shot a look at Chui Hu and then approached Lu Chun, giving him a nudge. Chui Hu's expression shifted, realizing the tide had turned. But it was only then that Lu Chun spoke up. "I have met the director." Chui Hu, quick on the uptake, echoed, "I have met the director." The two bowed respectfully. Xia Chen observed this scene with a smile, knowing his master had firmly established his footing among the lantern-bearers. "My young master is truly impressive. With merely words, he has rendered all unable to contest him. More potent than fists." Xia Chen thought with delight, his admiration for Xia Chen growing. "Since you all acknowledge me as your director, let us proceed accordingly. While I am indeed compassionate and amiable, I am also one who values principles. Some matters cannot simply be overlooked. Today, I will not pursue accountability for others, but you too, in your disregard for hierarchy, attempting to incite rebellion among your subordinates. This cannot be dismissed lightly." Xia Chen's tone was calm, yet it struck fear into the hearts of others. "My lord, it is merely a misunderstanding. Today, on your first day, I have prepared a feast. Why not join us? And we shall not return until we are intoxicated." Zheng Ping interjected, his face changing. "You need not say more. 4 misdeeds, Punishment must follow. Do you not understand? Xia Chen shot Zheng Ping a glance that struck him like lightning. What a gaze it was! Void of emotion. It seemed to embody the essence of order and rules, profound and dark, yet seemingly encompassing all things. Zheng Ping found himself at a loss for words. He stood frozen. Having never encountered such an aura before, it was terrifying. Xia Chen and Appo's expression turned cold as he pointed at Shui, Hu, Lu Chun, and the dozen or so individuals behind them. His tone calm, yet tinged with dominance. Each of you shall receive 50 strokes of the rod, and thereafter you will be dispersed to other halls. From this day forth, the 5 major halls shall rotate their ranks. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, the countenance of all present changed, especially Shui, Hu, and Lu Chun. If it were merely 50 strokes, they could endure it as hardened men, but the true calamity lay in the rotation. Such a measure would undermine their entire power structure, dismantling the influence they had painstakingly cultivated over the years. My lord, is not the rotation a bit hasty? It may incite some unrest. Even Zheng Ping could not help but speak up again. Zheng Hao, master, I have mentioned my benevolence and my kind-hearted nature. Do you still fail to comprehend? I am saving you, Xia Chen replied, patting Zheng Ping's shoulder with a smile. I extend my goodwill to you, yet instead of gratitude, you remain oblivious to my intentions. How disappointing. If you are unwilling to rotate, so be it. Let today's rotation be as if I never spoke of it. I shall not impose upon you. You may decide your own course of action without my interference. However, what will transpire later remains uncertain. I cannot guarantee anything. I am a compassionate person, and I sincerely hope that if it comes to that point, it will not be I who wields the knife. Should we truly arrive at such a juncture, I believe I would recall the warmth with which you all gathered here today to extend your welcome. And perhaps I would show mercy. Xia Chen smiled, while Zheng Ping was already drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his complexion pale. Chapter 47. The Empress, how about you assist me in fulfilling my duties as a wife? Xia Chen departed, walking into Director Xi's office in full view of everyone. He had successfully taken charge, leaving no one daring to obstruct him, and only silence remained among the crowd. Old Zheng, you are usually the wisest among us. Do offer us your counsel. Should we rotate positions or not? If we do, the foundation we have built over the years will undoubtedly crumble. The other 2 hall masters, Liu and Chen Song, gathered around Zheng Ping. I accept the rotation. Whether you choose to or not is your own affair. Do not regard me as a mere pawn. I am too old for this and merely wish to live the remainder of my days in peace. Old Zheng regained his composure after hearing Xia Chen and Appo's words, glanced at the 2 men, then at Shui Hu and Lu Chun, shook his head, and turned to leave. Liu, Chen Song, Shui Hu, and Lu Chun exchanged glances. I too accept the rotation. Lu Chun spoke solemnly, and upon finishing, he led over 10 people out of the hall. What? Liu and Chen Song looked at each other, then placed their last hope on Shui Hu. Do you 2 not understand? Our internal unity among the lantern bearers has already drawn the Emperor and Appo's attention, which led to Commander Lu and Appo's downfall. Shui Hu's gaze held a cold intensity as he addressed the 2. As colleagues, I believe I've been fair enough in what I've said. Yet, to disrupt all our subordinates from the very outset is excessive and tyrannical. Has there ever been a newly appointed officer who acted thusly? Liu furrowed his brow, pondering the chaos that would ensue if all his underlings were scattered. This could cost me my life. Even if I consent, will those behind me accept it? Enough said. Weigh your own pros and cons, and act wisely. Shui Hu concluded, turning to leave. As he exited, only 2 factions remained in the hall. Each was treated as if they were mere puppets, subjugated without a trace of their former pride. They had once looked down upon everyone, yet now, with a single stroke, they were rendered powerless, more subdued than any woman. How disgraceful! Chen Song spat in anger, recalling how fiercely they had boasted earlier. Xia Chen had yet to make a move, and now they all cowered. By merely wielding words, he had managed to bring them to heel. In Princess Yaoguang and Appo's garden, flowers blossomed wildly, vying for beauty, while butterflies danced among the blooms like mischievous sprites. Surrounding them, Pavilions and towers were artfully arranged, intricately carved railings winding around lotus ponds where goldfish frolicked, and raindrop-like dewdrops glistened on lotus leaves. Princess Yaoguang was quite engaged in feeding the goldfish when a maid clad in purple approached her, prompting her to turn in surprise. At her side stood a young woman in yellow. While her beauty did not quite rival that of Princess Yaoguang, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty in her own right. This enchanting figure was Li Wei, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, her demeanor endearing and innocent. The maid in purple, named Ziyu, and Li Wei had long become accustomed to one another and Appo's company as the two closest attendants to the princess. Should Xia Chen be present, he would recognize Ziyu as the renowned female minister from the Empress's era, whose influence had at one point eclipsed that of the prime minister. Ziyu recounted the events that transpired among the lantern-bearers. Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun had all agreed to the rotation, and now they were kneeling at the prince consort and Appo's office, voluntarily reporting and requesting a rotation. However, Li Yu and Chen Song could not endure such humiliation and had taken their subordinates to patrol the streets instead. With intelligent eyes glimmering, Ziyu and Appo's long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, held up simply with a jade hairpin, while a few strands framed her delicate face, enhancing her gentle allure. She moved gracefully, her purple silk dress fluttering like a flower blooming in the dark of night. As she conversed with Yaoguang, her focus revealed her intelligence. She was a woman of great charm, yet standing beside the princess, her brilliance seemed somewhat overshadowed. It appears I underestimated my fiancé. I misjudged him initially. Yaoguang listened intently to Ziyu and Appo's report, remaining silent for a moment before she spoke. Zheng Ping and the others are clever men. Li Yu and Qin Song, too, possess intelligence, but their loyalty to the crown prince and the third prince gives them undue confidence. It seems a significant reshuffling is imminent within the Eagle Eye division. Yaoguang's voice was cold, her lips parting slightly. Your Highness, you have always wished to extend your influence within the Lantern Bearers. Now that the Prince Consort has taken the helm of the Eagle Eye division, this is an opportune moment. Moreover, with the Prince Consort hailing from the Xia family, securing their support could grant us military power, making your ascension as the first female emperor of the Great Wu dynasty a tangible dream. Ziyu and Appo's eyes sparkled with fervor. Even the crown prince and the third prince could only reach the level of hall master within the lantern bearers. If they could garner the prince consort support, they would gain invaluable insight and influence. Calling him prince consort before the marriage is premature, Yaoguang remarked, turning her gaze aside, presenting only a refined profile. Her eyes flickered, lost in thought. If Xia Chen were to meet your highness, he would undoubtedly be captivated by your beauty. I refuse to believe that any man could resist your allure. Li Wei chuckled, wrapping her arms around one of Yaoguang's. The three had grown up together, their bond transcending the typical master-servant relationship. After all, a marriage is inevitable. He will indeed become the true prince consort. Ziyu added with a smile. I have heard that Xia Chen and Appo's beauty is unparalleled. Some even claim he surpasses the so-called four great beauties of the capital. You two are my closest attendants. Should I marry Xia Chen, it would be your duty to serve him in the bedroom. I wonder if it is I who am anxious, or if you two have taken a liking to him. Yaoguang and Appo's smile illuminated the garden, rendering the surrounding blooms dull in comparison. Unwilling to yield, she retorted against her two attendants. If I cannot escape this fate and must marry him, how about you both fulfill my wifely obligations? Yaoguang gazed at Ziyu and Li Wei, both of whom now bore crimson cheeks from embarrassment. We would never dare to compete with your highness for a man. Ziyu laughed, embodying tranquility like an ancient painting while exuding a captivating charm when she spoke. Ziyu, the hidden minister from the Empress's era, had numerous suitors but remained as untouchable as the moon in the sky. The laughter and merriment by the pond attracted even the goldfish, captivated by the enchanting scene. After the joviality subsided, both Yaoguang and Ziyu grew serious. Please deliver an invitation to him, inviting him to attend the literary gathering 3 days hence. It is time I formally met my fiancé. Yao Guang's exquisite and breathtaking visage held one's gaze captive. She regretted her initial judgment, believing her fiancé to be a talentless fool. Yet, in such a short span, he had stirred the capital into a frenzy, successfully taking control of the lantern bearers and the entire Eagle Eye division, a feat she had not anticipated. Indeed, she had misjudged him. Chapter 48. The Invitation to the Literary Gathering. Literary Gathering? As Xia Chen concluded his first day with the lantern bearers, he was intercepted at the intersection of Zhengde Street. The enchanting and future-renowned Yu, standing before him, inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, Your Highness, my princess has been betrothed to you for some time, yet they have yet to meet. In 3 days, my princess will host a literary gathering, which provides the perfect opportunity for you both to meet and deepen your bond. Xia descended from her carriage without hesitation and entered Xia Chen and Appo's carriage directly. Upon entering, she scrutinized Xia Chen and Appo's appearance, discovering that he was indeed exceptionally handsome, unparalleled in the capital. Xia recalled the remarks her lady had made earlier, suggesting they should engage in intimate encounters, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Xia Chen, perplexed by her reddening face, mused to himself about her innocence. After all, he had not made any advances towards her. This future hidden minister still exhibited a certain immaturity, akin to a young girl. Amused by this thought, Xia Chen decided to tease her. Deepen the bond? Could it be that your princess longs for me? He queried, playfully raising an eyebrow while toying with a piece of jade pendant in his hand. Your Highness, you jest. My princess merely wishes to meet and understand one another, to avoid any misunderstandings before marriage that could affect their future relationship. Oh, so it is not the princess who longs for me. Perhaps it is you who harbors such feelings. Xia Chen retorted mischievously, causing Xiu's face to blaze from her cheeks to her ears, overwhelmed by a surge of warmth. Your Highness must not jest, Xiu replied, biting her lip, bewildered by the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind since entering the carriage, struggling to maintain her composure. I assumed your entry into my carriage was to test the waters for your princess. As Yao Guang and Appo's personal maid, you will also serve her in intimate matters. It is customary for the royal family to send a maid to gauge the prince's suitability. Surely, you shall be that chosen one, Xia Chen remarked with a teasing tone, eliciting an even deeper flush on Xiu's already crimson face. Her bashful demeanor amused Xia Chen, who found the contrast between her current flustered state and her future dignified role in the court to be quite entertaining. Please, Your Highness, let us be serious. The reason I entered your carriage is that the street is crowded and filled with prying eyes. Though I am a woman, I'm also the princess and Appo's maid, thus not needing to be overly discreet. As for assessing the prince and Appo's capabilities, that is a matter for the princess to decide, Xiu retorted, regaining her composure, her smile radiating an elegance surpassing even that of the capital and Appo's finest young ladies. I have come today to invite your highness to the literary gathering. The blush faded from Xiu's exquisite face as she steered the conversation back on track. The literary gathering is meant for scholars. Would it not be a laughingstock for a mere martial man to attend? If your princess truly wishes to meet me, she could find a secluded place or simply invite me to the princess and Appo's residence, where we could converse privately without the distraction of outsiders. Xia Chen regarded Xiu with a smile. Is there anyone in the capital unaware of His Majesty's praise for the prince, declaring him to possess talents on par with Prime Minister Lin? Should he choose the path of scholarship, he is destined for a ministerial position. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen raised an eyebrow. He had learned of this earlier that morning and suspected the lantern bearers were manipulating events at the behest of Emperor Wen. The emperor aimed to elevate his profile, ensuring that Xia Chen and Appo's groundbreaking theories on governance would gain widespread recognition. Despite the prince and Appo's current fame, many scholars in the capital remained resentful, even threatening to assault him. The princess and Appo's intention was to support him if he could hold his own against the scholars. Surely he would excel at the gathering. Xiu presented a finely crafted invitation to Xia Chen, offering a graceful bow and a smile before exiting the carriage. Xia Chen and Xia Hao then entered, with Xia Chen wearing a mischievous grin. Even before marriage, the princess is so eager to contact you. Does she not yearn for the wedding? This princess is not as simple as you perceive. She chose this moment to approach me, likely due to my current status. One must elevate oneself to garner respect. Otherwise, even in anger, one is merely viewed as endearing. Xia Chen drew back the curtain, watching as Xia and Appo's carriage gradually vanished from view. No matter how extraordinary Princess Yao Guang might be, she remained a woman, and their engagement was a decree from the emperor, an unchangeable fate. Within 2 or 3 years at most, they would be wed. Xia Chen, dismissive, commented, "Though the princess hold a lofty status, she is but a princess after all." Xia Chen shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. Who would have thought that this relatively inconspicuous Princess Yao Guang, in comparison to the crown prince and the third prince, would ultimately emerge victorious, transforming from a dormant figure to one that shocked the world that fateful night? Understanding the formidable nature of Princess Yao Guang, Xia Chen did not allow himself to become complacent. Her outreach was not motivated by personal feelings, but stemmed from his control over the Eagle Eye Division, a critical intelligence network for any organization, granting him a strategic advantage. Upon returning to the town East Marquis and Appo's residence, Xia Chen chose not to head to his quarters immediately, but instead proceeded to Xia Chen and Appo's abode. He recounted the events of the day at the Lantern Bearers in detail to Xia Chen. "You managed the situation exceptionally well, showcasing your authority while blending firmness with gentleness, avoiding any resentment from the crowd. Now that the 3 major leaders have agreed to rotate, you can seize this opportunity to consolidate control over these 3 factions. What are your plans for the other 2 factions?" Xia Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Li Yu and Chen Song are associated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, respectively. We can ascertain this much, and His Majesty is undoubtedly aware. The reason he appointed me to the Eagle Eye Division was to eliminate the Crown Prince's and the Third Prince's influence within the Lantern Bearers. Their obstinacy provides me with an opportunity. As I am new to this position, I must promote my own people. One must rise while another falls. Let us use these 2 factions as a starting point. The Lantern Bearers require a thorough cleansing." Xia Chen and Appo's tone was calm, yet conveyed an icy resolve. Frankly, he preferred action over words. It was far less exhausting to resolve matters with force than with dialogue. Chapter 49, Separation. Xia Chen gazed at his nephew before him, having always felt that although this nephew was intelligent, he was somewhat too gentle in his actions. He lacked the boldness and vigor characteristic of the Xia family, which left Xia Chen somewhat concerned that Xia Chen might stray onto a misguided path, relying solely on insidious schemes, much like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. However, upon closer observation, he realized he had misjudged his nephew. Xia Chen was evidently a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, a balance of yin and yang, possessing a penchant for contemplation while also exhibiting decisive and forceful tactics. Among the 3rd generation, while Xia Chen may not boast the most exceptional martial talent, in terms of intellect, none among the younger generation could rival him. As I grow older, perhaps Xia Chen will shoulder the family and Appo's responsibilities, steering the course of the Xia clan. Thus, our family would not only possess martial prowess, but also astute leadership, potentially thriving for centuries to come. Lost in thought, Xia Chen reflected on Xia Chen's recent performances, recognizing his courage and wisdom. Truly a born leader. The Xia family's 600 years of prosperity stemmed from their unorthodox approach. Whoever possessed the capability and wisdom was entrusted with the headship. Xia Chen himself was no different, wholeheartedly devoted to the family. Although his 2 sons were commendable, they lacked the broader vision that Xia Chen possessed. "Uncle, I intend to move out of the Marquis residence," just as Xia Chen envisioned the grand future of the Xia family. Xia Chen and Appo's sudden declaration startled him. "Why on earth would you move out? Is it because your courtyard is too isolated and lacks attendance? I can arrange for that right away." Furrowing his brow, Xia Chen and Appo's gaze turned stern. It was exceedingly rare for a legitimate descendant of the Xia family to relocate from the Marquis and Apos residence, as such a move typically signified a separation within the family. That's not the reason. Xia Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor as warm and gentle as jade, making one feel as if basking in the spring breeze. Are you seeking to separate from the family? Xia Chen and Apos, as frown deepened. He had envisioned nurturing Xia Chen for the future leadership of the family, only to hear now that Xia Chen wished to move out. It is not a matter of separation in such a severe sense, but I no longer find it suitable to reside in the Marquis and Apos residence. Xia Chen replied after sipping his tea, attempting to soothe Xia Chen and Apos' rising concern. The Emperor holds our Marquis and Apos residence in high regard, yet harbors some unease towards it. The concept of Apos, meritorious deeds causing concern for the sovereign and Apos, has existed since time immemorial. Our Marquis and Apos residence continues to thrive because the world remains fragmented and unsettled, necessitating the Emperor's reliance on us. Yet he is also wary of us. My current status is somewhat unique. As a legitimate descendant of the Marquis residence and a son-in-law to the Emperor, he seeks to win me over, as evidenced by my recent appointment among the lantern bearers. Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives, such as using me to divide the Xia family, ideally leading to our fragmentation into two factions. To outsiders, I appear overlooked in the Marquis residence, neglected by my parents and raised in a laissez-faire environment, leading them to believe I have a poor relationship with the Marquis and Apos residence. This perception extends even to the Emperor. This is precisely why he chose me. Therefore, I must not appear too close to the Marquis residence, nor should they treat me overly well. As Xia Chen spoke, Xia Chen's expression shifted, his thoughts racing. He wished to object, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately uttering gravely, "Is the situation truly as dire as you suggest? Over the years, both your grandfather and I have willingly relinquished military power, and your father has remained compliant. Can it be that the Emperor cannot tolerate us? Even if we harbor no ill intentions, a united and talented Marquis residence poses a significant threat to imperial authority, something no ruler wishes to see." Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of celestial bodies, deep and enigmatic like a black abyss. His tone was somber, evoking an involuntary sense of tension. We must not gamble on whether a ruthless emperor possesses any empathy. After over 50 years on the throne, he is transformed into a political machine. Any threat to his reign or anything beyond his control will face annihilation. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. Thus, if the Emperor wishes to witness the Xia family divided, to see you at odds with us, to observe our 3 generations in disunity, we shall put on a performance for him, assuaging his concerns while secretly amassing our strength. Is this your desire? Xia Chen's eyes flickered with intensity as he scrutinized his nephew, his tone unwaveringly grave. Indeed, the more distant I am from you, the more the Emperor will trust me, granting me greater authority, thus ensuring the safety of our Xia family. As Xia Chen and Xia Chen locked eyes, he no longer concealed his brilliance, exuding an aura of confidence akin to a blade unsheathed, leaving Xia Chen momentarily entranced. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen finally spoke, "I understand your intentions. Proceed as you see fit." The following day, at the Lantern Bearer's office, Eagle Eye Division. At this hour, why hasn't the newly appointed chief arrived? I am eager to see his tactics today. Rumor had it that the rotation was commencing today. Although this official was young, he was known for his ruthlessness. It was said that yesterday, the esteemed Zheng Tang and others had approached him to request a rotation, only to be made to kneel at the entrance for 3 hours before being allowed in. This official is certainly extraordinary. He demanded the rotation, yet Zheng and the others had to plead for it. He has effectively placed the knife in his own hands. What a remarkable maneuver. As the crowd conversed, they noted that it was nearly noon, yet Xia Chen had not yet arrived at the Lantern Bearers. Something must have happened. Do not wait any longer. It seems the new official will not be coming to our office today. Someone hurriedly rushed into the Eagle Eye Division. What transpired? Is there yet another upheaval? The crowd inquired anxiously, only to be met with shocking news. A report swept through the upper echelons of the capital, leaving many astonished. Recently, the talk of the town, the one favored by the emperor, now overseeing one of the 9 divisions of the lantern bearers, Xia Chen, the young lord of the Eastern Town Marquis residence, and the emperor and Apos, his son-in-law, had his residence set ablaze. This revelation left many incredulous. What? The Eastern Town Marquis and Apos residence caught fire? Hurry, we must extinguish the flames. Extinguish what flames? The Eastern Town Marquis and Apos residence is filled with experts. How could it truly burn? It appears this son-in-law has had a falling out with the Marquis and Apos residence, and rumor has it he has already moved out. My cousin's brother-in-law's nephew's wife's cousin's son witnessed it firsthand. Xia Chen is currently leading his men to select a new residence, and payment has already been made. It seems he is genuinely separating from the Marquis and Apos residence. What could have caused such a commotion? A separation is no trivial matter. It seems there have been no instances of legitimate descendants moving out of the Marquis residence for many years. I don't know. I've only heard that it has become quite tumultuous. The family head, Lord Xia Chen, even summoned the clan elders and personally enacted family discipline. It is said he nearly expelled Xia Chen from the family tree. In the capital, from high-ranking officials to the common folk, everyone had heard of this incident. In taverns and tea houses, discussions about it erupted everywhere. In no time, the entire capital was abuzz. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the trending topic, Xia Chen, was moving into his newly acquired spacious courtyard with Xia Chen behind him, accompanied by a lovely maidservant, Bijou. Young master, will you be going to the lantern bearers tomorrow? Xia Chen followed closely behind Xia Chen, whispering her concerns about the recent assumption of the lantern bearer position. It had taken considerable effort to gain the compliance of those around her, and she feared that neglecting the role for an extended period might lead to unforeseen complications. She suggested taking a day off tomorrow and attending the literary gathering the day after. As for the lantern bearer matter, they could afford to let things simmer for a while. Chapter 50. The Newborn and the Intent of the Blade. Although the newly acquired residence of Xia Chen, a 3-courtyard estate, paled in comparison to the Marquis' mansion, it could still be considered a grand abode within the capital. Its prime location in the inner city, close to the central avenue, ensured a splendid geographical advantage. The courtyard, both in terms of scenery and room design, was quite exquisite, capturing Xia Chen's admiration at first glance. Consequently, the purchase of this estate cost him 3,000 taels of silver, a sum that would be astronomical for an average family. In this era, the purchasing power of silver was notably robust, and Xia Chen's monthly salary amounted to merely 50 taels, totaling 600 taels annually. Given the high price of rice in Chang'an, living in the capital was indeed a formidable challenge. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Chen lamented the lack of understanding regarding the true value of everyday necessities, which had previously been obscured by his life in the Marquis' residence, where financial worries were non-existent. Now that he had moved out, he truly comprehended the difficulties of affording food, clothing, and daily essentials. Over the years, the gifts received during festivals from his elders had accumulated to just over 2,000 taels. Had it not been for last night, when Chui Men grew, upon learning of Xia Chen's departure from the Marquis' residence, tearfully insisted on giving him an additional 3,000 taels, he would have struggled to afford this estate. Young master, a gentle and melodious voice interrupted his thoughts as a gracefully composed maid emerged from the house. Indeed, Bihua was now under Xia Chen's care. Previously a maidservant to Chui Mengru, she had been intended to join Xia Chen once he reached the 8th rank to assist him in his daily life. However, due to Xia Chen's preoccupation with official duties and his unfamiliarity with having someone in his personal space, the arrangement was delayed. Last night, upon realizing his imminent departure, Chui Mengru insisted through tears that he take Bihua with him to look after him. Reflecting on this, Xia Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Although his biological parents had shown little regard for him, his uncle and aunt had treated him as their own child over the years, truly not considering him an outsider. What do you think of this residence? Xia Chen inquired, observing Bihua, who appeared somewhat bashful and avoided meeting his gaze. Although she had been assigned to attend to him as a maid, the underlying implication was that she was to share his bed. In affluent households, young masters of certain age were often provided with several bed warmers, who would continue to serve until their marriage, at which point they would be promoted to concubines. From this moment forth, it could be said that she was genuinely Xia Chen-esque. I still have over 2,000 taels here. Henceforth, you shall manage the household affairs. In the next couple of days, I need you to take someone to the West Market to purchase some maidservants and servants. Age is not a concern, but they must come from reputable families. Xia Chen handed a substantial stack of banknotes to Bihua, yet she hesitated, fearfully refusing to accept the money. Young master, I am merely a maid. How could I oversee household matters? Such responsibilities should fall to the mistress, the princess, she replied, her voice trembling. We do not even know when the wedding will take place. Should we wait indefinitely? We have just moved out, and everything needs to be arranged anew. By the time she arrives, it will be too late. Xia Chen gently grasped Bihua's delicate hand and firmly placed the banknotes into her palm. You are the only woman in the household. If not you, who else would manage it? Should I entrust it to Xia Chen? It's settled then. You shall oversee all matters within the house. I do not wish to concern myself with such trivialities, he declared with a smile. Bihua lowered her head, unable to look him in the eye. The warmth radiating from his grasp sent a shiver through her, and her gaze became slightly dazed, akin to a flower poised to bloom in spring. Occasionally, she would glance up, her starry eyes shimmering with shyness, a blush creeping across her fair cheeks. Young master, you are truly kind. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Xia Chen stood in the courtyard, practicing his swordsmanship. His movements were remarkably simple, consisting solely of the most fundamental techniques of chopping, thrusting, and slashing, repeated over and over. To the untrained eye, it might appear mundane, but those with expertise would be astounded. Each of Xia Chen's strikes was imbued with an extraordinary precision, slicing through the air with the finesse of a fine thread, a marvel that eluded those with lesser understanding. Xia Chen's focus was unwavering, regardless of how busy his days were. Upon returning to his estate, he would tirelessly practice a myriad of strikes each day. This relentless dedication and hard work would undoubtedly yield remarkable rewards. Within his field of vision, notifications from his system panel continuously appeared. Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10. Swordsmanship experience, 9,830 10,000. As time passed, the young man continued his repetitive motions with unwavering determination. Before long, a chime echoed in the air. Your swordsmanship has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a forbidden sword intent. Would you like to receive it? Yes. You have comprehended the pure Yang sword intent. Sword intent level. First forbidden. To attain second forbidden sword intent, an additional 30,000 experience points are required. First forbidden sword intent. 30,000. Xia Chen had become oblivious to the notifications on his system panel as he was drawn into a peculiar realm of existence. He transformed into a 5-year-old child, training under his master. As the sun rose and set, and seasons changed, he persevered daily atop a rocky cliff, enduring the elements. By the age of 8, he had attained a minor proficiency in swordsmanship, and by 11, he had achieved significant mastery. At 18, he reached perfection. After completing his training, he bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to experience the world, traveling eastward and learning from various swordsmanship masters. He encountered bandits and warring troops along the way, fighting fiercely through countless battles. At 20, he enlisted in the military, starting as a lowly soldier and honing his skills amidst the chaos of war. At 22, feeling a calling, Xia Chen withdrew from the military and continued eastward until he beheld the vast sea. Eastward to the cliffs to behold the great ocean, sitting upon the rocky shore. He repeated the fundamental sword movements, much like he did in his youth. This year, he lived off fishing, observing the ebb and flow of tides, the sun's ascent and descent, and gradually, he concealed his brilliance, allowing the bloodlust cultivated in the military to wash away, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary fisherman. Eventually, Xia Chen laid aside his sword, no longer fixating on training. He embraced a life of simplicity, allowing things to unfold naturally. He became a true fisherman, yet he retained a peculiar hobby, spending hours sitting on a rock, gazing at the sun. On an ordinary afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, swallowed by the sea, Xia Chen, having spent a long day in solitude, suddenly broke into a smile. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, reminiscent of the sun's ascent, dispelling the darkness of dawn. He picked up the harpoon beside him and casually swiped it across the water and damp, Oppo's surface. This strike was named Breaking Dawn. Xia Chen and Amp, Oppo's voice was extraordinarily gentle, as if he were whispering to himself, yet it also possessed a steadfast and radiant purity, instilling awe in the hearts of those who listened, akin to a deity proclaiming to the mortal realm. In an instant, the sea, which had gradually succumbed to darkness, erupted with brilliance. Fishermen aboard returning vessels widened their eyes in astonishment. What had they witnessed? Another great sun ascended slowly, casting its luminous rays upon the world, illuminating the entire expanse of the ocean anew. The previously smooth and tranquil surface of the sea was cleaved open, revealing the chasms of the ocean floor beneath. This extraordinary phenomenon lasted for a span of 5 or 6 breaths, and eventually, the immense and boundless waters surged back in. Yet, upon that surface of the sea remained a lingering essence of profound purity. Just a single strike, and the terror it invoked was unimaginable. Chapter 51. The Unique System and the Sixth-Rank Martial Artist. Xia Chen opened his eyes. Within them a great sun slowly receded, transforming back into a singular eye, his double pupils merging into one, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. "Tai, great sun, blade intent," Xia Chen murmured to himself, lifting his gaze towards the luminous moon hanging high above. It felt as though merely an instant had passed, yet he was enveloped by the profound sensation of having traversed over 2 decades of tumultuous experiences. Everything he had endured in that world was strikingly vivid, particularly his insights gained from practicing with the blade. Yet it became hazy again, leaving only the essence of pure understanding. Xia Chen furrowed his brow as the memories of that world began to blur. He recalled countless events, but could not distinctly remember what had transpired, save for the vividly authentic memories of his blade training. It seems that my system has undergone a mutation, vastly different from the player systems of my past life. In his former life, the player systems could accumulate experience points to comprehend blade intent, fist intent, sword intent, and the like, but it was through direct infusion. In this instance, however, it felt as though he had genuinely lived an entire life, starting his blade training at the tender age of 5, ultimately attaining enlightenment on the Eastern Sea at the age of 23. This was an experience unprecedented in his past life. Although the memories of that world were fading, the sensations remained astoundingly real, everything feeling far from illusory. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang blade intent in the small world and gazing at the vast ocean. You grasped the true essence of the tides, creating your own blade technique. Dawn. Outstanding performance. Reward. 1 minor returning elixir. Host. Xia Chen. Age. 17 years. Realm. Peak of the 7th rank. Martial techniques. Qiyang body refinement method. Shouyang demon slaying blade. Dawn. Blade technique. 1 forbidden pure yang blade intent. Understanding law's true essence of tides. System space. 10 cubic meters minor returning elixir. Saves 3 months of arduous training. System shop. Unlocked. Cultivation speed. 10-fold enhancement. Fortune golden dragon refining essence and marrow. Root bone talent. Superior root bone. Formerly a waste body. Innate double pupils, awakening. 1. The system panel revealed a dense array of text, and Xia Chen carefully examined the information. The rewards from this enlightenment were monumental. The previous time he entered the 9-Dragon Imperial Seal and absorbed the transformative power of the Fortune Golden Dragon was also significant, the most apparent change being his cultivation speed. Initially, he would gain experience in increments of 1, but since that event, his progress had surged to 10, enhancing his efficiency 10-fold. Moreover, his root bone, once a martial waste, had transformed into a superior root bone following the cleansing by the Fortune Golden Dragon. Even without the system's aid, he would undoubtedly be considered a genius in his own right. To his surprise, he had also received an elixir. A wave of joy washed over Xia Chen. In his previous life, he had engaged in discussions on player forums and knew that while every player possessed a system, they were rather rudimentary, with no reports of systems yielding equipment or rewarding items. My system truly seems exceptional. Could it be that my reincarnation into this world was not solely due to the Nine-Dragon Imperial Seal, but rather because of this system? Xia Chen's eyes flickered with contemplation as he grappled with these thoughts, having previously believed that the source of his rebirth lay in the Jade Nine-Dragon Imperial Seal. However, the mutation of the system now left him in doubt. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. The unknown would perhaps reveal itself in time. He retrieved the minor returning elixir from the system's space, which emitted a faint, fragrant aroma. Although this elixir was of low grade, it could save him 3 months of grueling training. In this world, while elixirs existed, they were not plentiful, mostly comprising healing potions, with very few capable of directly enhancing cultivation speed. With this thought, Xia Chen's gaze brightened. If he could acquire the formula for this minor returning elixir, it would greatly aid him in establishing his own influence in the future. This was merely a low-grade elixir. If he could obtain mid-grade, high-grade, or even superior elixirs. In an instant, Xia Chen's mind raced with countless possibilities. Then, he tossed the minor returning elixir into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of searing energy exploded in his throat, coursing through his limbs and bones. His blood began to boil, his heart thundering as if it were a great drum, echoing through the courtyard. It was hard to believe that this was merely the sound of a human heartbeat. At that moment, still in mid-March, the chill of the sky had just begun to retreat, far from warm. The peach blossom tree in the courtyard had just begun to sprout tender buds, blooming yet unblossomed. As Xia Chen sat cross-legged, breathing rhythmically, the temperature in the entire courtyard began to rise. Bai Zhu, who had been tidying up Xia Chen's room, immediately sensed the unusual activity in the courtyard. She hastily opened the window and was met with a sight she would never forget. Xia Chen sat beneath the peach blossom tree, and behind him, a wondrous vision unfolded, a vast, boundless ocean stretching endlessly. Waves crashing one after another with formidable might that struck awe into the heart. This was Bai Zhu's first encounter with the ocean. She had long heard tales of its vastness from the mansion, and today she finally beheld it. Just then, a great sun slowly ascended from beneath the horizon, akin to dawn breaking, bathing the world in light, enveloping Bai Zhu in a warm, magnificent aura. The sun climbed steadily until it hovered directly above the ocean, transforming into a blazing orb of heat. In an instant, the entire courtyard was illuminated, and the flowers bloomed. The peach blossom tree burst forth in a magnificent display, stunningly beautiful, leaving Bai Zhu entranced. Is this a miracle? Young master. Truly remarkable. Xia Chen opened his eyes again, this time with lightning flashing within them. His eyes had grown increasingly mysterious. He had officially stepped into the realm of the 6th-rank martial artist. At this moment, Xia Chen felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him. The enhancements he experienced that night far exceeded anything he had felt previously. Though at this stage, unless one reached the 3rd rank or above, realm alone did not signify everything. The 6th rank could still be considered formidable within the capital. In the martial world, attaining the 5th rank allowed one to establish a sect. One could only imagine the value of the 6th rank. Young master is truly impressive. Bai Zhu, regaining her senses, hurriedly dashed out of the room. Tonight and Oppos, events shall remain our secret. This is something only for us. Xia Chen flashed a radiant smile at Bai Zhu, who gazed at his exquisite visage, her heart racing uncontrollably. Rest assured, young master, I understand and will not speak of it to anyone, even if, in the future, a princess joins our family. I shall keep this secret. Bai Zhu replied softly, her cheeks flushed, adding a final note with a hint of shyness. Chapter 52. No, brother, how can you be so handsome? Night had fallen. Bijou poured hot water for Xia Chen and stood by the wooden tub. Young master, allow me to assist you with your bath, she offered, her eyes filled with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Chen acquiesced. Bijou was his personal maidservant, and he was, in essence, a native of this world. There was no need to impose modern sensibilities upon this setting, nor to feign moral rectitude. Unless one possessed the strength to reshape the world, it was futile to defy it or to embrace eccentricity. Bijou, flushed with shyness, drew close to Xia Chen, untying his belt and removing his garments. A sculpted physique, akin to a work of art, was revealed before her. Her gaze became enraptured as she stood at Xia Chen's chest level, feeling the potent yang energy emanating from him. A splash broke her reverie, and she saw Xia Chen had already entered the tub. She hastened to the tub's edge, immersing her delicate hands in the water and beginning to massage his body. Her thoughts wandered. Young master is truly impressive. Late into the night, Xia Chen extinguished the lights and settled into bed. He noticed a diminutive figure emerge from the small chamber connected to his master bedroom, tiptoeing towards him. Even in the darkness, Xia Chen's vision remained keen. He discerned Bijou, clad in a revealing purple bodice. Bijou? Xia Chen whispered. The girl startled at the sound of his voice. What is it? Is there something else? Silence permeated the darkness. After a pause, Bijou's voice, barely audible, replied, The mistress instructed me to attend to your needs and to warm your bed. Her face burned crimson in the darkness. Xia Chen remained silent. He knew this was customary among noble families. The reason he had not partaken previously was that he had not yet broken through the 8th rank and was not yet ready to consummate the relationship. I do not require a bed warmer. You may sleep in the side chamber tonight, Xia Chen sighed. Though he was neither a paragon of virtue nor a hypocrite, and he did not intend to force modern ideals upon this era, he was not one to act with undue haste. Bijou would eventually be his, and she was still young. Does the young master find me undesirable? Silence descended once more. After a long moment, Bijou and Appo's voice, laced with tears, broke the stillness. That is not what I meant, Xia Chen responded, feeling a slight headache as he gazed at Bijou's tear-streaked face. Very well, come up here, but I assure you, it will only be for warmth. Xia Chen lifted the covers, and a lithe body, as soft as a kitten, snuggled into his embrace. Xia Chen resolved to embrace the customs of this feudal era. One could destroy a person physically, but one could not forcibly change their thoughts. The following morning, Xia Chen awoke and resumed his martial practice. He had already asked Xia Chen to request leave from the lamplighters. He intended to attend his fiancé and Appo's poetry gathering the next day, and then confront those individuals, teaching them a lesson and demonstrating the true meaning of making an example. The previous day's verbal sparring was merely an appetizer. Bijou stirred from her slumber, a blissful smile gracing her features. Although the young master had not taken liberties the night before, their relationship had undergone a profound transformation. From strangers to acquaintances, they had begun to truly know each other. On the 3rd day, Xia Chen awoke at his usual hour. Bijou, nestled in his arms like a kitten, also stirred. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and emerged from the covers, her fair skin exposed to the air, clad in a light undergarment. Is the young master going to see the princess today? She asked. Not exactly, just attending a literary gathering, Xia Chen replied, gently stroking her head. You should rest a while longer. I can manage on my own. No, I must assist the young master with dressing. The gathering is being held at the princess's residence. The young master must look exceptionally handsome to avoid being underestimated by the princess. Bijou exclaimed, leaping from the bed and beginning to help Xia Chen dress. At a small mutton soup shop along the central avenue, Xia Chen asked, Young master, should we not hasten? The princess's residence is only a few hundred meters away. Let's finish our breakfast first. What is the rush? Have you not heard that distinguished guests arrive last? Xia Chen replied, without looking up from his bowl. This mutton soup is quite delicious and authentic. Xia Chen sighed and began to drink his soup. He could not understand why Xia Chen seemed so indifferent to the renowned second princess. Xia Chen treated everyone with courtesy and respect, even beggars, yet he seemed detached. Let us go, Xia Chen said after finishing his soup, beckoning Xia Chen. How much, sir? The shop owner approached cautiously, bowing and smiling. No charge, young master. Though he did not recognize Xia Chen, his appearance and demeanor were so distinguished that he must be from an influential family. He dared not charge such a patron. Here you are. My young master always pays for his meals, Xia Chen said, placing a piece of silver on the table and leaving the shopkeeper with a sense of awe. Who is this young man? So refined. This is the first time I've seen such a thing, the shopkeeper murmured, unaware that he had just served the esteemed son-in-law, Xia Chen. At the Yaoguang princess's residence, carriages lined the streets. Scholars in Confucian robes and noblemen in fine attire presented invitations at the entrance. Look at that woman. She is stunning. I had never seen anyone so beautiful. Which noble family does she come from? Her aura is so striking. That woman in purple is none other than Yao Guang's personal maidservant. What? She's just a maidservant? She is more beautiful and refined than the young ladies from other families. As expected of someone in the princess and Appo's service. As the crowd waited before the residence, they noticed the striking woman in purple and began to gossip. Some of the bolder young men attempted to flirt with her, but she coldly rejected them. Was this Miss Xia waiting for someone? Who could possibly command such attention from Lady Xia, making her wait so long at the entrance? Could it be Princess Pingyang arriving today? Or perhaps the crown prince or the third prince? Only individuals of such stature could elicit such regard from Princess Yaoguang, sending her personal maid to await at the door. The crowd murmured softly, and then, unexpectedly, the usually composed Lady Xia and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following her gaze, the onlookers beheld a gentleman approaching. He possessed brows like ink strokes, elegantly arching into his temples, with eyes that were long and profound, shimmering with a starlit allure that seemed to conceal boundless thoughts and wisdom. His complexion was as fair as snow, and his visage resembled a jade crown. Clad in a flowing azure robe, he stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding an aura of gentle elegance with every gesture, as though he had descended from the heavens, rendering onlookers spellbound. Upon witnessing the meticulously groomed Xia Chen, Lady Xia's eyes lit up, momentarily entranced by his presence. The crowd cast envious glances at him, silently lamenting, "Brother, how can you be so handsome, leaving us in your shadow?" They exchanged glances, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The literary gathering had yet to commence, and they already felt a step behind. Though they had also dressed with care, the disparity between individuals was stark. Their hearts ached, and what made matters worse was witnessing the object of their affections, Lady Xia, stride towards this gentleman with intent. "I have met His Royal Highness," she exclaimed. Chapter 53. The Pavilion of the Heavenly Phoenix. At the entrance of the princess's residence, all present were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The goddess they revered, the illustrious Miss Xia, was displaying such deference before this man. "What is this? You're merely handsome, nothing more. We are all capable men, standing tall at 7 feet. True, while I may lack in looks, I am still a person. We are all gathered here for the literary assembly. Why should you receive such preferential treatment?" The crowd simmered with indignation and discontent. "Why are you at the entrance?" Xia Chen inquired, gazing at Xia in surprise. "I am here specifically to welcome the esteemed son-in-law," came a respectful reply. "This is the princess's residence. Naturally, the son-in-law cannot be treated like an ordinary guest." Today, Xia Chen indeed appeared far more dashing than when he was clad in the lantern-bearer uniform during their carriage ride. That day, he bore an air of reckless charm, bordering on arrogance. Yet today, dressed in splendid attire, he exuded the refined elegance of a noble gentleman, radiating an undeniable aura of nobility, all the while remaining remarkably humble. Upon hearing Xia and Appo's response, Xia Chen cast her glance, then surveyed the throng of scholars and young masters gathered at the entrance, all eyes fixated upon him. He preferred to refrain from further discourse at the threshold. Xia Chen mused that had it not been for the presence of the emperor, the fiery gazes of these envious individuals might have surged forth to confront him. In such a situation, would he summon the imperial guards or the lantern-bearers to fend them off? Human jealousy is truly fearsome. Contemplating this, Xia Chen offered Xia a subtle nod. "Shall we proceed inside?" Xia led Xia Chen and Xia Qian through the crowd blocking the entrance of the princess and Appo's residence. Only after Xia Chen's figure disappeared did the murmurs of the crowd erupt into a chorus of speculation. Who on earth is that? Miss Xia personally came to greet him. What an honor. But why is he so handsome? With his arrival, what becomes of us? What is there to fear? This literary gathering values intellect, not appearance. I see him merely as a decorative facade, all show and no substance. A young master clad in a brocade robe sneered, disdainful of those who relied on their looks for advantage, unlike himself, who depended on his family's wealth. To attend a literary assembly looking that handsome? He must have ulterior motives, surely aiming for Princess Yao Wang's favor. He is clearly seeking a life of ease. Although I may not possess his looks, I am proud to support myself without relying on anyone. Yang Wei straightened his back, his pride swelling. Yet soon, he felt his posture falter. I suppose I must rest well. Maintaining such rigidity is quite exhausting. He wore a smile, unfurling his folding fan, eager to showcase his elegant demeanor, when he overheard a voice beside him. Shh, keep your voices down. Do you know who that person is? Who else could it be but a pretty face? Here seeking a benefactor. Yang Wei interjected, his voice rising above the whispers. The speaker's expression shifted to alarm, quickly glancing around before hastily covering Yang Wei's mouth. Brother Wei, you mustn't speak so freely. That man has an impressive background. Be careful lest his associates overhear. Who could it be? Surely not a prince? His companions, curious and slightly irritated by the suspense, urged for clarity. That is Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Anong, the esteemed son-in-law of Princess Yao Wang. News of him has been the talk of the town, particularly after he moved out from the Duke of Jindong and Appo's residence. What? He is Xia Chen? No wonder Ms. Ziyue came out to greet him. The crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically, realization dawning upon them. This was the princess's residence, although they were not yet wed. The emperor had sanctioned their union, making it a matter of public knowledge. Thus, Xia Chen was in essence half a host here. Lower your voices. Do you realize that Xia Chen currently oversees one of the 9 departments of lantern bearers, the Eagle Eye Department? Each department has distinct powers and jurisdictions, and the Eagle Eye Department primarily governs the capital, with today's literary gathering attracting a multitude of scholars and young masters. It is certain that personnel from the Eagle Eye Department have infiltrated, and perhaps every word we utter is being meticulously recorded. Wu Bai surveyed the surroundings, his tone laced with caution, fearful of eavesdroppers. The expressions of the crowd shifted, particularly Yang Wei, who understood the pervasive reach of the lantern bearers. Brother Wei, are you all right? Why are you so weak? You must stand firm. As the atmosphere thickened with unease, Yang Wei felt lightheaded, his vision blurred. He could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to the ground. I can't take it anymore. I feel dizzy. I fear I cannot attend this literary gathering. I must return to rest. Panic gripped him as he recalled speaking ill of Xia Chen, his voice having been notably loud. Would Xia Chen send the lantern bearers after him? Quick, help Brother Wei back. I heard that goji berries can alleviate dizziness. I have a recipe here that uses goji as the main ingredient. The last time I tried it, it worked wonders. I'll personally deliver it to you after the gathering. A brother assured Yang Wei with a wide grin. The entrance was in chaos, while Xia Chen had already stepped into the inner sanctum of the princess and Appo's residence. Is this not the venue for the literary gathering? Xia Chen queried, following Ziyue along the winding, picturesque path, admiring the scenery as he spoke. We are heading to the inner courtyard. Is it appropriate for me to enter the inner courtyard? Xia Chen did not lift his gaze, casually observing a resplendent fountain in the beautiful garden ahead. You, esteemed son-in-law, are not an outsider. Even if you were to enter the inner courtyard, no one would speak ill of it. There is still ample time before the gathering begins. As family, you should take a moment to rest. Ziyue halted, turning to face Xia Chen, her serious expression underscoring her words. Xia Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ziyue guided him through several courtyards until they arrived at a tastefully adorned courtyard, steeped in historical charm. The plaque above the entrance read, Pavilion of the Heavenly Phoenix. The simplicity of the 3 characters bore an extraordinary significance. Ziyue turned to Xia Chen, pausing at the entrance as she gazed at the inscription, then smiled radiantly. These characters were penned by the princess herself, Even the Grand Tutor has praised her calligraphy. Xia Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the beauty of the script. Yet his pause stemmed not from the quality of the characters, but from the significance of the phrase Heavenly Phoenix. Upon Yao Guang's ascension, her era was proclaimed as Heavenly Phoenix. From this inscription, Xia Chen discerned that Yao Guang had long harbored ambitions for greatness, aspiring to soar to the highest echelons. Do you find anything amiss with these characters? Esteemed son-in-law, Yue, perceptive as ever, detected a hint of unease in Xia Chen's expression. The script itself was exquisite, yet the term Heavenly Phoenix felt somewhat grandiose. The phoenix, a creature meant to soar through the heavens, embodied aspirations that seemed overtly ambitious. Xia Chen's gaze was remarkably tranquil, and his tone was subtly indifferent. Yet this very calmness caused a shift in Ziyue and Appo's expression. Prince, you jest. This is merely a commonplace name for an ordinary courtyard. Ziyue replied with a charming smile, swiftly concealing the peculiarity in her eyes. Haha, I merely spoke offhandedly, but if I were to name it, I believe 2 simple characters would suffice. Oh, the prince has a better name. Ziyue and Appo's gaze lingered on Xia Chen, who stood at the entrance of the courtyard, her perceptive intellect momentarily bewildered. Was his remark merely casual banter, or did it bear hidden significance? The morning sun gently illuminated Xia Chen, casting a golden glow upon half of his exquisite visage. He appeared as if bathed in divine light, radiating with an ethereal brilliance. How about we call it Yaoqi? Xia Chen suggested, his smile radiant and warmly inviting, his presence as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Upon uttering this phrase, he stepped forward into the courtyard, no longer regarding the inscription on the plaque that read Tianfeng Pavilion. Yaoqi? Ziyue echoed, momentarily perplexed by the term, yet sensing a grandeur and sanctity within it, as if it held profound significance and a grand lineage. The more she repeated it, the more she felt it resonated with an elusive charm, one that she could not quite grasp. In this world devoid of the mythos of Yaoqi and the Queen Mother of the West, she was destined to remain oblivious to the deeper meanings encapsulated within those 2 characters. When Ziyue regained her composure, she noticed Xia Chen had already pushed open the door and entered the hall. Prince, wait for me, Ziyue exclaimed, lifting her skirts and gliding forward with an elegance that remained utterly enchanting. Upon her entrance, she found Xia Chen already seated in the hall. The prince has arrived. The princess is currently bathing and will require a moment. The imperial kitchen has prepared breakfast for both the princess and the prince, and it will be ready shortly. Ziyue guided Xia Chen into a dining area, smiling as she spoke. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, I am to meet the future empress? How eager she is! And to share breakfast with me? Have their relations grown so intimate? One might mistakenly believe they are already an old married couple. Chapter 54, Princess Yao Guang. Xia Chen sat quietly on the bench, the warm light flickering between the gilded beams above. In the center of the hall stood a long sandalwood table, adorned with a delicately embroidered satin tablecloth. Surrounding it were jade screens that cast a gentle glow, isolating the space from the clamor of the outside world. Alone, Xia Chen appeared composed, like a profound and unfathomable abyss. Maidservants stood silently around him, pouring tea, yet he did not initiate conversation, exuding an unusual tranquility. In the depths of the courtyard, in a modest boudoir, Princess Yao Guang sat before her vanity mirror, listening intently to Ziyue and Appo's detailed report, murmuring as she repeated 2 words. The copper-hued mirror reflected an exquisite and flawless visage, while Ziyue stood behind her, delicately combing her flowing hair. I can't shake the feeling that the prince consort has ulterior motives. His attitude towards the words Tianfeng seems rather peculiar. It's as if there are no secrets before him, as if he sees right through me. Ziyue and Appo's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. It appears my prince consort is more astute than we imagined. For 17 years, he has been lying in wait, concealing his brilliance and sharpening his edge. Yao Guang, clad in a cool inner garment after a bath, radiated an alluring glow. But why? Why would he hide his talents? Is it possible that his circumstances in the Marquis have not been favorable, leading him to disguise himself as an ordinary man to avoid danger? Xiao's brows knitted tighter, her voice clear yet gentle, expressing her bewilderment. 14 years ago, Marquis Anong went to the eastern wilderness battlefield and fathered his second son, Xia Hao. It is said that both Marquis Anong and his wife doted on this child, while remaining indifferent to Xia Chen. Yet, Xia Chen is the legitimate eldest son, and with that identity, the title of Marquis must eventually pass to him. Yao Guang and Appo's voice carried a mature and authoritative tone, exuding wisdom. Her beauty resembled a peach blossom in full bloom, radiant and delicate, every inch of her skin akin to warm and refined jade. Her eyes sparkled like tranquil autumn waters, enticing and enchanting. She was as captivating as a fairy stepped from the canvas, rendering all else in the world colorless. Xia, standing behind her, gazed at the familiar reflection in the mirror, momentarily entranced. Finally, she regained her composure and spoke. What you imply, princess, is that Marquis Anong wishes to pass his title to his younger son, Xia Hao, and that Xia Chen's existence is a hindrance. Therefore, Marquis Anong may wish to harm the prince consort. But even a tiger does not eat its cubs. After 14 years apart, it seems unlikely he would act so ruthlessly. The more Xia analyzed, the colder her back felt, recalling Xia Chen and Appo's serene and confident smile, her heart aching. What trials and tribulations had the prince consort endured to grow up safely in a marquisate? Surely he must have faced numerous dangers and suffered greatly. No wonder he chose to sever ties with the marquisate and move away. I am uncertain of the exact reasons. Perhaps my assumptions are flawed. Yao Guang shook her head, a flicker of confusion lingering in her brow. She sensed that matters were not so simple, as if she had fallen into a cognitive trap. What was he doing now? Suddenly, Yao Guang glanced at Xiao's reflection in the copper mirror, shifting the topic. He sits quietly over there, not looking around, nor asking questions, simply savoring his tea. Such patience. I have heard from Li Wenjong that Xia Chen enjoys reading military texts, possessing a tranquil demeanor and the bearing of a general. Today, he truly embodies that. A smile graced Yao Guang's lips. Xia, what are your thoughts on Xia Chen? General Li holds him in high regard, and while rumors in the capital can be deceptive, General Li's loyalty to the princess is unquestionable. He would not deceive you. I have met the prince consort twice, although I am unaware of his exceptional talents. He is undeniably unlike ordinary men. Xia fell silent for a moment, continuing to groom Yao Guang while pondering. After a long pause, Yao Guang nodded. Perhaps I could win him over. He may indeed become my husband in the future. Some matters are destined to intertwine with him. A thoughtful expression flickered in her bright eyes. By the way, we should minimize our contact with General Li Wenjong from now on. He has been promoted to the Grand General of the Longwu Guard, and his status is no longer the same as before. My father harbors great suspicion and will surely send someone to monitor General Li's interactions with others. We must exercise caution. Yes, princess, I will limit our communications, unless there is a significant matter or emergency requiring General Li and Appo's assistance. Otherwise, I shall not involve him in our plans. Xiao's expression turned serious, clearly aware of the stakes involved. Bring me that phoenix jade hairpin. I shall wear it today. Suddenly, Yao Guang gazed at her stunning reflection in the copper mirror and spoke. But didn't the princess say that the hairpin is too ostentatious and should be more understated? Xia exclaimed in surprise. This hairpin was a gift from the reigning emperor, renowned throughout the Great Wu dynasty, crafted from a rare gem that was crimson as if stained with phoenix blood. Upon acquiring it, Emperor Wuzong was overjoyed and summoned the finest jade artisans and contemporary celestial masters to intricately carve and polish it. This phoenix jade hairpin was first bestowed upon the empress of Emperor Wuzong. Now, it had been passed down through the royal family for over 600 years. When Princess Yao Guang was 16, Emperor Wen gifted her this hairpin, but to this day, she had only worn it once. Now, she was set to wear it again. I have no other ornaments worthy of mention. This hairpin will perfectly accentuate my appearance. Xia smiled, no longer pressing the issue, and stood to retrieve the hairpin. She understood clearly. The princess was naturally beautiful, and in order to temper her brilliance, she had refrained from wearing any adornments since she was 15. allowing other young ladies and noble women a chance to shine. However, the princess's collection of accessories was still considerable, and her choice to wear the Phoenix jade hairpin today clearly indicated its significance. Xia gently retrieved a jade box, revealing the hairpin within. The hairpin was entirely crimson, exquisitely carved, with the phoenix and Apos as feathers delicately expressed, as if it were poised to transform into a reborn phoenix at any moment, brimming with vitality. Once the princess donned the hairpin, her entire aura transformed. This literary gathering will attract numerous talented individuals. We must take it seriously, Yao Wang remarked, appraising her reflection as if explaining her intentions to Xia. I see it as a special effort to impress the prince consort, Xia teased, playfully revealing the underlying sentiments between them, their close bond allowing for such candor. Hearing this, Yao Guang and Apos' ears flushed slightly, but she quickly concealed her embarrassment, regaining her composure. Nonsense. Hurry and check on Xia Chen. We have kept him waiting long enough. I shall be there shortly. Yao Guang gently nudged Xia, who smiled as she slowly exited the room. Chapter 55. The Inaugural Encounter with the Empress. A serene composure enveloped Xia Chen as he patiently awaited her arrival. Presently, Xia, adorned in a resplendent violet gown, gracefully approached. The consort has been kept waiting. Her Highness will be here momentarily, Xia uttered, offering a courteous salutation. With delicate steps, she drew closer to Xia Chen, her crimson lips parting to speak. It is of no consequence, Xia Chen replied, his countenance remaining tranquil. Xia found it difficult to discern whether Xia Chen's composure was genuine or if he harbored any resentment. Given that he had been kept waiting for the duration it took to consume 3 cups of tea. Her Highness has just concluded her ablutions and has meticulously adorned herself in anticipation of meeting the consort. The extended preparation time is sincerely regretted, Xia explained, eager to dispel any misinterpretations Xia Chen might have regarding the princess. Xia Chen responded with a gentle smile and a subtle shake of his head. Your concerns are unwarranted. Esteemed Xia, I am presently unencumbered, and a prolonged wait presents no inconvenience. Xia Chen remained indifferent to such trivialities, regardless of whether it was a deliberate display of dominance or a genuine act of beautification. An underlying apprehension had taken root within him since entering the princess's manor. Despite his composed and serene facade, he maintained a state of vigilance and circumspection. Based on accounts from his previous life, the second princess possessed a deeply concealed nature. Almost alarmingly so. The crown prince and the third prince engaged in relentless conflict, culminating in the third prince and Apos' desperate attempt at regicide, driven to the brink of desperation. Yet, the second princess remained inconspicuous until the very climax of the coup, emerging to quell the turmoil. Her actions were swift, precise, and ruthless. Xia Chen found the second princess unfathomable, further compounded by the fact that even with the decimation of the imperial lineage during the coup, numerous princes of the blood remained with legitimate claims to the throne. Customarily, in such circumstances, a scion from a collateral line would be chosen to succeed the main line. However, both the civil officials and the aristocratic military families favored the female second princess and Apos' ascension to the throne. This was unsettling. These factions had evidently been swayed and won over by the second princess, becoming her devoted adherents. Her cunning and manipulative nature had deceived the entire realm. Now, this formidable figure had become his betrothed, and their impending meeting filled Xia Chen with trepidation, necessitating utmost caution. While he possessed certain advantages, he dared not underestimate the denizens of this world. Countless players from his previous life had demonstrated the ease with which these natives could inflict torment and humiliation. What troubled Xia Chen even more was the manner of his demise during the previous coup. Was it truly accidental? Or had the second princess conveniently eliminated him during the suppression of the rebellion? Xia Chen harbored deep suspicions. Your Excellency, the consort, Her Highness has arrived. Xia and Apos' voice broke through Xia Chen and Apos' reverie. He detected the soft cadence of approaching footsteps and turned his gaze towards the side hall. A woman emerged from the rear, her beauty unparalleled, Xia Chen was momentarily spellbound, for she was undoubtedly the most exquisite being he had ever beheld. Accompanying her was a charming and vivacious girl, none other than Li Wei. "Greetings, Your Highness." Xia Chen swiftly regained his composure and offered a respectful bow. Regardless of his conjectures and their accuracy, he had to play his part flawlessly. Yao Guang scrutinized the man before her, her luminous eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He was undeniably the most remarkable man she had ever encountered, possessing an impeccable countenance. "There is no need for such formality. Please, rise," Yao Guang replied, striving to maintain a calm and detached tone, although a subtle smile, unnoticed even by herself, graced her lips. Li Wei, standing behind Yao Guang, observed Xia Chen with undisguised curiosity. Xia Chen acknowledged her gaze with a nod before averting his eyes. "Please be seated," Yao Guang gestured, inviting Xia Chen to take a seat opposite her. Immediately, a procession of maids entered, bearing an array of meticulously prepared delicacies, each portion diminutive yet exquisitely crafted. A feast for both the eyes and the palate. "Are you famished?" Yao Guang inquired, addressing the handsome young man before her. "Adequately," Xia Chen calmly responded with a nod. A hush descended upon the room as Yao Guang lowered her gaze to the procession of dishes being presented on the table. She sought to initiate conversation and dispel the oppressive silence, but found herself at a loss for words. Usually articulate and astute, she was uncharacteristically tongue-tied. Her betrothed, the man before her, differed somewhat from her expectations. According to intelligence reports, Xia Chen was gentle and refined, courteous and affable, exuding an aura of nobility and extending kindness to all, his face often adorned with a smile. Upon meeting him today, Xia Chen was indeed polite, but his demeanor was excessively subdued, even detached. This caused Yao Guang to furrow her brow slightly. What would be the cause? Had Xia Chen changed upon meeting her? Or was the intelligence inaccurate? A woman in damp, Oppo's intuition is often unerring. Despite Xia Chen and Amp, Oppo's efforts to project an image of respect and decorum, Yao Guang sensed a subtle divergence. The two sat at the table, enveloped in silence. Ziyu froned. The consort was reputed to be outgoing and articulate, yet he was far from introverted. Moreover, his demeanor did not suggest nervousness. Why then was he so aloof? I have heard that the consort possesses remarkable literary talent, even earning praise from His Majesty. Has anything been prepared for today and Oppo's literary gathering? As Yao Guang and Oppo's confidant, Ziyu felt compelled to dispel the somber atmosphere. While it was not expected that the princess and the consort would immediately fall in love, the encounter should at least not be awkward, causing both parties discomfort and unease. As expected, Ziyu and Amp, Oppo's question shattered the stifling silence. "I am but a martial man. Today, I primarily came to witness the spectacle and observe the talented youths of our great Wu," Xia Chen replied with a smile. In that instant, he had recognized his error. His preconceived notions and suspicions that he might meet his end at the hands of a second princess had made him overly guarded. However, none of that had yet transpired. He had only recently become betrothed to her. As for her younger brother, the future pillar of the Great Wu and the king who pacifies the East, Xia Hao, he was only 13 years of age. Rumors from his previous life suggested that the empress had intended to choose Xia Hao, but these were clearly unfounded. Throughout her decades-long reign, the empress had exerted her dominance over the realm, and no force could rival her. Had she truly favored Xia Hao, they would have already been together. Yet, as far as he knew, the empress had remained alone throughout her reign, her gaze seemingly fixed solely on the Tao. Even her successor was chosen from among the imperial clan, a young child. Moreover, with the advent of the spiritual resurgence, the empress had mysteriously vanished during its early stages. Rumors circulated that the king who pacifies the East, Xia Hao, had been responsible. This was not entirely baseless, as the disintegration of the Great Wu had ultimately benefited Xia Hao the most. By inferring the process from the outcome, he might gain an advantage. But he also risked falling prey to preconceived notions. Xia Chen promptly realized this. Regardless of the truth behind this historical enigma, he was now immersed in this current, and he should earnestly experience it. As for the outcome, and whether he could alter it, he would strive with all his might, undeterred by difficulties and obstacles. With this realization, Xia Chen flashed Yao Guang a radiant smile. Chapter 56. Phoenix Claw in the room. The atmosphere suddenly softened considerably. Yao Guang and Ziyue were both perplexed, unable to comprehend the subtle shift in Xia Chen and Appo's demeanor within such a brief moment. Faced with the majestic presence of the princess for the first time, they felt a twinge of nervousness. Sensing their thoughts, Xia Chen smiled and offered a brief explanation, stating that he was no longer anxious. Yao Guang and Appo's lips parted in surprise as she uttered this, astonished at her own girlish demeanor. Upon first encountering her highness, she had perceived the princess as a phoenix soaring in the heavens, radiating brilliance and exuding an overwhelming aura, which naturally left her feeling anxious and uncertain. However, as she settled down and beheld the princess and Appo's unparalleled beauty, her tension eased significantly. Xia Chen, handsome and poised, sat directly across from Yao Guang, their proximity allowing for a gentle gaze that was warm yet not fervent. He maintained an impeccable sense of distance. Initially locking eyes with him, Yao Guang now averted her gaze slightly, feeling an unfamiliar awkwardness, an odd sensation she had never experienced before. My princess is undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world, Li Wei suddenly interjected, gazing at Xia Chen with earnest sincerity. Though my princess is indeed the most beautiful, to assert that her presence dominates the world may be somewhat exaggerated. Due chuckled beside her, sensing that the prince's claim of overwhelming majesty was not merely flattery. It seemed reminiscent of how keenly he had regarded the title of Appo's, Phoenix and Appo's, earlier. With lofty aspirations, it was not impossible for him to soar high in the future. Xia Chen picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of phoenix claw, relishing it before laughing casually as if engaged in light banter. Yet, seated across from him, Yao Guang and Appo's gaze sharpened suddenly, fixated intently on Xia Chen, who was absorbed in his breakfast. A brief silence enveloped the room, disrupted only by the graceful sounds of Xia Chen and Appo's meal. As a woman, regardless of her grand ambitions, what did it matter? Suddenly, Yao Guang smiled, and the room seemed to blossom like spring flowers under radiant sunlight, a beauty that left one momentarily entranced. She began to take a genuine interest in this man before her. If she still believed his words were spoken lightly, she would be utterly foolish. Was Yao Guang foolish? Certainly not. Rather, she was astutely intelligent. Xia Chen believed that few in the entire Daowu dynasty could rival her intellect. Thus, Yao Guang was certain that her prince understood her very well, perhaps even grasping some of her hidden depths. Yet, an intense sense of insecurity washed over her. She felt as if this man could see through her, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Moreover, the truth was that she knew little of this fiancé of hers. Much of the information she possessed did not align, as if he were shrouded in a mist, elusive and unclear. Do you enjoy phoenix claws? In an instant, myriad thoughts swirled through Yao Guang's mind, though she quickly regained her composure and naturalness. She refrained from probing further on this topic and shifted the conversation. The phoenix claws are delectable and juicy, especially those from the princess and Appo's residence. They possess a unique flavor, having already indulged in a bowl of mutton soup prior to breakfast. Xia Chen felt quite satisfied, yet he genuinely found the phoenix claws to be delightful. On the exquisite small plate lay merely 3 claws, of which he had consumed 2. Observing his silence, Yao Guang was inexplicably aware that she sensed a double meaning in his words. I heard that today the son of Minister Lin will attend the literary gathering. Recently, there have been rumors in the capital that the prince possesses exceptional talent, perhaps surpassing that of Minister Lin. It seems the minister's son may attempt to challenge the prince today. Ziyue felt compelled to introduce a new topic, inwardly sighing as she found herself mediating between the two. It's merely a rumor circulating in the marketplace. The son of Minister Lin is coming today, which will provide an opportunity to see if he embodies the same charisma as his father. Xia Chen remained indifferent, focusing intently on the culinary delights before him. Suddenly, he looked up and inquired, who else will be attending the literary gathering today? In response to the prince, several sons of high-ranking officials will be present, along with some promising youths from the National Academy and notable scholars from the White Deer Academy. The esteemed Master Tianhai from Tianlong Temple and possibly representatives from the Celestial Master's office may also attend. As Ziyue recited the names, Xia Chen and Apos, interest peaked unexpectedly. The presence of the sons of officials and students from the National Academy and White Deer Academy was not surprising, but the attendance of eminent scholars from White Deer Academy raised the gathering and Apos' stature considerably. More intriguingly, the participation of both Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's office was rather unusual. The abbot of Tianlong Temple and the venerable Celestial Master were among the foremost powers of the realm, and humanity's supremacy stemmed from the existence of these 5 unparalleled masters, often referred to as terrestrial immortals. Each possessed an unfathomable strength. Both Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's office resided within the capital, yet they remained detached from worldly affairs, holding a status that was extraordinarily elevated. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Yao Guang. Recognizing that the ability to convene both of these esteemed institutions for a literary gathering was indeed no small feat, why have you stopped eating, Prince? Li Bei, who had just intended to call for the maid to bring more phoenix claws, noticed Xia Chen had set down his chopsticks and curiously inquired. This phoenix claw is so delightful that I fear I might become addicted. It will be quite distressing not to be able to indulge in it daily. Xia Chen chuckled, making a jest. Is that so? Li Wei responded with a hint of innocence. If you enjoy it, you may come often. Suddenly, Yao Guang and Apos' beautiful eyes turned to Xia Chen as she uttered these words. Xia Chen looked at her in surprise, pondering the implications of coming often. Should he simply move into the princess and Apos' residence? He contemplated this, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. We have yet to be wed. Infrequent visits to the princess's residence may invite gossip. Xia Chen hesitated before speaking. Are you worried about what others might say? Yao Guang met Xia Chen's gaze directly, her eyes unwavering and resolute. Chapter 57, Heroes of the Realm. In the room, both Ziyue and Li Wei gazed at Yao Guang with a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated such forthrightness from the princess. Indeed, the moment Yao Guang uttered those words, a wave of regret washed over her, as she recognized the ambiguous implications of her statement. They were yet to be wed, and her words had inadvertently sounded like an open invitation for Xia Chen to visit her home, a notion that could easily be misconstrued regardless of her intent. With this thought in mind, Yao Guang discreetly glanced at Xia Chen, only to find him wearing a calm expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips, seemingly oblivious to any misinterpretation. Since the princess is unperturbed, I too shall remain undaunted, Xia Chen thought, his smile radiant and demeanor poised. The two of them, with an unspoken understanding, chose not to linger on the topic any further. Yao Guang savored her breakfast with dainty bites, her movements exuding an elegance that captivated Xia Chen. Yet, the intensity of his gaze rendered her somewhat uneasy. It was her first experience of being observed so closely while dining, creating an unfamiliar sensation that she had never encountered before. Unconsciously, she hastened her eating pace, though her grace remained intact. Thus, the breakfast came to an end without much fanfare. Xia Chen maintained his composure, repeatedly reminding himself to avoid overthinking, treating the occasion as an unconventional courtship. Perhaps the princess should prepare herself. I shall first visit the literary gathering, he suggested, observing Yao Guang as she finished and delicately wiped her vibrant lips with a silk napkin. He held a keen interest in both the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Heavenly Master's mansion. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Guang regarded Xia Chen, her voice cool. It is nearly time. Let's go together. Rising from her seat, she left Xia Chen pondering her intentions as she walked away. In the 5 years preceding, the capital had not witnessed a literary gathering of such magnitude, and the effort Yao Guang invested in organizing it was clearly not for mere amusement. She aimed to attract talented individuals and gather capable aides through this event. Xia Chen understood this well. He realized that accompanying Yao Guang would inevitably influence her efforts to cultivate an image of independence as a strong woman. Thus, he had tactfully suggested to proceed ahead. To his surprise, Yao Guang showed no hesitation in revealing their connection, their joint appearance undoubtedly conveying a message to the world, perhaps that their relationship was amicable, and both were satisfied with the impending union, if not on the verge of marriage. These thoughts flickered through Xia Chen's mind as he caught up with Yao Guang, walking alongside her towards the outer courtyard. What does it matter? If Yao Guang is unreserved, then I shall not be either, he mused, having no clandestine affairs to fear. Who are the attendees from the White Deer Academy? And what about the Heavenly Master's mansion? Xia Chen inquired, walking side by side with Yao Guang, taking advantage of the spaciousness to ask Ziyue, trailing behind. The prominent Confucian scholar Lu Tong has arrived from the White Deer Academy with his disciples. He came to the capital a few days ago. As for the Heavenly Dragon Temple, Master Tianhai is here. If all goes as expected, the Heavenly Master's mansion should be represented by Taoist Xianjinzi, Ziyue replied. Xia Chen nodded, his mind already filled with knowledge regarding the notable figures of the Great Wu and the realm. Since arriving in this world, Xia Chen had studied these matters extensively. The White Deer Academy, renowned for its Confucian teachings, boasted a history of over a millennium. Lu Tong, a figure of legendary status, had dedicated 15 years to arduous study before passing the imperial examination at 20 and entering public service as a young prodigy. Yet at 32, he submitted a memorial to Emperor Wen, urging a cessation of warfare to allow the people to recuperate. As a nation had been ravaged by the battles of Huaiyang and the southern barbarians, with citizens burdened by heavy taxes and chaos reigning. This appeal, however, drew the emperor's ire, leading to Lu Tong's resignation and return to the White Deer Academy, where he devoted himself to the study of the classics. By the age of 45, he had emerged as a great Confucian scholar. Now, 20 years had elapsed since his departure from the capital, and the political landscape had transformed dramatically. Had Lu Tong come to ally with Yao Guang during this gathering, or was his presence orchestrated by her design? Xia Chen recognized Lu Tong, or more accurately, he remembered him from his past life. During the reign of the Empress, Lu Tong had risen swiftly, ultimately becoming a cabinet elder, implementing numerous policies that revitalized the economy of the Great Wu, laying a solid foundation for the imperial cavalry to conquer territories and expand their domain. Master Tianhai of the Heavenly Dragon Temple was also a prominent figure in this era, known for his eloquence and profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Despite his origins at the temple, he did not dismiss external philosophies, having delved into Confucian and Taoist studies, adeptly merging them. He was among the 6 direct disciples of the abbot Long Shu, frequently engaging in discussions with Emperor Wen about Buddhist doctrines. As for Taoist Xianjinzi, he was the most renowned disciple of the second generation of the Heavenly Master's mansion, aside from the Elder Master's immediate disciples. While his fame paled in comparison to the former two, Xia Chen did not underestimate him, recognizing him as a shrewd strategist with profound wisdom, who lived until the dawn of the spiritual revival era. In that time, he forged a unique path for Taoism, becoming a formidable figure. A seemingly modest literary gathering, yet concealed countless talents poised to ascend the historical stage. Xia Chen felt a surge of urgency. He had nearly overlooked the significance of this event. Grateful that he had not missed it, he pondered whether the 2 individuals from the White Deer Academy and the National Academy had arrived yet. Considering their ages, they should only be in their early 20s. Images of future achievements filled his mind. During the era of the Great Unification, Confucianism flourished, even overshadowing Buddhism and Taoism at times, establishing itself as the orthodoxy of thought. Among the most illustrious figures were 2 scholars named Su Xingqian and Feng Zhiru. One, hailing from a national academy, achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the youngest prime minister at 29, while the other, from the White Deer Academy, broke into the second tier of Confucian and Taoist scholarship at 31, setting a record for the fastest ascent in the Great Wu. Both were extraordinary talents, often compared in discussions due to their prestigious backgrounds. They had received the Empress's favor and pledged their loyalty to her, perhaps even being courted by Yao Guang at this gathering. As Xia Chen's thoughts wandered down this narrow path, they drifted far into the future, seeking a fitting path for himself amidst the currents of time. He contemplated how to maximize his own interests. Before long, they traversed the myriad courtyards to arrive at the main hall, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. Many had already gathered, some seated, and as they heard the approaching footsteps, all eyes turned towards them. Instantly, they beheld the unparalleled beauty of Yao Wang and the figure standing beside her. Xia Chen, Chapter 58, He My Fiancé. The once bustling outer hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were drawn to Yao Wang, who radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, even her dazzling presence could not entirely eclipse the splendor of the man beside her. Tall and upright, he stood like a majestic pine, clad in impeccably tailored attire that accentuated his broad shoulders and slender waist. His visage resembled a meticulously crafted masterpiece, with eyebrows arching elegantly and deep, captivating eyes that seemed to harbor countless stars. Beneath his high nose, his lips bore a graceful contour, emanating an innate nobility. As he stood there, a gentle smile gracing his lips, he resembled the warm sun breaking through the ice of spring, charming and inviting. His ethereal demeanor suggested he had stepped out from a realm of poetry and painting, quietly commanding attention without overtly seeking it, yet the aura surrounding him was undeniably magnetic. "Your Highness, the princess!" The crowd collectively bowed, but their peripheral gazes remained fixed on Xia Chen, brimming with curiosity. Who was this man, standing so conspicuously beside the princess? Was he perhaps a prince? Given that the reigning emperor had but 4 sons and 3 daughters, many had never encountered a prince, leading to a flurry of speculation. This man and the princess appeared remarkably compatible, standing together like a golden boy and jade maiden, each equally matched. Strangely, the thought crossed some minds. How had such a striking figure remained unnoticed in the capital until now? As the crowd's thoughts swirled, Yao Wang's cool voice broke through. "Please rise. Today's literary gathering does not require formality." With a delicate gesture, she commanded the room. Xia Chen surveyed the expansive hall, which could comfortably accommodate hundreds without feeling crowded. On the opposite side, a middle-aged eunuch directed the proceedings, flanked by beautiful maidens and other eunuchs who skillfully arranged fruit platters and beverages, maintaining an efficient atmosphere. "That is Eunuch Sun, the steward of our princess's residence. He manages affairs with great expertise," Xia whispered, noticing Xia Chen's gaze. Xia Chen nodded. Although the princess and Appo's residence was still developing, with many talents yet to be recruited by Yao Wang, there were still capable individuals present at this stage. As Xia Chen sought a familiar face in the crowd, a distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s approached, accompanied by 3 scholars clad in scholarly robes. "Master Lu, please." "No need for excessive courtesy." Yao Wang quickly urged the man to rise and take a seat. At this moment, Yao Wang and Xia Chen found themselves in a private chamber, affording a view of the entire gathering while maintaining a degree of intimacy. Xia Chen studied the modestly dressed middle-aged man, instantly recognizing his identity, Lu Tong, a renowned scholar from the White Deer Academy. It appeared that Yao Wang had already established a connection with him, arranging his visit to the capital. Xia Chen mused privately, just as he heard Lu Tong and Appo's voice resonate. "The princess has written to summon me to the capital. I trust it is not merely for this literary gathering. Indeed, given the current shifts in court dynamics, Master Lu's extraordinary talents would be underutilized were he to remain solely in academia. Moreover, with your profound understanding of Confucian principles, having reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, a breakthrough to the 3rd rank requires engagement with the world. Presently, the left vice minister of the rights has a vacancy, and I have recommended you to my father," Yao Wang stated, her presence exuding the budding essence of an empress. "I resigned in anger years ago, and the emperor was quite displeased. I fear." Lu Tong pondered, voicing his inner concerns. After resigning, he had retreated to the White Deer Academy, vowing never to return to court. Yet, with his recent enlightenment and clarity of purpose, he no longer rejected the idea of officialdom. Even still, he remained patient, waiting for the right opportunity. "Master Lu possesses exceptional talent. Although my father was angered at the time, he is a man of great magnanimity and would not bear a grudge over this matter," Yao Wang affirmed confidently, well aware of her father's true nature. As long as his interests were not compromised, he resembled a wise sovereign. 20 years had passed, and the events of the past were long forgotten. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong nodded, choosing to remain silent. After 2 decades away from the political arena, returning as a third-rank minister would place him at the heart of power in the Great Wu dynasty. He understood that if it were not for Princess Yao Wang's recommendation, such an opportunity would have been elusive, regardless of his esteemed reputation. Reflecting on this, Lu Tong could not help but feel a sense of awe. 20 years prior, he had been a mere 5th-rank official, and now he was poised to become a 3rd-rank minister. The 3 young scholars accompanying Lu Tong were visibly delighted. Their mentor's rise to a prominent position in the court would undoubtedly benefit them in the future. Having connections within the court made it easier to navigate officialdom. Lu Tong engaged in further conversation with Yao Wang, openly discussing matters without any pretense, indicating the purity of their current relationship. Although he had received a favor, he had not fully committed himself to her cause. "May I inquire about this young gentleman?" Lu Tong finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity, glancing at Xia Chen. He had noticed this striking figure upon entering, whose presence was impossible to overlook despite his quiet demeanor. "This is Xia Chen, my fiancé," Yao Wang responded succinctly, her tone straightforward and unembellished, introducing him without reservation. "Ah, the prince consort," Lu Tong exclaimed, taken aback. Having been distanced from court affairs for years, he had only recently arrived in the capital, eager to familiarize himself with its political landscape. In a short time here, one name had repeatedly surfaced: Xia Chen. A rising star in the officialdom, the legitimate heir of the East Town Marquis, he was only 17 but had recently garnered national attention for unraveling the military defense map case. Xia Chen's accomplishments had propelled him to the helm of the Lantern Bearers, overseeing the formidable Eagle Eye Division. Rumors suggested that the Emperor intended for Xia Chen to assume command of the Lantern Bearers in the future, as he was an imperial relative, and the Emperor harbored reservations about outsiders. If these rumors held any truth, Xia Chen could potentially become the most powerful imperial relative in 6 centuries. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, Xia Chen's youth promised an unfathomable future. After all, he was a member of the esteemed Xia family. The 3 young scholars gazed at Xia Chen with admiration, their envy tempered by respect, fully aware that their fates diverged significantly. In their early 20s, they remained mere scholars, while Xia Chen, at just 17, had already attained the status of a 4th-rank minister. More critically, he commanded one of the most feared divisions, the Lantern Bearers, wielding influence far beyond that of an ordinary 4th-rank official. Chapter 59. The Discourse of Confucianism and Taoism. Not only that, but Lu Tong had recently heard numerous whispers in the capital regarding Xia Chen. Though not naturally inclined towards gossip, he could not escape the fervor that surrounded the discussions. Even without his interest, he had absorbed some tidbits. For instance, the prince consort had received commendations from the emperor, who had remarked in admiration that his son-in-law's intellect surpassed that of the chief minister Lin Hanpu, and his literary talent rivaled that of the greatest scholars in the realm. Moreover, this prince consort had had a falling out with the Xia family, becoming the first direct descendant in nearly a century to move out. Such rumors piqued Lu Tong's curiosity, and to his surprise, the individual before him was indeed the prince consort. Lu Tong rose to pay his respects, and his 3 disciples promptly followed suit, aware that this young man, despite his tender age, was already of a status comparable to their esteemed teacher. Strangely, upon encountering Xia Chen, they sensed an intangible aura emanating from him, which subtly influenced them, evoking feelings of camaraderie rather than jealousy. "Master Lu, you flatter me," Xia Chen responded with a gentle smile, rising with an air of modesty that endeared him to those present. Upon hearing the prince consort articulate the principles of ruler and minister, father and son, Lu Tong noted that he had indeed studied Confucianism. This phrase seemed to resonate with the essence of Confucian thought. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tong, driven by curiosity, inquired further. He was particularly intrigued by this aspect. "Your humility is commendable. Though simple, your words encapsulate the profound relationship between Confucianism and governance, displaying the grandeur of our scholarly tradition," he praised, mirroring the astonishment of his disciples, who were taken aback by their teacher and aunt. Appo's high regard for Xia Chen. "Just a moment of inspiration," Xia Chen replied, maintaining his humble demeanor. It is not surprising that His Majesty values a young man with such qualities. At your age, I was still engrossed in my studies. Lu Tong gazed at the young man, who exuded warmth and grace, and felt a pang of nostalgia, recognizing the passage of time and his own advancing years. If you could immerse yourself in study and refine the ideals within your words, perhaps you might carve a remarkable chapter in history. Lu Tong understood the significance of such sentiments in fortifying imperial authority, and he believed that if these insights were indeed derived from this youth, he was a seed of scholarly promise. Although somewhat older now, with dedicated study, he could potentially emerge as a sage of Confucianism. Xia Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "I seek not fame for myself, but rather to bring prosperity to the common folk and ensure their happiness, which is why I yearn to fight on the battlefield and protect my homeland." Yao Guang, who had been listening quietly, cast a thoughtful glance at Xia Chen upon hearing his declaration. Alas, what a pity! Lu Tong shook his head, genuinely feeling regret. If he had been able to mentor Xia Chen from a young age, he might have achieved great accomplishments. However, Lu Tong recognized that, given Xia Chen and Amp Oppos, his current standing, he was no longer in a position to be his teacher. By any chance, among the students you brought from Bailu Academy, is there one named Fong Zhiru? Xia Chen inquired, eager to ascertain whether Fong Zhiru had arrived. Zhiru did not accompany me to the capital, Lu Tong replied, shaking his head. However, I have heard of his name. Xia Chen smiled, appearing nonchalant. Who is this Fong Zhiru? Yao Guang, perceptive as always, noted Xia Chen's casual inquiry and felt her curiosity pique. She was in search of exceptional talent, having gone to great lengths to organize this literary gathering. He is a scholar from Bailu Academy, who entered a decade ago and was taken as a disciple by our esteemed headmaster. Lu Tong responded to the princess's inquiry. Oh, to be accepted as a direct disciple by Master Qi must indicate remarkable talent, Yao Guang remarked, suddenly intrigued. The headmaster of Bailu Academy was a revered figure, a leader in the realm of Confucianism and Taoism, on the cusp of the second tier of scholarly greatness. Xia Chen's mind conjured an image of the headmaster, Qi Jingfeng, also known as Mr. Bujio, who gained fame for his statement, "A gentleman does not rescue," during his breakthrough to the third tier, which resonated across the realm of scholars. However, this eminent figure had become increasingly reclusive. Upon hearing Yao Guang's words, Lu Tong could not help but smile wryly. I must admit, I feel somewhat embarrassed. After entering the headmaster's tutelage, Fong Zhiru has remained unremarkable. As of now, he has only achieved the 8th tier of self-cultivation. I had hoped to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor and engage with talented youths during this literary event, perhaps inspiring him to break through to the 7th tier. However, he declined, stating that he had yet to finish perusing the Academy's collection and did not wish to leave the mountain. Lu Tong shook his head. By seniority, Fong Zhiru was technically his junior disciple. His good intentions had been met with refusal. He genuinely felt that the headmaster had misjudged Fong Zhiru. While possessing good character, he lacked the innate talent for the study of Confucianism and Taoism. Now in his early 20s, rather than remaining in Bailu Academy to read endlessly, he might find greater success by coming to the capital to seek official titles and make a name for himself, thus not wasting his youth. Does he genuinely believe he can read all the texts at Bailu Academy? Even Yao Guang was astonished by Lu Tong's remarks. With a history spanning a millennium, the library of Bailu Academy had amassed a vast collection of texts, surpassing even the royal library. The thought of Fong Zhiru attempting to read everything was preposterous. Yao Guang and Oppos' interest in Fong Zhiru waned, yet she sensed that there might be more to the story. After all, Master Qi had chosen him as a direct disciple for a reason, suggesting that Fong Zhiru might possess unique qualities. Xia Chen merely smiled and remained silent. He did not believe that Fong Zhiru was a mere mediocre talent. The outcome often reflects the process. How could the headmaster have been mistaken? Xia Chen recalled hearing that, although Fong Zhiru had initially appeared unremarkable at Bailu Academy, he was a curious individual who did not concern himself with the hierarchy of Confucianism and Taoism, nor did he aspire to officialdom. Instead, he seemed indifferent to fame and fortune, reminiscent of a Taoist. He spent his days immersed in reading, and it was during a stormy night that he experienced a sudden breakthrough, ascending to the third tier and making a profound statement that shook the world. Xia Chen felt compelled to visit Bailu Academy soon, not necessarily to recruit, but at the very least to make his acquaintance. This was a promising individual, and now that he was undervalued, it would be the perfect opportunity to invest in his potential. With this thought, Xia Chen could not help but smile. During the reign of the Great Wu Emperor, the prevailing moral philosophy emphasized benevolence and altruism. Yet, Qi Jingfeng and Oppos, as unconventional views stirred public uproar. In the 32nd year of Dexian, in September, Qi Jingfeng delivered a lecture at Bailu Academy, drawing scholars from all corners who wished to expel this miscreant from their ranks. Standing before the assembly of scholars, Qi Jingfeng proclaimed, "A gentleman does not rescue." He elaborated, "A gentleman does not rescue because he respects order and rules. A gentleman perceives the world as a complex mechanism, governed by its own principles of fate and causality. He is mindful of the collective benefit of society. A gentleman understands that resources are finite and must be judiciously allocated on a macro scale. Should he engage in actions that contradict virtue or rescue the misguided masses, he risks undermining the moral fabric of society. A gentleman refrains from intervening, both as a means of self-preservation and self-restraint. He assesses his own capabilities and does not recklessly plunge into danger to save others, lest he jeopardize his own safety. If confronted with a drowning individual and lacking proficiency in swimming, a gentleman will not impulsively leap into the water. Instead, he will call upon an expert for assistance. Furthermore, a gentleman considers the mindset and future implications for those he might save. An overzealous rescue may cultivate a reliance on others, rather than fostering self-reliance. A gentleman withholds his aid, wishing for individuals to awaken to their own potential and navigate their challenges independently. For instance, when a friend encounters a minor setback in their endeavors, a gentleman does not hastily offer assistance, but rather encourages self-reflection and strategic thinking. This embodies the essence of a gentleman's reluctance to intervene. Thus, all scholars of the world are humbled, and Qi Jingfeng's reputation flourished, establishing him as the foremost leader of the Confucian and martial traditions. History of Confucianism, Volume 78, Biographies 32. Chapter 60. The Scholar, the Monk, and the Taoist. In the side hall, Xia Chen, Lu Tong, and Yao Guang were engaged in conversation, while Ziwei occasionally interjected with astute observations that astonished Lu Tong, who had not anticipated such intellect from a mere maidservant of the princess. Li Wei, however, showed little interest in the discourse, quietly indulging in the pastries on the table. Meanwhile, the main hall buzzed with gossip regarding Xia Chen's identity. His entrance alongside Yao Guang had captivated the crowd, prompting inquiries about him. "What? That is Xia Chen, the fiancé of Princess Yao Guang?" The astonishment was palpable, as the past few days had been rife with tales of Xia Chen, a 17-year-old fourth-rank official, a rarity in the annals of the Great Wu dynasty. Such noble lineage, achieving such prominence at a tender age, and betrothed to Princess Yao Guang, coupled with his striking good looks, left the young gentlemen present feeling a weight upon their hearts, realizing they had a formidable rival. Word had spread that the renowned handsome figure, young Master Jing Xian, would also attend, a scion of the illustrious Shao family from the south, known for their literary gatherings. The Shao family is a lineage of scholars, rumored to possess royal blood from the previous dynasty, someone remarked, eyes glimmering. The Shao family had historically intermarried with the royal family, producing many empresses, with the matriarch often being a princess. After the Great Wu's ascendance, the Shao family suffered greatly during the national upheaval, retreating to the south, yet the current royal family did not eradicate them entirely. Now, 800 years later, as the Su family firmly held power, they bore no animosity towards the Shao lineage. Can you imagine the sight of the four great beauties alongside the four great handsome men? It would be a feast for the eyes. One individual exclaimed at the mere thought of the two pairings. "Careful, my friend. We are in the princess's residence, and young Master Xia is still present. We must not speak carelessly." Another cautioned, alarmed, as he distanced himself from the speaker. Nearby, another listener, with an unusual expression, could no longer contain himself and remarked, "I have had the fortune to see young Master Jingxian once. Indeed, he possesses an exceptional appearance, ethereal and transcendent, yet, in both looks and demeanor, he pales in comparison to Xia Chen." The crowd exchanged glances, incredulous that the universally acknowledged handsome figure of the great Wu could be eclipsed. Just as they prepared to refute, the visage of Xia Chen surfaced in their minds, plunging them into silence. Such unparalleled beauty and grace seemed impossible to contest. They eagerly awaited the arrival of young Master Jingxian, for once both gentlemen were present, the truth would be revealed. "Young Master Xia has arrived," a voice called out, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. It was Lin Zihan, the son of the Lin family, who was notable in the capital. At 25, he had achieved the rank of fifth-rank official and served in the cabinet, although not as a minister but rather as a clerk, assisting in the transmission of documents and drafting official papers. Though his role was modest, it placed him at the very heart of power within the Great Wu. Many cabinet ministers had begun their careers in such positions, leading to speculation that it was a stepping stone to greater influence. Given that Lin Zihan's father was the prime minister, he was colloquially referred to as Little Minister. Lin Zihan, exuding an extraordinary presence, had chosen not to don official attire today, having taken leave to attend the literary gathering. Upon entering, he scanned the crowd as if searching for someone. "Young master, the guests have arrived, including the princess and the esteemed scholar Lu Tong in the side hall," someone whispered to him. "Lu Tong is also here?" Lin Zihan's gaze sharpened, but quickly relaxed. He had learned from his father's discussions with the Minister of Rights the previous day that Lu Tong had been reinstated and was to assume the role of Deputy Minister of Rights. A recommendation from Princess Yaoguang. It is only natural for him to attend the gathering hosted by Princess Yaoguang. "Shall we go in now?" someone suggested. "Patience," Lin Zihan replied, displaying remarkable composure. "If we enter now, others will perceive it as me seeking him out, branding the Lin family as petty and vindictive. My reputation is inconsequential, but my father and aunt, Appo's honor must be preserved. The banquet will commence shortly, and there will be ample opportunity to assess him." Lin Zihan moved aside, quietly sipping his drink, as several young gentlemen approached him for conversation, showering him with compliments. He remained unflustered, welcoming all, quickly becoming the center of attention. Just as all eyes were drawn to Lin Zihan, a striking monk entered the princess and Appo's residence. He appeared to be around 30 years old, his face adorned with a gentle smile and sharp features, exuding an air of elegance despite his monk's robe. Though he moved silently, he commanded the attention of the crowd. "It is Master Tianhai. He has come." Gasps of surprise rippled through the assembly. Master Tianhai had gained fame at a young age. Once known as the young monk Tianhai in his early teens, and was now revered as Master Tianhai, frequently visiting the homes of nobility to impart Buddhist teachings. His reputation was illustrious. At 15, he left the capital for a decade-long pilgrimage, embracing a life of austerity and spiritual cultivation. Upon his return at 25, he had attained a profound understanding of Buddhism, free from worldly attachments, marking a momentous occasion for the Tianlong Temple, where the sound of chanting resounded throughout the capital. "Greetings, Master Tianhai." Even among the gathered scholars, respect was palpable in the presence of such a revered figure. "You honor us with your presence." Master Tianhai smiled, his bright eyes seemingly able to see through the hearts of those before him. "Daoist Xuanjin has also arrived," Master Tianhai noted as he spotted a middle-aged man in simple Taoist robes, casually holding a wine flask and bearing a long sword on his back. Unfazed by the attention, the Taoist nodded at Master Tianhai before taking a seat in a corner of the hall. In the side hall, Xia Chen and Yaoguang and their companions observed the unfolding scene. "Ziwe, it is time. Please announce the commencement of the literary gathering," Yaoguang instructed as she noticed the majority of guests had arrived. Chapter 61. The gathering of scholars. The literary assembly commenced as Yaoguang emerged from the side hall, with Xia Chen and Lu Tong trailing closely behind her. Upon exiting, Xia Chen detached himself from Yaoguang's entourage. leading Xia Chen to a secluded corner of the grand hall, where he paused beside a solitary Taoist priest. Drinking alone can be rather dreary, and I find little interest in this literary gathering. Why not share a drink together? Xia Chen suggested, settling comfortably beside Xian Jinzi and raising his cup in a toast across the space. Xian Jinzi, his vision clouded by inebriation, turned to the sound. In that instant, his demeanor shifted as if struck by lightning. His pupils contracted, and the haze of intoxication evaporated. His cup slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents across the table. What he witnessed, an endless, nine-clawed true dragon coiled above Xia Chen and Appo's brow, while a purple aura enveloped him, radiating brilliance. Xian Jinzi was taken aback. When he focused again, he saw a young gentleman, resplendent as jade, a smile adorning his face as he raised a cup in salute. The magnificent dragon and the ethereal purple mist had vanished, as if they were mere figments of his imagination. Had he been drinking too much? Xian Jinzi struggled to regain his composure, his heart racing. Xia Chen, noticing Xian Jinzi's shock, glanced at the spilled wine. Is everything all right, esteemed Taoist? Do you feel unwell? Who are you? Xian Jinzi steadied his mind, gazing at Xia Chen with a newfound reverence, his tone grave. My name is Xia Chen, he replied with a warm smile. Xian Jinzi scrutinized Xia Chen for an extended moment, his gaze roving over the young man's features, growing increasingly astonished. So it is you. Though residing within the Tianshi mansion, he had heard whispers of Xia Chen's name in recent days. Your visage is extraordinary. You are no ordinary man. Xian Jinzi spoke earnestly, albeit he felt a twinge of insecurity, for he had discerned nothing. Mastering the art of physiognomy, he would dare contend with even the most venerable of masters. Over the years, traversing the abodes of nobility, he had never misjudged anyone, save for the enigmatic visage of Princess Yao Wang, which had eluded his understanding. But now, before him stood Xia Chen, whose features he could not decipher. He could glean neither past nor future, nor even the present, as if he transcended the annals of time itself. Could you elaborate further? Xia Chen inquired with keen interest, pouring a fresh cup of wine for Xian Jinzi. Such matters are not for discussion. The secrets of heaven must remain concealed. Xian Jinzi shook his head, accepting the cup and gulping it down to mask his uncertainty, aware that he had merely fabricated his previous observations. Yet beneath his veneer of bravado, he felt a profound weight on his heart. Earlier, he had glimpsed the purple aura enveloping Xia Chen and the magnificent nine-clawed golden dragon spiraling above him. Now, to discern nothing of this young man's features was utterly remarkable. If what he had seen was not a mere illusion, did it not suggest that Xia Chen possessed an imperial countenance? But how could that be? In the realm of Wu, he had only witnessed such a visage in the emperor, the crown prince, and Princess Yao Wang. When first observing Princess Yao Wang, he had been taken aback, doubting his own perceptions. He had scrutinized her closely afterward and even consulted the old master. Though the old master had remained silent, Xian Jinzi was resolute that despite the ambiguity of her features, she indeed bore the marks of royalty. He had not erred in his judgment. This realization had left him deeply contemplative. Could the future of the Wu nation herald an era of a female sovereign? It was this extraordinary discovery that had compelled him to grace this tedious literary assembly in honor of Yao Wang. Now, it appeared a fourth potential sovereign had emerged. The Wu nation was strong, with the emperor at its helm, yet even so, the aura of destiny could only coalesce into a meager five-clawed golden dragon, spectral in nature. Yet Xia Chen seemed to embody an infinite, nine-clawed dragon, transcending countless realms. Xian Jinzi's confidence waned. He began to doubt his expertise in physiognomy, even considering that he had genuinely been intoxicated, dreaming up illusions. Xia Chen, sensing Xian Jinzi's distraction, pondered if the Taoist had perhaps indulged a bit too much the previous night, rendering him unfocused. Let's drink, Xian Jinzi resolved after much contemplation, deciding to seek counsel from the old master upon his return. Although he prided himself on his mastery of physiognomy, the old master's omniscience and profound understanding of the celestial secrets were not to be underestimated. As Xia Chen and Xian Jinzi sipped their wine and engaged in conversation, They traversed a myriad of topics, from the affairs of nobility to the culinary delights of street vendors. Eventually, as the wine began to take effect, Xian Jinzi leaned closer to Xia Chen, sharing his exclusive insights. Let me tell you, in the Rouge Pavilion on Suyu Street, while Miss Lian Yu may not be the most beautiful, she surely knows how to cater to one's desires. Spending a night in her chambers guarantees that you wish to return the next day. Xian Jinzi chuckled, shedding his earlier ethereal persona. Xia Chen marveled inwardly. Truly, he is a sage destined to forge a new path, unbound by worldly constraints, reveling in the essence of the Tao. He yearned for the opportunity to explore Suyu Street with him. This was a rare gem, and he was all in. While Xia Chen engaged with Xian Jinzi in profound discussions, the literary gathering thrived around them. Games of wine drinking, flower passing, and poetry recitations ignited the atmosphere, with a troupe of performers captivating the audience in the hall center. Xia Chen cast a glance around, reflecting, every era has its unique gatherings, akin to taverns. The essence remains unchanged. Lose a game, drink wine, or recite poetry. If only there were a game of dice. He mused, lacking any inclination to partake in the festivities. Wasn't it far more enriching to explore life's philosophies with Xian Jinzi? Despite his seclusion, many eyes were drawn to him. His striking appearance was simply too captivating. Even in the corner, especially beside him, the Taoist, Xian Jinzi, though not widely known, hailed from the Tianshi mansion, a man of genuine skill. Suddenly, the entire assembly fell into a brief silence, soon followed by gasps of astonishment. Master Jing Xian has arrived. At the entrance, a remarkably handsome young man stepped in, trailed by a young attendant. Jing Xian, with a smile playing on his lips, paused at the threshold, opening his fan with an air of distinction. He did not advance further, instead waiting for the chorus of admiration that typically accompanied his presence. This pose was designed to accentuate his features, particularly showcasing his flawless right profile. He reveled in the attention, poised to bask in the forthcoming accolades. Come forth. Let me be the center of attention. Let the praises rain down upon me. Xia Zenzi, skilled in the art of physiognomy, was astounded upon his first audience with the emperor. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Last night, in a dream, I beheld a radiant purple aura stretching 9,000 miles across the horizon, with a divine dragon coiling amidst it, its head and tail obscured. Now that I stand before you, I realize you are indeed this true dragon. I wish to follow you and serve by your side." Tao History, Volume 3, Biography of Xia Zenzi. Chapter 62, Strategic Direction. Jing Xian, possessing an air of nobility, gazed upward at a 45-degree angle. However, to his astonishment, no words of admiration followed. Lowering his gaze to the hall, he discovered that everyone's attention was fixated on a young man in the corner. The moment Jing Xian's eyes fell upon this individual, his pupils constricted in shock. Positioned at a distance, he could only discern half of Xia Chen's profile. Yet that mere glimpse sent a tremor through his soul. This visage appeared remarkably handsome. Jing Xian felt an overwhelming pressure. How could such a side profile exude such terror? What must his full face be like? Though slightly narcissistic, Jing Xian was astute enough to infer the shift in atmosphere without uttering a word. It was undoubtedly related to the young man with the striking profile. Everyone was comparing him to that person. Despite not having seen his full face, the reactions of those around him suggested that he had lost. Jing Xian mumbled to himself, realizing that while no one spoke, their eyes conveyed all. Silently, he tucked away his folding fan, feigning nonchalance, his smile unaffected, and strolled leisurely into the hall. "Greetings, everyone." Jing Xian bowed, his demeanor impeccable. The crowd finally regained their composure, now thoroughly convinced that Jing Xian had indeed been overshadowed by Xia Chen's unmatched handsomeness. For reasons unknown, the collective pressure among them dissipated. If even the renowned Jing Xian, one of the four great beauties, could not rival Xia Chen, then it seemed acceptable for them to acknowledge their inferiority. Who was that person? When did such a figure emerge in the capital? Jing Xian sought out Lin Zihan amidst the crowd, who parted to grant him passage. He approached Lin Zihan and whispered, "Who is that man?" Lin Zihan, with an impassive expression, replied slowly, "His name is Xia Chen, the prince consort of the princess." "Is he truly Xia Chen?" Jing Xian and Appo's expression shifted slightly. He had come for two reasons: to participate in the literary gathering and for Princess Yaguang. Although he knew the princess had been betrothed, he had once caught a glimpse of her 3 years prior at a banquet and had been captivated ever since. Despite Xia Chen's rising fame in the capital, Jing Xian doubted that Princess Yaguang would be enamored with a noble born of a military family. Did Xia Chen comprehend court politics? Did he possess knowledge of Confucian classics, Buddhist scriptures, or Taoist texts? He was merely a crude warrior. Yaguang was a woman of extraordinary intellect and refinement. How could she possibly fall for Xia Chen? Jing Xian, confident in both his intellect and appearance, had come today with high hopes, yet now he felt a considerable weight upon him. His once unassailable pride in his appearance had been thoroughly crushed by Xia Chen. Have you experienced his literary talent? Is he truly the rumored fool? Jing Xian, ever cautious, resolved that having lost in appearance, he must not falter in inner talent. He had been engaged in drinking with Zhuan Zhenzi and had refrained from participating in these games. Lin Zihan remained composed, unhurried. Jing Xian regarded him, knowing that Lin Zihan had come to this literary gathering with the intention of confronting Xia Chen. Having passed the imperial examination 6 years prior, he was now a fifth-rank official, possessing both talent and connections, requiring no need for this gathering to make his name. He had been sequestered in the corner, drinking, seemingly aware of his own lack of substantial talent. It appeared that any proverbs he recited were merely borrowed. Fortunate enough to please the emperor, Jing Xian's confidence surged. There was no need for haste, as the gathering had only just begun. Lin Zihan, steadfast as a seasoned veteran, was none other than the little minister. Though the title carried an element of flattery, none could deny Lin Zihan's genuine abilities. Many speculated that he bore a resemblance to his father and might one day share the cabinet with him, creating a legacy of dual ministers. Thus, he would not recklessly offend someone favored by the emperor, especially within the princess's residence, for to strike Xia Chen's face would be akin to striking the princess herself. Lin Zihan, endowed with innate talent and having spent 6 years under his father's careful tutelage, had a perspective far beyond his years. The jealousy and rivalry among Jing Xian and his peers appeared to him as mere child's play. Observing Lin Zihan's calm demeanor eased Jing Xian's own anxiety. He settled down to savor his drink. Watching the others engage in games, his own impatience ignited, leading him to join in, rekindling a lively atmosphere. As time passed, this literary gathering boasted considerable prestige, attracting nearly all the notable scholars from the capital, particularly those from the Imperial Academy, who occupied a significant portion of the venue. Some were still without titles, yet most had already achieved the status of Jiren. With the upcoming Imperial examination looming 3 years ahead, this was the perfect time to bolster Wen and Appo's reputation. Consequently, the quality of the gathering soared. Many rushed to the forefront, presenting couplets and poems they had meticulously crafted over the days, their excellence eliciting quiet nods of approval. Some even composed poetry on the spot, garnering admiration from the crowd. The atmosphere soared to a climax as the gathering progressed. The event commenced with free activities, allowing attendees to form groups for games, drinking, and poetry recitation. As it transitioned into a free expression phase, participants showcased their finest poetry, recent compositions, and literary works. This was a splendid opportunity for recognition, prompting attendees to queue up to present their talents, some reciting poetry, others performing music, and still others playing wind instruments. Throughout this spectacle, Xia Chen remained absorbed in his drink, genuinely uninterested in seeking fame through such means. Frankly, he felt he had already attracted enough attention in the capital, which contradicted his desire for discreet development and strategic preparation for future endeavors. Xia Chen was acutely aware that the world was fraught with peril. Many players from his past life had perished due to underestimating its depths. With the era of spiritual energy revival yet to dawn, no amount of personal prowess could contend with the formidable machinery of the state. Thus, he intended to first secure power within the Great Wu dynasty before awaiting the opportune moment. He believed in the principle of acting boldly in endeavors while maintaining a low profile in personal affairs. Events like this literary gathering, which offered little substantive benefit despite their potential for fame, were not something he wished to engage in. Moreover, he possessed access to a world library, capable of effortlessly dazzling the crowd with stunning poetry or delivering impromptu verses that would render the competition trivial. Xia Chen believed that using a sledgehammer to crack a nut was unnecessary, even if he were to become a literary plagiarist. He would utilize his skills to their fullest potential, as engaging in trivial literary gatherings seemed beneath him. However, unbeknownst to him, as he observed the bustling literary assembly, a current of intrigue was already swirling around him, with many eyes once again fixated on Xia Chen. It appeared he intended merely to observe the festivities and depart once the event concluded. They could not allow him to leave unchallenged. "Someone go and measure him," commanded an onlooker. The great ancestor possessed an extraordinary visage, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being, unmatched by any in the realm. One day, upon attending a literary gathering, his mere entrance astonished the crowd, all of whom were captivated by his appearance and felt a sense of inferiority. At that time, the capital boasted 4 universally acknowledged handsome men, one of whom was the esteemed young Master Jing Xian, also present at this gathering. Upon beholding the great ancestor, he stood transfixed, exclaiming, "Today my eyes have truly been opened. Such striking beauty exists in the world, and I am far from it." Henceforth, young Master Jing Xian could no longer claim the title of a handsome man. Xia Shu Biography of the Great Ancestor Volume 3, Chapter 63, The Buddha of This World. The poetry meeting continued, having reached its 3rd segment, wherein Yao Guang personally took the stage, presenting several prompts for live poetry, essays, and songs, allowing for diverse literary expressions. Yao Guang and Appo's appearance sent a wave of excitement among the gathered scholars. After all, she was a princess, and under normal circumstances, they would never have the opportunity to interact with her. Amitabha, from a corner, a voice intoned a Buddhist chant near Xia Chen and Appo's ear. He was slightly tipsy, having spent the entire morning drinking with Xianzhenzi. Master Tianhai, despite his inebriation, Xia Chen's mind remained relatively clear as he nodded towards the eminent monk before him. "Young Master Xia, do you not intend to participate in the literary gathering?" In Master Tianhai's eyes, wisdom sparkled, and his gaze was profoundly deep. A gentle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of elegance. "The literary gathering is merely a fade. Buddhism espouses the concept of emptiness. Could it be that the master is intrigued by this triviality?" Xia Chen remarked. "Young Master Xia possesses knowledge of our Buddhist teachings. It is truly remarkable." Master Tianhai and Appo's eyes brightened, and he slowly brought his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Xia Chen. "I have heard your words regarding the roles of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons. I sense profound truths within, yet it appears incomplete. Thus, I seek your guidance." Master Tianhai's demeanor was humble, his poise exceptional. Though not as striking in appearance as Jing Xian, he commanded attention amidst the crowd. As a venerable monk, why was he so fixated on worldly matters? It was said that he possessed a pure heart, yet now it seemed he had become entangled in worldly affairs. Xia Chen did not respond. Instead, he took a seat and smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing Xia Chen and Appo's words, Master Tianhai and Appo's perpetually serene countenance shifted slightly. "What do you mean by that, young master?" With hands clasped, Master Tianhai recited a Buddhist chant. "Confucianism advocates engagement with the world, Buddhism advocates transcendence, and Taoism advocates evasion. Yet you, Master, consistently navigate through the corridors of power. 10 years of heart cultivation have failed to cleanse your essence, resulting instead in the emergence of a demonic heart." Xia Chen and Appo's eyes shone brightly as he fixed his gaze upon Tianhai, as if peering through the monk and Appo's flesh to uncover the hidden malevolence within. Xia Chen and Appo's words not only altered Tianhai and Appo's expression, but even drew the attention of Xianzhenzi, whose gaze was hazy from drink. Who can clearly delineate between a Buddha and Appo's heart and a demonic heart? I have my own path. Master Tianhai regained his composure, wearing a smile, and once more joined his hands in reverence, exuding scholarly confidence. He cast a contemplative glance at the young man before him, astonished that Xia Chen could so astutely articulate his state of being. His decade of heart cultivation had indeed yielded complications. Upon his return, the radiance of the Tianlong Temple was not solely due to his attainment of a pure heart, but rather his master, Long Shu, had personally recited scriptures to suppress his demonic inclinations, a fact known to few within the temple. The Buddha may save the next life, yet cannot rescue the beings of this world. I possess a Buddha's heart and wish to become a savior in this realm. Master Tianhai's face radiated a brilliant smile, imbued with an aura of compassion, as if he were transforming into a bodhisattva to rescue those suffering in the present age. His 10 years of heart cultivation had taken him across vast lands, witnessing the suffering of countless beings. The persistent anguish and relentless wars had driven him to resolve not to remain aloof. He sought to effect change in the world. If the Buddha could not save the masses, then he would embody the Buddha himself. He aspired to seize power and bring an end to the chaos. I possess a Buddha's heart and wish for this world to transform into a pure and divine land. Xia Chen regarded Tianhai with a profound gaze, recognizing that the monk's understanding of the Buddha's teachings had diverged from contemporary Buddhist philosophy. In Xia Chen's view, this was not necessarily erroneous. Rather, he found it commendable. Yet in this era, such beliefs were deemed heretical by mainstream Buddhism. One should arise without attachment. Xia Chen articulated slowly, leaving Tianhai momentarily dumbfounded as he repeated the phrase. Arise without attachment? This is a renowned verse from the Diamond Sutra, advocating that the heart should not cling to any externalities, be they fame, material wealth, or even one's own perceptions and emotions. Attachment breeds suffering and obstacles, shackling the heart. Master Tianhai, filled with great compassion, had nonetheless succumbed to fixation, having become entangled in worldly attachments. This was precisely why Xia Chen asserted that he had cultivated a demonic heart. Then, pray tell, what heart should one nurture? Tianhai remained rooted in place, murmuring Xia Chen's words. Finally, he earnestly inquired, what is the heart that should be cultivated? One should cultivate a pure heart, a compassionate heart, a bodhi heart, free from the illusions and constraints of the external world, and instead, nurture wisdom and enlightenment. Xia Chen responded with calm assurance. Master Tianhai regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. This young man possessed an impressive depth of understanding regarding their Buddhist teachings. Across the hall, many gazes were drawn towards Tianhai, Xia Chen, and Xianzhenzi. Who would dare to overlook these two figures of such esteemed lineage, hailing from the Celestial Masteress estate and the Tianlong Temple, both of which boasted unparalleled masters of their time? Master Tianhai, what troubles you? Why do you persist in bowing in reverence to Xia Chen? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. What are they discussing? Why does it seem that Master Tianhai regards Xia Chen with such a peculiar gaze, one of respect and reverence? Is the practitioner suggesting that my path is flawed? That I should relinquish my attachments? Master Tianhai's heart brimmed with compassion for the suffering of others. I may soon be reassigned to the capital. Should you wish, Master Tianhai, you may visit me, and perhaps then you will discover your true path. Xia Chen mirrored the gesture of reverence, adopting the demeanor of a Buddhist master, a smile gracing his lips. One must wield their talents effectively, focusing on tangible matters rather than frivolous pursuits. Master Tianhai had willingly placed himself in Xia Chen's grasp, and thus Xia Chen extended an invitation into his net. With his opening words, he seized the advantage, momentarily silencing Master Tianhai. He then invoked a profound principle from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a powerful shock to Tianhai's understanding. Without explicitly revealing the flaws in his Buddhist heart, Xia Chen nonetheless sought to stir its foundations. He refrained from overwhelming him with too much information, for patience was required in this pursuit. Master Tianhai was astute, and if he sensed Xia Chen's intentions too early, he might easily slip away. Currently, Xia Chen is unable to provide Tianhai with a clear path forward. However, should he be appointed to a position in the capital in the future, He would possess ample means to retain Tian Hai within his domain. The priority lies in luring the fish before contemplating how to nourish it. That is a matter for another day. Indeed, Tian Hai's curiosity has been piqued by Xia Chen's adept understanding of Buddhist philosophy. Young Master Xia seems to have a profound connection with Buddhism. If time permits, I would be delighted to visit Tianlong Temple with you to discuss Buddhist teachings. Tian Hai expressed with a respectful bow. I have heard of your remarkable talents, young Master Xia, which have garnered admiration even from His Majesty. Therefore, I hold you in high esteem. As the literary gathering is nearing its conclusion, might there be an opportunity to witness your scholarly prowess? While Xia Chen and Tian Hai were engaged in pleasant conversation, someone finally could no longer contain themselves and stood up, exclaiming loudly. It was not a lack of patience on their part, but rather that Xia Chen had been excessively indulgent, spending the majority of the gathering in a corner, drinking and chatting, as if separated by an invisible barrier from the rest of them. They had been waiting for a chance. But with the event drawing to a close and opportunities still elusive, they felt compelled to force Xia Chen's hand. Master Tian Hai embodies the compassionate heart that empathizes with all living beings. In his youth, he lived as an ascetic, traversing the world and witnessing the suffering of countless souls, which inspired him to make a grand vow, to willingly descend into the depths of hell to secure peace for the world. At one such literary assembly, Master Tian Hai encountered the Heavenly Emperor, marking their initial meeting. During the gathering, the Heavenly Emperor discerned the Master's inner fixation and proclaimed, "One should give rise to a mind that is free from attachment." Upon hearing these words, Master Tian Hai experienced an enlightening moment. Shortly thereafter, he became a disciple of the world-honored one, thus establishing the rightful place of the Buddha in this era. Buddhist History, The Transmission of the Present Buddha, Volume 2, Chapter 64. A true man should care for the world. The banquet fell into an immediate hush, as all eyes turned towards the center. Some secretly rejoiced, for the pivotal moment of this literary gathering had finally arrived. Ever since Xia Chen's name had echoed throughout the capital days prior, many had anticipated this event, with some coming specifically to witness Xia Chen. Humanity is inherently envious. How could they not feel a twinge of jealousy at the sight of such a handsome young man, now a prince consort, who had attained a fourth-grade official title at such a tender age, while also being cultured, while they had nothing to criticize him about in other respects? The realm of literature was their forte, and there remained a lingering doubt about Xia Chen's true literary prowess. Nevertheless, almost everyone had come to the conclusion that the knowledge he possessed was mere pretense, hollow and showy. They sought to utilize this literary gathering, especially in front of Princess Yao, to expose the facade of Xia Chen and Appo's hypocrisy. What could be more intolerable than to put on airs before those well-versed in culture? Indeed, young Master Xia, your assertion of rulers ruling and fathers parenting does carry the air of a great scholar. Give it a few more years, and you shall surely become the sixth great scholar of our dojo. What do you mean by a few more years? Young Master Xia's talent is already on par with Prime Minister Lin. I dare say he has already attained the stature of a great scholar. One by one, voices rose, each intentionally loud. Sitting silently in the corner, Lin Zihan cast a blank look at the speaker, memorizing his face in silence. This person had dared to invoke his father, Prime Minister Lin, and while Lin Zihan understood the intent to belittle Xia Chen, it nonetheless trampled upon his father's dignity, especially in his presence, an act akin to courting disaster. Princess Yao and Lu Tong also caught wind of these veiled insults. Lu Tong glanced at the impassive Yao, then turned his gaze to Xia Chen, eager to see how he would respond. Xia Chen remained composed as he slowly rose to his feet. His gaze swept over those who had spoken, causing them to shudder involuntarily, retreating a few steps. They soon realized that this young man was not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded an overwhelming presence. As a mere martial artist, I do not claim expertise in poetry and prose. Today, I merely wish to observe the young talents of our capital as you showcase your skills. I shall not participate. Xia Chen lifted his cup, filled it to the brim, and raised it in salute before downing it in one gulp. The crowd was taken aback by Xia Chen's public admission of his lack of literary skill. Had he inadvertently validated their expectations? No, this was insufficient. Such casual remarks, if circulated after the gathering, could lead some to believe he was simply being modest, dismissing their challenge. Thus, they were determined to compel Xia Chen to compose a poem, allowing them to mock him thoroughly, tarnishing his reputation in the capital. Younger Master Xia is far too modest, who in the capital does not know of his literary talent. Surely, his refusal to participate today is a sign of disdain for us scholars. Two voices rose sequentially, drawing the attention of the assembly. They were students of the Imperial Academy, named Li Chun and Wang Ming. Both held a modest reputation and were contenders for the upcoming imperial examination. Though their words seemed to flatter Xia Chen, they dripped with provocation. Their sharp rhetoric placed them on a moral high ground, establishing a clear divide between Xia Chen and the assembled scholars, as if they could represent everyone, implying that Xia Chen's refusal to engage was a slight against all present. Surely, young Master Xia does not regard our poetry as mere childish play, unworthy of his efforts? Li Chun continued, I have stated that I harbor no interest in poetry and do not look down upon you. For each of you are the future pillars of our nation with a bright path ahead. I came today merely to meet you and witness the talents of the scholars of our dojo, Xia Chen replied, maintaining a demeanor of humility, devoid of anger or provocation. This only solidified the crowd's belief that Xia Chen lacked true ability. With this thought, their fear dissipated as they began to step forward, eager to take their shots at him, hoping to elevate their own status in the capital once the event concluded. Xia Chen, regardless of what others say, continues to shake his head. Eventually, even Jing Xian could not restrain himself from standing up. Recently, rumors had circulated in the capital, claiming that young Master Xia and Appo's talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin, creating quite the uproar. Young Master Xia now controls one of the 9 offices of the Lantern Bearers. Could it be that he orchestrated these rumors to undermine Prime Minister Lin and elevate himself? Jing Xian's words struck deep, casting a heavy accusation. He understood that Lin Zihan's primary purpose in attending was to defend his father's honor. Prime Minister Lin was an esteemed figure. Certain matters were inconvenient for him to address directly, yet that did not imply indifference. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Jing Xian and then at the impassive Lin Zihan beside him. He recognized that the students were akin to rabid dogs, eager to pounce upon him, hoping to curry favor with the young cabinet elder, especially with the imperial examination approaching. If they could catch the elder's eye, their futures would be bright. Though he held a prestigious position as a prince consort and controlled the office of the Lantern Bearers, he wielded no influence over the examination and the promotion of future officials. Thus, they would rather offend him than risk losing the favor of the young elder. Lin Gongzi, the recent rumors in the capital are not of my making. His Majesty has indeed casually praised me, but he never claimed that my talents surpass those of Prime Minister Lin. I wish to clarify this today to prevent any impact on the Prime Minister's reputation. Whether you believe me or not, I shall only explain this once. I raise this cup in honor of Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chen rose once more, poured a cup of wine, and offered a smile to Lin Zihan before downing it in one gulp. His bold demeanor garnered silent nods of approval from many in attendance. Subsequently, rather than retreating as before, Xia Chen surveyed the room, letting his gaze linger on each face present. Then, with a gentle smile, he took a deep breath and proclaimed, Dear friends, I, Xia, indeed do not excel in poetry and prose, for I perceive these as mere trifles, elegant pursuits of peaceful times. However, in this era of turmoil, with our nation divided and the Northwest in unrest, where our soldiers of Dajo are fighting valiantly at the front lines, while the people suffer, a true man ought to bear the weight of the populace in his heart, contemplating how to strengthen the nation and enrich its people. Thus, I find no merit in these trivial poetic endeavors. Xia Chen's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the hall. The assembly fell into silence. Was he chastising them, accusing them of neglecting the call to strengthen their nation and instead indulging in frivolous pursuits? As they stood in stunned silence, Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. At this moment of national unrest, Our brave soldiers are shedding blood on the front lines. While you are engrossed in these trivial pursuits of poetry, I cannot find the heart to compose poetry today, which is precisely why I have consistently declined to engage. However, seeing you all so absorbed in these trivial matters, I cannot help but feel compelled to offer you a poem. Xia Chen's voice was thunderous, causing many faces to flush with shame, some shrinking back in embarrassment. Indeed, the soldiers were fighting for their lives while they were lost in the world of poetry, seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen had effectively scolded them all. The founding emperor was well-versed from a young age, possessing extraordinary talent and the ability to govern the heavens and the earth. Emperor Taizu harbored lofty aspirations, deeply concerned for the well-being of the populace, and profoundly aware of the hardships endured by soldiers on the front lines. His desire was to strengthen the nation and enrich its people. Consequently, he had little inclination to showcase himself through poetry and verses. At that time, scholars in the capital were engrossed in the trivial pursuit of poetry, hoping to achieve fame through their literary endeavors. During a literary gathering, many scholars pressed Emperor Taizu to compose poetry. Despite his repeated refusals, they persisted until he, incensed, rebuked them. Scholars ought to nurture grand ambitions. How can one squander the day in such trivial poetic pursuits? Upon his words, the assembly fell into a profound silence, and the scholars present were filled with shame and embarrassment. History of Xia, Volume 3, Annals of Emperor Taizu, Chapter 65. The Song of Conquest must be sung. On the high platform, both Yao Guang and Lu Tong fell into silence, particularly Yao Guang. Although Xia Chen's wrath was directed at the scholars, this literary gathering was organized by her. Princess, Ziyue called out softly from behind Yao Guang. It's nothing. Do I lack such fortitude? Yao Guang shook her head and smiled, adding, moreover, he is not wrong. Poetry and prose are but minor pursuits. Throughout history, no chancellor has ever governed a nation through poetry. The princess has grand ambitions. If not for her gender, she would surely achieve great things, Lu Tong remarked, praising her talents, which surpassed those of the crown prince and the third prince. What a pity she is a woman. Otherwise, our great Wu would undoubtedly welcome a wise and virtuous ruler. And what if I am a woman? Who says a woman cannot accomplish great deeds? Yao Guang replied calmly. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yao Guang smiled, but did not elaborate further, her gaze drifting towards Xia Chen, who stood in a corner of the hall. For some unknown reason, she felt a flicker of anticipation for the poetry he might compose. In the hall, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xia Chen addressed everyone with a solemn tone. Where are the writing tools? Your Highness, the writing tools are here. You need only recite, and I shall hold the brush for you. A servant hastily approached with fine ink and paper. I will do it myself. Xia Chen declined, taking the tools. Then allow me to grind the ink and read aloud for you. Master Tianhai cheerfully stepped beside Xia Chen and, without waiting for a response, began to grind the ink. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Master Tianhai, akin to a mere scribe, was voluntarily assisting Xia Chen. Was the world truly mad? This was a direct disciple of Long Shu, who wouldn't even bow to the princes. Seeing that Master Tianhai had commenced grinding ink, Xia Chen ceased his pretenses. Soon, the ink was ready. Having practiced calligraphy since childhood in the Marquis and Appo's estate, and having studied Wang Shiji's cursive script in his past life, Xia Chen wielded the brush with fluidity, his strokes bold and vigorous. As Master Tianhai beheld the first line, his eyes lit up, and he read aloud, revealing the majestic opening. The Song of Conquest must be sung to the tune of the Wu Hook. Although it was merely the first line, its grand momentum was already apparent on the paper. Quickly, Master Tianhai recited the second line, vow to annihilate the Qings and Defeng at the Wu Pass. Upon hearing this, the murmurs in the hall ceased, captivated by the profound imagery contained within this verse. The vow to extinguish the Qings and Defeng and unify the realm resonated deeply. Wu Pass was a crucial stronghold in the northwest, vital for defense against the Qings and Defeng. To venture westward and northward, one must pass through this gate. The grandeur of the imagery was unmistakable. Some scholars in attendance felt their blood rush their faces flushed. Yet, the atmosphere shifted as Master Tianhai's tone turned somber, invoking a sense of heroic resignation. Only to understand the battlefield is to die for one's country. Why need one's corpse be wrapped in horsehide? As Master Tianhai finished, many in the audience felt goosebumps rise. Some murmured, "Why need one's corpse be wrapped in horsehide?" "Well said," a voice exclaimed from the banquet, unable to contain their admiration. "Such boldness! Truly remarkable!" Others echoed praises, recognizing that Xia Chen's poem eclipsed all the verses they had previously composed. A young man stood, raising his cup with a serious expression, offering a toast to Xia Chen. The crowd realized this was Yuan Yongkue, the son of the Minister of War, who had previously been quite unobtrusive. Lin Zihan quietly savored the poem, finding its grand spirit and the soldiers' fearless devotion increasingly profound. This is the first frontier poem our great Wu has produced in nearly 300 years. Lu Tong declared solemnly from the high platform. Ziwei repeated the 4 lines, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Yao Guang gazed at the radiant Xia Chen amidst the crowd, her thoughts unspoken. Once Xia Chen finished writing the poem, he bowed to Master Tianhai. "Thank you, Master Tianhai, for your assistance. My help in grinding ink pales in comparison to the precious verse you gifted me," Master Tianhai replied, hands clasped in respect, resembling a devout disciple. "I shall certainly visit Tianlong Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with you." Xia Chen returned the gesture and turned his gaze to Daoist Xuanzhen, who had been quietly observing. "Daoist Xuanzhen, if you have time, come visit me. I have fine wine, and we can drink together." Daoist Xuanzhen, with a tipsy smile, nodded in agreement. "Let us go, Xia Chen," Xia Chen said to his adoring companion, leading her through the throng as they exited the hall. As they approached the exit, Xia Chen glanced back at Yao Guang on the high platform. Their eyes met, a silent collision of thoughts, and Xia Chen nodded before stepping out, disappearing into the night. Once Xia Chen departed, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement, bursting into fervent discussions. "Incredible! What a poem! Such ambition! No wonder he is a scion of the Xia family," declaring his intent to destroy both the Deqing and Defeng. At such a young age, Xia Chen harbors such aspirations. Might he not follow in the footsteps of the illustrious Lord Jindong and conquer the heart of Defeng? Many scholars, previously disdainful, now lavished praise upon Xia Chen, entirely forgetting their earlier scorn. Lin Zihan sat in silence, clutching his cup, eventually rising. "Let us depart as well," he declared, heading outside. Jing Xian remained, murmuring the 4 lines of Xia Chen's poem, feeling increasingly weighed down. "Alas, I cannot match his looks, nor his talent. Do I truly stand no chance?" He lamented, gazing at the enchanting Yao Guang on the high platform, a wave of helplessness washing over him. "Young master, are we truly leaving? The literary gathering has not yet concluded. What if the princess?" On the street, Xia Chen expressed her concern. "When they urged me to compose poetry, I feigned humility not out of respect, but to gauge Yao Guang's stance," Xia Chen replied calmly, not looking back. His primary aim was to test Yao Guang. The scholars were merely tools for his observation. How laughable that they believed they had cornered him, forcing him to lash out in anger and compose a poem. He had been waiting to see if Yao Guang would speak on his behalf, to see if she would intervene against those who pressured him. Yet, Xia Chen did not receive that support. Yao Guang chose silence. Perhaps she merely wished to assess his genuine talent. But her failure to stand by his side placed her against him. There was nothing more to say. Xia Chen's heart turned cold once more. "Do you remember the faces of those who led the clamor?" Xia Chen stated expressionlessly. Behind him, Xia Chen sensed a disquieting mood emanating from his young master. Though his words were calm, they carried an icy undertone. "Remember, in a few days, once I take control of the Eagle Eye Division, arrange for them to be rewarded with a few grand feasts." Xia Chen had always believed in settling scores. Those who sought to ascend by stepping on him and aligning themselves with Lin Zihan were truly laughable. Although Xia Chen could not pave the way for them to rise, he could certainly cast them into the depths of despair. Without imparting a lesson, the people of the capital might mistakenly perceive him as an easy target. Additionally, assist me in investigating a student from the Imperial Academy named Su Xingchen, Find a way to discreetly bring him to me. Xia Chen gazed thoughtfully at the street vendors, his eyes reflecting a distant contemplation. The Grand Ancestor possessed a broad mind and a benevolent heart. At that time, there were those in the capital who were wary of the Grand Ancestor's extraordinary talents and publicly challenged him. Yet he merely smiled and disregarded their provocations, never harboring resentment or seeking revenge. Due to this virtue, he was lauded by scholars across the realm. Thus, aspirants of noble ambitions gradually gravitated towards the Grand Ancestor, moved by his lofty integrity, and willingly chose to follow him. History of Xia, Volume 6, Chronicles of the Grand Ancestor. Chapter 66, The Pinnacle of Talent. On the bustling street, Xia Chen was taken aback, unsure why his master would take an interest in a student from the Imperial Academy. Could it be that this student had offended him? However, he refrained from asking, quietly committing the name Su Xingchen to memory. Xia Chen's primary purpose for attending the literary gathering was indeed to meet Feng Zhiru and Su Xingchen, yet to his surprise, both were absent. Though he had been drinking, he had remained vigilant, hoping to catch sight of Su Xingchen, who, as far as he knew, was passionate about court politics. Given the opportunity presented by Yaoguang's literary event, it would be expected for him to attend. However, he had yet to make an appearance. Indeed, these top-tier talents, though not yet in positions of power, possessed a certain aura that made them difficult to approach. Xia Chen understood that they were still biding their time, cultivating their strengths while awaiting the opportune moment. Yet, this literary gathering was not without its rewards. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Junzi and Tian Hai, particularly Tian Hai, who had taken the bait he had cast. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen entered a tavern. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and only drinks and snacks were served at the Yaoguang residence. His recent progress in martial arts had considerably increased his appetite. My lord, shortly after entering the private room, a knock came at the door. A young gentleman clad in scholarly robes stood at the entrance, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xia Chen. His lips were as red as coral, his teeth white as snow, and his eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a reserved yet confident demeanor from the depths of his being. The main hall was filled to capacity, and upon seeing only 2 individuals enter the private room, the young gentleman boldly inquired if he might share the table. While polite, he had openly suggested sharing a table. Before Xia Chen could respond, he furrowed his brow and stood up. Although they were not arrogant nor oppressive, and did not indulge in the unsavory customs of the capital's elite, sharing a table was not something to be taken lightly. Moreover, their reservation of the private room was intended for tranquility and seclusion, as his young master was no ordinary individual. We do not, of course we can. Xia Chen had just begun to refuse when Xia Chen interjected with a radiant smile and rose to his feet. His smile was dazzling. As the ancient saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishes, those who are willing will take the bait. This individual had willingly cast himself into the net. This was none other than Su Xingchen, the very person Xia Chen had been tasked to locate. A true talent. He would be heralded in the future alongside Feng Zhiru of the Bailu Academy as the dual stars of Confucianism and Taoism. Possessing unrivaled intelligence and the ability to strategize for the world, he was a master of true caliber. Su Xingchen stood at the door, a smile gracing his lips. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Xia Chen, studying him intently. With their meal in progress, it felt rather dull, and with such a large private room, it seemed wasteful for just the 2 of them to dine. My friend, please. Xia Chen performed a gesture of courtesy, his refined demeanor and scholarly air making it impossible to discern that he hailed from a military family. Thank you, my friend. Su Xingchen clasped his fists in gratitude, his eyes reflecting a newfound admiration. This prince, born into a prestigious family, had achieved the rank of a 4th-grade official at a young age. Yet he exhibited not a trace of arrogance. Even his attendant was not overbearing, though he had nearly rejected Su Xingchen and Appo's request. He had not spoken harshly. His presence here was no coincidence, nor was it due to an actual lack of seating. Rather, he was curious about the recently ascended prince. After 7 years in the capital, he had formed his own assessments of various figures, yet he had underestimated this son of the Earl of Endong. Particularly after learning of his involvement in the literary gathering, He had come to witness this individual firsthand. Xia Chen did not believe that Su Xingchen was merely seeking to share a table. He had just exited the literary event, and Su Xingchen had followed closely behind. What a remarkable coincidence! Although Su Xingchen and Appo's rise was still on the horizon, Xia Chen was certain that such a remarkably astute individual would keep a watchful eye on court affairs. Therefore, Su Xingchen undoubtedly recognized him. What was his intention in approaching him? Was he merely observing, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Xia Chen found himself lost in thought. The two young men wore bright smiles, yet their minds were as cool as ice, their thoughts racing at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Xia Chen scratched his head, bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. I am Su Xingchen, courtesy name Changye, a student of the Imperial Academy. May I ask your name, young master? After taking his seat, Su Xingchen introduced himself without reservation, as there was no need for concealment. He had maintained a low profile in the capital, with few aware of his identity. What Su Xingchen did not notice was that Xia Chen, standing slightly behind him, narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name Su Xingchen, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized the young man, then glanced back at his master, who wore an amiable smile. In an instant, it became clear to Xia Chen why his master had acted so peculiarly by inviting the young man to share a table. This was the very person his master had instructed him to investigate. Had the opportunity presented itself? Xia Chen regarded Su Xingchen with a peculiar gaze, his thoughts shifting. I am Zhang Sheng. Xia Chen played along with the charade, adopting an alias. Su Xingchen smiled and nodded, internally beginning to assess. He found the young man to be magnanimous and approachable, yet also possessing a sense of caution, preferring to conceal his identity while in public. Su Xingchen had never considered that Xia Chen might know him. His extraordinary talent had led him to realize the necessity of maintaining a low profile in the capital, avoiding any ostentatious display of fame. To remain discreet, he had even abstained from attending the literary gathering, entrusting a classmate to gather information on his behalf. Thus, aside from his peers, few in the capital were familiar with his name, which was why he felt comfortable using his real name. He is devoted to the path of kingship, with the ultimate goal of seeking the true dragon. Until he encounters a wise ruler, he must remain discreet, quietly biding his time. Once he identifies such a ruler, he will ascend to great heights in an instant, achieving renown throughout the realm. In pursuit of this sovereign, he clandestinely met with the crown prince, as well as the third and fourth princes. However, he ultimately rejected both, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Among the royal lineage of the Great Wu dynasty, there appeared to be no capable leader. Analyzing the state of the world, he discerned that the Great Wu had begun to emerge from turmoil, forging a unified dominion. This realization plunged him into self-doubt, contemplating whether his assessments of the broader circumstances were flawed. At one point, he considered departing from the kingdom of Wu to seek out the destined true dragon within the Great Feng Kingdom. Yet, a fortuitous occurrence led him to hear the name of Princess Yaowang, which piqued his interest. The more he observed her, the more exhilarated Su Xingchen became, for she embodied the qualities of the ruler he sought, capable of realizing his aspirations. However, he was perplexed as to why a woman would assume this role. No female monarch had ever existed in history. Su Xingchen found himself ensnared in confusion once more, prompting him to resolve to observe Yaowang for a while longer. This particular literary gathering was a grand event hosted by Yaowang, and he intended to scrutinize her closely. Yet at this moment, Xia Chen caught his eye. Thus he arrived, eager for closer examination. Two young individuals, each with their own agendas, sat at the dining table, scheming and observing one another. Su Xingchen, known by the courtesy name Changye, was exceptionally talented, with intellect bordering on the ethereal. One day, while dining at a tavern, he found all the seats occupied, leaving him without a place. Coincidentally, the illustrious Taizu arrived at the same establishment. Taizu, possessing a bold spirit and a penchant for camaraderie, noticed Su Xingchen's predicament and graciously invited him to share a private room for their meal, treating him with respect despite his humble status. Su Xingchen was deeply impressed by Taizu's magnanimity, recognizing that he was no ordinary individual, but rather one with the potential to become a great leader in the future. Thus, A profound friendship blossomed between Su Xingchen and Taizu. Chapter 67. The Rock Soars with the Wind. In the private room, Su Xiong, a scholar from the Imperial Academy, was asked by Xia Chen with a smile, "Why did you not attend the literary gathering held by Princess Xia Hao today?" Su Xingchen responded with a calm smile. "My skills are modest. I would not wish to embarrass myself there." He shook his head with a natural demeanor. Xia Chen, with his sparkling eyes, replied, "I must respectfully disagree with your sentiment." Su Xingchen looked at him in surprise. He had merely offered a humble excuse, expecting Xia Chen to chuckle or nod and change the subject. To his astonishment, Xia Chen boldly stated his disagreement, piquing Su Xingchen's curiosity, prompting him to pause and listen intently to what Xia Chen would say next. "If you had attended the gathering, it is likely that other scholars would have been overshadowed. You are merely providing them an opportunity, not seeking the limelight." Xia Chen sipped his drink, gazing steadily at Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen was taken aback. As astute as he was, he had not anticipated such a statement from Xia Chen. Was this a commentary on himself? Yet how could it be? Despite residing in the capital for many years, he had not displayed his talents, and even his classmates were unaware of the depths of his thoughts. How could Xia Chen possibly know? "Ah, your words are truly delightful, bestowing emotional value upon me. I am already 22, yet I have taken the imperial examination thrice, and still hold only the title of a licentiate. If I possessed true talent, I would not still be languishing at this age." Su Xingchen feigned bitterness, his acting remarkably skillful. "I have heard of a great fish named Kuan dwelling in the icy depths of the northern sea, immense in size. This extraordinary creature can transform into a bird called Peng. Kuan observes the world, awaiting the right moment to leap from the water and become Peng, which is colossal, striking the water with great force and soaring from the northern sea to the southern sea, demonstrating its prowess before ultimately rising to 90,000 miles. Xia Chen rica onti del foble." Su Xingchen and Apos. S expression shifted as he listened. He had never heard of such a wondrous fish and bird. Yet he grasped the meaning behind Xia Chen and Apos' words. There is also a bird that does not unfurl its wings or sing for 3 years. People deem it weak and foolish, yet there are those who discern its potential and say, "For 3 years it does not fly, but it will grow mighty wings. It does not sing, but it observes the world. Though it does not fly now, when it does, it will soar to the heavens. Though it does not sing now, when it does, it will astonish the crowd." Upon hearing this story, Su Xingchen's expression transformed completely. He gazed keenly at Xia Chen, realizing that this was no coincidence or mere flattery. "I believe you're like this bird, Su Xiong. When you do not fly, it is only a matter of time before you soar. When you do not sing, your voice will surely astonish." Xia Chen laughed heartily, exuding a carefree spirit, his demeanor unmatched, evoking a sense of inadequacy in those around him. His words did not cease there. He delivered a final, profound statement that resonated deeply. "The Peng migrates to the southern sea, striking the waters for 3,000 miles, soaring to 90,000 miles, as all things arise from yin and yang. Su Xiong, you are akin to this Kunpeng. Though currently concealed in the icy depths, you possess aspirations that reach for the sky, waiting for the opportune moment to harness the winds of fortune, striking the waters for 3,000 miles, and then soaring to 90,000 miles to the southern sea, achieving a transformation from obscurity to prominence." Su Xingchen, upon hearing this, remained silent for a long time, feeling a chill throughout his body. He had never regarded the remarkable talents of others with much concern, always believing he was adept at hiding and observing the grand performances of the capital and Apos as notable figures. He reveled in this covert existence, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Yet today, someone had forcefully and brazenly torn away his disguise, exposing his so-called concealment as nothing more than a jest. "Haha, I have always believed myself to be exceptionally gifted, thus feeling proud and dismissive of others. Only today, upon meeting you, did I realize I was but a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky." Su Xingchen chuckled at himself, rising to bow respectfully to Xia Chen. Xia Chen did not evade the gesture. He calmly accepted it while continuing to drink, emanating an aura of profound depth and and inscrutability. Should you not cultivate yourself, you will see me as a frog at the bottom of the well gazing at the moon. Should you cultivate yourself, you will see me as a mayfly basking in the vast sky. Su Xiong possesses the talent to influence the heavens and the earth, yet has remained concealed, perhaps in search of a worthy patron. Xia Chen inquired again, his tone calm, causing Su Xingchen's heart to skip a beat. How could he know this? What sort of enigma was Xia Chen? Did he possess the ability to read minds? Su Xingchen had never shared such thoughts with anyone. I merely feel that my knowledge is insufficient, and in this era of peace under the Great Wu dynasty, my presence matters little. Thus, I choose to remain patient. Su Xingchen finally responded, his words cautious, yet he still dared not fully open his heart to Xia Chen. He sensed the precariousness of his situation. This Xia Chen seemed to know him intimately, while he knew little of Xia Chen beyond mere rumors. For instance, what was Xia Chen's character? Was he magnanimous? Did he possess a heart that could embrace others? And most importantly, could he trust him? He was, after all, the leader of the Lantern Bearers, an organization of spies. Entrusting his future, his life, and his very existence to him felt perilous. Oh, is the world truly at peace? Yet everywhere I look, I see suffering. The people are destitute, unable to pay taxes, and there are even reports of selling daughters in certain regions. This is a sign of a waning dynasty. Xia Chen's demeanor was flippant. At this moment, he resembled a noble scion, speaking casually of matters that would send shivers down the spine of any listener. Su Xingchen's pupils constricted as he raised his head, finally looking directly at Xia Chen, his gaze no longer evasive. The essence of his being transformed completely. He no longer concealed his brilliance. What does Master Zhang mean by this? Call me Master Xia. We are both intelligent individuals. You are clearly here for a purpose. So let us not feign ignorance. That would be rather tedious. Xia Chen smirked, abandoning the pretense of role-playing, intent on delivering a profound shock to this young man who considered himself exceptionally clever. Indeed, Su Xingchen's expression shifted once more. An overwhelming sense of trepidation towards Xia Chen enveloped him. Who was he, and how did he know so much? Was the Lantern Bearer truly omniscient? Yet many of the things he had never revealed to anyone. Chapter 68, On the World. In the private room, Su Xingchen was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. He yearned to leave, wishing for even a moment and Appo's reprieve from his current predicament. He loathed this uncertainty, the fear of the unknown that rendered him devoid of security. The figure before him, Xia Chen, exuded an aura of danger that was palpable. A wise man does not stand beneath a precarious wall. His gaze swept toward the door, only to discover, at some unknown point, Xia Chen silently stationed by the entrance, seemingly guarding their passage, effectively obstructing his escape. Su Xingchen sighed inwardly. He had always considered himself exceptionally clever. Yet today he felt as if he had walked willingly into a tiger's den. And now, having presented himself on a silver platter, retreat was no longer an option. Xia Chen wore a slight smile, observing the increasingly agitated Su Xingchen. What troubles you, Su? Are you perhaps feeling a bit peckish? The dishes should arrive shortly. Let's indulge in some wine. With that, Xia Chen filled a glass for Su Xingchen, who, after a moment's hesitation, accepted the glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. My apologies, esteemed director. I was impulsive today. I shall drink to my own folly. Su Xingchen recognized that he had acted without due consideration, venturing forth to closely observe Xia Chen, yet he had underestimated the might of the world's heroes. No need for self-punishment. Rather, answer my query. Do you truly believe that our nation is at peace and prosperity? Xia Chen maintained his smile, yet it bore an air of seriousness. Su Xingchen clenched his jaw, realizing that he could no longer evade the matter at hand. If he failed to answer earnestly today, escaping through that door might prove impossible. Should Xia Chen brand him with a dubious accusation, such as being a spy from the Inspection Institute or the Imperial City, colluding with enemy states, he could very well find himself imprisoned in the Lantern Man and Appo's dungeon, a predicament he could ill afford. Over the years, he had remained too low-key, failing to forge connections with influential figures in the capital. Reflecting upon this, he felt a twinge of regret. had he showcased his talents and befriended a few powerful individuals. He might not be in such dire straits now. Although the Great Wu boasts a formidable military strength, its finances were in shambles, sustained only through incessant taxation. There were reports of citizens starving to death due to insufficient rations. In recent years, establishments like the capital's pawnshops and the brothels of Suyu Street had proliferated, yet the cost of a visit had steadily declined over the past 3 years. This trend indicated an increasingly fierce competition among such establishments, with more and more young women entering the trade, each more alluring than the last. The harsh reality is that ordinary families can no longer survive, forcing them to sell their children. While life in a brothel may be unbearable, it is certainly preferable to the specter of starvation. Su Xingchen spoke with a tone heavy with indignation, which caught Xia Chen's attention. This young man truly possesses insight. He even recognized that the brothel industry reflects the current societal conditions, understanding the essence of social issues through keen observation. Su Xingchen continued presently. The Great Wu is under the sway of 8 princes who rule over their domains like local emperors, exploiting the populace to the brink of despair. More alarmingly, many among these princes harbor ambitious designs. With external threats from the Kingdom of Qing and the Kingdom of Defeng, and the volatile situation in the northwest, a war could erupt at any moment. Indeed, issues have arisen in this world. The Great Wu appears robust, yet is akin to a fire fueled by oil. One misstep could lead to a calamitous upheaval. Su Xingchen spoke with grave seriousness. Thus, I have remained in hiding, seeking a wise sovereign to aid in restoring order amidst chaos, to support the true dragon in ascending to power and thereby gain merit. Xia Chen chuckled, as if casually remarking, while Su Xingchen across from him suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He knows? He has seen through it all? Even the steadfast Su Xingchen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He had not forgotten Xia Chen and Appo's current stature as the Lantern Man, the court and Appo's enforcer, and the son-in-law of the reigning emperor. The Xia family has been loyally devoted to the royal family for 6 centuries. Now that his intentions had been fully discerned, Su Xingchen's heart brimmed with regret. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. He realized that he might indeed meet his demise here today. He harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to become a prime minister, not just any prime minister, but the first to unify the realm. Yet now, it seemed he might perish before his journey even began. What are your thoughts on the other 2 nations? Xia Chen inquired, still smiling as he posed another question. While these countries may exhibit signs of decay, there remain loyal ministers and capable warriors among them. Their national strength may wane, but their fortune endures. Su Xingchen sighed, having resigned himself to the worst possible outcome, no longer concealing his thoughts. Thus, the tripartite balance of power renders our nation ostensibly the strongest, the most precarious. Indeed, the emperor has a penchant for warfare, and with internal discord brewing, should he choose to embark on a period of recuperation, I could reverse the situation within 5 years if appointed as prime minister. Su Xingchen, like a sword unsheathed, radiated brilliance as he articulated his thoughts. Having sensed the looming threat of death, he abandoned his previously cautious strategy. He sought to capture Xia Chen's attention with his audacious words, hoping to revive the stagnant situation and gain the notice of court officials and even the emperor himself. If only someone would grant him an opportunity, he was confident in his ability to demonstrate his worth. Although this step was fraught with peril, he had no choice but to gamble on it. Su Xingchen, hailing from humble origins, possessed extraordinary intellect from a young age, unmatched in his village. At the age of 7, a ragged Taoist visited, exuding an extraordinary presence. The Taoist sought lodging at Su's home and, upon recognizing Su's brilliance, tested his knowledge. At that time, Su had already mastered the Confucian classics and understood many worldly principles, impressing the Taoist, who chose to remain with the Su family. Su Xingchen became the Taoist disciple, receiving 5 years of instruction in esoteric teachings, though none knew the specifics of what was imparted. All observed Su's growing composure, his youthful demeanor tempered with the wisdom of age. When he turned 13, the Taoist departed, leaving behind a book titled The Way of Kings. The History of Xia, Volume 1, Biography of Xu Xingchen, Chapter 13. Chapter 69, A Cataclysmic Change in 5 Years. Xia Chen gazed quietly at the radiant Xu Xingchen, sipping his drink before casually remarking, "Are you suggesting that the current tripartite division of power will persist indefinitely? If I refrain from intervening, the next 50 years will remain a balance of 3 kingdoms, each vying for dominance, yet lacking the absolute strength to annihilate the others." Xu Xingchen asserted with unwavering confidence. "Yet I sense that within 5 years, our great Wu will experience a monumental transformation. At most, within a decade, the political landscape will inevitably shift." Xia Chen smiled at Xu Xingchen, articulating his own perspective. Xu Xingchen and Appo's gaze deepened. Upon hearing Xia Chen and Appo's words, he instinctively felt compelled to counter and elaborate on his viewpoint. However, he quickly restrained himself, his expression as calm as a still lake. "I understand your skepticism. You are steadfast in your beliefs. How about this? Let's engage in a friendly wager. In 10 years, we shall revisit these 2 timelines I proposed. If I am proven correct, you will owe me a favor, the nature of which I shall disclose then. Regardless of my request, you must comply." Xia Chen looked at Xu Xingchen, seemingly provoking him. "Do you dare to wager?" Xu Xingchen, observing the poised youth before him, felt cornered. He had anticipated a grim fate, perhaps imprisonment, but now, Xia Chen and Appo's words suggested he would not be taken down easily, and an opportunity for survival had emerged. "Very well, I accept your wager." Xu Xingchen and Appo's thoughts remained clear, though he found Xia Chen's intentions puzzling. He had prepared for the worst, but the prospect of a gamble provided him a glimmer of hope. As for victory or defeat, that was a matter for the future. His present concerns could be left for another day. Moreover, he firmly believed that the world and Appo's stability could endure for at least another 30 years, brimming with confidence. Xia Chen, upon hearing Xu Xingchen and Appo's agreement, could not help but chuckle, his smile radiant. He had lured him into a trap, and now the man willingly stepped into it. "You appear restless, and it seems you have little appetite for this meal. Given that you do not seem hungry, you may take your leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, indicating Xu Xingchen was free to go. Xu Xingchen felt a surge of joy at these words, yet his expression remained composed and steady. He respectfully bowed to Xia Chen. "Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave now." Finally relaxed, Xu Xingchen reflected on Xia Chen and Appo's remarkable intellect. Yet he perceived a lack of experience due to his youth. He had anticipated being imprisoned, but was unexpectedly granted freedom, likely due to the impact of his analysis on the state of affairs. Xu Xingchen mused to himself, recognizing that he was but a minor player in Xia Chen's grand scheme, having inadvertently sparked the latter's competitive spirit, which led to this wager. Maintaining a serene smile, he prepared to exit this contentious space. However, just as he turned to leave, Xia Chen and Appo's voice rang out again. "Report to the Lantern Bureau tomorrow morning. I require a scribe." Xu Xingchen froze, taken aback. What? He was about to refuse, incredulous at the notion of serving as a scribe for Xia Chen when he aspired to be a prime minister. Just as he opened his mouth to object, Xia Chen's tone shifted, now cold and resolute. "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing tonight or leaving the capital. No matter how swift you are, you cannot outrun the Lantern Bureau. I can find you anywhere. I have recorded your words today. They are nothing short of treasonous. Our great Wu is prosperous, and yet you spew such nonsense. You must be a spy from an enemy nation, lurking within our city to spread these rumors. And you follow me today in a clandestine manner, perhaps with the intent to assassinate me." Xia Chen regarded Xu Xingchen, whose complexion had turned pale, continuing, "You previously claimed to be lying in wait for the opportune moment, seeking a wise ruler to assist in great endeavors. Are you plotting a rebellion?" This last accusation pierced Xu Xingchen and Appo's heart like a blade, rendering him cold with fear. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he paled, feeling as though he had descended into an icy abyss. Xia Chen and Appo's words dripped with chilling malice, an aura of lethal intent enveloping Xu Xingchen, forged from his experiences within a unique realm of the system. Xu Xingchen felt as though he had plunged into the depths of hell. with Xia Chen emerging as a demon from the inferno, his gaze shimmering with an otherworldly light. In a daze, Su Xingchen envisioned a battlefield strewn with corpses, a scene of unimaginable carnage. Though he considered himself a genius, he had never encountered such a harrowing sight. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, attempting to steady his mind. "My lord, you previously stated." "Did I?" Xia Chen interjected, his demeanor suddenly authoritative. "I have just emerged from the literary assembly and noticed a suspicious figure trailing me into the restaurant, attempting to approach me with the intent to assassinate. I uncovered your plot and have merely been interrogating you. My loyalty to the Emperor is unwavering." Xia Chen and Appo's expression was earnest as he bowed towards the palace in a show of fealty. Su Xingchen stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. "I can attest that my master has been engaged in questioning you throughout," chimed in Xia Chen, who had been standing at the door. "Your identity is dubious, and you have uttered many seditious remarks." At that moment, Su Xingchen realized the true nature of power, what it meant to distort reality, and how black could be made to appear white. He accepted his fate. "You are an astute individual. I trust you will make the right choice. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see you at the bureau, rather than sending someone to pursue you," Xia Chen declared, taking a sip of his drink, his expression unwavering, an aura of authority emanating from him. Upon first meeting the great ancestor, Su Xingchen was struck by his benevolence and profound wisdom, prompting him to kneel and express his desire to assist the great ancestor in his endeavors. Despite being a mere scribe, he bore no resentment, only wishing to remain by the great ancestor and Appo's side to learn. The great ancestor, recognizing his sincerity and resolve, nodded in acceptance. History of Xia, Volume 3. Biography of Su Xingchen, Chapter 70. A dazzling age, talents like stars. Su Xingchen departed, leaving in a daze. As he ambled down the street, he felt as though his very soul had been stripped away. The once astute and rational individual found his thoughts tangled and chaotic. His mind echoed with the emotionless voice of Xia Chen, proclaiming a sentence of annihilation upon 9 generations. Such a devastating decree. Su Xingchen never anticipated that a single misstep would lead to such calamity. Xia Chen, widely regarded as affable and approachable, had seemed to embody the qualities of a noble without airs, a perception Su Xingchen had shared, which emboldened him to draw near and observe closely. Little did he know, this was a duplicitous character, adept at concealing his true nature. A sudden shift in demeanor could occur at any moment. The prospect of falling under the sway of such a cunning individual left Su Xingchen feeling despondent, his aspirations of becoming a prime minister seemingly dashed. Destined instead to become a mere bureaucratic pawn, reduced to a dimly lit figure in the annals of history. In the Dawu dynasty, clerks were often scorned by officials. To be labeled as such would be a stain upon his legacy, rendering his future bleak. Contemplating this dismal fate, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a tree and a rope to end it all. Yet, as this dark thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. Su Xingchen, oh Su Xingchen, how can you, who pride yourself on your exceptionalism, possess such fragile resolve? At the first sign of adversity, you contemplate escape through death. How could it be so? The calamity you face today arises from your own arrogance, from underestimating the myriad heroes of the realm. Moreover, that devilish Xia Chen is undoubtedly ruthless. He would not spare your family. Should you perish, they would face unfounded accusations without reprieve. A true man cannot shirk responsibility so easily. Even if life becomes a mere struggle for survival, one must endure with the tenacity of a wildflower. Nothing can truly vanquish you. Zali Zhao Su Xingchen. His inner turmoil was rich and varied. In an instant, he envisioned countless scenarios. Ultimately, he clenched his fists, rallying himself, though the gesture appeared somewhat comical. "Ha ha ha! Father, look at this uncle, how amusing. In our school, if someone fails to recite their lessons and is reprimanded by the teacher, our mentor encourages us in such a manner. It seems this uncle has also been punished for failing to recite." A child, holding a candied hawthorn, pointed innocently at the spirited Su Xingchen, his laughter unrestrained. "Xiaoji, How can you be so rude? Quickly apologize to this uncle. The child's father hastily admonished him, then turned to Su Xingchen, offering an apology. The child, merely 7 years old, named Song Ji, hailed from an ordinary family in the capital. Children speak without restraint. It is of no matter, Su Xingchen replied, shaking his head, smiling at the candied hawthorn in Song Ji's hand, before turning to depart. Within a private room of a tavern, young master, what is it about Su Xingchen that merits such expenditure of effort to bring him close? Xia Chen inquired as he settled at the table, now devoid of outsiders. He had observed the earlier scene in its entirety. Su Xingchen believed Xia Chen sought to torment him. Yet Xia Chen understood that Xia Chen held this Su Xingchen in high regard. Even if he did not actively pursue him, Su Xingchen would not escape. His master had long set his sights on him. This individual possesses extraordinary talent, a potential prime minister. Xia Chen replied with calm assurance. Ah, surely you jest. He appears quite ordinary to me, and at just over 20, merely a scholar. There are many at the Guozijian far more exceptional than he. Xia Chen expressed skepticism, noting the smile on his master's face, which prompted him to fall into contemplation. His master had never before lavished praise upon anyone in such a manner. What abilities could Su Xingchen possibly possess? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Chen hesitantly inquired, immediately regretting his question, recognizing it as somewhat foolish. Who was Prime Minister Lin? He had wielded power for over 20 years, remaining steadfast despite the emperor's suspicions. Moreover, when did Prime Minister Lin become a yardstick for measuring the talents of others? At that moment, Xia Chen spoke again. Prime Minister Lin's abilities are indeed remarkable. Even within the 8 centuries of the Dawu dynasty and Appo's history, he ranks among the top 10. Although the realm suffers from numerous afflictions, it is not Lin and Appo's fault, but rather that of the emperor. Had Lin not governed the state for these 20 years, amidst perpetual warfare, the Dawu dynasty might well have crumbled from within, rather than flourishing as it does now. Yet, Lin still pales in comparison to Su Xingchen. Xia Chen's voice resonated calmly, the room falling silent while the bustling tavern outside continued to buzz with life. The diners had no inkling that within this small chamber, a profound evaluation of Prime Minister Lin was taking place, and they would never imagine that the esteemed pillar of the nation was deemed lesser than an unremarkable scholar of the Guozijian. Xia Chen swallowed hard, momentarily stunned by Xia Chen's assertion. Though he remained skeptical of Su Xingchen's capabilities, he trusted his master. If his master believed in him, that was sufficient. Xia Chen lifted his gaze toward the sky beyond the paper window. Lin Hanpu was indeed exceptionally talented, ranking among the top 10 throughout the 800 years of history. Yet Su Xingchen could ascend to the top 3, even vie for the foremost position. He was a prodigious talent. With his intellect, he could have etched a glorious legacy throughout history. However, an era of great turmoil was approaching. A remarkable era of unification was on the horizon, followed by a golden age. Countless heroes would emerge like mushrooms after the rain, each a paragon of excellence, stepping onto the grand stage of history. A prodigy like Su Xingchen might even find himself overshadowed in this forthcoming era of brilliance. Ensure someone keeps a close watch on him. Do not let him escape under the cover of night. Xia Chen instructed Xia Chen, returning to the present. Understood. I will personally oversee this matter tonight. However, young master, he must be a clever man, aware that we hold his fate in our hands. Even if he attempts to flee, we have ways to track him. Where can he possibly go? It is precisely because he is clever that we must guard against any unconventional moves. Scholars possess the most intricate thoughts. We must remain vigilant. Xia Chen replied cautiously, refusing to assume victory simply because he had encountered a remarkable individual. Despite Su Xingchen's current reluctance to submit, he understood the importance of securing him first. Regardless of whether he could win his allegiance, he must first gain his presence. Chapter 71. The Celestial Master's residence at noon. Xia Chen relished his meal with great delight and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had also concluded. As everyone departed, Yao Guang remained seated in the grand hall, holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem, an exquisite composition penned earlier by Xia Chen. Her bright eyes lingered on the words, lost in contemplation. Xian Jinzi, clutching a gourd filled with fine wine procured from the princess's residence, ambled through the bustling streets. It must be noted that the beverages from the princess's abode were of the highest quality, much to his liking. Though he appeared somewhat inebriated, he navigated the crowd with remarkable grace, colliding with no one, his steps light and swift, as if he had melded into the very fabric of the air around him. At this moment, he seemed to merge with the essence of a universe, existing yet unnoticed by those around him. He journeyed eastward along the central avenue until he arrived before a magnificent palace that sprawled across an extensive expanse. At its heart stood an imposing tower, soaring 9 stories high, imparting a breathtaking impression as if it were reaching for the heavens. This was none other than the sacred abode of Taoism, the Celestial Master's residence. Within its walls resided the esteemed Celestial Master, a venerable figure known for unparalleled combat prowess, holding a revered position among the 5 foremost masters of the realm. Uncle Master, greetings. Ancestor has returned. Xian Jinzi stepped into the Celestial Master's residence, greeted warmly by disciples along his path. He held a significant status within the sect, a leading figure among the second-generation disciples, though he was not a direct protege of the Celestial Master, as there were 3 lineages within the residence. Where is the Celestial Master? As he traversed the grand hall, he finally reached the base of the towering structure. Uncle Master, the ancestor, is basking in the sun upstairs. A chubby youth, engrossed in his work, looked up upon hearing the voice and quickly spoke. Very well. Xian Jinzi nodded, about to ascend the stairs when he noticed the object in the boy and Appo's hands and inquired, "What are you working on?" "Indeed, Uncle Master. I've been making great strides in my alchemical studies. I intend to create something extraordinary using alchemy. Everything in nature possesses a spirit, but what is man-made lacks that essence. Therefore, I crafted a wooden figure, aiming to imbue it with life through alchemy, transforming it into a true being." The enthusiastic youth, Emperor Wen, began to elaborate excitedly. Imbuing a wooden figure with spirit? Bringing it to life? Xian Jinzi was taken aback. He was aware of Emperor Wen's obsession with the craft and his unparalleled talent, which even the Celestial Master greatly admired. Yet, the notion of a wooden figure becoming a living entity was rather far-fetched. Such a feat is the domain of the Creator. The Tao, isn't it? How successful have you been? Despite his skepticism, Xian Jinzi chose not to undermine the boy's enthusiasm and instead asked with genuine interest. Indeed, Emperor Wen's expression shifted to one of disappointment. I have failed repeatedly. My attempts have only granted the wooden figure a fleeting spirit, but that hardly counts as imbuing it with life. It merely becomes a puppet under my control. Once I withdraw my energy, it reverts to being an ordinary piece of wood. Emperor Wen's spirits fell, grappling with the complexity of the art of imbuing life. I'm now trying to scale down the figure's size and exploring alternative materials. Perhaps jade, stone, or rare metals might yield better results. I believe this could lead to success. Emperor Wen soon regained his enthusiasm, his gaze fixed fervently on the small jade figure in his hands. I must go encourage myself. I'll seek out the Celestial Master. Xian Jinzi offered a word of encouragement and swiftly turned away, genuinely seeking the Celestial Master, while also hoping to avoid being ensnared in discussions about Emperor Wen's inventive ideas, which often left him feeling overwhelmed. Emperor Wen, however, was oblivious to Xian Jinzi's departure, completely absorbed in his work. As Xian Jinzi ascended to the 3rd floor, he encountered a striking maiden clad in pure white, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her beauty was ethereal, her eyes reminiscent of distant stars, and her demeanor exuded an icy grace, as if she were a celestial being untouched by earthly tribulations. She was Murong Yuyan, a prodigy endowed with a natural affinity for the Tao, yet emotionally detached, her feelings yet to awaken. Junior sister. Xian Jinzi paused to greet her. Senior brother, she acknowledged with a nod, her expression remaining impassive, akin to a glacier. Xian Jinzi had grown accustomed to her demeanor, understanding that her aloofness was simply her nature. Murong Yuyan was the Celestial Master's most cherished disciple. Without lingering further, he prepared to ascend, his mind swirling with questions he needed to present to the Celestial Master. But before leaving, he turned back to Murong Yuyan. "Have you broken through to the 4th rank?" "I just achieved it this morning," she replied coolly, her words succinct and devoid of warmth. It was her recent breakthrough that had caught Xian Jinzi's attention, stirring a ripple of unease within him. His junior sister's talent was indeed astonishing. Having just turned 18, she had already reached the 4th rank. Such prodigious potential explained the Celestial Master's choice to take her as a disciple. If all went well, it was not unfathomable that the Celestial Master's residence would soon boast a 3rd-rank master in her 20s. As Xian Jinzi continued upward, he briefly felt disheartened, but the feeling was fleeting. He quickly steadied himself, reminding himself of his own path. "Celestial Master, Xian Jinzi is here to pay his respects." Upon reaching the 9th floor, he found himself in an open-air pavilion where the azure sky was visible above. At night, the Celestial Master would often observe the stars from this vantage point, contemplating the Tao and seeking opportunities for breakthroughs beyond the 1st rank. Xian Jinzi and Appo's voice was not loud, yet he knew the Celestial Master would undoubtedly hear him. With the Celestial Master's transcendent abilities, Xian Jinzi had already stepped into the realm of the Celestial Master upon entering this stargazing pavilion. This was why he had encountered minimal resistance along his way. The Celestial Master harbored no fear of assassination attempts. Those who underestimated the dangers of confronting the Celestial Master would soon learn why the 1st rank was revered as a myth among mortals. Chapter 72. The Dynasty Cultivates Fortune. The sacred land cultivates virtue. Concubine, the ethereal voice of the old celestial teacher, resonated in Xian Jinzi's ears. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man with flowing black hair, a ruddy complexion, and skin that gleamed like that of an infant. Despite appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, Xian Jinzi was aware that the old celestial teacher had already surpassed a century in age. "Old celestial teacher, I harbor some confusions in my heart, and thus I have come to seek your guidance." Xian Jinzi bowed respectfully. "Even you are perplexed? It appears you have encountered a genuine conundrum. Do share." The old celestial teacher reclined in a rocking chair, dressed simply, squinting his eyes in the sun, with tea nearby, exuding an air of leisure akin to that of an ordinary elder. "Today, at a literary gathering, I encountered a young man. In a fleeting moment, I perceived an overwhelming surge of purple energy emanating from behind him. Behind his forehead loomed a colossal 9-clawed divine dragon, its head obscured, stretching across countless miles. Yet, upon closer inspection, all vanished as if it were merely a figment of my drunken stupor, though I'm typically impervious to intoxication." Xian Jinzi recounted, his heart still shaken by the memory as he chose his words carefully. "More crucially, I cannot discern the young man's features. Every individual possesses a fate, a destiny, and their appearance reflects these attributes. My inability to perceive this speaks volumes. Does it not imply he lacks a fate or destiny?" The old celestial teacher, who had been squinting lazily, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing Xian Jinzi's statement. What a gaze it was, seemingly encompassing the sun, moon, and stars, filled with unfathomable profundity, as if the essence of the universe was in motion. "What is the name of this young man?" Responding to the old celestial teacher, "He is named Xia Chen," Xian Jinzi answered earnestly. "Is he not the one from the Eastern Marquis manor, who has recently become a prince consort and now holds sway over the Eagle Eye division?" "Indeed, old celestial teacher." Xian Jinzi nodded. The old celestial teacher and Appo's prowess was boundless, harmonizing with the fortunes of the great Wu kingdom, which rendered him well informed about the affairs of the capital, though he typically refrained from interference, allowing events to unfold naturally. "I have calculated his fate. He is of an average stature, yet he is betrothed to Yao Guang, whose fortunes are overwhelmingly strong. This is not advantageous for him, as he lacks the fate to bear such fortune, which portends a premature demise." The old celestial teacher spoke slowly, having already divined the fate of Yao Guang's suitor after the emperor arranged the marriage. "Why can I not perceive even a fragment of his features?" Xian Jinzi queried, perplexed. Though he acknowledged the disparity between his abilities and those of the old celestial teacher, he believed himself to be competent in the art of physiognomy. The old celestial teacher remained silent, fully aware of Xian Zhenzi and Appo's as proficiency in this domain. I shall cast another divination. Rising from the rocking chair, he resembled a gentle elder, devoid of any imposing aura. After a brief pause, the old celestial teacher frowned slightly and once again grasped the tortoise shell for divination. To his astonishment, none of the 64 hexagrams revealed anything about the young man and Appo's fate. Not a single hexagram manifested. The old celestial teacher muttered to himself, and Xian Zhenzi, standing behind him, felt his heart race. If even the old celestial teacher could not divine it, what was this mystery? The old celestial teacher attempted a third divination, but as he cast the tortoise shell, it shattered midair, revealing complex characters. Unable to divine, unable to perceive, though grounded in the present, he eludes the past and future. This signifies a change. Has the cosmic order shifted? The old celestial teacher's complexion paled, his composure shaken. Old celestial teacher, what is amiss? Xian Zhenzi's pupils dilated, witnessing the unprecedented event of the tortoise shell's explosion. This individual possesses significant karmic ties. He is a variable, and the future has already shifted. I can no longer perceive the heavenly secrets. The old celestial teacher's voice was grave and somber. Xian Zhenzi was both astonished and relieved. The old celestial teacher, akin to an immortal on land, could not fathom Xia Chen's fate. In the world today, only two individuals eluded his comprehension. One was Yao Wang, and now Xia Chen had joined her, intriguingly linked by fate. Strangely, even with Yao Wang, he could discern a glimpse through the mists. Recognizing her as a person of great fortune, destined to wield significant power, potentially becoming the first woman in history to rule the realm, bringing an end to the chaotic epochs. Yet, he was utterly blind to her husband Xia Chen's fate. The old celestial teacher's tone was exceedingly serious. Xian Zhenzi was both shocked and relieved. The old celestial teacher and Appo's inability to see through Xia Chen's complexities reassured him that it was not merely his own lack of skill, but rather the peculiarity of Xia Chen's fate. A person's fate is determined from the moment of birth. To defy destiny is an arduous endeavor. There are various means to influence one's fate, but it is exceedingly challenging, and few can achieve it. Aside from that, to alter one's destiny, one must rely solely on. The old celestial teacher paused in his speech, and Xian Zhenzi, captivated by his words, quickly interjected. Old celestial teacher, what other methods exist to alter destiny? Fortune. The old celestial teacher and Appo's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his eyes deep as the sky. Fortune is also what we term national fortune. Ancient texts recount that in primordial times, this world indeed housed land-dwelling immortals, beings of various natures, and formidable entities. However, one day, our realm withered. We were vanquished, and some perished while others fled to distant lands. Xian Zhenzi listened intently, his heart filled with longing and tumult. He understood that these revelations were undoubtedly the core secrets of the celestial teacher's residence. Had it not been for Xia Chen, he would never have been privy to such profound knowledge. In those times, powerful dynasties existed alongside renowned sanctuaries of cultivation, where sacred sects accrued virtue while dynasties cultivated fortune. The power of fortune was immensely mysterious, capable of conferring divine titles and enjoying the blessings of the realm, with official ranks binding them to the national fortune. Even those with inferior roots could cultivate at tenfold or even 100-fold the speed of others. To wholly transform a person's fate, only immense fortune could suffice. Turning to face Xian Zhenzi, the old celestial teacher smiled and said, "An immense force of fortune? Are you suggesting that Xia Chen has acquired substantial fortune, thus defying fate?" Xian Zhenzi queried, puzzled. "But as far as I know, the current distribution of fortune is limited, shared among the Great Wu and the Great Feng kingdoms. Where could he possibly obtain it?" Xian Zhenzi inquired with great perplexity. Chapter 73. The Pinnacle of the World. The forces of fortune in the world are finite and intrinsically linked to the prosperity of a nation. When the populace enjoys peace, the economy flourishes, the military stands strong, and exceptional talents emerge. The aura of fortune becomes increasingly potent. In essence, it is proportional to the comprehensive strength of a nation. Institutions, such as the Celestial Master Manor, along with the Tianlong Temple west of the capital, abstain from secular affairs. However, their willingness to assist the Great Wu dynasty in safeguarding the realm stems from their desire to partake in a fraction of this aura of fortune. Given the paramount importance of this fortune, even the most formidable beings of the age must engage in its pursuit within the secular realm. Xia Jinzi was filled with immense curiosity regarding the origins of Xia Chen's fortune. Even if he had altered his destiny, certain aspects should still be discernible. The old celestial master spoke slowly, suggesting that Xia Chen harbored a great secret. Perhaps he possessed an artifact that concealed the heavenly mysteries. Yet he seemed more like an unpredictable variable, an elusive presence. The old celestial master's eyes sparkled with a remarkable light as he stood atop the star-gathering tower, gazing into the inner city of the capital, as if wishing to pierce through the void to locate Xia Chen. An elusive presence? The Tao of Heaven comprises 50. The Great Evolution encompasses 49, and humanity embodies 1. All things in the world possess a fixed destiny. Yet it is precisely because of such elusive variables that the potential for fate to be altered arises. The old celestial master's voice resonated like the sound of the Tao, and Xia Jinzi listened intently to his teachings. You previously mentioned seeing a 9-clawed golden dragon of fortune spanning the boundless sky, accompanied by soaring purple energy. The old celestial master turned to regard Xia Jinzi, who was kneeling before him. Indeed, when I examined it closely, I felt as though I had been hallucinating. You are well versed in the art of physiognomy, having reached the pinnacle in this field. At that moment, with your spirit unburdened by wine, you may have harmonized with the Tao, thus glimpsing that veiled fragment. Upon hearing the old celestial master's words, Xia Jinzi was struck with alarm. Yet such a vision constitutes the countenance of an emperor. When I beheld his majesty, I could only perceive half a zhang of purple energy and 3 zhangs of fortune. Xia Jinzi could not help but exclaim, recalling the Taoist text that described the golden dragon of fortune as a manifestation of the confluence of fortune and national destiny. Only an emperor, with 10 zhangs of gathered fortune behind him, could potentially transform into a golden dragon of fortune. The old celestial master fell silent after Xia Jinzi's remarks, for he too could not provide an explanation. Xia Jinzi continued, you have spoken of Yao Guang's extraordinarily unique fate, born amidst 10 zhangs of purple energy, with the national fortune of our great Wu seamlessly merging into her essence. She may one day surpass all emperors of antiquity and modernity, achieving an unparalleled legacy, unifying the world and consolidating all fortune under our great Wu, thus successfully materializing the true dragon of fortune. At that time, with this unified aura of fortune, you might even break through the constraints of the heavenly Tao and enter the legendary realm of the superlative. As Xia Jinzi spoke, his tone grew increasingly solemn. However, with this unforeseen variable, will it impact your plans, Master? Should we correct this variable while he remains weak? As he concluded, a sense of urgency permeated his words. When Yao Guang was born, an ethereal purple mist enveloped the entire capital, and the skies were adorned with purple clouds, a spectacle that caused the populace to kneel in reverence. At that time, the court believed it to be a sign of victory in the Southern Frontier Campaign, proclaiming the current emperor's achievements worthy of comparison to ancient sages. The emperor rejoiced and granted amnesty to the realm. Yet Xia Jinzi understood that this celestial phenomenon was triggered by Yao Guang's arrival. Xia Jinzi had been astounded, for the birth of a princess elicited such a remarkable display of purple energy across the capital, an omen unmatched even by those sovereigns born with great fortune and imperial destiny. Xia Jinzi's awareness stemmed from the old celestial master's discovery of this secret, leading to his clandestine introduction into the palace to obscure Yao Guang's physiognomy from others. If variables could truly be so easily rectified, They would not be termed variables. If you were to take action personally, as a first-tier powerhouse, who among the living could possibly impede you, save for the other 4 first-tier beings? Xian Jinzi expressed his unwavering confidence in the old celestial master's prowess. Ha ha! Who can claim utter certainty in the face of variables? Moreover, who can assert that no other first-tier powerhouses have taken notice of this Xia Chen? The old celestial master laughed heartily, his aura serene, resembling a kind elder. Yet Xian Jinzi knew that the old celestial master was not one to show mercy. In his youth, the old celestial master had ventured alone into the eastern wasteland, wielding the Xuanwu sword to vanquish demons. The old celestial master suggested, "Long Shu presides." Xian Jinzi's expression shifted slightly. He was the contemporary leader of Buddhism, the foremost figure in Central Plains Buddhism. Xian Jinzi could not help but recall the literary gathering, where Master Tianhai had approached Xia Chen for a conversation. Were they merely engaging in casual discourse? Ha 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 ha! I know not. The affairs of the world are countless, and I am but an ordinary man. How could I know all? The old celestial master chuckled with candor, glancing towards the distant horizon, where blue skies and white clouds danced gently in the breeze, and resumed his speech. There is no need for hostility. Since variables exist, they must possess their own rationale. The future is inherently uncertain, and no one, including myself, can accurately foresee it. The emergence of variables need not lead to adverse outcomes. Perhaps it is precisely these variables that will yield unforeseen benefits, such as the nature of the Tao. In the grand design of fate, we are mere mortals, incapable of contending with the heavens. Therefore, let us embrace the natural flow of events. The old celestial master stood at the forefront, unshielded by any barriers, poised to take a step that could lead to his fall. Yet Xian Jinzi was unperturbed, gazing at the old celestial master, who seemed to embody an ethereal presence, merging with the cosmos, enveloped in a profound aura of the Tao. Xian Jinzi sighed, recognizing the disparity between himself and the old celestial master, not solely in terms of realm, but also in mindset and comprehension of the Tao. Since fate has brought you together, it may signify a deeper connection. Endeavor to engage with him without ulterior motives, allowing events to unfold naturally. Just as with Yao Guang, plant a seed today, and it may take root and flourish in the future. I shall seek an opportunity to personally meet this young man and discern the mysteries he harbors. The old celestial master stood with his back to Xian Jinzi, as if turning away from the world, embodying the Tao, his presence inscrutable. Yes, Xian Jinzi bowed respectfully. When he raised his head again, he found himself standing before the star-gathering tower on the first floor. The Celestial Master's Spell, The Reversal of Stars. Chapter 74. The Idol of Scholars and the Troubles Brought by Exceptional Talent. While Xian Jinzi conversed with the old Celestial Master, news of the events at the literary gathering gradually spread throughout the capital. Did the prince consort Xia Chen attend? Has he composed poetry? And how was his performance? Just days ago, there were whispers that he is the prodigy of scholars. This is a grand banquet, and many students are eager to test whether Xia Chen possesses genuine talent. It was afternoon, and the tea house was bustling with patrons enjoying their tea. At this moment, they curiously inquired of a student from the Guozijian who had just returned from the literary gathering. The crowd encircled him, yet the student wore a troubled expression, hesitating to respond. What is the matter? Shaoli, we are your uncles, having watched you grow since childhood. Remember when you enrolled in the Imperial Academy? We even supported your tuition. Now, having attained the rank of Jinshi and attending the princess's literary gathering today, do you look down upon us, your uncles, and disdain to converse with us? An elder, unable to elicit a response for quite some time, suddenly erupted in anger. Uncle Chun, do not make things difficult for Li Zhang. At that moment, another student clad in scholarly robes entered the tea house. This student smiled and inquired, what is happening? The crowd, sensing the unusual tension, turned their attention to him. Ha ha! Today Li Zhang confronted the prince consort, Xia Chen, along with several fellow students from the Imperial Academy, publicly compelling him to compose poetry. I cannot fathom what he was thinking. Regardless of his true literary prowess, He is a prince consort, the scion of a noble house. Now, a high-ranking official. How could we, of ordinary lineage, afford to offend him? Yet, Li Zheng foolishly charged forward, acting as if he were a blade in hand. And I could not restrain him, Zhang Zhongyong remarked, shaking his head. Had it not been for their shared upbringing in the same alley, he would not have spoken so extensively. Yet, Li Zheng, instead of showing gratitude, accused him of thwarting his aspirations for fame in Jingsheng, even declaring a desire to sever ties. In this day and age, being a good person is indeed a thankless task. Zhang Zhongyong sighed, addressing the attentive neighbors around him. If it had merely been a matter of embarrassing Xia Chen publicly, it would have been one thing, but Xia Chen was clearly not to be trifled with. He publicly chastised them for being consumed by poetry while neglecting matters of state, failing to engage seriously in scholarship, and seeking shortcuts to success. Ultimately, he composed a poem before everyone, articulating his ambitions and silencing all present with his words. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zheng and Appo's face flushed with shame. The poem was exquisite. After today, who could dare claim that Xia Chen lacked knowledge or talent? This was indeed a true ascent to fame in Jingsheng. Zhang Zhongyong chuckled, his demeanor exuding great pride as he admired the essence of Xia Chen's poem. Xia Chen once again soared to the forefront of the capital's headlines, becoming a topic of discussion among the populace. The most debated aspect was, naturally, his poem, especially the final lines, "To die on the battlefield for one and Appo's country. Why should one need a horse's hide to wrap the corpse?" Many were stirred, their hearts yearning. Director Xia was correct. Poetry is but a minor pursuit. Throughout history, which chancellor has governed a nation through verse? It is practical action that strengthens a nation. Currently, the world is unstable. War could erupt at any moment on the Northwestern Front. What we need are capable ministers, not mere literary figures. The Northern Grapevine, in recent years, has seen its national strength dwindle. Is it not due to the widespread veneration of literary pursuits? Scholars there indulge in wine and revelry, oblivious to the pressing matters of the state. Such a climate cannot forge a formidable military. I can assert that if Great Feng continues down this path, in 50 years, it will surely be consumed by our Great Wu. We must not follow in Great Feng's footsteps. We must be vigilant against the corrosive influence of poetry on the minds of the people. A student stood at the entrance of the Imperial Academy, proclaiming loudly, surrounded by many fellow scholars who nodded in agreement. One must study the classics, but also engage in national strategies. We cannot squander our efforts solely on poetry. No chancellor has ever reached such heights through verse. It is through tangible deeds that one attains greatness. In no time, Xia Chen's name spread throughout the community of scholars, many even adopting his line, "To die on the battlefield for one's country. Why should one need a horse's hide to wrap the corpse?" As their personal motto, believing a true man ought to be loyal to his country, even to the point of sacrificing his life. Some even entertained thoughts of enlisting. These developments were unforeseen by Xia Chen, who had returned to his courtyard, where a young boy awaited him. Appearing to be about 15 or 16 years old, his face, however, was quite youthful. "What brings you here?" "Third brother, I have come to pledge my service to you." Xiao Wen, seated on a stool, bore an excited expression, glancing around restlessly. "You wish to serve me?" Xia Chen responded without amusement. Just then, Bai Zhu personally entered with tea for both Xia Chen and Xiao Wen. "Of course, if Sister Bai Zhu can be with you, why can't I?" Xiao Wen replied with a smile, causing Bai Zhu to blush at the remark. "No, you are too young. Besides, does uncle know about this?" Xia Chen shook his head. If memory served him right, Xiao Wen had yet to turn 12 this year. "But I have already broken through to the 8th rank of the refining essence stage. According to the family's rules, I am now eligible to enter the world." Xiao Wen stood up from the stool, speaking earnestly. "You have advanced to the refining essence stage so quickly?" Xia Chen was astonished, reflecting on how, compared to his own original self, he had not reached that stage even at 17. Indeed, among the children of the noble houses, Xia Wen and Appo's talent was exceptional. "Yes, I owe it all to you, third brother. If you hadn't improved the foundational sword technique, I wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Xia Wen scratched his head with a silly grin, explaining the circumstances to Xia Chen. Initially, he would have required at least 2 to 5 months to reach this breakthrough. However, his uncle, Xia Chen, personally taught him a sword technique called Shoyang Demonic Breaking Blade, which could harness the energy of heaven and earth to temper the body. Thus, he achieved his breakthrough in merely 1 month. I initially wanted to join the Forbidden Army, but they claimed I was too young. I then considered the Border Army, but neither my uncle nor my father would allow it, so I decided to come to you. Xia Wen was exhilarated. Initially, both Xia Chen and Xia Wen's father, Xia Hao, intended for Xia Wen to remain in the estate to hone his martial skills, ideally breaking through to the 7th or even 6th rank before venturing out. By that time, Xia Wen would be a bit older, and they would be more at ease. However, Xia Wen was resolute, having just broken through to the 8th rank. He yearned to explore the world, even if it meant merely staying in the capital. He was tired of the monotony of the noble estate. Xia Chen gazed at the youthful boy before him and sighed. Is this what excessive talent brings forth, such troubles? Had Xia Wen broken through at around 14, his parents would not have been so anxious about his departure from the estate. But at 11, who wouldn't oppose? T worry? He was still just a child. Chapter 55, Xia Hao. In the hall, Xia Wen surveyed the surroundings and noticed that Baizhu had already exited. He then whispered, I know that the conflict between third brother and the family is certainly a fabrication. Although third brother often remains inconspicuous at home, uncle and aunt treat you exceptionally well. All those external rumors are unfounded. Xia Wen lowered his voice, his youthful face imbued with earnestness. Uncle has indeed mentioned the possibility of expelling me from the family tree. How could that be a lie? Xia Chen cast a glance at Xia Wen. While he spoke nonchalantly, he couldn't oppose. T help but admire his younger cousin. Despite his tender age and seemingly reckless demeanor, Xia Wen proved to be far from foolish. Though I remain unaware of the details. It seems that third brother and uncle must have their own intentions behind their actions, Xia Wen remarked, scratching his head with a smile. Moreover, I informed my father of my desire to join you. Although he vehemently opposed it verbally, he nonetheless dispatched 3 family guards to accompany me. Is that not a clear indication of his consent? Xia Chen was taken aback by Xia Wen's words. Was it possible that Xia Wen's decision to come to him had received tacit approval from his third uncle, Xia Hao? He pondered for a moment before inquiring, has anything significant occurred in the family recently? Not particularly, but a couple of days ago, while in my father's courtyard, I overheard a conversation between him and my mother. My father was quite intoxicated at the time. I vaguely caught wind of him mentioning a vacancy for a deputy minister in the Ministry of Rights, a position that was originally meant for him. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the formal proposal to the cabinet, yet it was ultimately rejected, citing that my father was too young and needed more experience. Consequently, the position was filled by a renowned scholar from the Bailu Academy. Xia Wen lowered his head. His mood dampened. He had witnessed his father in such a state of inebriation for the first time, leaving a profound impression on him. Xia Chen fell silent, his mind conjuring the image of his third uncle, Xia Hao, elegant, poised, and exuding the grace of a gentleman. He always wore a smile when interacting with the younger generation, never showing favoritism based on talent or lineage. The Xia family held substantial military power, and Xia Hao's scholarly pursuits posed a potential threat, especially given his political acumen. With the upcoming imperial examination, the role of the deputy minister of rights became particularly significant. If Xia Hao were to assume this position, even if he were not the chief examiner for this year and oppose examination, he would, in essence, serve as a mentor to the candidates. Xia Chen sighed deeply. Looking at Xia Wen as he spoke solemnly, I understand. The emperor fears our Xia family. He is wary of my father cultivating allies, concerned that we might extend our influence into the civil service. If that were to occur, the emperor's grip on the realm would surely weaken. Xia Wen set down his teacup and stood, a youthful countenance now tinged with resolve. Xia Chen was surprised by his younger brother's courage. Beneath his seemingly brash exterior lay a sharp intellect, a sign of great potential. His father had named him Xia Wen for a reason. Perhaps the name was indeed prophetic, for he had inherited his father's political talent. Undoubtedly, he was destined to be a remarkable figure among the Xia family's third generation, second only to his biological brother, Xia Hao. At just 11 years of age, he had already exhibited extraordinary promise. Furthermore, it was evident that he harbored no fondness for the current regime, especially towards the emperor. Indeed, he was a talent worth nurturing. All blessings from the heavens are the emperor's grace. Xia Chen regarded Xia Wen calmly. I understand, third brother. I shall not voice such sentiments outside. Our Xia family remains unwaveringly loyal to the emperor. Xia Wen replied, lifting his gaze to meet Xia Chen and Appos, both sharing a knowing smile that spoke volumes. Stay here with me. Reside in my quarters. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the lantern bearers and arrange for you to have a position as my attendant. Very well. I have heard that third brother has now attained the rank of a 4th grade official and oversees the lantern bearers Eagle Eye division. You are quite impressive. My father has been in the bureaucratic world for over a decade and has scarcely reached the 4th grade. Xia Wen and Appos' excitement was palpable, despite his maturity and intelligence. He remained a child of just 11. Bai Zhu entered, personally escorting Xia Wen to the side courtyard to settle him in. Meanwhile, Xia Chen remained seated, deep in thought. His third uncle, Xia Han, had achieved success in the imperial examinations at the young age of 22, becoming a top scholar. Now at 36, he had a strong background and capabilities, rising to the rank of 4th grade official in just 14 years, a remarkable feat for most, but merely average for him. This situation felt amiss. Xia Han had studied at the Bailu Academy in his youth and had garnered praise from the current headmaster, Mr. Qi, indicating his scholarly prowess. The rejection from the cabinet did not cite a lack of qualification or ability, but merely claimed he was too young. The position of deputy minister, while prestigious, was merely a 3rd grade role, not that of the minister himself. What was the rationale behind such a decision? Xia Chen sighed, understanding why his uncle had succumbed to intoxication. He bore the weight of unfulfilled ambition. If this trajectory continued, Xia Han's career would reach its apex, with no hope of becoming a minister or joining the cabinet. It appeared that both his uncle and third uncle had sensed the emperor's distrust towards their family, leading to a duality of attempts to win favor while grappling with caution. By sending Xia Wen, they were effectively placing their bets. The third generation of the Xia family was indeed filled with exceptional talents, each emerging in succession, though the outside world remained largely unaware of their potential. Xia Chen and Xia Han certainly recognized the extraordinary capabilities of the younger generation. Despite their youth, these individuals displayed remarkable promise. If the first and second generations of the Xia family had already aroused the emperor and Appos' suspicion, how could he remain at ease with the emergence of so many skilled individuals in the third? It seemed that both his uncle and third uncle had recognized the danger surrounding the Xia family and were taking action. Historically, it appeared that the Xia family had steadfastly placed their hopes on Yaoguang, thereby avoiding the threat of annihilation and allowing the third generation to shine brilliantly during the era of the Great Unification. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with brilliance as he contemplated the future, the chaotic energies swirling around him, as if he could forge a new destiny. Chapter 76. Has my poem become a model? The lantern bearers in Appos' office. After a 3-day absence, the esteemed director of the Eagle Eye division, Lord Xia Chen, finally graced the office with his presence today. Since his appointment, he had instilled a sense of awe among the staff, and many anticipated a tempestuous reign. However, to their surprise, Xia Chen had deviated from the norm, neglecting his duties for 3 consecutive days. Only yesterday did they learn that their director had attended a literary gathering, where he emerged victorious, and his poem was now the talk of the town. The poem composed by our director must be disseminated without delay. The capital and its surrounding areas fall under the jurisdiction of the Eagle Eye division, and within a single day, everyone must be made aware of this literary gem. As Xia Chen entered with his younger brother, Xia Wen, he overheard the voice of Zheng Ping, the head of the division, who was issuing instructions to his subordinates. Cui Hu and Lu Chun stood by his side, silent observers, while the other 2 heads, Chun Song and Li Yu, were nowhere to be found. What is going on so early in the day? Xia Chen inquired with a smile as he stepped into the hall. The director has arrived. Ping and Amp, Oppo's face, once marked by age, broke into a radiant smile, transforming his previously stern demeanor. The director, the 10 or so lantern bearers present, regardless of their feelings, bowed in greeting upon Xia Chen and Oppo's arrival. During his absence, they had come to terms with the reality that Xia Chen and Oppo's leadership was now an established fact, dictated by the Emperor and Oppo's will beyond their control. Even in his absence, someone else would eventually take his place. The Emperor and Oppo's lack of trust in their internal matters necessitated the introduction of external personnel. Why do you wish to spread my poem? Xia Chen and Oppo's gaze turned quizzical. While he was indeed the director, leveraging his position for personal gain seemed inappropriate. Fear not, director. This task has been mandated from above. Ping gestured skyward, eager to mend relations with Xia Chen, but mindful of maintaining decorum. Xia Chen quickly grasped the situation. His poem, a tribute to the nation and a call to bravery in the face of death, was timely given the looming conflict in the Northwest. The poem would serve to rally spirits and ignite a sense of martial fervor nationwide, essentially a call to arms. Thus, his poem had transformed into a political instrument, a notion he had not anticipated, realizing the Emperor could exploit this opportunity. We, the Eagle Eye Division, oversee the capital and its vicinity, while other regions are managed by our fellow divisions. I assure you, within 3 days, your name will resonate throughout our great Wu Kingdom. Ping continued, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, Director, you are on the brink of national fame." Upon hearing Ping and Oppo's words, the other lantern bearers, particularly the previously silent Shui, Hu, and Lu Chun, exchanged glances of disbelief. To all my brothers, your hard work deserves recognition. Please join me for a drink at Dashing Tower this noon, Xia Chen declared, patting Ping on the shoulder, acknowledging his adeptness in handling matters. Let me introduce my brother, Xia Wen. Please assist him in his onboarding process, ensuring he follows the proper procedures. He need not hold any formal title, merely serve as my attendant. The gathering at Dashing Tower will also serve as his induction banquet. Can this be arranged? Xia Chen smiled at Ping. Ping examined the youthful Xia Wen, who returned a Na'vi grin, reminiscent of a simpleton. He then looked back at Xia Chen and replied, with the director's endorsement, "There is no issue. I will prepare the necessary paperwork this afternoon." "No, before the banquet," Ping assured him confidently. This is the advantage of power. While ordinary individuals strive to gain entry into the lantern bearers, for Xia Chen, it was merely a matter of a single word. Xia Wen gazed at his brother with admiration, recognizing Xia Chen's impressive authority over the otherwise unruly lantern bearers. I aspire to wield such influence. I shall learn from my brother and ensure those who disobey are swiftly punished, Xia Wen thought, beaming with an endearing innocence. However, the other lantern bearers regarded him with a mix of confusion and intrigue. Though he appeared to be around 15 or 16, his youthful visage suggested otherwise. This is the son of Lord Xia Han, the Vice Minister of Rights. Chui Hu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Indeed, he is my uncle and Oppo's child. Alas, the family had a falling out. He desired to defend the nation, but his father vehemently opposed it, resulting in a heated argument that led him to run away. Xia Chen chuckled, aware that such a revelation could not be concealed, though certain truths must remain unspoken. The crowd and Oppo's expressions grew more bewildered, having overlooked the latter part of Xia Chen and Oppo's remark. He has broken through to the 8th rank? Chui, who could no longer suppress his curiosity. If memory serves, the records indicate that the eldest son of the Xia family is merely 11 years old. Another voice chimed in, astonished. An 11-year-old at the 8th rank? How is this possible? The regulations of the East Town Marquis state that one must reach the 8th rank to participate in the world. This is utterly preposterous. The once feared lantern bearers now appeared visibly shaken, their expressions a mix of incredulity. Even Shui, Hu, and the typically taciturn Lu Chun stared at Xia Wen in disbelief. Not much longer until I turned 12. Xia Wen stepped forward, grinning sheepishly, projecting an aura of innocence. Yet, This revelation struck the others like a thunderbolt. The bloodline of the East Town Marquis produced such prodigious talent. They realized that within their ranks, many in their 30s struggled to reach the 8th rank, highlighting the stark contrast in their abilities. I implore you all to join me at Dashing Tower today. Xia Chen beckoned, devoid of any official airs. Yet his presence commanded respect. The impression he had left on them was indelible. He appeared gentle, yet harbored a steely resolve and cunning that belied his outward demeanor. We shall certainly attend the banquet in honor of young Master Xia Wen. The lantern-bearers promptly bowed in agreement, their gazes toward the youthful Xia Wen now imbued with reverence. Report, Director. A person named Su Xingchen seeks an audience, claiming you summoned him, an attendant announced, prompting a smile from Xia Chen. With both literary and martial affairs in hand, the day promised to be auspicious. Chapter 77. Thoroughly aboard the pirate ship. Su Xingchen followed a lantern-bearer, whose haggard face was marked by bloodshot eyes, yet his gaze shimmered with a hint of exhilaration. He had spent the previous night in restless wakefulness, contemplating endlessly. Despite resigning himself to fate, sleep eluded him, and he grappled with countless thoughts. Ultimately, he sensed he had grasped something intangible. Why did Xia Chen harass him? Was it merely for his amusement? As the legitimate son of the Marquis and a prince consort, now holding the esteemed position of chief lantern-bearer, he stood in stark contrast to Su Xingchen, a mere student of the National Academy. To Xia Chen, extinguishing his life would be akin to squashing an ant. Such a person, could they truly be motivated solely by a sadistic whim? Su Xingchen found this improbable. There must be deeper reasons at play. As dawn approached, an epiphany surged through Su Xingchen, causing him to sit up abruptly, his body trembling with intensity. Xia Chen was aware of his rebellious inclinations. He sought to find a wise leader, yet instead of capturing him, he wanted him to serve as a scribe. Did Xia Chen wish to rebel, or was it the Xia family that harbored such intentions? Su Xingchen and Appo's mind cleared as he pieced together this startling analysis, which startled him out of his previous confusion. A man of exceptional intellect, he should have arrived at this conclusion sooner. Yet he had been misled by Xia Chen into a cognitive trap, only to realize it in a dazed state just before sleep. The brilliance in his eyes ignited with excitement, bewilderment, and a touch of apprehension. Xia Chen, as a prince consort, was currently favored by the emperor. Why would he contemplate rebellion? Was it truly the Xia family? Although they wielded significant power, all indications suggested their loyalty to the imperial court. Pondering this, Su Xingchen found himself perplexed. Even his sharp mind struggled to comprehend the situation. However, he had not considered exposing Xia Chen, for doing so could spell his doom. Whether from Xia Chen, the Xia family, or the imperial court, his life will be forfeit. The royal family would never sever ties with the Xia family. With these thoughts crystallizing, excitement gleamed in Su Xingchen's eyes. Only through destruction could one usher in prosperity. One must break to build anew. Was this not precisely what he had yearned for? Su Xingchen entered the lantern-bearer's office, surveying his surroundings. The outside world painted a grim picture of the lantern-bearer's office, likening it to a terrifying hell. Yet, upon his arrival, he found the comings and goings of individuals were far from sinister. Please step inside. The lantern-bearer led him into a small courtyard, gesturing for him to enter. My lord. Su Xingchen knocked on the door and, upon hearing a voice from within, pushed it open. Inside, he beheld an extraordinarily handsome youth seated at a desk, seemingly engaged in work, while a younger boy curiously scrutinized him. Did he not sleep well last night? Without lifting his head, Xia Chen appeared to perceive Su Xingchen's state with uncanny clarity. This only deepened Su Xingchen and Appo's sense of awe towards Xia Chen. I was a bit too excited last night, and couldn't sleep well, Su Xingchen replied candidly, cupping his hands in respect. Excited because you suspect me of treason? Xia Chen remained engrossed in the documents before him, his voice calm, yet resonating like a chilling echo in Su Xingchen's ears. How could he know such a thing? Did he possess the power of mind reading? Su Xingchen felt a cold sweat break out. He had once again danced perilously close to death's door. Henceforth, you shall stay by my side as a scribe, assisting me with documents and records. Furthermore, Your parents are aging. You've been away from home for many years. In our great Wu dynasty, filial piety is paramount. Bring your parents from Ping'an County to the capital. I have acquired a small courtyard next to my residence for you to reside in, Xia Chen stated, still not lifting his gaze. Meanwhile, the previously silent Xiaowen stepped forward. Here is the key. Xiaowen handed Su Xingchen a set of keys. Su Xingchen swallowed hard, realizing that accepting this key meant he was irrevocably aboard the pirate ship. Regardless of whether Xia Chen was a righteous leader, he had committed himself to this path. He understood he could not refuse. Otherwise, he would not merely be entering the lantern-bearer and Appo's office, but rather a prison, and his family would share the same fate. If fortune favored him, perhaps they could even reunite in the lantern-bearer's prison, living as a happy family. Thank you, my lord. Su Xingchen accepted the keys from Xia Wen, glancing at the amiable Xia Wen before bowing respectfully to Xia Chen. Noon. Descend. The entire second-floor hall had been reserved by Xia Chen. The Shenglu, renowned in the capital for its exquisite cuisine, was a favored venue for both nobility and affluent merchants celebrating joyous occasions. Who is this that has taken over the entire second floor? How audacious! Someone grumbled in the first-floor hall. Indeed, I usually dine in the second-floor private rooms. Why am I relegated to the first floor today? My cousin is an official in the Ministry of Revenue. I must see who dares act so dominantly in the capital. Another voice chimed in, echoing dissatisfaction. Zhang Linda, a middle-aged man in his 40s, hurriedly bowed to the disgruntled patrons. Esteemed guests, I am well aware of your loyalty to the Shenglu. However, the second floor is currently unavailable as it has been reserved by the lantern-bearer. Should you proceed upstairs and inadvertently disturb the noble patrons, it could lead to dire consequences. I merely wish to protect you. Upon hearing the mention of the lantern-bearer, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, it is the esteemed Lord Xia Chen who has reserved it. For today, please enjoy your meal in the first-floor hall or across the street at the Shenglu. But do refrain from disturbing the noble patrons upstairs. Zhang Linda, drenched in sweat, ultimately suggested the aggrieved guests dine at the competing establishment. The patrons glanced at the second floor, their ire dissipating. Even the young man who had boasted of his influential cousin fell silent. On the second floor of the Shenglu, Xia Chen addressed the gathered officials. Today marks the day my brother Xia Wen and my friend Su Xingchen commenced their service. I am grateful for your presence. He raised a cup of wine. Allow me to toast first. He poured a drink and, standing, delivered a brief yet heartfelt speech, expressing gratitude with an air of approachability. Su Xingchen observed the amicable demeanor of Xia Chen and the docile lantern-bearers around him, marveling at how effortlessly Xia Chen blended with the crowd, exuding a warmth that commanded respect without arrogance. Was this the essence of true leadership? Chapter 78. I declare that those who form cliques for personal gain shall indeed form cliques for personal gain. The atmosphere of the initiation banquet was harmonious, with Xia Chen naturally at the center of attention. The attendees were predominantly mid-level officials of considerable rank, and, as the event progressed, they mustered the courage to approach him for toasts. Xia Chen responded graciously to each, embodying humility and seamlessly integrating into the ranks of the common folk. This gradually alleviated the concerns of the crowd. Their apprehensions stemmed from the fact that their leader was exceedingly young. They feared that this youthful individual might rush to achieve results, employing clumsy and reckless methods, potentially leading to a brutal purge of the lower-ranking officials. Around Xia Wen and Su Xingchen, many gathered, all aware that these two were undoubtedly trusted confidants of Xia Chen, despite their positions as mere attendants or scribes. However, the steward of the Prime Minister and Appo's residence held a rank comparable to a 7th-grade official. Especially notable was Xia Wen, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Eastern Town. Although his branch held no title, his father was a minister of the 4th rank, a dignified official. Moreover, it was known that Xia Wen was an extraordinary talent. At merely 11 years of age, he had already attained the 8th rank, suggesting a future as a significant figure. Consequently, no one dared to overlook Xia Wen and Appo's youth. I can end Appo's tea drink anymore. You all go and drink with Brother Su. Xiao Wen, slightly inebriated yet retaining some clarity, pointed towards Xia. Previously, he had little opportunity to drink at the Marquis and Appo's residence, but today, buoyed by the crowd and Appo's encouragement, he indulged, leading to his current state of intoxication. Upon hearing Xiao Wen's words and noticing his gesture, Xia feigned drunkenness and laid his head on the table. The banquet was filled with merriment, as everyone drank to their hearts and Appo's content. Meanwhile, Xia Chen sat beside Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen. Today, my lord is quite generous. Zheng Ping's cheeks flushed red from the alcohol, yet he raised his cup towards Xia Chen in a toast. We are all brothers. What does generosity matter? Xia Chen smiled and clinked his cup with Zheng Ping and Appo's. However, I had reserved the entire second floor, yet it remains unfilled. Xia Chen sighed nonchalantly. Zheng, Bing, Kuyu, and Lu Chen all exhibited subtle changes in expression, each distinct. The Emperor has tasked me with joining the lantern holders, which comes with a particular mission, Xia Chen continued, speaking candidly, as if treating them as confidants. The three men and Appo's expressions shifted dramatically. Even the usually composed Lu Chen glanced over with curiosity. What is this mission? Cui Hu could not contain his inquiry. After being lectured by Xia Chen, he had become unusually obedient. The Emperor mentioned that over the years, the lantern holders have formed cliques, each faction banding together, and their subordinates have nearly become personal retainers. Xia Chen paused, casting a glance at the three, particularly at Lu Chen, whose expression had darkened. Thus, disbanding your subordinates that day was a means of saving you. I hold all three of you in high regard. You are all intelligent individuals and will surely comprehend my earnest intentions. Xia Chen patted Zheng Ping and Appo's shoulder and then that of Cui Hu. He turned to Lu Chen, whose face reflected the greatest distress, and spoke. The Emperor possesses a compassionate heart and an expansive mind. Although you're Lu Li and Appo's adopted son, you remain merely an adopted son. As long as you do not err during this sensitive period, these matters should not pose a significant issue. Lu Chen swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his brow. He finally grasped why the Emperor had appointed a youthful outsider to the lantern holders. The impulsiveness and eagerness to achieve results typical of youth could lead to harsh measures, making young individuals the most suitable instruments of power. Currently, this instrument was poised to strike against his adoptive father, Lu Li and Appo's faction. As Lu Chen, being Lu Li and Appo's adopted son, he would naturally belong to the list of those to be purged. However, during this sensitive period, you are no longer fit to serve as the head of the Pear Blossom Hall. Are you willing to step aside temporarily and serve as my attendant? Xia Chen inquired calmly. Lu Chen fell silent, recognizing that Xia Chen did not resort to extreme measures nor attributed any blame to him. He hadn't committed any error. Yet Xia Chen sought to reclaim all his authority through tranquil words, a far graver act than previously disbanding his subordinates. Nevertheless, Lu Chen understood he had no alternative and needed to express gratitude towards Xia Chen for preserving his life. Theoretically, he should have been the first target. To my lord, I am willing. From now on, I shall serve as your attendant, following you and repaying your grace of salvation. Lu Chen raised his cup, speaking earnestly. Regardless of the sincerity of his words, he knew he must express gratitude towards Xia Chen, for Xia Chen held his fate in his hands. They had all learned during Xia Chen's absence from the office that he had arrived bearing the Emperor's decree, representing the Emperor's will. This explained why they had been at odds with him that day. Yet today, they were as compliant as devoted followers. Thus, Xia Chen successfully reclaimed military authority with a toast. Old Zheng, Xia Chen turned to Zheng Ping, who jolted to attention. My lord, I am not part of Lu Li and Appo's faction. Please discern wisely. I, too, am willing to relinquish my position as head and serve as your attendant. Zheng Ping quickly distanced himself from any association, expressing loyalty, fearful that Xia Chen might misinterpret and label him as one of Lu Li's followers. The Emperor undoubtedly harbors intentions of bloodshed. Anyone affiliated with Lu Li will be ruthlessly purged. Haha, old Zheng, I am not a murderous tyrant. There is no need for such anxiety. I wish to inquire about Chun Song and Li Yu. It seems they are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Xia Chen shifted the conversation, casually eating a piece of beef while speaking. Zheng Ping relaxed, yet his gaze remained grave. I truly do not know such matters. I dare not speculate on the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, but if they meddle in the lantern holders, it constitutes a grave offense. We lantern holders pledge our loyalty to the Emperor, Zheng Ping stated with utmost seriousness. Haha, old Zheng, you are quite amusing. As a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division, I'm still unfamiliar with many of its rules. I would like to seek your counsel. Today, as I host a banquet for my colleagues in the Eagle Eye Division, all three of you have graciously attended, yet those two have not appeared, nor have they brought their subordinates. What might this signify? Xia Chen changed the subject again, seemingly asking casually. Cui Hu and Lu Chun and Appo's expressions turned exceedingly serious, recognizing that the crux of the matter had arrived. To disregard superiors and form factions is a grave crime. Zheng Ping stated with a stern gaze. What would be an appropriate punishment? Forming factions warrants death, confiscation of property, banishment for the male members of the family, and the females sent to the brothel. Zheng Ping replied without hesitation, his tone cold. This proclamation prompted Cui Hu and Lu Chun to exchange deep glances with Zheng Ping, questioning whether this was still the same amiable old Zheng they knew. Chapter 79. Seize all. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen laughed, taking another piece of beef before asking. But what if they truly are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince? What then? Cui Hu and Lu Chun understood that this question was not posed lightly. Lu Chun regarded Zheng Ping with contemplative eyes. The lantern holders are directly under the Emperor. Any interference from the Crown Prince and the Third Prince would be a significant taboo. I believe they would not place their people within the lantern holders. Zheng Ping replied with a smile, before continuing. However, Chun Song and Li Yu were exceedingly arrogant. They appear to be minions of Lu Li. Among us, the lantern bearers, we must not allow such schemers to remain. Zheng Ping spoke with a stern and decisive tone, his words imbued with an air of solemnity. Ha! Master Zheng is absolutely correct. How could the Crown Prince and the Third Prince possibly reach into our ranks? One is the Crown Prince, and the other is the Third Prince. They cannot conspire against us. What purpose would it serve to infiltrate our lantern bearers? Summer Chin laughed heartily, while Cui Hu and Lu Chun exchanged glances, both aware that Summer's words carried deeper implications. With Master Zheng's guidance, I feel reassured. Cui Hu, Lu Chun. Summer Chin turned to them. You both heard my conversation with Master Zheng. Assist him in apprehending Li Yu and Chun Song this afternoon. Furthermore, seize all those from their factions who did not attend the banquet and confine them in a lantern bearer's prison. Is that feasible? Summer inquired calmly, prompting Zheng Ping to respond hastily. Ah, my lord, let these young men handle it. I am an old bone now, and it has been over a decade since I led a team. It would be troublesome if something were to go awry. Zheng Ping protested. It is precisely because they are young that they may struggle to control the situation. You are a venerable figure in the Eagle Eye Department, with a reputation that resonates throughout the lantern bearers. You must take charge of this matter. Besides, with both of us shouldering the responsibility, what could possibly go wrong? Summer Chin smiled, denying Zheng Ping the opportunity to refuse. At that moment, Cui Hu discerned a certain nuance. His superior held a special regard for Zheng Ping. He recalled Zheng Ping's steadfast presence in the Eagle Eye Department for over 2 decades and suddenly gained insight. Thus, he remained silent, bowing his head to eat, fully supporting Summer's arrangement. This task indeed required Zheng Ping to lead the charge in capturing Li Yu and Chun Song. Summer Chin departed, accompanied by Xia Wen, Xia Chen, and the starry-eyed Xia Hao, along with Li Shi, leaving Dishing Tower. The wind had begun to stir. Cui Hu pushed open the paper window, standing by the second-floor ledge, gazing at the thriving capital city of Dao. He extended his hand, feeling the breeze caress his fingers, and slowly remarked, "Have we all dined well?" Lu Chun, still seated at the table, maintained a calm demeanor, but suddenly shouted, "We are well fed." Instantly, some rose to their feet, responding loudly. Lu Chun turned to Zheng Ping, saying earnestly, "Master Zheng, you instructed us to assist you. Please direct us on how to proceed. Just give the orders. We shall execute them." You are our senior, with experience at surpassing the salt we have consumed. We shall heed your counsel. Chui, who stood by the window, clasping his fists in agreement. Zhang Ping's lips twitched. These two young rascals were now overly polite to him. Previously, they had looked down upon him, considering him merely someone who relied on his seniority. Typically, they were headstrong, dismissive of others. Now, as they prepared to confront the crown prince and the third prince, they understood the stakes and had become like timid turtles. You two, hurry back to the yamen and gather all personnel. I will arrange support for you. This operation must be swift, avoiding any disturbances. Once you have apprehended them, disarm them and confine them in the lantern-bearer's prison, ensuring no outsiders approach. Zhang Ping instructed solemnly. Understood. Lu Chun and Shui, who replied in unison. The other lantern-bearers exchanged glances. Though uncertain of the next steps, they sensed a storm brewing. Yet, it seemed this tempest had little to do with them. Rather, they appeared to be transforming into the storm itself. Such was the outcome of aligning with a capable leader. Afternoon, the entire lantern-bearers and Oppo's organization buzzed with commotion. The Eagle Eye Department's two factions from the 100 households upward to the faction leaders had all been apprehended. Some attempted to resist, but were nearly slain on the spot. Several hundred households were seized publicly, stripped of their armor right before everyone's eyes. This caused a wave of unease within the lantern-bearers. Yet the incident remained confined to the Eagle Eye Department, offering some solace to the others. My goodness, the new director of the Eagle Eye Department is rather ruthless. Two factions, two leaders, over 1,500 households, and more than 10,000 households. All were directly taken down. This was indeed terrifying. That Master Summer, acting so decisively and capturing so many, is he not fearful of sparking a major upheaval? Youngsters are bold. They have yet to be tempered by society and Oppo's realities, and thus remain unafraid. It seems that Li Yu and Chun Song are likely doomed this time. Those remaining in the capital from other factions could not help but gasp in astonishment, intimidated by Summer Chun and Oppo's actions. However, what charges were being used? Capturing so many lantern-bearers without reason. Surely, even as a department head, this could not be in accordance with the rules. Some pondered what leverage Summer Chun possessed over these individuals to act so brazenly. I must emphasize, I heard it through the grapevine. Chun Song and Li Yu are suspected to be affiliates of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Is that true? What do the Crown Prince and the Third Prince desire? We are lantern-bearers. This is a tremendous taboo. Wait, if these two are indeed associated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, shouldn't it be a closely guarded secret? How has it now become common knowledge? Some were taken aback by the news, while others, possessing political acumen, questioned, I wonder where this information originated. Regardless, it is labeled as hearsay. We should merely indulge in the spectacle. The high-ranking officials are embroiled in conflict. We ought not to interfere. If Chun Song and Li Yu are truly linked to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, then Master Summer's audacity is understandable. It could very well be the Emperor's will. Someone pointed to the heavens, causing the crowd to instinctively retract their necks, unwilling to discuss further. Chapter 80. I am the one who has captured the Crown Prince and Oppo's man. In the third level of the prison, a voice filled with anger echoed. Let me out. Who dares to arrest me? Where is the warrant? I am a hall master. As Xia Chen stepped in, he was met with a barrage of curses. What is all this shouting about? Xia Wen approached and kicked the door of cell number 48. Inside was none other than Li Yu. Xia Chen, on what grounds do you detain us? What crime have we committed? Li Yu glared fiercely at Xia Chen, his eyes ablaze with fury. You abuse your power for personal gain, retaliating with malice. I shall report you to the commanding officer, even if you're the prince consort. The emperor will not spare you. Li Yu, believing he had intimidated Xia Chen into silence, grew bolder. Are you certain the emperor will not spare me? Xia Chen finally spoke, a smile gracing his lips. Li Yu's expression shifted as Xia Chen moved on, leaving Li Yu to simmer in silence. As Xia Chen passed cell number 23, Chun Song, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly brightened. Lord Xia! Lord Xia! Chun Song hurriedly stood, grasping the bars and calling out. I was wrong for not attending the banquet today. It was truly a matter at home. My elderly mother is ill, and I must care for her. Tears streamed down his face, his performance eliciting a sense of pity. Who do you think you and Appos? Refooling. Your mother is sick, and what about your subordinates? Is every one of their mothers ill as well? You must not all be referring to the same mother. Xiao Wen laughed, following Xia Chen. Chen Song's face stiffened. Yet he persisted, gritting his teeth as he implored, "My lord, may I have a word?" Xia Chen shot him a glance and took a few steps forward, curious about what he had to say. "My lord, I am in service to the crown prince. Previously, I was blind to my own folly and offended you. I have recognized my mistake. From now on, I shall follow your lead in the Eagle Eye division. You are the husband of Princess Yawan, and my prince maintains a close relationship with her. Once the crown prince ascends the throne, you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits. Perhaps the position of commanding officer of the Lantern Bearers will belong to you." Xia Chen regarded Chen Song with an odd expression. Chen Song believed his words had stunned Xia Chen, a confident smile spreading across his face. "Surprised, aren't you? I am indeed on the crown prince's side." Inwardly, Chen Song reveled in his cleverness, convinced that sharing this secret would secure his safety and perhaps even draw Xia Chen into the crown prince's camp. "My dear Chen, do you know why I've chosen to take you down? It is not because we disobeyed orders, nor did we intend to humiliate you by skipping the banquet." Chen Song answered instinctively. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen chuckled and shook his head, finding Chen Song's naivety endearing. Even now in prison, he remained oblivious to the reasons for his predicament. "Chen, lean in a little closer. I wish to speak with you." Xia Chen beckoned, smiling as if calling a dog. Chen Song eagerly pressed his head through the bars, straining to listen. Xia Chen leaned forward, his tone gentle yet calm. "I am the one who has captured the crown prince's man." With those words, Xia Chen playfully patted Chen Song's cheek. Chen Song's pupils dilated, his insides roiling with turmoil. Was Chen Song truly foolish, or was he play-acting? This was the Lantern Bearer, after all, and he believed they had orchestrated their actions flawlessly. To conspire with the crown prince while the emperor is still alive. What? Does the crown prince long to ascend the throne at once? To seize control of the Lantern Bearers in a palace coup? Xia Chen and Appos. S voice remained soft, while Chen Song and Appos, as cold sweat poured down. If he had not yet realized the gravity of his situation, he would be a true fool. Furthermore, now that you have been captured, do you think the crown prince will go to great lengths to rescue you? Or will he simply send someone to silence you, to spare himself the trouble? Xia Chen chuckled, and upon hearing this, Chen Song collapsed in despair within his cell. Xia Chen laughed heartily, embodying the essence of a villain. As he continued deeper into the prison, it was evident that his purpose was not to confront Chen Song or Li Yu. They were not worthy. He was here for 3 others of significant importance. "My lord, we have arrived. This is where Xiao Chen is held." A cell door creaked open, and blinding light flooded the darkened chamber, awakening a figure clad in prison garb, his face obscured by a tangled beard, his skin pale from years without sunlight. "Xiao Chen, come forth. My lord wishes to see you." Xiao Chen, feeling disoriented, recalled that he had been imprisoned for nearly 2 years. After a few initial beatings, he had been largely ignored. Why was someone seeking him today? "Greetings, my lord." 2 years of prison fare had instilled a sense of reverence in the once audacious youth. He bowed respectfully before the strikingly handsome figure before him. "Xiao Chen, 2 years ago, you, along with many scholars from the Guozijian, knelt and petitioned the emperor to pay more attention to state affairs, to rule with inaction, to hide wealth among the populace, and to foster recovery. You even spread alarming rumors, claiming that the Great Wu dynasty would face imminent peril if it did not cease its wars. Consequently, you were arrested by the Lantern Bearers. And that was over 2 years and 3 months ago." Xia Chen recited the charges while observing the kneeling youth. Xiao Qian's expression shifted, ultimately settling into one of calmness. Over the past 2 years, he had believed he was forgotten. Would he face execution today? Xiao Qian straightened his back, adjusting his tattered clothing. Despite his ragged attire, he exuded an air of dignity, unwavering and resolute, like a bamboo steadfastly rooted to the earth. "Do you regret your past statements?" Xia Chen inquired, gazing steadily at Xiao Qian. "If given another chance, I would still choose to petition. I do regret my rashness and ignorance. I thought that as a scholar of the Guozijian, I could freely express my thoughts and debate matters of state. If granted another opportunity, I would remain silent, diligently pursue my studies, and later confront the officials and the emperor, questioning their neglect of the common people. The world is not ruled by a single individual. It belongs to all its citizens. The common people can no longer endure if we do not foster recovery and continue waging war year after year. The great Wu will surely fall. Xia Chen spoke with unshakable calmness, yet his voice resonated with strength. 2 years in prison had taught him humility, yet he still believed he had done no wrong. The world is on the brink of collapse, and the great Wu faces ruin. Yet it is the common people who suffer. Xia Chen gazed at the youth brimming with righteous spirit for a long while before finally breaking into a smile. The suffering of the people leads to the downfall of the state, Xia Chen said slowly, and upon hearing this, Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. He repeated Xia Chen's words, his gaze growing brighter, his perception of Xia Chen shifting. Xia Chen, you are hereby released. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side as a scribe. With a heart prepared for the worst, Xia Chen stood frozen in place upon hearing those words, his gaze fixated on the retreating figure of Xia Chen. Had he been set free? Xia Chen, styled Shoujing, was a diligent scholar from a young age. At 17, he entered the Guozijian to pursue his studies. By the age of 23, along with his fellow students, he penned a memorial addressing the failings of state governance, articulating audacious sentiments such as the realm does not belong solely to the emperor, but to the multitude of the people. Consequently, he was apprehended by the authorities and imprisoned. At that time, the great founding emperor, serving as the chief of the lantern bearers, recognized Xia Chen's patriotism and concern for the populace, and thus he was released, ordered to study at the emperor's side. Chapter 81. Scholars, Merchants, and Delinquents. In the dim dungeon of the lantern bearers, a filthy youth, shackled and weary, leaned against the wall in slumber. Zhang Wenliao awakened. The commanding voice jolted Zhang Wenliao from his dreams, causing him to spring up. Is it night already? Have we dined? He mused, clutching his stomach, which growled in protest. Hunger had gnawed at him for far too long. Having been imprisoned in the lantern-bearer's dungeon for nearly 2 years, he had long ceased to harbor any hope of escape. As an ordinary ruffian, how would he ever dream of leaving this place? He had no lofty aspirations. Merely surviving the lantern-bearer's dungeon was a stroke of fortune, even if he clung to life. Each day lived was a victory. Come out. An ordinary lantern-bearer, adorned with a white badge, swung open the cell door and addressed Zhang Wenliao with an impassive expression. My lord, I have spoken all that I could. I was merely misled. I never intended to obstruct the lantern-bearers in their duties, nor did I mean to confront them. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wenliao glanced at the open doorway, his heart racing with trepidation. He had witnessed the lantern-bearer's methods upon his entrance. Thereafter, he had languished in the dungeon like a beaten dog, managing to survive for a few months only through sheer luck. Was it possible they intended to rid themselves of this lowly ruffian by granting him a false sense of freedom? Come out, someone wishes to see you. The lantern-bearer at the threshold raised his whip, ready to strike Zhang Wenliao, but hesitated, recalling the noble figures behind him. How curious that this common ruffian had caught the attention of Lord Xia. Urging Zhang Wenliao to exit hastily, he wondered at the youth and Appo's unexpected fortune. My lord, spare me. Zhang Wenliao trembled, and, as he stepped out of his cell, he beheld 3 figures awaiting him. Among them stood a strikingly handsome young man, beyond description. Zhang Wenliao swore he had never encountered such a visage in his 20-plus years of life. Was this a celestial being? Overwhelmed by this realization, he knelt, unable to rise. Xia Chen frowned, noting Zhang Wenliao and Appo's lack of composure. Is this truly the future star of the battlefield? He mused. Lift your head, Xia Chen commanded sternly. Zhang Wenliao obeyed, his heart racing in uncertainty about his impending fate. Zhang Wenliao, from this day forth, you shall serve as my bodyguard. Xia Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, while Xia Wen, who stood behind him, harbored doubts about his brother's choice to recruit a mere dungeon inmate. The earlier Xia Chen had been an esteemed scholar from the Guozijian, but this Zhang Wenliao seemed woefully inadequate for such a role. Xiao felt he could easily overpower this ruffian with a single hand. Observing from the shadows, Xia Chen, still clad in prison garb, scrutinized the kneeling Zhang Wenliao. Was he also among the fortunate chosen by the Lord? Zhang Wenliao stood dazed, gazing after the departing Xia Chen and his companions, bewildered and at a loss. Why are you still standing there? Did you not hear the Lord and Amp? Oppose. As command? Do you wish to remain here and endure prison fare? Surely, you do not mistake our dungeon for a retirement home. The lantern bearer, who had been watching in annoyance, roused the still-dazed Zhang Wenliao. Can I truly leave? He asked hesitantly, incredulous at the prospect of departing the notorious lantern-bearer's dungeon so easily. Although he was a ruffian, unacquainted with the world, he was clever enough to suspect a trap. Perhaps they intended to feign his release only to accuse him of escaping and execute him on the spot. As soon as he entertained this thought, he shook his head vigorously. No, the lantern-bearers had countless methods to dispose of him. He was no significant figure, so why would they bother with such intricacies? Lord, I have met your esteemed self. A man in his 30s, dressed in prison garb, yet impeccably clean, knelt before Xia Chen, his beard giving him an air of gravity. Having lost his vast fortune and spent 3 years in the lantern-bearer's dungeon, he maintained an admirable demeanor. You possess remarkable fortitude, even in such dire circumstances, Xia Chen remarked, observing the dignified spirit of Shen Shuyan, which the prison garb could not conceal. Zhang Wenliao swallowed hard in the background, feeling a deep sense of shame when compared to Shen Shuyan's composure. Reflecting on his previous behavior, he experienced an unprecedented wave of embarrassment. Thank you, my lord, for your kind words. Life inevitably leads to death. What is there to fear? Since I did not perish 3 years ago, it is evident that my fate is not yet sealed. After 3 years of waiting, I have finally encountered a worthy master, Shen Shuyan declared, bowing deeply once more, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground. You anticipated my arrival and knew I would come to rescue you? Xia Chen asked, astonished by this man's foresight. Though Shen Shuyan was unaware of the Lord's true identity or his intentions for the day, he speculated that after losing his wealth and suffering in prison, he had become inconsequential in the eyes of the powerful. A common man bears no guilt, but possessing treasures can be a burden. His wealth was the sole reason for his downfall, and his life was of no concern to those who coveted his fortune. It was precisely for this reason that he managed to survive. During his initial despair in prison, he contemplated ending his life, believing that years of effort had turned to dust in an instant. Yet, he resolved to gamble on the off chance that a significant figure might recognize his potential in commerce. Thus, he vowed to endure, living on even in confinement, whether it took 5, 10, or 20 years. As long as no one sought his life, he would strive to survive. The day arrived sooner than he expected. Merely 3 years had passed before he stood before the Lord. Throughout these years, he had come to understand a profound truth. In this world, possessing treasures without strength is an original sin. Kneeling with his forehead still pressed to the ground, Shen Shuyan spoke with unwavering sincerity. His tone tinged with melancholy, yet resilient like tenacious grass in spring, unyielding against adversity. Though I do not know your identity, my lord, you have rescued me from the lantern-bearer's dungeon. It is apparent that you are not fearful of that former powerful figure who seized my wealth. Therefore, I humbly beseech you to accept me. Shen Shuyan's voice was resolute, aware that this could be his only opportunity, and he must seize it. Please, my lord, take me as your servant. From this day forth, you shall be my master. I ask for nothing more than your protection and a chance to showcase my talents. Shen Shuyan, with a voice resonant and powerful, caused Zhang Wenliao to swallow hard once again. In comparison, his previous demeanor appeared increasingly inadequate. While Shen Shuyan boldly proclaimed his willingness to serve this extraordinary individual, Zhang Wenliao found himself paralyzed by fear, unable to express even a word of gratitude. A sense of unease began to creep into Zhang Wenliao's heart. It seemed he was falling short. Meanwhile, Xia Chen gazed earnestly at Shen Shuyan. He acknowledged that Xia Chen's act of saving him was a tremendous favor, yet he could not bring himself to utter the words that would allow Xia Chen to accept him as a servant. The integrity of a scholar forbade such expressions. He resolved to diligently serve this esteemed figure in the future, repaying the kindness in due course. Xiaoqian silently contemplated, his resolve fortifying within him. Sometimes, without comparison, one does not feel the sting of inadequacy. In light of Shen Shuyan's example, both Yu Xiaoqian and Zhang Wenliao deemed their previous performances insufficient. Shen Shuyan, born into a modest family, became an apprentice at a tavern at the age of 12. His keen intellect and quick wit garnered him the favor of his employer, who often kept him by his side. Eager and studious, within a year, he managed the tavern's affairs with remarkable efficiency. By the age of 14, he was promoted to manager, and within 2 years, the tavern's business flourished to 5 times its former success. At 16, Shan Shuyan decided to embark on his own venture, taking his savings to a neighboring city to establish a small restaurant that attracted a multitude of customers, yielding him his first fortune. By 18, he opened his first tavern, and as his enterprise expanded, he ventured into various trades, excelling in all. By 30, he had become the wealthiest man in Yinzhou, celebrated as a business genius. At 32, Shen Shuyan sought to expand his commercial empire to the capital, drawing the attention of the city's elite. However, at 33, he fell victim to a devastating confiscation, losing all his assets and enduring 3 years in prison. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Taizu recognized his talents and rescued Shen Shuyan from incarceration, ensuring his abilities would not be squandered. History of Xia, Volume 37, Biography of Shen Shuyan, Chapter 82. The Mighty Lord Xia. Xia Chen gazed at the kneeling Shen Shuyan and nodded. Rise, for I shall be your pillar of support henceforth. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuyan knelt once more in gratitude. Ding dong. Congratulations, player. You have gathered 5 distinguished individuals. The requirements for the Dynasty Struggle version have been met. Will you proceed with the update? Xia Chen heard a crisp chime, and the system panel materialized before his eyes. He discreetly withdrew his gaze after a brief glance, then turned to Shan Xian, Zhang Wenliao, Xiao Wen, and Yu Xiaoqian, along with Su Xingqian, who was busy organizing documents in the room. Exactly 5 individuals. His system version was already the Spirit Awakening version, and now it was set for an upgrade. He was indeed on the path to lead ahead. Let us go, Xia Chen said to Shen Shuyan with a smile. His spirits remarkably high. His purpose for entering the dungeon today was to seek these 3 individuals, but he had unexpectedly gained more. Successfully triggering the conditions for a system upgrade, it seemed that his system, which was originally considered version 3.0, would now ascend to version 4.0. Shen Shuyan followed silently, observing Xia Chen's beaming smile, clearly in high spirits. This young lord, appearing no older than a mere teenager, commanded immense respect from the lantern-bearers surrounding him. This dungeon, notorious as the 18 Layers of Hell, was a place where ordinary individuals often languished for months, either perishing within or dying of old age. Yet, this youthful lord could simply utter a phrase to secure their release, a power of unimaginable magnitude. Lord Xia, what brings you here in person? As they proceeded, Yu Xiaoqian and the others noticed lantern-bearers greeting Xia Chen, to which he responded with a calm nod. Their astonishment grew. They had been confined for 2 to 3 years, and now a figure of such youth had emerged in the capital. The world outside had undoubtedly transformed. Masterly, I shall take these 3 with me. Please inform me of any necessary procedures. I will handle them personally. In the hall of the dungeon's first basement, Xia Chen addressed a middle-aged man in his 30s. The dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the lantern-bearers and Oppos, 6th Division, the Confinement Division, and the 1st to 3rd basements were under Master Li's command. These 3 were not particularly significant prisoners. Director Xia could simply take them without any red tape. I will ensure that the release documents are delivered to your courtyard by this evening. Master Li, who had been leisurely sipping tea, sprang to his feet, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture towards Xia Chen. Thank you, Director Xia. I'll ensure all procedures are properly observed. We must maintain formality. I look forward to sharing a drink with you soon. Xia Chen nodded, offering a smile to Master Li, not indulging in excessive pleasantries before turning to leave. Behind him, Yu Xiaoqian and the others absorbed every word of the exchange. Despite their differing backgrounds, it was clear they were astute individuals. They were taken aback. Realizing Xia Chen and Appo's true identity, this seemingly young man was the director of the Lantern Bearers, though they remained uncertain about the specific division he governed. "I've been imprisoned for over 2 years, oblivious to the changes outside. This lord, who commands one of the 9 divisions at such a tender age, must possess remarkable connections and favor. Surely, he is destined for greatness within the court," Xia Chen mused. His 2-year imprisonment had transformed his mindset significantly. He had once been an idealistic youth, but now he understood that saving the nation required personal strength and the ability to wield power. This was the true path to national salvation. At this moment, Xia Chen was no longer merely a scholar, but had evolved into a pragmatic individual, achieving the rank of director at such a young age. This savior who had liberated him must possess an extraordinary lineage. He wondered which esteemed family could have garnered such trust from His Majesty. With the protection of this lord, my business shall surely flourish without hindrance, no longer attracting covetous eyes. Sun Xian's spirits soared as he silently contemplated. His 3-year wait had not been in vain. He had finally encountered a nobleman who valued his talent. During his time in prison, he had conceived a grand business blueprint, eager to showcase his worth upon release. His commercial acumen had elevated astonishingly compared to 3 years prior. Little did he expect that his incarceration in the Lantern Bearer's dungeon would yield such fortune. He had indeed latched onto a formidable ally. And perhaps he too could ascend to the ranks of those he once admired. Zhang Wenliao reveled in his thoughts, his aspirations still modest. According to their predetermined fate, they would have needed to wait another 2 to 3 years for selection by Yao Guang, marking a significant change in their destinies, especially for Zhang Wenliao. His moment of glory was still over a decade away. Yet now, their fates had taken an unexpected turn. "Boss, why the nervousness? He is the director of the Eagle Eye Division. We belong to the Confinement Division. Even if his rank surpasses ours, there is no need to be so apprehensive." After Xia Chen and his entourage exited the dungeon, a lantern bearer beside masterly remarked, observing his superior's deference. "What do you know? Did you not notice the influx of prisoners this afternoon? 2 of them were even in my rank, both directors, and they were apprehended." Masterly glanced at his subordinate, then surveyed the vicinity before whispering, "Do not let appearances fool you. This director Xia may seem young and affable, but beneath that demeanor lies a formidable presence. 2 directors, along with their subordinates, have been taken down. Over 50 lantern bearers like you were delivered here today." The subordinate, Wang Baihu, instinctively recoiled, a chill creeping up his spine. Doesn't this behavior risk inciting rebellion among the subordinates? Wouldn't that put everyone on edge? Indeed, they're dissenting voices. Many lantern bearers from other divisions felt uneasy upon hearing this and sought out the commanding officer to intervene. But guess what? Lord Ma Song dismissed them all and even punished a few who spoke out of turn. Wang Baihu's expression shifted again upon hearing this. Masterly continued, "Director Xia is unlike any other division head. The commanding officer's unwavering support for him speaks volumes. We are the Emperor's personal guards, while he is the Emperor's son-in-law. In time, the entire lantern bearers may bear the surname Xia. Thus, even if he does not currently oversee us, we must never offend him." Masterly patted Wang Baihu on the chest, and were it not for the fact that the lad was his trusted aide, he wouldn't have divulged so much. As Xia Chen entered his office courtyard, he found Su Xingchen engrossed in documents, pen in hand. Su adapted quickly and displayed remarkable intelligence. He could identify flaws in cases with just a cursory glance at the files. His speed of review left Chui, who momentarily dumbfounded. Where did Director Xia find such an extraordinary talent to effortlessly unravel cases with a mere glance at the paperwork? Could he be a detective? Chui, who was once again astonished. Chapter 83. A true man should learn to confront thousands of enemies. My lord. Chui, who, upon seeing Xia Chen enter, promptly bowed in greeting. Su Xingchen, hearing the commotion, also set down his writing and stood to pay his respects. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement just as Lu Chen entered. Noticing Xia Chen, he quickly reported, "My lord, the 2 hall masters suspected of forming factions for personal gain have all been apprehended. How shall we proceed next? Let us first conduct interrogations and gather evidence of their crimes. For those with serious offenses, execution is warranted. for those with lesser transgressions. We shall strip them of their positions as lantern-bearers. As for Chun Song and Li Yu, they are to be considered as followers of Lu Li. Having served as hall masters for years, their subordinates are likely to have some issues, but many of them do not deserve death. Investigate thoroughly and present the collected evidence to the commanding officer, Xia Chen calmly stated as he took a seat. His words, however, weighed heavily on the hearts of all present, particularly Su Xingqian and his companions, who gained a deeper understanding of Xia Chen's formidable power. In just a few sentences, the fates of 2 lantern-bearers, several hundred household leaders, and over 50 captains were sealed. Many of them might have minor infractions. Yet this was the consequence of aligning with the wrong side in the political arena. Understood. Lu Chun felt an icy chill in his heart. Had it not been for Xia Chen as protection, he could only imagine the fate awaiting him. Likely imprisonment alongside the lantern-bearers. Since Li Yu and Chun Song were not allies of Lu Li, yet he was undeniably Lu Li's adopted son, a target for elimination himself. It was solely due to the words of this young man that he had narrowly escaped calamity. Reflecting on this, Lu Chun felt a sense of relief. Carry on with your tasks. Xia Chen waved his hand, and Lu Chun and Chui, who exited his courtyard. How do you feel? Xia Chen inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Xingqian. Not too bad. These documents are not particularly complex cases, Su Xingqian modestly replied. With his remarkable intellect, these records posed no challenge for him, allowing him to unravel their intricacies and identify logical fallacies. Very well. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Xiaoqian, who also hails from the Imperial Academy. From now on, the 2 of you shall assist me in handling these documents. Xia Chen nodded, while Su Xingqian had already noticed the prisoners behind him, still clad in their prison garb. I have heard of Brother Shojin. 2 years ago, your boldness in expressing your thoughts greatly impressed me. Today, it seems fortune has smiled upon you, as you have been rescued by our Lord. Su Xingqian greeted with a smile. You know me? Yu Xiaoqian was taken aback, surprised to encounter a familiar face after 2 years in prison. I too am from the Imperial Academy. When you submitted your petition 2 years ago, I was studying there as well. Su Xingqian responded with a grin. Who would have thought that my first encounter post-release would be with a fellow classmate? Truly serendipitous. However, why? I seldom ventured out during my time at the Academy and preferred solitude. So, it is understandable that you have not heard of me. Yu Xiaoqian seemed to sense the direction of the conversation and smiled in response. Yu Xiaoqian glanced at Su Xingqian, who had clearly never heard of him. Yet the latter was well acquainted with him. This indicated that Su Xingqian was not entirely oblivious to the world outside, suggesting either a lack of talent on Yu Xiaoqian's part or an ambition that greatly surpassed the ordinary. Yu Xiaoqian leaned towards the latter, for otherwise, how could a young man like Xia Chen recruit him for document handling among all the students at the academy? As they conversed, Yu Xiaoqian became increasingly convinced of Su Xingqian's exceptional capabilities. No matter the topic, Su Xingqian engaged thoughtfully and expressed his own viewpoints. Likewise, Su Xingqian discovered that Yu Xiaoqian was indeed a man of genuine talent. Their discussion traversed from classical Confucian texts to national policies and ultimately to grand matters of the world. Both recognized that they were destined to be colleagues in the future, potentially for an extended period. They were both inherently proud individuals who wished for no fool among their peers to hinder their progress. By the end of their conversation, they had quietly elevated each other into oppos, as standing in their minds. Yu Xiaoqian, the once renowned figure at the Imperial Academy, had not allowed his 2 years of incarceration to diminish his intellect. Rather, it seemed to have bestowed upon him a profound clarity. He had undergone a significant transformation, proving that there are indeed talented individuals in the world, and one must never underestimate the brilliance of the gifted. Su Xingqian marveled inwardly and cast a furtive glance at Xia Chen, acknowledging the latter and oppos as discerning eye for talent. However, he pondered whether this prince, gathering so many capable individuals, might have ulterior motives for desiring power. Meanwhile, Xia Chen observed Zhang Wenliao before him. Can you read? I cannot. Zhang Wenliao shook his head. At 21, having previously been involved with gangs, he had never had the opportunity to learn. Xia Chen glanced at the 2 learned men from the Imperial Academy, engaged in spirited conversation. and ultimately decided it would be best for Xia Chen to take on this task. Shojing, Xia Chen called. My lord. Xia Chen hurried over. In addition to handling documents, I want you to dedicate 2 hours each day to teaching Zhang Wenliao to read and write. Strive to ensure he can recognize all commonly used characters within a month. Xia Chen looked at the unruly Zhang Wenliao with surprise. Teaching him to read seemed an excessive effort for such a character. Clearly, their lord held this ruffian in high regard. Understood. Though he had his reservations, Xia Chen nodded in agreement. My lord, wasn't I appointed to be your guard? I am a rough fellow. Reading and writing. Zhang Wenliao fidgeted, finding the prospect of learning quite daunting. You, a 9th-tier martial artist, are to be my guard? Are you here to protect me? Or am I to protect you? Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, amused. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenliao's face flushed crimson. Ha ha, my third brother is not wrong. I wonder what my third brother sees in you. With your skills, you couldn't even defeat me. Summer Wen interjected with a laugh, playfully patting Zhang Wenliao's shoulder. Zhang Wenliao felt as though half of his shoulder had gone numb. He was astounded. This seemingly young boy, whom he had initially assumed was a mere noble, had just delivered a blow that felt like a mountain had fallen upon him. Was this innate strength? Xiaowen, you have tasks as well. Xia Chen turned his attention to Summer Wen. Starting tomorrow, you will instruct Zhang Wenliao and his companions on the end amp, Oppos, Nanyang military strategy, and amp, Oppos, just as the elders of our clan taught you. Xia Chen gestured towards Xia Chen and Su Xingchen, both of whom were momentarily taken aback. This 11-year-old boy was to be their teacher? My third brother, while I have no issue explaining military strategy, I find it rather dull. I prefer practicing martial arts to conquer the world with my fists, Summer Wen proclaimed, enthusiastically waving his fists. Intelligent yet still immature, he favored the physical over the cerebral, believing in resolving issues with strength rather than words. A true man should learn to confront thousands of enemies. No matter how formidable your fists may be, can you face an army of thousands alone? Xia Chen's tone was serious as he addressed both Summer Wen and Zhang Wenliao. Within 30 years, while martial prowess is significant, military strategy is the true path. Should you master military strategy to the point of divine understanding, leading an army, even the Grand Master of the Celestial Master's court or the Abbot of the Dragon Tree Temple must avoid your brilliance. That is the essence of being a true adversary to thousands. Xia Wen and Zhang Wenliao were captivated by Xia Chen's words, while Xia Chen and Su Xingchen initially indifferent, now wore solemn expressions. They were uncertain of the truth in Xia Chen and Amp, Oppos, as assertions, but they were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the old celestial master and Long Shu. Su Xingchen also discerned a subtle point. Xia Chen had mentioned that within 30 years, martial prowess would not surpass military strategy. What could this mean? Why specify a time frame? Could it be that this situation would reverse after 30 years? Zhang Wenliao, a man of common origins, had once found himself imprisoned due to a significant transgression. Fortunately, he encountered the founding emperor, who aided his release and imparted knowledge on literacy and military strategy, generously sharing the Xia family and Oppos' military doctrines. The emperor advised him that a true man should master the art of facing multitudes, cautioning against mere displays of brute strength. Grateful for the emperor's patronage, Wenliao dedicated himself to study, persevering in his scholarly pursuits until he achieved success. In the room, the mention of military strategy left a profound silence. Everyone was astonished by Xia Chen's declaration. Was military strategy truly that powerful? Even Xia Wen, despite his youth and limited interest in military affairs, was taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Marquis' household, he had been educated in military strategy since childhood, surpassing many in theoretical knowledge. It was widely acknowledged that military strategy, vast and profound, stood unrivaled by martial arts, Confucianism, sorcery, or other disciplines in direct confrontation. A great strategist could unite an army, forging a collective spirit, known as the military soul. Once unleashed, it could repel evil and intimidate even formidable foes, potentially leading to their demise in an instant. Xia Chen conveyed this secret to his companions earnestly. Are you suggesting we rely on military formations? Xiao Wen's eyes lit up, though confusion lingered. The Marquis's household possessed numerous formations, and he had learned some of them, which indeed enhanced the army's capabilities. However, he had never heard of the concept of a military soul. Xia Chen encouraged him to diligently study military strategy and build a solid foundation, assuring him that he would understand in due time. Xia Chen then turned his gaze toward the quietly observant Shen Xuyen. Do you comprehend the task I am assigning you? Shen Xuyen, the eldest and most astute in the room, responded earnestly, acknowledging his expertise in commerce and his eagerness to serve. In this era, merchants were often looked down upon, especially among scholars and the elite present. Thus, he seized every opportunity to showcase his intellect and value. Excellent, Xia Chen replied with a smile. I have an additional 1,000 taels. Tomorrow, I will instruct someone to procure 5,000 taels from the local underworld. Can you assure me that you will construct a treasure-concealing vessel? With your protection, I can withstand the pressure from the powerful in the capital. Grant me the freedom to operate, and within 3 months, I shall present you with results. Shen Xuyen declared resolutely. Pursue your endeavors without hesitation. I shall handle the rest. Xia Chen responded cheerfully, his spirits high. With Shen Xuyen, he now had 6 capable individuals at his disposal. And although their loyalty was not yet secured, they were already within his grasp. As he rose and ventured into the inner courtyard, he recalled the system's mention of an upgrade. After examining the panel, he resolved to proceed without delay. System, commence the upgrade. The system's message appeared. Dynasty Conquest version upgrade in progress. Time required. 1 day. Later that evening, as Xia Chen exited the office, the sun had set, and night was gradually enveloping the earth. Riding through the streets, they approached their home. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared in their path. Xia Chen instinctively positioned himself in front of Xia Chen, hand hovering near his blade, while Xiao Wen, filled with excitement, stepped forward, fists raised. Zhang Wenliao, realizing his role as a protector, also moved to the forefront, though apprehension gripped him, aware that the figure was likely a formidable opponent. Do not be alarmed. My intentions are harmless. My master wishes to speak with you. May we discuss this off the horse? The black-clad individual spoke softly. Xia Chen studied the man thoughtfully before dismounting. You should not, Xia Chen cautioned, sensing danger. It's quite all right. I detect no malice. If there were hostility, it would have been concealed well enough to evade my notice, suggesting a martial prowess of at least the 4th rank. Such an expert would be of little concern. Even on horseback, Xia Chen replied with a calm demeanor, prompting a deeper glance from the black figure. Xia Chen's confidence stemmed from having recently advanced to the 6th rank, while many still perceived him as merely an 8th-grade adept, unaware of his rapid progression. He felt capable of contending even with 5th-rank foes. As he approached the black-clad individual, the latter scanned the surroundings before speaking quietly to Xia Chen. My lord, I come to you with no ill intent, but merely to convey greetings on behalf of my master. The figure in black smiled and nodded at Xia Chen. Is your master residing in that direction or the other? Xia Chen inquired playfully, gesturing towards the east and northeast. Indeed, Master Xia is astute. My master resides in that direction. The figure in black pointed towards the east, somewhat astonished that Xia Chen had already deduced his master's identity without any hint. May I inquire what your master seeks from me today? Is it a plea for leniency? My master would not wish to put you in a difficult position, and is aware that your actions today were not of your own volition. The events of today shall not be held against you. Initially, my master merely played a casual move, but it has inadvertently posed some risks. Now that this casual move has been uncovered, it serves no purpose. However, its implications are significant and should not be delved into too deeply, for the sake of all parties involved. Thus, my master kindly requests your assistance in removing this troublesome move, if you would be so gracious. The figure in black gestured towards his neck, mimicking a slicing motion with his right hand. Xia Chen regarded the figure with a penetrating gaze and then glanced towards the eastern direction, where the Eastern Palace was located. Although he had anticipated this development and had even mentioned it to Chen Song, he was surprised by the Eastern Palace's eagerness to silence him, especially by seeking his help. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The Crown Prince was evidently a clever individual. aware that Xia Chen was merely a tool, an instrument through which the emperor intended to sever their ties with the lantern-bearer. Thus, they dared to approach him boldly, soliciting his assistance in silencing the matter. My lord shares a close relationship with my master. We are akin to family. In the future, my master shall invite you for a drink. Drinking is unnecessary. Although we are closely acquainted, you must understand that my current position is rather sensitive, which complicates matters. Nevertheless, the issue you mentioned is manageable. However, allowing them to perish in prison seems rather crude. The apprehension was mine, and I shall oversee the case. Rest assured, your master will not be implicated. You may report back as such. Xia Chen replied with a smile, having discerned the emperor's stance. The emperor wished to eliminate the crown prince and the third prince and Appo's influence without causing a significant uproar. After all, if the court learned that the crown prince and the third prince had meddled with the lantern-bearer, it would surely lead to turmoil. The emperor aimed merely for the two princes to vie against each other, considering their conflict an internal royal matter. If the court were to discover it, they might mistakenly believe both had treasonous intentions, which would be quite embarrassing for the emperor and a scandal for the royal family. Confident in his ability to control the situation, the emperor felt assured that even with the prince's entanglement with the lantern-bearer, merely severing their connections would suffice, just a small lesson to be imparted. Thus, Xia Chen decided to flow with the current and grant the crown prince a favor. At present, the crown prince evidently remained unaware of the emperor's intentions, fearing that others might exploit the situation to attack the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, the figure in black brightened, having expected to engage in lengthy discussions or even coercion to achieve this task. Yet Xia Chen agreed so swiftly. Then I shall trouble you. Master Xia, rest assured, my master shall repay you for your efforts today. The figure in black clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to leave. The recent figure in black was indeed from the Eastern Palace, seeking to have Chen Song silenced. Mounted on his horse, Xia Chen spoke slowly, not concealing his thoughts from the others. Everyone was taken aback, quick to deduce the ruthlessness of the Eastern Palace towards its own. While cruel, it demonstrated a certain audacity, yet it bore the mark of a masterless ruler. Su Xingchen spoke solemnly, and the others were startled by his bold assessment of the Eastern Palace, especially given that it involved the crown prince. Yu Shaoqian cast a deep glance at Su Xingchen, recognizing his boldness. Xia Chen's expression remained unchanged, refraining from responding to Su Xingchen, fully aware of the importance of prudence in speech and action. Su Xingchen looked at Xia Chen, somewhat disappointed. His earlier boldness was a test of Xia Chen's loyalties, suspecting disloyalty, yet unable to discern it clearly. Wait and see. Perhaps there will be a second visitor tonight. Xia Chen remarked with a smile from atop his horse. Are you implying that the third prince will also send someone to eliminate witnesses? Yu Shaoqian interjected. Having learned about Xia Chen and Appo's esteemed background as a member of the renowned East Town Marquis and Appo's household and the husband of Princess Yao Wang, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the third prince would not be less ambitious than the crown prince, who was known for his benevolence. Xia Chen laughed heartily, cracking the whip and quickening his horse's pace. That evening, another visitor indeed arrived, not disclosing their identity, but immediately asking Xia Chen to eliminate Li Yu, ensuring his death in prison went unnoticed. Xia Chen nodded with a smile, granting the third prince a favor as well. My lord truly possesses remarkable foresight. In the courtyard, as Xia Chen and his companions enjoyed tea and conversation, Yu Shaoqian remarked cheerfully, such is human nature. Xia Chen shook his head, not allowing himself to become complacent. Observing his companions, he noted, this courtyard feels a bit cramped. Once our commercial endeavors expand, we should purchase the surrounding houses and renovate them, so each of you may have your own quarters. That shall require some effort on Mr. Shun's part, but we do not find it crowded here. It is 1,000 times better than our previous prison. Yu Shaoqian laughed, bowing slightly to Shun Shuyan. Shun Shuyan hastily returned the gesture. Mr. Yu, I am merely a humble merchant, undeserving of such titles. Mr. Shun, there is no need for modesty. What is a merchant? A nation requires merchants. Without them, there is no prosperity. My lord values you greatly. In the future, You shall oversee commerce, essentially managing logistics. Our sustenance shall depend on you, Mr. Shun. Do not underestimate your worth. Su Xingchen said with a smile, raising a cup of tea in salute to Shun Xuan. In the past, despite vast wealth, he had often faced disdain from scholars. Yet now, these two distinguished individuals from the Imperial Academy treated him with such respect, leaving Shun Xuan deeply moved. Xia Chen observed this scene with a smile, understanding that fostering relationships was the purpose of bringing them all under one roof. Bonds were nurtured through shared experiences and living together, naturally fostering camaraderie among colleagues. The following day, Xia Chen brought his companions to the court. The entire morning was spent in busyness, not due to paperwork, as that was now efficiently managed by the talented Su Xingchen and Yu Wenxian, allowing Xia Chen to focus on other matters. He was primarily engaged in sorting through lists, as the two main halls had been thoroughly apprehended, necessitating a complete reconstruction of these establishments. Thus, he sought to promote talent and elevate his trusted confidants. Every organization must have its loyalists. One needs allies to wield power effectively. Without those who are loyal and obedient, even the highest-ranking official holds merely a hollow title. Power must flow from the top down. The age-old conundrum of forming cliques for personal gain remains an enduring challenge throughout history. Regardless of the heights to which civilization ascends, as long as humanity exists, the formation of factions will persist in various forms, with organizational structures perpetually enduring. Xia Chen lamented that Lu Li, the chief commander of the Lantern Bearers, fell from grace due to such intrigues. Now, he finds himself in a similar predicament, though he cannot yet be deemed guilty of factionalism. Fundamentally, there is little distinction, as both involve placing one Napo's own people in pivotal positions. However, necessity dictates that to accomplish his goals and secure his position, he must surround himself with allies. Xia Chen meticulously sifted through the candidate list, placing immense importance on this task. He would not delegate this responsibility to others. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian could assist him in reviewing documents, yet the authority to appoint personnel must remain firmly in his grasp. This is the cornerstone of leadership. After laboring until afternoon, he finally compiled a personnel roster. At that moment, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. The system in AMP, Oppo's S Dynasty Conquest version upgrade was successful, and new features have been added. Chapter 86, New Features of the System Update. In his room, Xia Chen felt invigorated. New functionalities have been introduced. He activated the new feature introduction. The system panel revealed. New feature 1, Detection. Detection. In the realm of extraordinary individuals, there exist varying tiers. The system categorizes them into 4 levels: second-rate prodigy, first-rate prodigy, top-tier prodigy, and peerless prodigy, to provide players with a more intuitive understanding of these talents. The system employs data to present various abilities in numerical form. Second-rate prodigy, 80 to 89, first-rate prodigy, 90 to 94, top-tier prodigy, 95 to 99, peerless prodigy, above 100. Players can utilize the detection feature to assess the abilities of these talents, facilitating the selection of exceptional individuals. New feature 2, System Mall. System Mall, the era of dynasty conquest has arrived, with prodigies emerging one after another. To ensure players do not fall behind in this grand epic and can swiftly accumulate power, the System Mall has been opened. The mall features 5 items, with new products refreshing at the cost of 100 conquest fragments, allowing players to redeem items according to their needs and available fragments. Note, capturing prodigies will yield conquest fragments. New feature 3, Lottery. Lottery. By using 50 conquest fragments, players can participate in a random draw, possibly winning items not available in the System Mall, though there is also the risk of wasting those fragments. Luck is the deciding factor. New feature 4, System Space. System Space. The capacity has expanded to 1,000 cubic meters, allowing players to store all items, including living beings. Note, further unlocking of system space requires conquest fragments. Additionally, living beings must lack consciousness to be successfully stored. Xia Chen read through all the introductions in one breath, exhaling deeply. He was taken aback by the addition of 4 new, highly practical features. He eagerly opened the system mall, intrigued by the available items. System mall, Item 1. Inferior small, rejuvenation pill, 10 pieces. Effect. Each pill can sustain 3 months of genuine energy cultivation, effective across all major systems. Purchase price, 30 conquest fragments. Item 2. Body refinement pill, 10 pieces. Effect. Increases the effectiveness of martial artist physical training by 70. Purchase price, 20 conquest fragments. Item 3. Marrow cleansing pill, 1 piece. Effect. Purifies essence and enhances innate talent. Purchase price, 100 conquest fragments. Item 4. Young purple gold dragon horse. Description. Possesses true dragon bloodline. An exclusive mount for emperors. Cannot be tamed by those lacking great fortune. Strength. 4th tier. Purchase price, 300 conquest fragments. Item 5. Jade wine, 10 pounds. Description. Spiritual wine that nourishes the body and accelerates cultivation, temporarily enhancing comprehension. Rich and exquisite, among the finest wines in the world. Purchase price, 50 conquest fragments. Xia Chen meticulously examined all 5 items. System. How many conquest fragments do I currently possess? He was elated by the prospects these items presented, yet concerned about the quantity of conquest fragments he had. Player. Xia Chen. Conquest fragments, 1050. Note. Conquest fragments can be obtained by capturing prodigies and through system evaluations of player strength. Second-rate prodigy yields 50 fragments. First-rate prodigy rewards 100 fragments. Top-tier prodigy rewards 150 fragments. Peerless prodigy rewards 200 fragments. Seeing his fragment count exceed 1,000, Xia Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With the system and Oppo's updates, he feared he might not be able to acquire enough fragments, which would have been disheartening. After pondering for a moment, he recalled his previous experience with the small rejuvenation pill, which had proven effective. The other 4 items, aside from the purple gold dragon horse, also appeared immensely beneficial, enhancing both his abilities and those of his subordinates. However, he did not rush to exchange his fragments. Instead, he rose and exited the room to join the gathering in the hall, where Su Xingchen, Yu Shaoqian, Zhang Wenyuan, and Xiao Wen were present. Assess Su Xingchen. Without hesitation, Xia Chen initiated the detection. Su Xingchen, half-step peerless prodigy, leadership, 31, 86, intelligence, 99 100, politics, 92, 96, potential, 4.5 stars. Realm, Confucianism and Taoism, 7th tier. Upon reviewing the data on the system panel and observing Su Xingchen rapidly perusing documents, Xia Chen nodded in admiration. It was no wonder he had chosen him. Even as the least proficient leader, he had the potential to reach the realm of a second-rate prodigy. How was the designation of half-step peerless prodigy determined? Xia Chen pondered if Su Xingchen and Oppo's intelligence fluctuated between 99 and 100, thus earning him this classification. Half-step peerless prodigy possesses greater potential than a top-tier prodigy. Under the right circumstances, there is a chance to achieve peerless prodigy status, and with significant opportunities, one might even transcend the shackles of fate and attain a leap in the essence of life. A line of small text gradually appeared on the system panel, prompting Xia Chen to reflect deeply. Assess Yu Shaoqian. Xia Chen's gaze shifted to Yu Shaoqian. While he was already aware of their capabilities, seeing their attributes displayed numerically was far more illuminating. Yu Shaoqian, first-rate prodigy, leadership, 36, 88, intelligence, 93, politics, 90, 94, potential, 3.5 stars. Fate trait, Jade Shattered. In times of great crisis or critical decision-making, all 3 attributes increase by 5, realm, Confucianism and Taoism, 7th tier. Xia Chen's attention lingered on Yu Shaoqian's fate trait. Despite being a first-rate prodigy, he possessed a unique trait that could significantly enhance his attributes in dire situations. If activated, his leadership could reach 93, intelligence could peak at 98, and politics could climb to 99. This level would rival even the finest top-tier prodigies. This trait was somewhat formidable, and Xia Chen was pleasantly surprised by the revelation. Possessing such a skill, Would it not be particularly suitable for propping up a crumbling edifice and turning the tide of adversity? Chapter 87. A Peerless Talent. Testing Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen shifted his gaze from Xiaoqian to Zhang Wenliao, who sat nearby, frowning yet focused on recognizing characters. Zhang Wenliao. Half-step peerless talent. Command. 52-95. Intelligence. 82-90. Politics. 63-85. Fate characteristic. Extermination of the unusual. Against alien races. All attributes 3. Potential. 3.5 stars. Realm. 9th rank of martial arts. Xia Chen glanced at Zhang Wenliao's attributes and nodded in approval, particularly noting that his command could potentially reach 95 in the future, placing him within the realm of a top-tier talent. Moreover, his fate characteristic explained why he was deemed a half-step peerless talent. Zhang Wenliao possessed remarkable potential, especially when confronting alien races. If he were dispatched to the eastern wilderness battlefield or the southern border, and if memory served him right. There were also alien races to the north of Dafeng. Xia Chen murmured to himself, then proceeded to assess Xia Wen, who was practicing his punches in the courtyard. Xia Wen, peerless talent, command, 82-103, intelligence, 85-95, politics, 42-87, fate characteristic, breaking the army. When leading a large force into battle, all attributes 3, potential, 5 stars. Martial arts realm, 8th rank of martial arts. Upon witnessing Xia Wen's impressive attributes, Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder he was labeled a peerless talent, capable of overshadowing an entire era with a commanding value peaking at 103. In any previous era, he would have shown as an unmatched figure. Despite his remarkable aptitude, he was still outshone by his younger brother, Xia Hao, who was rightly celebrated as one who surpassed their distant ancestors. In that moment, Xia Chen contemplated deeply, marveling at Xia Wen's exceptional qualities as evidenced by the system's assessment. Yet, in the grand scheme of the forthcoming era, his performance fell short compared to that of Xia Hao, leading Xia Chen to ponder the extraordinary potential of his younger brother. The fortune of the Xia family, built over 600 years, was ready to unleash its full power in this age. Having already birthed talents like Xia Wen and Xia Hao, it was evident that these two could not entirely eclipse the brilliance of other Xia family members. A constellation of stars. As these thoughts filled Xia Chen's mind, a surge of ambition welled within him. My lord. At that moment, 2 figures entered the courtyard, Lu Chun and Shun Xuyan. How did the task fare? Xia Chen inquired, directing his gaze toward them. Lu Chun clasped his fists and replied, I have eradicated the Wolf Fong Society in the capital. I conducted preliminary investigations. This society was involved in the trafficking of women and children, with numerous lives lost at their hands. This can be considered a benevolent deed. The total value of the Wolf Fong Society's assets is estimated to be slightly over 10,000. I took 5,000 and have already handed it over to Mr. Shun. The remaining 6,000 to 7,000 have been reported to the authorities. Rest assured, my lord, I executed this matter with great care and will not bring you trouble. Lu Chun spoke earnestly, as this was the first task Xia Chen had entrusted him with, particularly one of such a clandestine nature. It eased his mind significantly, for such undertakings were typically reserved for trusted confidants, indicating that Xia Chen likely had no intention of eliminating him. Well done, Xia Chen praised, then turned his attention to Shun Xuyan, who promptly reported, Today, I surveyed the capital and selected a location. I have resolved to open a tavern. The tavern business is highly profitable, and I possess considerable experience in this domain. I am confident I can recoup my investment within 2 months. Furthermore, taverns attract many patrons, serving as social venues. Given your position in the court, my lord, though you are a lantern bearer and lack ears and eyes, it is still essential to listen to the voices and movements from the grassroots. As Shun Xuyan spoke, he cautiously glanced at Xia Chen. After much contemplation, he concluded that to demonstrate his value, he must not rely solely on business acumen, but strive to be a multifaceted talent. Xia Chen maintained a neutral expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Since you have selected a location and have a plan, with funds at your disposal, proceed with your endeavors. Yes, my lord. Shun Shuyin responded with excitement, while Lu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed that everyone around this lord was exceptionally talented. The likes of Su Xingchen and Xia Wen were already noteworthy. Even Shun Shuyin, whom he had previously underestimated, exhibited such remarkable foresight. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, who had previously held an air of self-importance, felt a pressing urgency within him. He realized he must showcase his own worth. Otherwise, how could he expect to gain favor? While Xia Chen listened to their reports, he began to assess their attributes. Lu Chun, first-class talent, command, 81-89, intelligence, 90-94, politics, 66-87, espionage, 94, potential, 3 stars. Realm, 7th rank of martial arts. Shun Shuin, top-tier talent, command, 76, intelligence, 96, politics, 68-82, business, 99, potential, 4 stars, realm, not ranked. Xia Chen noted that the two now possessed a 4th dimension of attributes, indicating their status as exceptional talents. Among them, Shan Shuin and Amp. Oppo's business acumen was particularly striking, reaching a remarkable 99, even among top-tier talents, making him stand out. Xia Chen also took a moment to assess Xia Qian, only to be astonished that Xia Qian had reached the level of a second-class talent, with a command value of 86 and politics at 82, further underscoring the Xia family's remarkable fortune. In the week that followed, Xia Chen remained at the Lantern Bearer's office, adhering to a strict schedule. While his days were orderly and tranquil, the internal dynamics of the Lantern Bearers were fraught with tension. Chen Song and Li Yu were sentenced to death for forming cliques for personal gain, alongside 5 captains and over 2,000 leaders, instilling fear in many. This marked the first time in over a decade that so many individuals faced capital punishment within the Lantern Bearers. Such was the nature of power struggles, often more perilous than the battlefield. Though blades remained unseen, at any moment, lives could be severed. Simultaneously, Xia Chen actively promoted individuals within the Eagle Eye Division, utilizing the directive from Commander Ma Song to transfer personnel from the other 8 divisions into his own. The factions previously led by Chun Song and Li Yu were restructured under his authority, as were the factions of Zheng Ping and his associates, effectively dismantling the existing power structure and rearranging it to his advantage. With this, he had fully seized control of the Eagle Eye Division. Time flowed steadily, and soon was the end of May. Xia Chen had been with the Lantern Bearers for nearly a month. Throughout this time, both Xia Chen and Su Xingchen underwent significant transformations. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian had completely adapted to the operations of the Lantern Bearers. With one handling case files and the other managing documentation, their collaboration seamless. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanliao had familiarized himself with all the foundational characters over the month. After learning to read, his demeanor transformed significantly as the roughness in his character gradually faded, giving way to a newfound composure. After a month, Shun Shuiyan's tavern was fully renovated and became operational. Xia Chen decisively scheduled the grand opening for 3 days hence. Today, the wind was particularly boisterous. Xia Chen sat in the courtyard, observing the wildflowers swaying in the breeze, and murmured to himself, "Sir, an order has been issued from above, commanding us to rally the people and Oppo's spirits and ensure that the citizens of the capital and its surrounding areas are fervently supportive." Lu Chen stood behind Xia Chen, cupping his fists and bowing deeply, his expression grave. The court may have decided. We are on the brink of war. Chapter 88. War is the continuation of politics. In the courtyard, Xia Chen remained expressionless upon hearing Lu Chen's words. He slowly replied, "Let this matter be entrusted to Li Su and Zhang Zhen. They have just arrived and are in need of some responsibilities." Without turning back, Xia Chen noted how his authority had grown over the past month, to the point that merely speaking commanded respect. Li Su and Zhang Zhen were his newly appointed leaders. "Yes, sir." Lu Chen nodded and turned to leave. "We are on the verge of war. What are your thoughts?" Xia Chen and Oppo's voice echoed through the courtyard. Reaching the room within, Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian both looked up, their expressions growing serious. "Are we truly going to battle?" Xiao Wen exclaimed, bursting out of the room with a hint of excitement. His destiny marked him as one born for the battlefield. Despite his youth, his potential was already beginning to manifest. Zhang Wenliao, who had been honing his physique in the courtyard, also set down the heavy stone he had been lifting. The court had resolved to mobilize troops, and the cabinet had unanimously agreed. An official order should be forthcoming within a few days. Xia Chen observed the group that had gathered and explained the situation in detail. What do you believe are our chances in the Northwest battle? He directed his gaze towards Su Xingchen and Yu Xiaoqian, both of whom possessed not only intelligence, but also a natural aptitude for military affairs, particularly Yu Xiaoqian, who was both scholarly and martial, with a commanding score exceeding 90. Who will be the commander-in-chief? Su Xingchen inquired, turning his gaze to Xia Chen. Though a war is influenced by many factors, it is undeniable that the commander plays an immensely significant role. It should be Grand General Ouyang Jing. Xia Chen replied calmly. The night before, he had discreetly sent Xia Chen back to gather information, and knowing that the emperor had not summoned his uncle to the palace in recent days, he had deduced the outcome. Although the Grand General had not engaged in battle for many years, he was a seasoned strategist, and from his actions over a decade or two ago, it was evident that he commanded his troops with steadiness and caution, favoring conventional tactics over audacious maneuvers, preferring a gradual erosion of the enemy on the battlefield. With the Grand General leading, and our nation's military strength flourishing in recent years, there should be little cause for concern on the front lines, the only worry being. Su Xingchen sighed at this point. The primary concern is whether our great Wu nation can sustain the burden of this war. Should the Grand General not falter on the battlefield, we must ensure that our supply lines and provisions do not falter. Otherwise, tens of thousands of soldiers could find themselves in peril. Yu Xiaoqian added, his expression grave. This war cannot be prolonged. Otherwise, the economy of our great Wu may collapse under the strain, and the national treasury could be depleted. Su Xingchen asserted earnestly. In truth, the Wu dynasty is currently quite confident in its military capabilities. They possess the capital for such confidence. Yet even so, the decision to deploy troops has been under deliberation for nearly 2 months before reaching a conclusion. The reason being, the treasury is running low. For decades, we have found ourselves embroiled in major conflicts every decade or so. While these battles have restored the dignity and confidence of our Wu dynasty, they have also drained the treasury. Were it not for the steadfast support of Minister Lin and Elder Yang, our dynasty might have encountered serious problems long ago. Thus, this battle must be swift, like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, rapid and fierce, even to the point of determining the fate of the realm in one decisive clash. It must not drag on like the Eastern Wilderness campaign. Xia Wen exclaimed, his eyes bright, as he passionately raised his fists. He possessed a keen instinct for the battlefield, directly identifying the crux of the matter. Yet, the Grand General favors a cautious approach, proceeding step by step, methodically encircling the enemy, and only launching a full-scale assault when victory is assured. This could lead to a stalemate that drags on for a considerable time. How perplexing. The reasoning we grasp so clearly. How could the emperor and the elders fail to comprehend? If we must go to war, would it not be more fitting to send your uncle, Duke Anwu Xiaqian? Zhang Wenliao, scratching his head in confusion after hearing their analysis, remarked. In recent days, Yu Xiaoqian had been teaching him to read and write, while Xia Wen dedicated an hour each afternoon to explain military strategies, using significant battles from the past 50 years as examples. Consequently, his understanding of the broader situation, awareness, and insights had dramatically transformed. However, it was evident that his political acumen still had ample room for growth. Upon hearing Zhang Wenliao and Oppo's words, Su Xingchen and Yu Xiaoqian exchanged cautious glances at Xia Chen, who maintained a smile, allowing them to relax somewhat. Liao, a commander must be adept in warfare, but that alone is insufficient. One must understand military affairs, grasp the hearts of the people, comprehend the larger trends, and recognize the essence of politics. You still have much to learn. Xia Wen patted Zhang Wenliao's shoulder, though his own height barely reached the latter and Oppo's shoulder, creating a rather comical scene. Yet his words bore profound depth, difficult to fathom for one so young. This prompted Su Xingchen and Yu Xiaoqian to regard Xia Wen with renewed admiration. This little brother of yours has boundless potential. Indeed, brother one, I shall continue to learn from you, Zhang Wenliao proclaimed, somewhat bewildered but resolute, thumping his chest in front of this youth who was a head shorter than him. After a month, he was utterly convinced by Xia Wen and Appo's capabilities. Despite being only 11, his extraordinary talent and breadth of knowledge were astounding. The military strategies that had once confounded him were articulated with clarity by Xia Wen, earning his genuine respect. He had come to regard Xia Wen as a mentor of sorts. War is the continuation of politics, a special means of political maneuvering. Politics is bloodless warfare, while war is bloody politics. All wars serve the purpose of politics, Xia Chen observed with a smile, watching the scene unfold. Su Xingchen and Yu Xiaoqian were visibly shaken by Xia Chen's profound statement. Sir, this summary is remarkably astute. Indeed, all wars serve the purpose of politics. This insight is splendid. They acknowledged their expressions serious. They understood the depth of this truth, yet Xia Chen and Appo's encapsulation was so incisive that it illuminated the concept immediately. Please keep an eye on the situation at the Eastern Wilderness Front in the coming days. War is imminent in the Northwest, and that conflict should soon conclude. Our Wu dynasty's treasury is already depleted. We cannot sustain a two-front war. Xia Chen instructed Su Xingchen. Does this mean that my uncle and aunt will be returning soon? Xia Wen and Appo's eyes sparkled again, but upon observing his third brother and Appo's unchanged demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion or joy, his excitement waned. Should they return, it will likely be within 2 to 3 months. At the latest by the end of the year, Xia Chen said, his gaze calm as he looked towards the horizon. The blue sky and white clouds. The gentle breeze and warm sun. Summer is fast approaching. Chapter 89. The Heavens Above. The capital has been abuzz these past few days. From the highest court officials to the common merchants and commoners, all are engaged in fervent discussions about the military affairs in the Northwest, with the Grand General taking command. Victory is certain. This battle will surely force the little ones of the Dafeng to kneel and beg for mercy. Ha ha! Let us storm into the grand city of Dafeng. It is said that the Long Princess of Dafeng possesses a beauty akin to a blooming flower, renowned as the fairest maiden in the realm. The entire capital is abuzz with excitement, and thanks to the discreet maneuvering of the lantern bearers, the populace is brimming with confidence for this battle. At this point, the people's sentiment can be harnessed. However, some high-ranking officials remain less optimistic, their faces clouded with concern. There are many wise individuals in the world, and those in elevated positions tend to possess more knowledge, fully aware that this confrontation carries significant risks. A misstep could lead to the collapse of the Northwest situation. Amidst this turmoil, Shan Shuyan and Appo's tavern, which he has tirelessly prepared for a month, is set to open. Xia Chen places great importance on this establishment, for the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. Whatever one undertakes requires financial backing. Thus, he must amass wealth, which is precisely why he has sought to bring Shan Shuyan forth. Invitations have been extended to all esteemed officials, from the vice ministers upward, and even to the crown prince. The third prince, Princess Pingyang, and Princess Yawan. Xia Qian reports respectfully behind Xia Chen. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen sets down his teacup, the tea within shimmering and fragrant. Excellent. Please assist me in requesting a leave of absence the day after tomorrow. I wish to personally oversee the opening. Xia Chen is in high spirits today, placing immense significance on the opening, aiming for it to be a resounding success, so that his tavern may gain renown throughout Dawu, becoming the foremost establishment in the capital. He harbors no intention of concealing this venture. There are far too many influential figures in the capital for such a ruse to succeed. Instead, he opts to display it openly, ensuring everyone knows it is his enterprise, thus deterring the misguided from casting covetous eyes upon it. Sir, is it not a bit ostentatious for our tavern in Appo's opening? We have invited numerous cabinet elders, as well as the crown prince and Princess Pingyang. Will they actually attend? Xia Qian queries. They may not come in person, but they will likely send representatives. That suffices. As for whether the crown prince and the third prince choose to attend, that is their prerogative. I have extended the invitations. Xia Chen replies nonchalantly, having invited everyone. As long as a couple of them show up, it is a gain for him. How has your cultivation progressed recently? Xia Chen inquires again. An excitement dances across Xia Chen's face. Young master, the elixir you provided is indeed miraculous. I have been consuming the body refining pills you gave me. Coupled with the sun-breaking demon blade technique you instructed me in, refining my sinews, bones, and flesh, my progress has been rapid. I have only recently broken through to the 8th tier, and I feel that perhaps in another month, I could ascend to the 7th tier. Xia Chen exclaims, growing increasingly animated, for he has gained much insight over the past month. The elixirs bestowed by his master are nothing short of extraordinary. Originally, he thought it would take at least a year to break through to the 7th tier. Take this elixir and consume it at your convenience. Xia Chen says, producing a jade box containing a lustrous blue pill. Young master, what is this elixir? Xia Chen asks, curiosity illuminating his features, sensing that this elixir may also be remarkable. This is a minor elixir that could spare you 3 months of arduous training. Xia Chen calmly states, 3 months of arduous training? Xia Chen is taken aback by Xia Chen's words. Is there truly such a wondrous elixir in existence? With this elixir, you should be able to enter the 7th tier within a couple of days. Off you go. Xia Chen smiles, noting that a 16-year-old at the 7th tier would indeed be considered a prodigy in the capital. Xia Chen is generous towards Xia Chen, willing to invest, for they have grown up together and share the same lineage. Despite some distance between them now, they remain kin. Xia Chen is undoubtedly incomparable to others. He intends that when he has sufficient fragments of supremacy in hand, he will exchange for a cleansing elixir to thoroughly refine Xia Chen and Amp. Appo's essence, dramatically altering his fate. Over the past month, Xia Chen and Appo's subordinates have made remarkable advancements, especially Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen selected a refined technique for him, and with the aid of body refining pills, and under Xia Wen and Appo's direct guidance, he has recently broken through to the 8th tier. June 1st, a propitious day. The tavern opened by Shan Shuyan is situated adjacent to Yongle Street, a bustling thoroughfare in the inner city,